This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the early morning, the first ray of warm sun crossed the horizon. In a dark room that the sun could not reach, the girl's long eyelashes moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up, but did not open her eyes. She stretched out her tender hands from the quilt and fumbled around on the bedside table twice. Unwanted was a little surprised that she did not touch the phone. She opened her eyes in disbelief, and the surroundings were as dark as ink, like a small box, and she could not see anything. She, Unwanted, became a little demon dragon after the founding of the country, and worked hard for 50 years to build a luxurious apartment. At a loss, an electronic sound sounded in my mind. Memory receiving. In my mind. Click. A strange memory came like a tide. Unwanted understood the current situation. She traveled to the interstellar era. The original owner was also called Unwanted, originally a direct descendant of the noble Qin family. Because Yunmu was in danger when she was pregnant, she wandered to a poor planet and was taken in by a kind family. It happened that the hostess was also in labor, and the two gave birth at the same time, but accidentally took the wrong child. 20 years later, Yunyan, the fake daughter of the Qin family, was about to graduate from the Federal Noble Academy. As usual, she underwent genetic testing, but the results showed that she had no relationship with the Qin family. Only then did they figure out the matter. The Qin family would not let their bloodline be lost, so they sent people back to the Poverty Star to look for them. They found that the couple had already died of illness, leaving only their son and the original owner. They took the two to the Capital Star together. The original owner was originally a person who despised the poor and loved the rich. She looked down on the adoptive parents who raised her. After learning about her life experience, she believed that the adoptive mother's family deliberately exchanged the children so that her daughter could live a good life and rob her of the wealth and glory she deserved. When she heard that she was going to the Capital Star, the original owner was overjoyed. In order to show off in front of the Qin family, she generously brought her younger brother. She couldn't take her eyes off the prosperity of the Capital Star. She imagined that she would dine in a high-end restaurant, drink high-end nutrient solution, and chat and laugh with those noble ladies and gentlemen while holding a glass of wine. However, things didn't go as smoothly as the original owner thought. Before they met, the Qin family sent someone to take her for genetic testing. After confirming her identity, they didn't recognize her immediately. Instead, they just threw her into the Federal Noble College and gave her 500,000 star coins and left her alone. A few days ago, the original owner suddenly fell seriously ill and found that she had a genetic defect. Suddenly, she understood why the Yun family ignored her. They had known the results of the genetic test for a long time, and they would not allow such a scandal to occur in the Qin family. They would rather make the best of a bad situation and send her to the aristocratic college plus 500,000 yuan as compensation for her. Between family affection and face, the Qin family chose face. Yesterday, the hotel reservation of the Qin family expired. Unwanted spent all her money on genetic drugs. 80,000 yuan per bottle. Once a week, she bought 6 bottles, leaving only 20,000 yuan. She could only rent a basement in the slums and move in with her brother, who was a burden. Genetic defects cannot be cured and need to be controlled with medication continuously. Before she could think of what to do after taking 6 doses of gene medicine, she died because of excessive worry and gene collapse. After merging with the original owner's memory, Unwanted sighed. Unwanted is a descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. She mutated into black gold, which symbolizes an unknown ominous sign. She was thrown into the trash can while still in the eggshell. At that time, she had some awareness and did not know what it meant to be abandoned. Later, she was bitten by mice, pecked by chickens, and scratched by cats. When she saw that the chicks were protected by the mother hen and no one bullied them, she realized that this was the child that no one wanted. She could only lick her wounds and live quietly. Later, she finally cultivated into a human form and adapted to the human order. After a few decades of peace and stability, her life improved. Unwanted thought she had a bad fate, but she didn't expect the original owner to be even worse than her. She just traveled through time. But the original owner lost his life. Compared to death, it seems acceptable to change from a comfortable apartment to a dark basement. It is detected that the host has the intention to bind to the system, and the binding is in progress. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the garbage collection system. This system integrates recycling and greening. After recycling garbage, the land will be planted immediately, and the host can enjoy the fruits of labor in time, making the host fall in love with picking up garbage from the bottom of their hearts. Our slogan is, love will disappear, but garbage will always be there. People will change their hearts, but the land will always be loyal. Please start your happy garbage picking journey as soon as possible. Unwanted eyes were dull. When did she agree to bind to the system? She just accepted the time travel. That's all. How can this system generalize? Also, other people's time travel is either a counterattack and a slap in the face script, or a group favorite. Why is it that when it comes to her, she is just a miserable garbage picker? Asking her to pick up trash. Where is the dragon prestige? How dare the system do that? Isn't it afraid that she, Long Batian, will tear it apart with one mouth? Reminder, the host's dragon body has been recycled by the system. You are just an ordinary person at present. Please do not have an excessive filter on yourself. What? Yunwan's face wrinkled into a ball. She twisted her waist. There was no spiritual energy in her body. She really couldn't summon the tail. Can't you recycle this body? Yunwan pointed at herself. Dear, it is not worth recycling. So you exchanged my precious body with your worthless body? Dragon teeth, claws, bones, and armor are rare refining materials that only appear once in a century. Dragon horns can be used as medicine to ensure immortality. Dragon meat is a top-grade spiritual food. Fresh and smooth. Cough. I've said too much. In short, the dragon body is full of treasures. How can the system have the nerve to exchange fish eyes for pearls? She has never seen such a shameless person. Oh, no. It's not a human. Hiss. The system knew it was in the wrong and responded with garbled characters. Does your system force buying and selling like this? Or is it just you? System, double kill. The emotionless electronic sound sounded a little panicked. We are a trained professional system, and will not infringe on the interests of the host. There has never been a situation where the host is a fairy before, and the system has no solution. According to the actual situation, we can give the host some compensation. What compensation? Yunwan asked. The reward package has been issued to the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Yunwan opened the system backpack with curiosity and doubt. And a gift icon with a bow was shining in the first grid. Is she the kind of dragon that will sell her body for a gift? She complained in her heart. But she couldn't help reaching out. Who doesn't like to open blind boxes? Click on the grid. The gift icon will enlarge. Shake 3 times. And emit a strange light. The white light will dissipate, leaving a bowl with a base. The bowl is gilded all over, and the surface is engraved with beautiful 8 treasures. The patterns are delicate and lifelike, and its name is floating on the top. Cornucopia. Cornus, a useful ancient artifact. After unlocking the new illustration, you can get a random treasure. How do I unlock the illustration? Yunwan didn't expect there were requirements. Collecting green points can unlock the illustration, the system said as it opened the panel. And a small light spot appeared at the corresponding position. How do I collect green points? Yunwan frowned slightly. Picking up trash can be exchanged for green points. Hearing this, Yunwan's face became solemn. Finally, I know what's wrong. The cornucopia sounds grand. 1 treasure is worth 10. Like a treasure manufacturing machine. But it has requirements. In the end, if you don't pick up trash, you won't see any treasure. Just like a person who has a card. Seemingly a VIP with a full range of discounts. But in fact, if you don't spend money in the store, this card is worthless. It seems that you have gained a lot, but it also seems that you have gained nothing. The system understands marketing combinations. Do I still have a chance to refuse? The host currently has 3 months to live, and there is plenty of time to think carefully. In addition, the plants produced by the system can effectively treat genetic diseases. Yunwan dared not consider it, and reluctantly boarded the system's pirate ship. It's just picking up trash. It's not like she hasn't done it before. She's very skilled at it. The system has 3 sections: illustrations, mall, and backpack. Currently, except for a bowl that lights up in the backpack, everything else is gray. There is a shadow of a plant and a big question mark on each icon, and it's hard to tell what it is. The system said that Yunwan had to collect the first greening value and get the novice gift pack before she could officially start picking up trash and farming. So there's a threshold for this job? Yunwan complained in dissatisfaction. Who are you talking to? A little boy of 7 or 8 years old pushed open the door and stood at the door. The light poured in from behind him, making him look small. He raised his chubby hand and turned on the light, and Yunwan could see his appearance clearly. The little boy was the original owner's younger brother Yungu. The siblings had always been at odds with each other. Now they were forced to be tied together and rarely spoke when they met. Because of the relationship between the original owner and the Qin family, their relationship reached a freezing point. Yunji's existence constantly reminded the original owner that she grew up on a poor planet and suffered for 20 years. She once wanted to send Yungu to an orphanage to get rid of this burden. Seeing Yunwan didn't say anything. He walked over and raised his hand to touch Yunwan's forehead. His hand was so hot that Yunwan was startled and stepped back. Yunji's hand paused for a few seconds. Then he silently retracted it and said angrily, "I don't care about you." He was young, but his parents died early, and he lived under his unreliable sister for 2 years. So he matured more precociously than other children. Although he didn't like this sister very much, he also knew that his sister was his foster parent. If something happened to her, he would be sent to an orphanage. As for his biological sister, with Yunwan as a bad example, he has no interest in sisters. His biological sister may not be much better than his bad sister. He has not even seen her face for so long. His bad sister at least lived with him for a few years. Compared with the two, he prefers to live with someone familiar. Now that Yunwan is awake, his heart that was about to jump out of his chest is put back into his stomach. Without waiting for Yunwan's response, he trotted out and came back. Tap tap. After a while, holding something like a popsicle in his hand. Take medicine. Yunji's face was serious. If you are sick, you will get better only if you take medicine. Seeing Yunwan slowly opening the seal, looking left and right and smelling but not drinking, Yungu was a little anxious. How can an adult be afraid of taking medicine? Drink it quickly. Don't you want to go home? Take the medicine. Cure the disease, and they will come to pick you up soon. The world of children is always simple. In their eyes, taking medicine will make you better. Yungu didn't know that genetic defects are a disease that cannot be cured by any medicine. Yunwan was coaxed into taking medicine by a child, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She bit the plastic packaging and drank the liquid in 2 gulps. The genetic medicine didn't have the bitterness of medicine, but a sticky taste. Instead, it tasted like mixed vegetable juice, which was particularly strange. After drinking the medicine, Yunwan felt better, and the dull pain in her head was much relieved. Thank you, Yungu. She patted the boy's head gently. In a trance, Yungu saw his mother waving at him. He blinked and saw that the annoying sister was still in front of him. Her eyes curved into crescents, and a soft smile appeared on her face. For the first time, she showed a look other than disgust. Chapter 2. Yunwan. Are you crazy? Yungu jumped away, eyes wide open, face full of shock. The look of avoiding him shattered the filter of the good brother. Call me sister? Yunwan raised her index finger and gave her cheap brother a slap. It can be seen that this weird kid is not a bad person. Although he doesn't get along with the original owner, he didn't ignore his sick sister. Yunwan doesn't mind being a cheap sister for once. She is also a dragon with relatives. If anyone dares to bully her in the future, let her brother go. At noon, Yunwan found the only 2 tubes of nutrient solution left at home. This is the 3 meals of ordinary interstellar people. There are dozens of various strange flavors to choose from, which is very humane. Yunwan drank the original flavor, which is a bit like rice porridge, sweet with a sour taste. She wanted to vomit after drinking it, but Yungu was used to it. Is there no delicious food in this world? Yunwan searched on the internet and found that there is a food culture in the interstellar, but it is not developed. The reason is that the soil in the interstellar is poor, and most of the food grown is bitter and astringent, and can only be made into nutrient solution for consumption. The cost of growing edible plants is high, so they are only available to the nobility. So delicacies are only for the nobility, and the common people can only see what cabbage is on TV. Yunwan sighed to the sky. What sin did she commit to travel from a great country with delicious food everywhere to an interstellar space where she can't even afford to eat? Fortunately, she has tied a system that can grow vegetables, not wanting to eat every day like being tortured, just to eat for survival. Yunwan's farming soul began to stir. In the afternoon, She carried a small bag and pliers, ready to pick up garbage in the interstellar space. After walking around the streets of the Capital Star Commercial District for an afternoon, she didn't see a single mineral water bottle. She wondered and posted a question on the Star Network. Why can't we pick up trash on the Capital Star? Ha ha ha. Is the OP a primitive person? Who still picks up trash these days? If you are short of money, you can go to the office to apply for a loan and grant. The OP is really a criminal. You dare to pick up trash? As we all know, trash is state-owned property and belongs to the lords of each planet. How can the OP have such an idea? Ha ha ha. Strange things happen every year. But this year is especially strange. Unwanted sat listlessly on the flower bed, with the pliers and bag pitifully placed aside. Are all your systems so stubborn? You didn't even check the location before crossing over? How could a garbage picking system survive in a place where garbage picking is illegal? No. How could she survive now? Tie up a system. Tie up loneliness. Ah. The juicy Chinese cabbage. The red tomatoes. And the delicious fruits. Meat and poultry. And the delicacies of the 8 major Chinese cuisines spun around her, and suddenly stood in a row and floated away into the sky. At first, she really didn't expect that picking up trash would be so difficult. Hey, we are a professional system. There has never been a case of illegal trash picking before, and the system has no solution. According to the actual situation, we can create conditions for the host to pick up trash legally. Unwanted sat up straight and cheered up instantly. This sounded a little familiar. But these small details are not important. What's important is why the system is so capable. In order to allow her to pick up trash, just legalize trash picking. In a way, the system is like a domineering CEO who spends a lot of money on his sweetheart. In an instant, its image in Unwanted's mind changed from a third-rate rag to a tall and majestic one. Unwanted followed the system's instructions and operated it. The dazzling documents passed by one. She waved her hand and signed her name. 10 minutes later, Unwanted shook her wrist, which had been stiff from lifting it for a long time, and asked the system hopefully, "Can I start picking up trash?" "No. The host needs to go to the wasteland under your name to pick up trash." Unwanted felt uneasy. When did she have a wasteland? Following the system's prompt, Unwanted opened the smart brain. This was the latest model bought by the Qin family, and the network speed was smooth and not stuck. Therefore, almost the moment she clicked on it, she saw the deduction information. 9 followed by a long string of zeros. Unwanted counted 5 times. 9 million. An astronomical figure that Long had never seen in his life. There was another unread message below. A letter to the new Lord. Congratulations on becoming the new Lord of Planet Z9528. You can go to the Capital Star office to collect the basic materials for building the planet. Log into the official forum of the Lord to learn more about planet development consultation and annual assessment requirements. If the assessment is not passed, the planet will be reclaimed and the loss will be borne by the Lord personally. I wish you all the best. After sorting out the whole story, Unwanted's mouth twitched. The domineering boss turned out to be herself. The system made her understand the truth. There is no future in time travel. Not only will you have a short life, but you will also have to pick up garbage. Not only will you have to pick up garbage, but you will also have to bear huge debts. Not only will you have to bear huge debts, but you will also have to pick up garbage legally. Why don't she reincarnate with the original owner? That's easier. Host, stick to it. You will live a life of a lord that everyone envies, and become the best farmer in the galaxy. Envy? Envy her for being so hardworking? She's giving up. Going on strike? No one can make her work. Unwanted lay down peacefully. Host, you've already bought it. Why don't you plant some? Unwanted turned over. I can't even eat hot pot. Skewers, barbecue, pancakes, crispy meat, fried chicken. It's such a pity that I can only starve to death. Unwanted heard a hint of tea in the flat electronic voice. She was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't help but follow the system's thinking. One dish after another emerged in her mind. Pick it up. Pick it up now. Unwanted sat up in shock from her dying illness. She could still eat a few mouthfuls of food before lying down. The system had successfully fooled her again. It knew the correct way to use carrots. It was getting darker, and there were few people on the streets of the Capital Star. Unwanted started her journey home, walked to the door of the supermarket, and stopped. Dinner was not settled yet. Unwanted bought the cheapest nutrient solution, which was a defective product and tasted very bitter. The supermarket sold it at half price. She had no choice. She had to set aside money to buy a boat ticket. Otherwise, the garbage collection business would collapse due to a broken capital chain. Back home, Yoon-gu sat on the sofa and fiddled with the machinery. There were several mechanical arms embedded in strange shapes, and it was hard to tell what they were. Boys have really strange hobbies. When he saw Yoon-won, he quickly picked up the quilt beside him and covered her. The basement they rented was very small, with one bedroom and one living room. The original owner had no idea of respecting the elderly and loving the young. She paid for the rent, so the only room should belong to her. Yoon-gu slept on the sofa in the living room. He was short and could just lie down. The sofa was very narrow and could not be unfolded. He had to sleep close to the backrest to avoid falling off. The conditions were very poor, but Yoon-gu never complained. Yoon-won was not his biological sister, and she had a bad temper, so it was good enough for her to support him. Today, Yoon-won was a little different. She actually touched his head and smiled at him. Didn't she always dislike his oily hair? Yoon-gu drank a mouthful of the nutrient solution Yoon-won gave him, and his face wrinkled with bitterness. He drank it at his friend Xiao Duzi's place. It was said that his family spent a lot of money on his medical treatment, and they had no money to buy nutrient solution. So they could only drink this kind of nutrient solution that others didn't want, which could save a lot of money. So, their family is out of money too? Yoon-gu drank half of it and was still not full, but he did not plan to finish it. The other half could be used as lunch tomorrow. If he eats too much, Yoon-won can't afford to support him. Will she throw him away? Yoon-gu became more and more worried. Yoon-won just graduated and has no job yet. He is young and cannot do child labor. This poor family has no income at all and is completely living off their savings. In other words, Yoon-won will eventually run out of money one day, and it is only a matter of time before she throws him away. Thinking of this, Yoon-ji's eyes were red, and he lowered his head to wipe his tears secretly while Yoon-won was not paying attention. He didn't know what was wrong with his eyes, and the tears were getting more and more, and he couldn't wipe them all. Did he drink too much water? He sobbed anxiously. Yoon-gu covered his mouth with fear at the sudden sound. But it was too late. Yoon-won had already looked up at him. What's wrong? Yoon-won bit the plastic packaging of the nutrient solution, looking at the boy who suddenly whimpered like a puppy. A little helpless. No. Nothing. Yoon shook his head desperately, tears flying like noodles. It doesn't look like nothing is wrong to cry like this. Yoon-won was a little distressed that he didn't tell the truth. She glanced at the nutrient solution he had left over and touched her nose guiltily. Could it be that her younger brother cried because the nutrient solution was unpalatable? She had seen children of Yoon's age who were afraid of taking medicine and afraid of bitterness, and some even cried after taking medicine. Yoon-won felt that she had discovered the truth of the matter. It turned out that she was the source of everything. If it doesn't taste good, don't drink it. I'll buy the original one tomorrow. Xiao Long was almost crying, but she was strong. It was too embarrassing for an adult to cry. Yoon-gu was afraid of being misunderstood as picky and annoying Yoon-won, so he hurriedly explained, "I like to drink this." As he said this, he drank the rest in one breath as if to prove that he could drink it. He ate too fast and hiccuped. He looked very pitiful in his miserable state. Yoon-won walked over, half-hugged him in her arms, and gently patted his back to help him breathe. "Okay. Stop crying. Stop crying. I'm crying like a kitten." It was fine if no one comforted him, but when someone whispered in his ear, Yoon-gu suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. He thought. He probably knew why the bad sister was so gentle. She must be going to throw him away soon. Feeling guilty. So she was so nice to him. He would soon be an unwanted child and go to an orphanage. "I eat very little. I can work. I don't take up space. Can you please not give me up?" Yoon-gu looked at Yoon-won with tears in his eyes, and tried to hold her close with his little hand, as if he would not let go until he agreed. "So, you are crying because you are afraid that I will abandon you?" Yoon-won suddenly realized, and she said that it was unscientific to cry like this after drinking 2 sips of nutrient solution. Thinking about the original owner's lukewarm attitude towards Yoon-gu, coupled with his frequent cold words and bad tempers, he must have no sense of security and felt that he would be abandoned at any time. Looking at Yoon-gu, who was tired of crying and listless, Yoon-won seemed to see her former self. Maybe she had been caught in the rain before. so she wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Don't think too much. I won't abandon you. You are my brother. Yunwan wiped his dirty face, watched him sleep, and looked at his long eyelashes trembling restlessly. And her heart softened. What a sensitive and fragile little guy. Chapter 3. In the early morning, the weather was not yet hot, and the breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness and moisture. Yunwan got up early and took the subway to the Capital Star office. Each planet has an office, which has the highest authority except for the Lord, helping the Lord and the Federation to handle various related matters. Yunwan arrived at the destination. There were not many people in the office hall. Generally, interstellar people make appointments online and go to the office at off-peak hours, which saves time and avoids crowds. When she walked to the front desk, Yunwan told the identity of the new Lord. The young lady immediately understood her needs and took her to the second floor. This is the planet management office. The administrator is inside. Just go find him to get the supplies. Yunwan thanked him and knocked on the door to enter. When the new Lord came to get the supplies, the administrator was still dozing off. The job of the administrator is very easy. Although planets are sold every year, those who can afford planets simply don't care about the basic supplies provided by the Empire. They just buy them outside and won't travel a long distance to the capital planet. Seeing the little girl who claimed to be the new Lord, the administrator was still a little dreamy. He quickly got into work mode and went to the warehouse to take out a small box. There are 3 bags of seeds, some hoeing tools, and a simple folding lord's mansion. Check it out. While the girl was opening the box, the administrator asked curiously, "Why did you buy a barren planet?" Z9528 was originally a mining planet. It was overexploited by the original Lord, and its value was squeezed out and donated to the Empire for recycling. The girl in front of him looked like she had just graduated. Maybe she was cheated. Farming. Farming? The administrator was even more confused. He looked up and down at the girl's clothes. The wrinkled clothes looked like they were bought at a roadside stall. She was wearing a pair of sneakers that had come off the rubber. She wasn't a noble lady from any family. Are you a developer of planting technology? No. Are you trying to avoid the urging of the school's employment office? Although being a lord is also a profession, it is very serious if you fail the annual assessment. It will be recorded in the file and affect your future work. This kind of thing has happened before. But those students who took advantage of the situation ended up crying. The little girl is innocent. Don't go astray. I just like farming. Yunwan finished the inspection and picked up the box, looking at the girl's back as she left. Her words echoed in her ears. If you like farming, buy a barren planet to plant? But she doesn't even have the planting skills. How can she plant? She is willing to sacrifice her life? The administrator didn't understand, and he was shocked. I couldn't help but look at the name of the planet twice. After carrying the things back to the basement, Yun-gu was in a daze in the living room. Seeing her come back, he ran over. What is this? After getting Yunwan's assurance yesterday, he was no longer worried. But who knew if she would go back on her word? Yun-gu decided to build a good relationship with Yunwan and nip all risks in the bud. He took the initiative to talk to Yunwan when he saw her come back. Of course, he was really curious. Could this be a box of nutrient solution? I bought a barren planet. Yunwan dropped a bombshell. Would you like to go to a barren planet with me to farm? I'll pick up trash to support you. Somehow, Yun-gu was a little touched. The bad sister actually wanted to pick up trash to support him. Sure enough, their family was already penniless. Picking up trash was illegal. So why don't he take the initiative to go to a welfare home? Oh no. He also bought a barren planet. So that's legal. But that's not the point. The point is, if you take out a loan to buy a planet, if you don't pass the annual assessment, the planet will be reclaimed. And if you can't pay back the loan, you will go to jail. How did Yunwan change from a bad sister to a stupid sister after being sick? I'm good at farming. Yunwan didn't know how to explain. With the system as a backing, she should be able to trust it. Okay. Yunwan opened the intelligent brain and bought 2 spaceship tickets. 1,000 for adults and 500 for children. She used the remaining money to buy some nutrient solution and seasonings online. Seasonings are luxury goods in the interstellar world, and the price is daunting. Yunwan bought basic seasonings such as vinegar, soy sauce, salt, sugar, and oil, and spent a few hundred yuan, which made her feel very painful. Watching Yunwan making random purchases, Yunga became more and more worried. Children who worry too much will not grow tall. Sister will definitely make a lot of money in the future. And then I will buy you bottles of milk. Yunwan made big promises to Yunga, who frowned like a little adult. Yunga felt even more uneasy. Although he liked his silly sister a little. If she would go to jail, he might as well let the bad sister come back. Yunwan and Yunga packed up all their belongings. And each of them packed a small box, which was not even as big as the box of basic supplies. This family can refresh the definition of poverty every day. Yunwan, who was empty-handed and hungry, took Yunga on the spaceship and drank 2 large tubes of nutrient solution. The spaceship stopped at the port from time to time. When it arrived at Z9528, Yunwan and his sister were the only ones left on the ship. As soon as they got off the ship, the spaceship immediately started to return. One big and one small stood on the barren land, looking at the spaceship gradually disappearing in the sky, with their shadows stretched out. As far as the eye can see is a plain covered with weeds, with rolling mountains in the distance, blue sky and white clouds, and a gentle breeze. There is a kind of peaceful beauty away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Let's go. Let's find a place with water and put the Lord's mansion out. Yunwan opened the supply box and took out 2 sturdy retractable long sticks. The brother and sister each held one and cleared the obstacles on the road. The two crossed the plain and walked into the forest. The empty valley was quiet. The birds were singing crisply, and the shoes made a crackling sound when stepping on the dry fallen leaves. Yunwan relaxed and merged with nature. At the foot of the mountain, she found a river. So she took out the Lord's mansion and placed it on a dry place on the river bank. The folding Lord's house is very convenient. It is a small rectangular box. Gently press the red button on it, and the small rectangle will expand immediately and become a square house. This kind of room is a must for interstellar travel. It is made of light materials, but the defense is not high. It is only suitable for temporary residence. It is called the Lord's house, but it is actually a small house with 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom. There is a simple heating device and a water purification system inside. The former can heat the nutrient solution, and the latter can provide clean water. Yunwan and Yunga cleaned the dirt on their soles on the dead leaves, took off their shoes outside the door, and then each carried their luggage in. Yunga looked at the new house, and finally a smile appeared on his face. He observed that the new sofa was very wide, narrower than a single bed, and enough for a child to sleep. This was probably the most gratifying thing. Yunga moved the suitcase to the sofa, took out his usual blanket, and began to decorate it. Yunga, there are 2 rooms here. We can each have one. Yunwan was a little embarrassed, seeing Yunji's obedient appearance. She felt guilty, even though it was all the fault of the original owner. Yunga looked up in surprise and looked at Yunwan in disbelief. Really? Seeing Yunwan's affirmation, Yunga excitedly threw away the blanket and jumped happily in the living room. After the excitement, he said to Yunwan sincerely, "If you can't pay back the loan and go to jail in the future, I will visit you often." Yunwan's loving smile on her face almost couldn't hold back. "Who are you cursing?" "This child." Yunwan packed up casually, told Yunga not to run around, and went out to survey the environment. After walking around the hill for a long time, Yunwan found that this planet was just an ordinary deserted planet, without even a person. Where did the garbage come from? System, why don't you consider being a human? The system couldn't recognize Yunwan's meaning, and carefully explained the difference between artificial intelligence and humans. Yunwan was speechless. Ding. Found an abandoned black mining area. Pick up garbage. Host go. Oh, I knew you were the best system. I was right about you. Yunwan smiled brightly, changing her expression faster than turning a page, as if the dissatisfaction just now had never existed. The system will automatically draw a map of the places that have been explored. Yunwan has not been to the mining area yet, so it is marked outside the map. She set off towards the mark point, walking a little hurriedly, and was scratched by branches from time to time. But she didn't care. A few minutes later, a mine cave appeared next to several exposed rocks. Black ore is the lowest quality mineral in the interstellar space, generally used as household energy. Yunwan walked around the mine cave, which has been mined almost completely, with only a few scattered black ore embedded in the stone wall. She picked up a few pieces of black ore that the workers accidentally dropped from the corners, pieced them together and collected 10 pieces, and handed them all over to the system for absorption. Ding. Green value plus 10. Congratulations to the host. You get a novice gift pack *1. The sound of ding ding is like small money entering the account. And Unwanted smiled. She couldn't wait to open the novice gift pack. It is also a gift icon. After clicking it, the items you get are presented in front of you one by one. Congratulations to the host. You get ordinary spiritual soil *4. Seed soaking agent *3. Blind box seed *1. Ordinary spiritual soil can improve plant yield or quality to a certain extent. Seed soaking agent can increase the growth rate of plants, and the effect varies with the soaking time and the concentration of the agent. Then, you want to open the blind box seeds. Congratulations to the host. Get sweet potato plus 1. Unlock illustration plus 1. Yunwan took out the sweet potato and took a look. A sweet potato seedling can produce about 7 or 8 sweet potatoes. After the first harvest, you can be extravagant and eat baked sweet potatoes every day. After unlocking an illustration, Yunwan took out the cornucopia from the system space and looked inside and out, but did not find the so-called random treasure. There was a line of small words at the bottom of the cornucopia, which read, "Random treasures will be delivered the next day. Please wait patiently." Yunwan understood, put the cornucopia back into the backpack, and opened the mall instead. With the greening value, the mall is no longer gray, and only 2 products appear. Ordinary spiritual soil, 1 greening value /block. Discount promotion, 8 greening value /10 blocks. Growing sweet potatoes, 2 greening values /piece. In addition to sweet potatoes, there are some seeds to be planted in the supply box, which requires a lot of soil. Yunwan gritted her teeth and bought 10 pieces of spiritual soil and 1 sweet potato. Her purse was deflated in an instant, leaving only pitiful Ling lying alone in the system balance. Yunwan arranged the 14 pieces of spiritual soil into a 2x7 rectangle and placed it not far from the Lord's mansion. Each piece of spiritual soil was 1 square meter, and 14 square meters formed a considerable vegetable plot. Yunwan took out a small shovel and turned the soil one by one. The black and red soil was not solid. With a shovel, she easily turned up a piece of soil. After a while, it was all fluffy, ready to bury the little life tomorrow. After drinking 2 bottles of nutrient solution, Yunwan found the seeds in the supply box again. The seeds are the 3 types of cabbage, white radish, and chocolate tomato, which are relatively easy to survive. Although it is said to be 3 packages, it is actually a transparent small bag 1 finger wide. Each bag contains 5 seeds. Yunwan tidied up the supply box, freed up a small box the size of a palm, put the seeds in, injected the seed soaking agent, and put the sweet potatoes produced by the system in. Soak it overnight, and try to plant it tomorrow to see the effect. Yungu watched the silly sister operate, casually soaking the seeds and a strange-shaped object in water, and thought, is this her secret of planting? If it is possible to grow edible plants, has no one discovered such a simple method before? Yungu kept praying beside the seeds, and must grow delicious food. Chapter 4. The next morning, Yunwan opened her backpack, and a small red dot appeared in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. She took out the treasure bowl, and inside it lay a small pistol, with a sky blue liquid tank on top and 10 small green dots on the handle. Freezing gun can automatically lock onto the target based on the red hot line, and fire freezing rays to freeze the object. After charging, it can be used 10 times. When the energy is exhausted, it can be recharged with ore. It turned out to be an offensive weapon. Yunwan searched on the star internet and found similar items, but they were huge and needed to be used on a stand. They were very heavy and suitable for large-scale military activities. The freezing gun in her hand was a modified version, suitable for single-person self-defense. Yunwan was preparing to go out for an adventure these 2 days, and was short of weapons. The freezing gun came very timely. A good start made Yunwan full of energy for the day. She drank 2 sips of nutrient solution and plunged into the ground. The soil in the morning was soaked with dew, and was softer than yesterday. After a few diggings, a lot of mud was stuck on the shovel, and needed to be scraped off by hand. After soaking overnight, the seeds became moist and plump, as if they could break through the soil and grow 10 or 8 meters. Yunwan dug a small hole, put the seeds in, and gently covered them with soil. 2 seeds were planted in each piece of spiritual soil, and the same type was planted in a pile as much as possible. The sweet potato was relatively large, and only one end was soaked, while the other end was still dry. But a small sprout actually grew on the top. A bright yellow color was particularly obvious on the red skin. Unwan carefully planted the sweet potato alone in a piece of spiritual soil, put it into the soil hole with a small sprout facing up, and covered the soil gently. The concentration of the used seed-soaking agent decreased, and Unwan did not waste it. She put it into the system backpack and waited for the next time. After sowing the seeds, Unwan went to the river to get some water and sprinkled it evenly on each piece of spiritual soil. There were still 4 pieces of spiritual soil without extra seeds to plant, and Unwan had no choice but to leave it idle for the time being. There was always a feeling of losing 500 million. Looking at the masterpiece in front of her, Unwan stretched her waist, squinted her eyes, and bathed in the warm sunshine, and went back to the house refreshed to wake up Yoon-gu. Yoon-gu had a small chubby face, and when he was woken up, he wrinkled his nose, which was very cute. "Would you like to go out with me?" When Yoon-gu heard that he was going out, he was no longer sleepy, and his eyes were twinkling with happy little stars. He turned over and got up, washed up, and Unwan also prepared the things to take with him: a hoe with flat upper and lower teeth, a backpack, a freezing gun, and stuffed a nutrient solution into Yoon-ji's hand. The two locked the door and set off. Unwan planned to continue exploring along the Black Mine Cave, and maybe he would find other mine caves. The sun was gradually moving overhead, but walking in the woods did not feel hot, but extremely cool, and the fresh air soothed the original dryness in my heart. After walking for a long time, Unwan stopped at a shady spot in the mountains, and her eyes lit up. A large patch of Houtuinia cordata spread in the forest, and the green and red leaves danced in the wind, as if waving to her, inviting her to taste it. Unwan squatted down, picked a random one and dug it along the root system. Under the tip of the leaf, there were developed roots. With the help of the toothed hoe, it was exposed to the air, and a special fragrance spread. Yoon-gu smelled it and sneezed. "What are these weeds for?" He watched curiously as Unwan sorted out a handful of Houtuinia cordata from the soil in a few strokes, emitting a strange smell. "This is a delicious wild vegetable, but many people don't like its taste." Unwan harvested a bunch of Houtuinia cordata and did not plan to go any further. She returned in high spirits, picking a few huge leaves and breaking a few sticks on the way. They had no tableware, so they could only use what was available and make do with it. It takes a long time to clean the Houtuinia cordata. The two worked for a while before they cleaned it all, dried it, and put it in the leaves. Unwan picked up one with her hand and put it in her mouth. The interstellar land is barren, and Z9528 is no exception. The Houtuinia cordata grown there is thin and small, and tastes like chewing wax. But the special aroma has not changed much, except for the taste. It was exactly the same as her impression of Houtuinia cordata. Yoon-gu watched Unwan eat wild grass raw, and also tasted one. It was a taste he had never tasted before. In his opinion, it was not delicious nor unbearable, just like drinking nutrient solution. But wild vegetables were free, so he ate more. Don't be greedy. Wait until you mix it before eating. Unwan took out the 4 condiments she bought online, all in small bottles 3 fingers wide. Salt and sugar were fine, but soy sauce, vinegar, and oil were not durable at all. Just pouring a little bit would remove 1/10 of the amount, and the amount was visibly reduced. She was really afraid that if her hand shook, she would pour too much and she would be heartbroken. Now she was really broke and couldn't take out a single star coin. She couldn't afford to buy more after she used it up. Alas, she was still too poor. Yoon-gu stood on tiptoe, leaned on the table, and looked at the bottles of strange things. 2 bottles of black, 2 bottles of white, and 1 bottle of yellow. She added a little of each, and as she stirred, the white powder gradually melted and disappeared, and each strand of Houtuinia cordata was evenly coated with black liquid. He swallowed his saliva. It smelled a bit good after mixing with strange things, and the red and green colors looked good. He had tasted it before, but it tasted better now. 10 minutes later, the two sat at the dining table, each holding a chopstick. Unwan took the lead in picking up a chopstick and put it in her mouth. The salty and fragrant zircon spread between her teeth. The freshness made up for the lack of taste. It was actually very chewy, which prolonged the time the delicious food stayed in her mouth. Although the seasoning was not complete, the taste was still satisfactory. seeing Yungu clumsily imitating her use of chopsticks. Unwanted explained to him in detail how to use them. He learned quickly, and could pick up things by himself in a short while. But his movements were still a little unfamiliar. Yungu took the first bite and sped up. The taste of the seasoning diluted the strangeness of the zirjin and injected some freshness. The two blended perfectly and became a new delicacy. Wild grass tastes better than nutrient solution. This is called cold mixed zirjin. If there are peppers and garlic, it tastes better when mixed cold. Yungu couldn't imagine how delicious it was. At present, Hautuinia cordata was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. For the first time, he felt a sense of anticipation for eating. Could he eat Hautuinia cordata tomorrow? At noon, the sun was blazing outside. Yunwan didn't go out. She logged into the official forum of the Lords to check the news. Most of the posts on the forum were from the Lords, showing off or complaining. The more serious ones were about buying specialties and seeking cooperation. Most of them were about trading mechas and minerals. Yunwan didn't dare to think about it for the time being. The top pinned event caught Yunwan's attention. The Lord Style Contest is waiting for you to participate. The post was marked in eye-catching red, and Unwanted clicked it lightly. The Lord Style Contest is aimed at the new Lords this year, providing a platform for the public to understand new planets, which is a support policy of the Empire. The competition is held once a year, and every time many planets stand out and become popular overnight, attracting a large number of immigrants and cooperation. 1 year. A planet even directly ranked among the top 100 planets in the interstellar. Almost all new Lords will sign up to participate in the competition to increase the popularity of their planets. If they are lucky, they can be selected into the top 10 most popular planets and get $1 million bonus. Yunwan read the rules several times and found that participating in the competition would bring benefits without any harm. So she clicked on Register Now and submitted the basic information of the planet. When registering, you also need to rename the planet. Yunwan entered Shenong Star. That's right. This will be the only planet in the entire galaxy that loves farming. Once the name was changed, Yunwan suddenly felt that this desolate planet had the potential to dominate the galaxy. After the registration is completed, the live broadcast device is provided exclusively by StarNet and sent to the planet by express delivery, which takes about 1 to 2 days. After the sun disappeared into the clouds, Yunwan was planning to walk around nearby, but Teacher Lee from the school's employment office suddenly contacted her and asked her to submit her employment materials in time. Yunwan was on the deserted planet and could not go back at all. Fortunately, she could submit the pictures for backup and archive. By the time she packed the materials and sent them to Teacher Lee, it was already night. She put away her smart brain and looked around. Yungu had disappeared without a trace. Walking out of the hut, Yungu was squatting in front of the vegetable field, mumbling. Yunwan approached and heard the melodious singing. After the song, Yungu held up his chin with both hands and said earnestly, "Okay. I will sing to you every day in the future. You must grow up quickly. By the way, it must be delicious, very delicious." Thinking of the zirjin he had at noon, Yungu licked the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips, as if he was savoring the strange taste. Wild grass is delicious, and the vegetables grown by Silly Sister will be even more delicious. With Yunji's help, they will grow well. Yunwan bent down and approached to feel this childlike scene. Yungu was startled and looked up to see Yunwan smiling at him, her face gradually blushing. A day later, the seeds had already broken through the soil and grown into seedlings several centimeters high, with tender green leaves waving in the wind. Full of life, the cabbage grew the fastest and had already taken shape. At this growth rate, it would be ready for the table in a day or two. That night, at the Qin family, "Teacher Lee? What do you want to talk to me about?" Mother Qin answered the phone. "Oh, Yunwan. Just treat her as an ordinary student. Isn't it about this? You said she bought a deserted planet to be the Lord? Okay. I see. Thank you for letting me know." After hanging up the phone, Mother Qin leaned back in the armchair with a headache. Qin Yin was very perceptive and noticed that her mother looked bad. So she walked behind her and pressed her temples. Under Qin Yin's massage, Mother Qin's frown loosened and she slowly relaxed, feeling so comfortable that she wanted to sleep. She had poor sleep quality and often suffered from insomnia. She visited many famous doctors, but it didn't help. It was only when Qin Yin gave her massages from time to time that she felt better. Seeing that Qin's mother's expression had eased, Qin Yan asked. Did something happen to my sister? Oh, she didn't have any problem. But she caused me a lot of trouble. When Yunwan was mentioned, Qin's mother's face darkened again. She was obviously dying. But she refused to stop, and even took out a loan to buy a deserted planet. Fortunately, Qin's mother had foresight, and stopped her husband from taking her back. Not to mention the scandal of genetic defects. Even the matter of buying a deserted planet would make many jokes. Spending money to buy a worthless barren planet. Those who don't know would think that the Qin family is crazy. Although she is her biological daughter, Qin's mother thought that it was good not to recognize her back. And she could not blame the Qin family for anything she did. Qin's mother felt Qin Yan's gentle movements. And her heart was comforted. Yinner is still good. With S-level mental power and excellent talent. She has been trained as a direct descendant by the Qin family since she was a child. She is generous and intellectual, and will not do something ridiculous. The most important thing is that she is also very filial. Only such a person is worthy of being her daughter, the eldest lady of the Qin family, and can make the Qin family go further and further in the future. Qin's mother's belief gradually became firm. Back then, everything she did was right. Chapter 5. Interstellar Express delivery is delivered by robots. And the delivery is very fast. The live broadcast device was delivered to Shenong Star the next day. Yunwan opened the express box with the lightning logo and took out a small black round ball. After the live broadcast device was bound to the intelligent brain, the ball spread a pair of wings on both sides and flew in the air, keeping a perfect distance from Yunwan. With Yunwan's steps, the live broadcast device floated and adjusted the angle by itself. So there was no need for people to worry about shooting problems. Before the official broadcast, Yunwan watched the live broadcasts of other lords on the Star Network. The top three were Shell Star, Berry Star, and Snow Crystal Star. Carapace and Snow Crystal are mining stars. A new type of mineral appeared on Carapace, which can be used to make mecha shells. The performance and toughness of the new mineral are better than those of ordinary materials, and the cost performance is higher than that of advanced materials. As soon as it came out, it attracted the attention of the entire Interstellar. The new mecha material means that mecha will usher in a major change. Whether it is enterprises or nobles, they are all eyeing this piece of fat meat. Interstellar people are keen on mechas, and Carapace is related to mechas. It is natural that it ranks first. Snow Crystal produces advanced energy mines, which are also highly concerned. As the name suggests, Berry Star produces all kinds of berries. Natural food is scarce in the interstellar space, and Berry Star is one of the few planets with natural food. Berries are sweet and sour and are highly sought after by nobles, and are sold at a sky-high price of 100 star coins each. Yunwan looked at the titles of the 3 live broadcast rooms, and found that they were very simple and unpretentious. Such a high number of views is entirely due to the strength of the planet. Does Shenong Star have such strength? Obviously not. Yunwan is still counting on live broadcasting to make money by selling vegetables. But it won't work if no one watches. After a moment of hesitation, Yunwan moved her fingers, and a live broadcast room named Shenong Star dominates the interstellar space suddenly appeared. And it appeared in the latest live broadcast room column. As soon as the broadcast started, many people were attracted by the title and clicked in. The Lord was a young girl who lived in a temporary lord's mansion. Next to it was a pitifully small vegetable plot. The surroundings were barren, and the ground was full of dead branches and fallen leaves. Even the surrounding trees were skinny, with yellow leaves, and looked like they were about to die. That's it? That's it? What happened to the promise of dominating the galaxy? After a moment of silence, many comments floated across the live broadcast room. Can I say this is the poorest lord I have ever seen? The lord can't even build a mansion, and has no industry. So why buy a barren planet? After checking, Shenong Star was originally named Z9528, and it is a barren planet that has been overexploited. The lord is a fool. The lord got the wrong script. Other lords build infrastructure and develop. But the lord of Shenong Star, survive. Just stay alive. I want to see how she dominates the galaxy. She can't bet on a shell. No +1. No +1000. Yunwan felt a little uncomfortable facing the camera, and glanced at the intelligent brain. The number of viewers fluctuated violently, rising to 1,000, then slowly falling to 300, and finally stabilizing at more than 200. Yunwan, the title party, had already prepared for this. As long as people continued to watch, her strategy would succeed. Shinong Star had no gimmicks worth seeing. The only asset was the vegetable field that was neither big nor small. Yunwan was watering the vegetable field while live streaming, and she introduced it in a muttered voice. These 5 are small cabbages. The leaves taste sweet. They should be ripe in another day. Next to them are radishes and small tomatoes, which have not yet borne fruit. The one at the edge is a sweet potato. The camera swept over the juicy little Chinese cabbage, the lovely radish tops, the small tomatoes with branches, and the sweet potato seedlings. The sprouts were adorned with the morning dew, crystal clear. When the wind blew, the dew turned into water droplets and fell into the fluffy soil, leaving a wet ground. The barrage disappeared for a long time. Yunwan thought that her introduction was too boring and the live broadcast content was unbearable to watch, and she felt a little disappointed. After a while, the barrage became lively again. I was just given a job by the annoying leader, and I was so angry that I wanted to curse. I don't know why. After seeing the Lord's original vegetable garden, I miraculously calmed down. You are not the only one. I have been very unlucky recently. Everything has gone wrong. I really don't know what to do. Now I think that maybe I should slow down and look at the scenery along the way. I shouldn't be so impatient. The vegetables are grown very well. Does the Lord have planting technology? I feel that this live broadcast room will be popular. Planting technology is not everywhere. Currently, the patents are owned by several large natural food companies. How can such a broken planet have such advanced stuff? I agree with the above. If there is planting technology, the Lord will not be so poor. Yes, it looks good, but this dish must be very unpalatable. Questions arose everywhere, and the comments were almost overwhelming and one-sided. And no one was optimistic about the vegetables grown by Yunwan. Xiao Long had never seen such a posture of being criticized. Looking at the colorful screen, his feet took 2 steps back unconsciously, as if he was forced into a corner. Yunwan pursed her lips in grievance. I am the best in the world at growing vegetables, and I have my own secret recipe. What do you know? She was also a little confused in her heart, and her tone was not so righteous. The cabbage was not fully mature yet, and she had not tasted it. I don't know how it tastes. With the addition of the system's spiritual soil and soaking agent, it must be good. I don't believe it. I don't believe it unless I can eat a bite. I have seen many such scammers. They will definitely sell vegetables later. Don't be fooled. Otherwise, how do you think she can make back her money by buying the barren planet? She just came here. Is there such a thing? She slipped away. She slipped away. For a while, new viewers were discouraged by conspiracy theories, and the number of viewers dropped sharply. Yunwan's blood pressure rose due to the increasingly malicious speculation. Capital Star Planet Management Office. The administrator started his day of slacking off as usual. Recently, under the influence of his wife, he became fascinated by the live broadcast of the Lord Style competition. He especially liked watching the Berry Star and picking berries. Not only can he relieve stress, but he can also buy natural food. Unfortunately, the berries were so popular that he only got one once and missed the sour and sweet taste. There was still some time before Berry Star started live broadcasting. He casually strolled around the live broadcast area and unexpectedly saw the familiar girl. Then he looked at the title of the live broadcast room. Shinong Star dominates the interstellar space. The administrator shook his head. Young people are too impetuous and always want to conquer the world. With curiosity, he clicked into the live broadcast to find out. I didn't expect that this girl really knew how to grow vegetables. Although there were a few. They looked very beautiful and must taste good. Soon, there was a noisy sound in the live broadcast room. It seemed that the girl was about to cry. The administrator was very angry. He didn't like surfing the internet because there were always people who spoke irresponsibly and said whatever they wanted. It was annoying to see. Usually, when encountering such a situation, the administrator would quit. But today, he couldn't help but speak for the girl. Thinking of what the girl said that day, he felt that such a child who dared to pursue his dreams would not be a bad person. And this enthusiasm was worth encouraging. Young people never speak without knowing the truth. Maybe she is just a child who likes farming. Make a lot of money next year and give 10 shells. This tone sounds like my uncle. Why bully the little girl? Do you need to believe it? A good live broadcast has become a mess. And Xiang Yingxiu gives 10 shells. Lord, don't pay attention to them. They are just small stumbling blocks on your way to dominance. With the first barrage supporting Unwanted, many people began to speak for Unwanted, replacing those disgusting bad words. Unwanted felt warm in her heart. However, let's just say, how come there are still viewers who really think she will dominate the galaxy? She is just an ordinary title party. Thank you for your support. But everyone must be curious about the taste of the cabbage. Let's let everyone taste it today. The live broadcast device has a 5-cent simulation mode. As long as Unwanted opens the sharing, the audience can receive all the senses in real time. Unwanted pulled a cabbage from the ground and weighed it. It was about 2 or 3 pounds. First, wash it at the riverside. Then bring it back to the Lord's mansion. Unwrap the leaves. Rinse it with water. And the juicy cabbage is washed clean. Tear the cabbage into small pieces with bare hands. Turn on the heating device. Heat the oil in the pan. Pour the cabbage in when the oil starts to smoke. And the two touch each other, making a sizzling sound, which is particularly pleasant to listen to. It is still the same 4 seasonings. Unwanted added a little bit, and poured more vinegar, and the whole room was filled with a sour smell. Yunji's little head popped out from behind him, and the smell made him drool. Soon, the sour taste of vinegar and the burnt aroma of cabbage fully blended, and it was served on a plate. Vinegar-fried cabbage. Please enjoy. When the audience saw the girl start cooking, none of them left, and they all wanted to see how the cabbage tasted. The finished product was packed in green leaves, which did not make people feel simple, but rather had a sense of freshness and elegance. After the girl opened her 5 senses, the audience's impact was more direct. The vinegar-fried cabbage was silver red in color, and the sour aroma made people salivate. Tasting a piece of cabbage, the irregular tearing cuts locked in the vinegar aroma to the greatest extent. And then, the sweetness of the cabbage merged. The sour and sweet connected, and the aftertaste was endless. The audience felt the delicate cabbage as if the hand of a fairy danced between their teeth, and they swallowed it reluctantly until their stomachs began to drum with dissatisfaction. Can the Lord order cabbage? After Unwanted closed her 5 senses, the barrage of comments all popped up, all begging for the cabbage to be put on the shelves. The IDE that was full of doubts before also mixed in, as if forgetting the good things it had done. But the audience's eyes are sharp. Didn't you say that the Lord's dishes are unpalatable? Why are you joining in the fun? Many viewers recalled the 4 cabbages left in Unwanted's vegetable garden, and then took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room. 350. I'm going to die. How can this be enough to share? With the attitude that one less person means one less competition, enthusiastic viewers brought out the people who had been nagging and smugly stationed in the live broadcast room and publicly executed them. Lord, they were the ones who were looking for trouble just now. Don't sell it to them. Don't sell it to them. Sell it to me. Sell it to me. Unwanted was happy to see this happen, and directly blocked those IDs. After being blocked, they can still watch the live broadcast, but they cannot speak or consume in the live broadcast room. Unwanted likes to see them wanting to eat, but not being able to. The calls for pre-sale of cabbage in the live broadcast room are getting louder and louder. Unwanted followed the trend and left 1 cabbage for breeding, and linked the other 3. 1 cabbage costs 500 star coins. The quality of the cabbage is worthy of this price. After all, the berries on the berry star cost 100 star coins each. Xiaogui. I bought it. I didn't get it, so I just went to G's Fresh to buy 1 to satisfy my craving. It's not as delicious as the ones grown by the Lord. Lord, such a big barren planet. Such a small piece of land. Are you lazy? Please don't be lazy. The child is hungry. Seeing the balance in the account constantly jumping, Unwanted was so happy that she wanted to fly. 3 cabbages cost 1,500. If she planted all the Shenong star, she would definitely become the richest person in the interstellar. Chapter 6. After arranging the fate of the cabbage, Unwanted returned to the dining table. Yungu sat at the dining table, put his chopsticks aside, and folded his hands neatly on the table, staring at the cabbage in front of him with a sharp gaze. Before everyone arrived, he tasted a piece and put down his chopsticks. It was the first time he tasted the sweet and sour taste of vinegar-fried cabbage, and the adjective delicious was redefined. Eat it quickly. It's cold. Unwanted's eyes were particularly kind. This child is very polite, and will wait for her to eat. How could the original owner bear to bully such a good boy? After Unwanted spoke, Yungu picked up his chopsticks again and ate heartily. Yesterday, his world was only about how to eat chordata. And today, he had a new edition of Chinese cabbage. Will he be able to taste new flavors every day in the future? A wonderful feeling came to him. And he knew that it was called happiness. He seemed to know what happiness was. Yun-gu suddenly felt reluctant to finish the cabbage, fearing that his little stomach would digest all the traces of beauty. Silly sister. Desolate planet. Cabbage. All this is not a dream. Right? Will he be back to that dark basement in the blink of an eye? And his bad sister will be mean to him again and punish him by starving him? In the afternoon, Yun-wan took the 3 children out to explore. Yun-gu had no intention of going out this time, and locked himself in the room to fiddle with the machinery. Yun-wan did not force him, as children also have their own world. Before leaving, many viewers, especially the 3 viewers who pre-ordered cabbage, wanted to watch the vegetable garden all the time. Yun-wan did not expect that everyone loved the small vegetable garden so much. So she divided the live broadcast room into 2 windows of different sizes. Those who wanted to see the vegetable garden could enlarge the small window. And at the same time, the window for her to explore the desolate planet would become smaller, so that she could see the scenes on both sides, which was very convenient. Everything was ready. Yun-wan picked up the hoe and set off. Last time she walked quite far, and it would be a waste of time to walk again. So Yun-wan walked directly in the opposite direction. When will she buy a flying car? She doesn't ask for much. A second-hand one will do. Her calves will become thicker after walking a few kilometers every day. The live broadcast room was peaceful and quiet. Following Yun-wan walking in the mountains and forests, she felt the mottled sunlight on her face. After bypassing several crooked giant trees and crossing a small waterway, Yun-wan found another mine pit. Ding! Found an abandoned blue mining area. Pick up trash? Host. Go! Yun-wan quickened her pace. The closer she got to the dark mine, the taller and more luxuriant the trees became, covering the sky tightly. A little cold and eerie. Suddenly, a rapid rustling sound came from the bushes. Yun-wan stood still, holding the freezing gun at her waist, and looked around vigilantly. The air returned to silence, and there was nothing unusual. Relieved, Yun-wan successfully reached the mine. In addition to the scattered blue ore in this mine, there were 3 scrapped old robots, which were the discontinued A231 models. They were severely damaged, either without a head or missing arms and legs. Yun-wan moved the 3 robots out of the mine and took them home later. Yun-gu would probably like these things. They were broken, so she could pick them up to help him pass the time. Thinking of this, Yun-wan suddenly realized that Yun-gu was at the age to go to school. But in her impression, he had never gone to school since his parents died. This was not the original owner's fault. Yun-gu was very resistant to school. When his parents died, they lost their source of income. So Yun-gu took the opportunity to drop out of school. Yun-wan had never been to school, but she felt that it was better to play with people of the same age when she was old enough to go to school. Unlike her, who had no chance to have a happy childhood. However, they live on a deserted planet, and the transportation to school is very inconvenient. So they need to make long-term plans. Yun-wan searched the mine pit, and she only picked up the ore on the ground, and left the stone walls untouched. This mine pit is already riddled with holes, and has endured too much. There is no need to demand too much until the time comes when there is no more ammunition and food. Once the mineral veins disappear, the surrounding environment will also be affected and lose vitality. Now these mineral veins can no longer withstand any twists and turns, and it will probably take hundreds of years to recover. Ding! 23 blue ores are included. Greening value plus 46. Yun-wan's mouth corners widened. The greening value of blue ore is actually twice that of black ore. How many spiritual soil sweet potatoes can be bought with 46 greening values? Even though her pockets are wider than her face, she feels like she has become rich overnight. Are these broken robot lords planning to take them? The lords pick up ores like my hamster eats food. Picking up one and smiling. Ha ha ha. The lords are really poor. I thought the exploration, leisurely walk. See the scenery? The lord's exploration, picking up garbage. Put down those junks quickly. You are the woman who wants to dominate the galaxy. The last comment caused a string of ha ha ha. I don't know about the galaxy, but the Lord has dominated my heart +1. I beg the Lord to stop picking up trash and go to the fields. The children are waiting for food. Knock on the bowl. Yun-wan was immersed in her own world and didn't pay attention to what the comment said. She happily dragged 3 robots of the same size as her back. After a while, The harmonious atmosphere of the comment was broken. Several viewers desperately brushed the comment in the live broadcast room and found that it did not attract Unwan's attention. So they sent private messages one after another. Unwan's smart brain kept beeping. She thought it was broken. When she opened it, she found that the audience had sent her many messages. And Xiangning Xiao, Lord, please return to the vegetable field. The vegetable field is in danger. Make a lot of money next year, Lord. My cabbage is going to be eaten by pigs. Woo woo woo. The barrage was in an uproar. Everyone was staring at the aggressive warthog. And enthusiastic viewers reported the situation of the cabbage in real time in the barrage. Good news. Good news. The warthog has not found the vegetable field yet. The warthog is 10 meters away from the vegetable field. 5 meters. Unwan didn't expect that in just a few hours. The vegetable field would be in trouble. She had no time to care about the robot. So she left it halfway and rushed back without stopping. When she walked out of the woods, she saw an ugly warthog with spikes on its back and fangs on its mouth, walking and digging holes along the way, as if it was treating the river bank as a playground. Seeing the warthog approaching the cabbage, sniffing curiously, and almost breaking a cabbage with its shiny fangs, Unwan shouted and diverted the warthog's attention to herself. The warthog exhaled heavily from its nostrils, and its right hoof moved restlessly, looking unkindly at the human in front of it who was ruining its good deeds. Instinct told it that the girl was no threat. The warthog rushed forward, its 4 hooves flying, and charged towards Unwan. The comments were instantly silent, and countless viewers were worried for the poor lord. The weak girl was simply vulnerable to the huge warthog. The closer the two were, the faster the audience's heartbeats. The warthog's fangs were like the sickle of the god of death, and they were afraid that if they blinked, the girl would be stabbed with 2 bloody holes. Lord, run! I don't want the cabbage anymore. Run! The barrage finally reacted and told Unwan to run for her life. But the girl stood still, with no fear on her face. She took out the freezing gun from her waist, pointed the muzzle at the warthog and pressed it. The sprinting warthog instantly froze into an ice sculpture, standing on the river bank like a work of art. The sudden reversal made the audience applaud. Don't worry. The cabbage is intact and can be shipped on time. Fortunately, although the river bank was dug up and uneven, the vegetable field was not destroyed by the warthog and was still growing healthily and vigorously. Unwan wiped the sweat from her palms and relaxed her frightened heart. Phew. Luckily I came back in time. If anything happens to Xiao Baikai, the money in her purse won't even get warm yet, and she'll have to return it all the way she came. Seeing the silver turn into water, Xiao Heilun couldn't do it. Her 1,000 fortune was saved. She really did. I cried. She saved Xiao Baikai. Am I the only one who discovered something about the Lord's weapon? It can emit liquid to quickly freeze the target. Isn't this the freezing ion cannon made by the Hot Weapon Bureau? Let me give you some information. This type of ion cannon is only used on starships and aircraft carriers. Only high-ranking officers can mobilize it. I have never seen such a small one in the hands of the Lord. I just looked at the price of the ion cannon. The Lord has at least several million in his hands. It can blow a planet to pieces. It is really unfair to use it to kill pigs. So is the Lord poor or not? It is speculated that the Lord has a powerful backer. Unwan did not respond much to this. If she could create an image that is not easy to mess with, she could deter some people with bad intentions. It would only benefit her and not harm her. Today's live broadcast ends here. Thank you for watching. After saying that, Unwan turned off the live broadcast, leaving the audience to guess. Yungu had already heard the noise outside the house, and ran out with his short legs. Seeing the ice sculpture standing in the yard, he walked over curiously and touched it. The coldness was like a cold blade, which made him shudder. Can strange things be eaten? Yungu swallowed his saliva. Now when Yungu saw something new, his first thought was whether it could be eaten. This ugly thing wrapped in ice must look very unpalatable. Unwan stared at the pig, her eyes flashing with the shape of meat. For carnivores, not eating meat for a day is torture. After a few days of vegetarianism, she had no more fat or water in her stomach. Looking at the fat and strong pig, she couldn't help but arrange a perfect ending for every part of its body. The pork belly can be pan-fried. The pig's trotters and pig ears can be braised. The lean meat can be stir-fried. The whole body of the pig is a treasure, and the world's delicacies are indispensable. However, the system gave Yunwan a blow. The meat of warthog is rough, has a strong fishy smell. is extremely tough, and is very hard on the teeth. It is not recommended to eat it. Unwan seemed to have heard a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Looking at the pork in her mouth, she still couldn't believe it. Look at this pig. It is so ugly and gentle. How can it not be eaten? The Star Network also confirmed that interstellar animals cannot be used. The system did not fool her this time. So much meat can't be eaten. Unwan instantly lost interest, and Yunji's bright eyes instantly dimmed when he heard the bad news. The two siblings still have to find a way to deal with this behemoth. Looking at the ice sculpture, they only feel that it is disgusting. The host can trade with the system, exchanging goods for edible piglets. When Unwan heard that it could be exchanged for piglets, the warthog became handsome and pleasing to the eye. After sending Yungu away, she couldn't wait to ask about the rules. One warthog can be exchanged for 2 piglets. Unwan readily agreed and exchanged for 2 piglets. Next to the Lord's mansion, a pit of several meters was dug as a pig pen. As soon as the piglets entered the pen, they curiously rubbed left and right in the pit. After confirming that there was no danger in the new environment, they laid down in the pit, lazily shaking their tails and basking in the sun. As soon as Yungu came out, he found an extra pit. The warthog was gone, replaced by 2 piglets. These 2 piglets were different from the warthog. They had no fangs and spikes, and they were white and fat. Very cute. He knew that this was Yunwan's masterpiece. The silly sister was like a treasure box, always saying some strange words and taking out some strange things. Should we raise them? Yungu asked. Yes. Pork is an indispensable delicacy. Delicacy equals delicious food. Yungu was excited and worried when he looked at the 2 additional mouths. Their family was poor, and it was hard to support 2 people. So could they afford to raise these 2 pigs? Little Yungu sighed. He wanted to grow up quickly. This time it was not to avoid being sent to the welfare home, but to help his silly sister to support the family. Looking at his silly sister rubbing her hands with eagerness for the piglets, Yungu thought, she had grown so many vegetables and raised delicious pigs. She should not leave easily. Can he rely on her without worry? Yungu decided to try to treat his silly sister as his real sister. Even if she left one day, he had tasted all kinds of flavors in the world and had a strange and warm sister. Chapter 7. The cabbage is bigger than yesterday, and has grown to the size of a bowl. The outermost layers of leaves are dyed dark green, tightly wrapped around the tender yellow cabbage heart, standing upright in the black soil, like a piece of iced jade with fine watercolor. The cabbage is already mature, and if it continues to grow, veins will grow in the leaves, and the sweetness will also be affected. Unwan called a courier on the Star Network and customized a Q-version packaging box with a black dragon printed on it. The robot soon brought the packaging box to the door to pick up the package. Empire Express is a state-owned enterprise with business all over the interstellar. The courier is a robot, so the price is relatively low. Only 10 star coins are needed for each delivery. Unwan paid 30 star coins, and the robot skillfully packed and delivered. After harvesting the cabbage, 4 more plots of vegetable land were vacant, including the 4 plots that had not been planted with any crops. There were a total of 8 vacant plots. After careful calculation, Unwan used the greening value to exchange for 10 pieces of spiritual soil and 18 sweet potatoes. The 2-digit huge amount shrank to single digits in a minute. Unwan held her slightly shrunken little heart and felt very sad. But she was also very relieved when she saw the vegetable field that had grown a circle. Unwan found a bigger box, soaked all the sweet potatoes in seed-soaking agent, and after processing, planted them in 18 vacant plots of land. Yungu saw Unwan start to plant the land, put down the parts he had disassembled from the robot, put the 3 robots that were not human-shaped into a storage box specially used for various machines, and then ran out in a hurry, wanting to help. But he didn't know where to start. He had to stand beside the vegetable plot helplessly, watching his silly sister tending the land. Unwan was not paying attention and almost knocked Yungu down. She turned her head and met his watery eyes. Sorry! Yungu knew that he was in the way, so he stepped back and blushed with shame. Are you here to help me, Yungu? Yungu looked at Unwan carefully, and seeing that she was not angry, he nodded tentatively. Great. Unwan clapped her hands and pointed to the box not far away. You can go get some water, and water the vegetable garden later. Unwan took Yungu to the shallow water on the river bank, where there were several large rocks, forming a shallow beach of several dozen centimeters, so it would not be dangerous for children to play in the water. The more Yunwan gets along with Yunge, the more she feels that this child is sensible. But life has not been kind to him. First, he lost his beloved parents. And then, he was left with a moody sister. Overnight, the harmonious and beautiful family was shattered. He also became a child who could be abandoned at any time. Fortunately, he is very strong and tries to live. The maple leaf tips of the first batch of sweet potatoes have begun to turn yellow, and the stems have gradually become hard and brown. After a day or two, when the vines are completely withered, the sweet potatoes will be fully mature. Yunwan discovered that seeds treated with seed soakers shorten their maturation time and greatly improve their taste. The seeds produced by the system, coupled with the efficacy of seed soakers, shorten their maturation time by dozens of times. The sweet potatoes that originally took more than 3 months to mature can now be harvested in just 7 or 8 days. If this continues, as long as the greening value is sufficient, it is not a dream to plant the entire Shenong Star. 3 express deliveries departed from Shenong Star and arrived at their destination quickly. Ji Lanqin is a branch of the Ji family, and her father is a distant relative of the Ji family. With the support of the Ji family, she can barely be considered a third-rate noble lady. The Ji family is one of the 4 major families. With its unique planting technology, it has established a firm foothold in the interstellar world and has flourished. Ji's fresh food has become a label for high-end interstellar food. But these have nothing to do with Ji Lanqin's family. Their family is not qualified to share a share. So if they want to eat some green vegetables, they still need to buy them. Ji Lanqin is a frequent customer of Ji's fresh food. She is not keen on green food, but follows the aesthetics of the nobility. In recent years, cultivated food has become more and more popular among the nobility. Real nobles even eat cultivated food for 3 meals a day. If synthetic food appears on the table, people will laugh at whether they are going to go bankrupt. Therefore, growing food is more of a symbol of status for Ji Lanqin. Other nobles have it, so for the sake of their own face, they have to follow the crowd. But Ji Lanqin didn't buy the cabbage because of her status. She was attracted to Yunwan's live broadcast room by the title. It happened that her family asked her to marry a branch of the Qin family. This branch of the Qin family looked down on their family's status, and disliked that their relationship with the Ji family was so far away that they could not be considered nobles strictly speaking. However, his Qin family branch is actually related to the Qin family. His mother and the head of the Qin family are siblings, so he likes to talk about their status. Although the young master of the Qin family did not directly belittle her, his words hinted at this meaning, and also said that he could not interfere with him after the marriage. As if marrying you is a gift to you. Ji Lanqin was disgusted. Since he had such a good relationship with the Qin family, why did he marry her? He could just find a real noble lady. Oh, it's because they have a lot of money and a high dowry. There are many marriages between noble families. You have power, and I have money. The strong join forces to promote each other. But this attitude of wanting both makes Ji Lanqin unhappy. He wants money, and is unwilling to lower his posture. He really thinks he is the only candidate. It's funny. With complaints about the nobles, Ji Lanqin saw the live broadcast room that wanted to dominate the interstellar at a glance. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Ji Lanqin would have wanted to overturn the table and change the interstellar system. Punch the Federation and kick the nobles. The Federation has nothing else to do. But it has too close a relationship with the nobles, resulting in many uneven distribution problems. And it is difficult for ordinary people to stand out. At first glance at the title, she felt like she had met a soulmate. Entering the live broadcast room, she heard many foul voices again. She was even more reminded of the marriage partner who was bullying her. She was so angry that she madly criticized these boring netizens, watching the anchor picking up the poor trash and saying domineering words. Ji Lanqin put herself in his shoes. We are both wanderers in the world. But she had to admit that the anchor was much braver than her. He dared to practice and took the first step directly to dominate the desolate planet. After that, wouldn't it be natural to overthrow the current situation of the nobles step by step? Ji Lanqin seemed to see the future of the nobles crying bitterly, and suddenly felt that she should contribute to the anchor's dominance. So, when the anchor picked up garbage, she was angry at his misfortune. When the anchor planted vegetables, she praised him for sleeping on straw and tasting gall. When the anchor froze pigs, she was happy that the armaments were sufficient. And when the anchor sold vegetables, she really liked to eat. To be honest, the taste of Ji's fresh food was really not as good as the vegetables planted by the anchor. After tasting the taste of cabbage that no other vegetable could match, Ji Lanqing decisively placed an order. But she began to feel conflicted in her heart. Will the anchor continue to grow vegetables or continue to dominate? The new little fangirl opened the express with mixed feelings. The black Q dragon on the box won her heart. She was reluctant to throw away the express box and kept it on the bag storage rack. The cabbage was about 20 centimeters long, and it was almost impossible to hold it with both hands. The cabbage I saw in person was more juicy than in the live broadcast. There was a trace of water on the leaves. The part that touched the palm had a clear texture and was icy and cool. If you get close, you can smell the fragrance of vegetables. Before eating, Ji Lanqing was already conquered by the cabbage in her hand. She didn't dare to cook by herself, fearing that the best ingredients would be wasted. So she called the best chef in her family and told him the recipe of the vinegar fried cabbage published by the anchor. After repeated instructions, she let him take the vegetables down to prepare them. She was not idle either. She called people directly and summoned her parents and brother to come back for dinner. What's the matter? Xin. Ji Lanqing's brother Ji Liansai came to the door and asked while taking off his coat. Ji's father and mother were already sitting at the table waiting for dinner. Ji Lanqing was being mysterious and didn't tell them why they had to come back for dinner. You'll know in a minute. Ji Lanqing winked and pretended to be mysterious. It seems the secret is in this dinner, Ji Lian said. Only after he got home did his fatigue from work ease a little, and he stopped thinking about the messy network of relationships and the upcoming personnel transfers. When several people sat at the table, they all looked forward to the next dinner. Xin has raised our expectations. Don't cry if we don't perform well. Ji's mother said so. Ji Lanqing was confident. That's impossible. The dishes were served one by one, and the pickled cabbage was mixed in with the various dishes and was inconspicuous. I don't see what's special about it, Ji Lian said without giving face. Ji's father glared at him and wanted to make up for it. He glanced at the table and really couldn't see any mystery, so he had to pick up the chopsticks and eat casually. It doesn't matter which dish it is. Just praise it. The important thing is not to waste his daughter's heart. There was also some sense of guilt in it. After all, his daughter would marry into the Qin family in the future. That person was neither good nor bad, but he was not as good as Ji's father. The Qin family was one of the better families they could get, both in terms of family background and candidates. But he didn't expect that he was lucky and chose the carefully prepared vinegar cabbage at first sight. Let me see. It must be this one. Ji's father had just put the cabbage into his mouth and was about to say the praise he had prepared in advance. But he forgot it because of the unique sweet and sour taste. His mouth reacted before his brain and blurted out, delicious. Delicious. This taste is amazing. Mother Ji was a little embarrassed to watch, thinking that Father Ji's performance was too exaggerated. Isn't it embarrassing to act in front of a dish of cabbage? Cabbage tastes like that. And it's not delicious. At least it can be replaced with braised pork or something to be convincing. However, since Father Ji started this, she had no choice but to take the initiative and picked up some cabbage with chopsticks to taste. After tasting it, she was speechless. This taste is different from all the dishes she has eaten before, although the ingredients are different. In the final analysis, the cabbage in this dish is unique. The seasoning does not cover up its flavor, but serves as a foil to make its taste even better. Ji Lian looked at his parents and raised his eyebrows. Is this dish really different? He didn't want to get an answer from his sister, so he tasted it directly. If he had just returned home and his boredom was swept away, then now he was in a good mood. It's hard to explain how eating a bite of cabbage can make people happy. But when this taste went down his stomach, he did feel a kind of energy that seemed to soothe his heart that was weighed down by a stone. And even his brain became much clearer. Ji Lanqing's eyebrows curved and waited for her parents and brother to praise her for her good taste. But she became more and more silent as she ate. In the end, Ji Lanqing didn't wait for praise, but waited for the plate to be almost empty. She couldn't sit still anymore and joined the army of people scrambling for food. In the end, Ji Lanqing only ate 2 bites. Really? She and her family are close, but her family is playing tricks on her. Such a big cabbage. She only took 2 bites. But she was quick. Otherwise she would have to lick the plate. I want to cry. Ji's father, Ji's mother, and Ji Lian were a little embarrassed. They really didn't expect this thing to be so delicious that they couldn't stop eating. Is this Ji's new product? Ji's father asked Ji Lian this question. He worked at Ji's, and he was familiar with Ji's activities. Ji's is the largest fresh produce company. Apart from it, Ji's father couldn't think of anyone else who could produce cabbage of this quality. To be honest, even if it was a new product from Ji's fresh produce, Ji's father felt that their planting technology would be even better. Unfortunately, as distant relatives, they could only envy. Unexpectedly, Ji Lian gave a negative answer. This kind of cabbage has not appeared on the market yet. All three turned to look at Ji Lanqing, and Ji Lian's eyes were particularly hot. Where did you get this treasure? Ji Lanqing did not hide anything and explained the whole story. She also did not forget to recommend Yunwan's live broadcast room and asked everyone to support her career. Unconsciously, she seemed to be recommending fans of her idol. Seeing that the person she was a fan of was liked by everyone, she also felt the joy of chasing stars. Chapter 8. At the same time, the administrator also received the cabbage he bought. Influenced by his wife, he had seen many delicious vegetables that were not available on the market, and he remained calm about this relatively delicious cabbage. Seeing him buy vegetables online, his wife was not optimistic about it. It's bought online, and it's from an unknown little planet. Not to mention it's delicious. I doubt if it's edible. You're not fooled. You're not happy, right? You dare to buy everything online. You see, every time I ask my friends to bring it to you. The water in the fresh food industry is very complicated. You can't control it. The wife didn't blame him, but she was a little helpless. I just felt sorry for the child. He came out alone to get supplies. I didn't know where his family had gone. He brought his brother and 2 children with him. How pitiful. I helped him if I could. Besides, I got some cabbage too. I got it with great difficulty. Hearing her husband say this, the administrator's wife was more certain that her husband had been cheated. She had heard of this routine. Some live broadcast rooms would hire people to create an atmosphere where the products in the live broadcast room were in high demand, so that some people who didn't know the truth would place orders to buy them. But her husband was kind, so she didn't say much, and she didn't want to hurt him. I can only say that the bad guys in this world are too cunning. However, after the administrator's wife tasted the cabbage, she began to feel lucky that she didn't label the cabbage seller as a bad guy. But she still felt a little pain on her face after she had malicious speculations in her heart. To be honest, I've never eaten so happily. After dinner, the two of them lay on the rocking chair on the balcony to rest, and the administrator said so. His wife also agreed that the quality of this cabbage might be slightly better than the best cabbage she had tasted before. But the feeling after eating it was incomparable, and she couldn't explain it clearly. If she had to say it, it could bring people a sense of happiness. The person who grows vegetables must be a very loving person, the administrator's wife said. Otherwise, it is really hard to explain why this vegetable carries such strong positive emotions. This vegetable is difficult to grow. The administrator's wife was a little melancholy. Everything delicious is rare and hard to get. The administrator was silent for a moment. His wife thought he agreed. Unexpectedly, he suddenly said, "It's not difficult. Put the seeds in the soil, and they will grow in a few days." So simple? The administrator's wife was surprised. This did not match her perception. Although she was not a professional in this field, she liked to eat good food and had a deep understanding of this field over the years. She even knew more than many professionals because she had many connections. But this unknown cabbage grower did make her a little confused and even curious. After asking her husband for a live broadcast room, the administrator wife began to stay in Yunwan's live broadcast room to find out why this dish was so delicious. Compared with the first 2 buyers' knowledge of goods, the third buyer, Zhang Xiaomei, was relatively mediocre. She is just a poor college student, studying at the Federal Noble Academy. For someone like her, she can go to school here only because of the support of the nobles. She will also need to work for the nobles in the future. This is a kind of talent investment. The return may not be great, but it will not be a loss. If you are lucky, you can really bind a few good seedlings. Zhang Xiaomei feels that she should not be a good seedling, but she is slightly more hardworking than these young masters and young ladies who do not know the sufferings of the world. If she puts in more effort, the return will naturally be more generous. Otherwise, she would be considered a fool. When she first entered this school, the nobles looked down on her to some extent. In order to have a better life, she had to please others. She couldn't stand any tossing and turning. Just wanted to finish her studies and live a stable life in the future. She didn't know how to please them. She didn't understand the lives of the nobles. She just felt that they had seen things she hadn't seen, eaten things she hadn't eaten, and had everything she didn't need. There was no way to please them. Until she accidentally entered Unwan's live broadcast room. She liked the live broadcast of the Lord Style competition very much. She had followed several episodes. Accompanying the Lord's growth from nothing to something in each episode gave her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She entered Unwan's live broadcast room because of the whimsical word dominate. She wanted to see what kind of anchor dared to say such a thing. Could she be a noble? If so, she could take this opportunity to understand the life of the nobles. But she was disappointed. The anchor had to pick up garbage to make a living, which was even worse than her. Originally, she didn't plan to buy anything, but she saw the cabbages grow with her own eyes. So she couldn't help but want to see the real thing. Besides, so many people were scrambling for it. If she really got it, it would be fate. It just so happened that the nobles also liked this kind of natural food. So she could take the opportunity to invite them to taste it. I believe this reason is hard to refuse. She thought it would not be her turn. But she still got it. Surprised, she invited her roommates to taste the cabbage as planned. After buying the cabbage, her funds were exhausted, and she had to act as a cook herself. Whether the nobles would despise her for being shabby was no longer within her consideration. Because she was shabby to begin with. And this could not be covered up. I thought this dinner party would be a little awkward. A common girl, with just edible cooking skills and some unpresentable dishes. Not being ridiculed was the best outcome. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the dish is good or not. What matters is to express one's attitude. But the result was unexpectedly good. And some people even added her contact information and asked her to share the cabbage channel. In their words, they were not as cold as they were at the beginning. She had never eaten other vegetables, but she knew that this cabbage was really delicious. Could it be that even the nobles were rare to taste this taste? She felt a sense of pride in her heart. She was also someone who had eaten things that the nobles had not eaten. After the pride, she couldn't help but feel sad. It turns out that some people can never touch or imagine some things in their lifetime. Especially those beautiful things. The first batch of cabbage is the focus of Unwan's attention, which is related to the future direction of Shenong Star. Therefore, after the express delivery, Unwan did not forget about it, but always paid attention to the follow-up. Seeing 3 consumers give 5-star praises in succession, she felt more at ease. This not only proves the quality and potential of cabbage, but also shows that the system is still reliable. As long as the virtuous cycle continues, the planetary assessment after 1 year should not be a problem. The cabbage was sold successfully, and many viewers in the live broadcast room began to ask about the next batch of vegetables, and even wanted Unwan to pre-sell them, which was more anxious than Unwan. The merchant, however, they were not worried about not being able to sell them, but worried about not being able to buy them. The enthusiasm of the viewers made Unwan full of energy. Not only did he go to see the vegetable fields whenever he was free, he also explored the area around the Lord's mansion for 100 miles to prevent any large birds of prey from attacking. The good news is that no more traces of wild animals were found. Unwan did not relax his vigilance because of this. Being on guard all day is always tiring. She thinks this simple Lord's house needs some defense facilities. Open the star network and enter the keyword planetary defense, and many high-tech products will appear. Planetary protection shield is 50 million star coins, which is too expensive. Foreign visitor access system is 200,000 star coins, which is too expensive. Raptor repellent device is 38,000, which is too expensive. Unwan scrolled to the bottom and finally summed it up in 3 words. Can't afford it. 1,500 star coins. For her, means she has escaped poverty. But it is still far from being rich. Even the basic supplies can't be bought. Alas, Long Long is not easy. Long Long sighed. Yun-gu, who was concentrating on tinkering with the machine, was startled by the sudden sigh. He kept looking at Unwan, but didn't ask anything. Some things are not good to ask. In case one day she thinks of him as a freeloader and suddenly doesn't want him anymore. It's good to reduce the sense of existence. Stay in the corner of the house. And be a doll. Yun-gu has some ostrich mentality. But after selling vegetables, are they still so poor? He had a little hope in his heart. But sighing meant that the situation was not good, and he could not deceive himself. Yunj, let's go. Ah? Yunj stood up slowly, holding the long mechanical arm helplessly. Are they going to drive him away? Didn't they say they wouldn't drive him away? Didn't they say they would live together on the deserted planet? He wanted to ask, but didn't. If the decision has been made, asking or not won't change anything. Yunj followed Unwan out blankly. He couldn't help but think, can I leave today? Did she arrange it long in advance? I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. At this moment, he didn't blame anyone, but was more reluctant. Don't bring toys when you go out to work? Yunwan also understood the psychology of children's love of playing, but there was no reason to play all the time. Which was why she took Yunge, who was a few years old, out to work. Children still have to study, but we can only wait a little longer. Ah, work. Yunge was stunned for a moment. His mood changed from gloomy to sunny. He dropped the things in his hands, ran to Yunwan and stood straight. What are we going to do? Yunwan attributed Yunji's abnormal state to the child's unstable emotions. He was unhappy just now and was called out. But now, he was probably happy because he thought he could go out and play. Yunwan couldn't think of any other reason. She didn't know how to take care of children, so she relied on her childhood experience. Have you forgotten? We still have 2 pigs to raise. We have to find food for them today. Yunwan turned on the live broadcast as usual. First wandered around the vegetable garden, satisfied the harmless requests of the fans, and then set out to find food. Yunge followed his sister for a while, thought for a long time, and finally asked, Sister, what do pigs eat? Yunge looked at Yunwan carefully. For him, the key point of this sentence was not the question, but the previous sentence. Sister. Would she scold him and tell him not to call her sister? He rarely called her sister, and she rarely called him brother. This title was still a little strange when it was turned around in her mouth. Yunwan didn't pay attention to the title. She didn't even pay attention to the fact that Yunge had never called her. What she was more concerned about was, yes, pigs. What do pigs eat? Yunwan was a little flustered. According to her limited experience, pigs eat feed. But in the interstellar era, not to mention that no one raises pigs, there is no special feed. And she can't afford it. It seems that pigs can also eat sweet potatoes, pig grass, etc. But she can't even afford sweet potatoes. How can she feed them to pigs? Pig grass? God knows what pig grass is. Yunwan didn't speak for a long time. But in fact, she was secretly asking the system how to feed this pig. Host. Pigs are omnivorous animals, and can eat a variety of foods. So what does it eat specifically? Omnivorous. To be honest, do you only know how to read encyclopedias and not how to raise pigs? Host. You feed it as you see fit. It can eat whatever it can eat. Yunwan rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Why would it eat if it can't? It's a pig. It's not stupid. Forget it. Asking is the same as not asking. Their family conditions are not good, so they can only raise this pig cheaply. Not to mention fattening it up and eating meat. It's fine as long as it doesn't die. Yunwan's long silence made Yunge feel like he was being pricked by a needle. He regretted calling her sister. She must not be happy. After a long while, Yunwan pondered. I have never raised a pig before, so don't worry about what it eats. Even if it wants to eat something, it has nothing to eat. All we can give it are these weeds. You can have as much as you want. Ah? Weeds? Yunji's thoughts were diverted, looking at the patches of weeds on the ground. He thought that being a pig was not bad. It would never starve to death. Ha ha ha. The host's poverty refreshed my cognition. Did anyone notice the pig the host mentioned? Was it the warthog that was caught before? Why raise this thing? It's ugly and not tasty. It should be. There are no other pigs. Right? I just checked. Warthogs don't eat grass. Am I the only one who is curious about why the host raises pigs? Host. If you have the time, why don't you grow vegetables? There is no future in raising pigs. Chapter 9. Yunwan and Yunge squatted on the ground and put the weeds that looked good into their bags. There are many kinds of weeds, and you can always get the kind that the pigs like. The two worked hard for a while and returned with a full load. The pigs in the pigpen, who had been hungry for a day, were a little depressed. They lay on the ground and hummed lazily. When they saw someone approaching, they were too lazy to move, and only their eyes revealed clear desire. Yunwan covered the weeds in the bag and thought negatively that if they didn't eat them, they would starve to death. Alas, no money. No matter how much I thought about it, I still had to put the pig grass in. I had to give it a try. The good news is that there are some weeds that pigs like to eat. Those that they don't like to eat are all pushed aside and stepped on by the pigs. Pretending not to see them, Unwanted carefully observed for a moment and took note of the appearance of the pig grass. Next time, she can follow the map and not grope blindly. Although weeds can feed pigs, the amount is not enough. A pig can eat a large bucket of food a day. The grass she just threw in is just to fill the pig's stomach. It was getting dark, and it was not safe to go out again, so the pigs could only starve. At this moment, Unwanted no longer had the joy of eating meat in the future when she saw the pigs, and was only worried about the 2 extra mouths. This is much more than people eat. This incident taught her a truth. If you don't have money, don't raise pigs. Unlike her worries, netizens in the live broadcast room were amazed at the new species. Is this the pig the anchor said? A new species? It's pink and tender, and looks cute. Is it a pet? It doesn't look like a raptor. It must be a pet. Or a new species that I haven't seen before. Where did that big warthog go? Unwanted looked at the discussion in the barrage and selectively answered some questions. It's not a pet. It's our reserve food. We can kill it and eat the meat during the new year. Ah? Can we eat the meat? It looks a bit like a porcupine. I wonder how it tastes. I said the anchor wouldn't do useless work, and it turned out to be for a bite of food. When is the Chinese New Year? Please explain. I don't understand. The host is from Blue Star. Right? The Chinese New Year is a special festival on Blue Star. Pigs seem to have been recorded in the history of Blue Star. I wonder if they are the same species as the one the host raises. Did the host revive ancient creatures? Are pigs considered ancient creatures? I picked them up. Unwanted said half of her words. She did indeed pick them up from garbage and exchanged them with the system. A few words were omitted. It was just picked up. The netizen's understanding is completely different from what Unwanted conveyed. The host is so lucky. I just asked the tutor. The host's pig is indeed a paleontological creature. Host. I'm from the archaeology department. Our tutor asked if you need pig feed. We can cover your pig raising expenses. But can you lend us the pig for experiments? Ah? Pay pig feed? Unwanted was almost overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. But her remaining rationality made her rethink. For experiments? But I raised this pig for food. Host. We are just drawing some blood. We won't do anything to the pig. Yes. You should keep the pigs. We just need to come over and get some pig blood. Ah? Unwanted didn't expect their request to be so simple. She thought they wanted to inject drugs or something. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Long wouldn't dare to take advantage of someone with a guilty conscience. No disadvantage. Anchor. We are the ones who are taking advantage. Did the anchor agree? That's fine. As long as you are happy. Unwanted was worried about not being able to keep the pigs alive. And now someone is spending a fortune on the pigs. She is also happy and at ease. Oh! Our piglet is so lucky. Hee. Very good. Pork is settled again. Yungu was very envious when he heard his sister's words. Why doesn't anyone spend money to buy feed for him? This way, his sister's burden can be reduced, and he doesn't have to worry about the day when his family has no money to send him away. Oh! I really want to be a pig in my next life. Seeing the anchor's affirmative answer, the students of the archaeology department cheered, and the medical students also cheered. If you ask me, the archaeology department has made a great contribution this time. They are still a group of college students who have not yet been born into society. They may be ordinary people all their lives and have never thought about making any great contributions to the world in their lifetime. However, life is often full of wonderful twists and turns. A live broadcast room that they accidentally entered actually brought them such a big surprise. Paleontology. Alive. That is their mentor. Or some senior masters have no chance to touch good things. It can be said that if these pigs are discovered by the big guys in the research community, I don't know what kind of bloody storm will be set off. Why do cute pigs mutate into ferocious carnivores? The secret of gene mutation seems to be within reach. And even gene collapse caused by gene defects can be easily solved. At that time, they dare not imagine how deeply the world will be shocked. And they, as the discoverers of ancient creatures at this beginning, can they also leave their names in the book? For a moment, almost all the students present were excited, and their faces were red with boiling emotions. From their shining eyes, It was enough to glimpse their beautiful imagination of the future. Hurry up. Buy tickets. Hurry up. Otherwise it won't be our turn as half-baked students. Shinong Star is about to welcome its first batch of guests. And Juju will have his first full meal in his life. Since knowing that Juju is a paleontologist, netizens in the live broadcast room have a special feeling for Juju, which is manifested in everyone's efforts to let Unwanted put a small live broadcast window for Juju. I don't know what's so good about pigs in the middle of the night, but the netizens' request is not excessive, so Unwanted is willing to meet it. Hanging the live broadcast device in the pig pen, Unwanted officially went off the air and drank 2 tubes of nutrient solution for dinner. After a tiring day, the two of them laid down on their beds and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Unwanted got up in a daze and went on the air, and was bombarded by various comments. Anchor, you are popular. To be precise, Anchor, you pigs are popular. Yunwan's mind has not yet turned around, and she saw many videos forwarded to her by fans. The title has nothing to do with paleontology. So how did pigs become popular? Yunwan curiously clicked on the video. At first, it was pitch black, and the surroundings were dim and unclear. There was a faint light from the live broadcast device on the pig pen, and she could barely see the sleeping pigs. It was obvious that it happened last night. Could it be that the internet users of StarCraft were so spiritually deficient that they could learn anything from watching a sleeping pig? Soon, something interesting happened. I saw a cat sneaking around the pig pen, squatting on the edge, licking and scratching gracefully. Then, it came down and gave each of the 2 pigs a claw, waking them up, chasing them for half the night, and even biting them a few times. Yunwan went to the pig pen to verify, and it was confirmed that there were 2 scabby blood holes on the pigs' necks. A cat and 2 pigs fought in the pig pen for a long time, and the cat was crushed by the pig that slipped. The cat jumped over the edge of the pig pen in a panic, and its original elegance was gone, replaced by a messy look, and it kept meowing, and it could be heard that it was cursing very dirty. The video was named Willing Gaomyu and the nameless pig Chin Wan around the pillar. And thinking of the specific scene, it was inexplicably funny. As a little black dragon, Yunwan had an inexplicable intuition about the intentions of animals. She felt that the cat was hunting and wanted to eat the pig. Pigs are in danger. How can netizens laugh? Yunwan felt a little melancholy. Even if cats can't do anything to pigs, they will be so noisy. Won't they be depressed? Yunwan turned back to the living room to eat breakfast. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw an unknown object by the threshold. When she got closer, she saw it was a mouse. Long had been bitten by a mouse and didn't like mice. He screamed in fear when he saw them. He looked around and saw the culprit's tail swinging back and forth and his figure hidden in the woods. Ah! This damn cat. Not only did it bite her pig, it also scared her with mice. Is it a threat? Scare her to death so that she can inherit her pig? Yunwan was depressed and didn't feel very happy to receive the free pig feed. She cooked the pig feed and it smelled delicious. She wanted to eat a few bites, but she held back. She is a human being and has dignity. Yes, she can't eat pig feed. When feeding the pigs, Yunwan and Yungu squatted beside the pig pen and licked their lips at the same time. They watched the pigs eat happily and hum with satisfaction from time to time, which made them feel even more tormented. Poor Anchor. Even pig feed is coveted, although the Anchor has an ion-freezing gun and paleontological pigs. He is really poor. I went to other lords' live broadcast rooms and found that they were basically full of people coming and going, with various interesting activities. Shinong Star is really desolate. After going around in circles, there is only the Lord, and he can't even afford to eat. To be honest, there are more disputes where there are many people. Last time, Octopus Star held a talent show, and there were verbal battles and fights. It was so chaotic. I just wanted to flatter him, but ended up getting a mouthful of mud. It's good for the Lord to be alone. I can watch him all day for his appearance. Xiaokiki gave 100 shells. The Anchor should go buy some delicious nutrient solution. It's so pitiful. Your grandfather is me. Give 10 shells. Yes, the Anchor should have enough food to grow vegetables. XX gave. Not long after Yunwan finished feeding the pigs, she found that there were suddenly several hundred more star coins in her account. It's no wonder she saw it so quickly. Every day she couldn't help but check the balance over and over again, although she knew that money would not give birth to pups. So why is there more money? Is it because Xiao Qianqian is grown up and has become more by himself? Oh, no. It was donated by netizens out of pity for her. It's over. Social demise. Just now during the live broadcast, so many people saw her craving for pig feed. She is too embarrassed to face people. Ah. Actually, I was either hungry or thirsty just now. Ha. Everyone misunderstood. Unwanted tried to cover up, but it only made things more obvious. Seeing more comments teasing the anchor, Unwanted turned a blind eye. Okay. The anchor came out to explain personally. This is what happened. Let's move on. Chapter 10. Meow Meow is a cat orc living on a deserted planet. Orcs are the product of illegal human experiments in the interstellar era. As a combination of animals and humans, they have experienced inhuman abuse, and will always remain at the bottom of the human discrimination chain. But Meow Meow doesn't know this. She only knows that her grandmother told them that the outside world is dangerous. So she never yearns for the outside world. Yes, they, like her, there are many orcs who have survived in abandoned laboratories by chance. They have made their homes in the original cages. They were afraid at first, but they had nowhere else to go. Later, they found out that the cage was never a house, but a group of evil people. So, the abandoned laboratory became their real home. Life on the deserted planet was very dull. Meow Meow was the eldest sister among them, shouldering the responsibility of hunting. She was very good at hunting. She walked among the mountains and forests with a vigorous figure, and could always find some meat food. Therefore, the orcs lived well. But such peace was broken by two outsiders one day. On the first day, when the two humans came to the deserted planet, Meow Meow, who had a strong sense of territory, discovered them. She observed them in secret for a long time, and determined that the two people were not here to dump garbage or blow up the planet. So she ignored them, and only came to see them out of curiosity occasionally. A good smell came from the house, where the two humans lived every few days. Meow Meow hid in the bushes, and felt a little hungry while standing guard. So she couldn't help but dig out the garbage buried by the female human, and took a few bites. It seemed to be the root of some food. Very sweet and juicy. Such delicious food was thrown away. Are all humans so wasteful? Meow Meow felt very sorry, and felt that there were thousands of such delicious vegetable roots thrown away when she was not watching. She felt distressed for a moment. One vegetable root could not buy Meow Meow. Although it was delicious, Meow Meow always remained vigilant against outsiders, until she took a bite of the leaves of the plants planted by humans. Female humans seemed to be good at farming, and they tasted very good. Meow Meow thought that it would be good to have two more humans. Then, Meow Meow made a major decision. She wanted to capture this female human, infiltrate the outsiders, and eat and drink. Soon, her chance came. The female human got two huge beasts from nowhere, and seemed to be a little afraid, so she just trapped the two beasts in the pit. Yes, humans are too weak, and their claws are not sharp. So let her, Meow Meow, do this. She saw the beast for the female, and it was just right to add a dish for her friends. But Meow Meow didn't expect to lose the first battle. Unwilling to have her fur stained black by the mud again, Meow Meow gave up dealing with the two beasts. The moon is not bright in the east, but bright in the west. Frustrated here, Meow Meow quickly thought of a new way to please the female. The female seemed to be unable to hunt, and every day she either drank an unknown liquid or ate some wild grass, which looked a bit pitiful. She decided to give the female a small gift, brought her favorite prey and placed it at the door. While hiding in the dark and observing, she saw the female screaming excitedly, looking very happy, and looking around for the person who gave her the gift. Oh! The noble cat only left the shadow of its proud tail. The heat is not enough. Wait a little longer. Wait until this female is greedy. Then she will have endless beetroots to eat. Meow Meow imagined a beautiful scene of eating too much to carry around. You can also take it back and taste it with your friends. After the evil cat sent the mouse of its love for several days in a row, Unwanted had to admit that this cat really scared her a little. She stood far away and instructed Unwanted, who was not afraid of mice, to bury the dead thing. Unwanted decided to wait at the door today. Wait for the little evil cat to appear, and discuss with her, and stop scaring her. Is it okay to be scared? The cat's whereabouts had long been recorded by the live broadcast device. Unwanted quietly hid behind the door before and after the node. And sure enough, she waited for the light-footed kitten and a fat mouse as usual. Hello. Little orange cat. It seems that you got the mouse these days. Being caught in the act, the little orange cat did not show a guilty look, but gently lowered his head, put the mouse on the ground, and then licked his paws. Every move was elegant. Seeing that Unwanted was embarrassed to take it, the little orange cat pushed the mouse forward. This action scared Unwanted, and she took a few steps back. Very good. The little evil cat showed her evil nature. Unwanted was as if facing a great enemy and asked, "What do you want?" The little orange cat paused, licking her paw, and became serious. The gift she gave was rewarded. The female asked her what she wanted. "Hey!" Meow Meow imitated the normal kitten's coquettish behavior from the grandmother's intelligent brain, twisting her butt, tilting her head, leaning her body against the ground, revealing her fluffy belly. She thought she should be prettier than ordinary kittens. Unwanted was prepared for this little evil cat to make excessive demands, such as wanting to eat the pigs in the pen. But she didn't expect that this little orange cat with a white collar would lie down and ask for a touch. At this moment, the soft cry of the cat automatically added a cute filter to Unwanted, and it was no longer a little evil cat that was scolded very dirty. It turned out that all the threats were just because the cat wanted to be touched. Unwanted couldn't stand the temptation of the kitten's sticky eyes, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the belly gently. Ah! So soft. So comfortable. Unwanted repeated the mechanical movements, immersed in the wonderful touch, and did not notice that the cat flashed and retracted its claws in an instant. Meow Meow thought to herself, "Give this female a little sweetness. She looks so unworldly. Cat, don't bring the mouse here in the future. Just come directly." Unwanted could no longer bear this shock. Meow Meow successfully bound the long-term meal ticket and responded indifferently. "Yonj, let's raise a kitten." Unwanted was still a little excited. She took the little orange cat back to the Lord's house. As soon as she entered the door, she met Yunji's complicated eyes. "Raise a cat?" he asked with difficulty. "What about me?" Yunji's eyes almost couldn't hold back the tears. He held back and whispered, "You can touch my head. I will wash my hair regularly. And I can also help you with work. I am more useful than a kitten. You raise me, not a cat." "Huh? Why are you crying? Don't you like pets?" "I didn't say I wouldn't raise you." Unwanted didn't quite understand the child's brain circuit, but she could understand Yunji's worries. After all, he was a child without parents. "I'll support both of you," Unwanted said domineeringly. At this moment, her figure must be particularly majestic. Unexpectedly, these words not only failed to comfort Yungu, but made him cry even harder. "But we have no money." "Why do we have no money? We just sold the cabbage and have a lot of money." "But you were still sighing a few days ago." Unwanted didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Children know much more and are much more sensitive than adults think. That's because in addition to having enough food, we need more money to do more things. "So we have enough to eat?" Yungu found his focus. He looked at Unwanted to confirm. Unwanted nodded. "Okay. Children who think too much will not grow tall. Just leave these things to your sister. You just need to study hard and grow up well in the future." Yungu was a little stunned. Is he right? He got a promise from his silly sister. She said, "Leave everything to sister." She allowed him to call her sister. It seems that she really never intended to abandon him. As for the matter of reading, he automatically filtered it out. Yungu covered his face with the quilt, not wanting to expose the corners of his mouth that were raised high. Whether it was true or not, it was hard for people not to believe her words. The next day, Unwanted, who had solved the mouse incident and had a new pet, slept better than usual. After the excitement of raising a cat passed, new problems arose. She seemed to have nothing to feed the cat. In modern times, cats are very fragile and need to eat special cat food and the like, and cannot eat human food. Therefore, the cat's food became a big problem. Unwanted also learned to ask for help from fans in the live broadcast room. "Ah, don't worry. The host. All interstellar animals have iron stomachs." Yes. What luck the host has. Picking up a pig and then a cat. And none of them have mutated into Zerg. Oh my god. I really feel that the genetic problem may be solved because of the host. I'm a regular. Watching it while eating is very relaxing. And I'm really looking forward to the follow-up of paleontology. Ah. There is always a kind of happiness that finds precious mecha materials, but no one else has discovered. Cats are really cute. Because of cats. It turns out that non-mutated species are so cute. I really want to raise 1+1. I want to raise 1+1,000. I just checked. The host is popular. Unwanted was reminded by the barrage. And she was no longer worried about the cat's food. And turned to see the number of people watching the live broadcast. She had not paid much attention to this data before. But now she was shocked. She counted it twice. And finally had to believe that the number of people watching her live broadcast had exceeded 1 million. Even the number of fans following her was 50,000. And it was still rising. Unconsciously, she seemed to have become famous. Unwanted looked at the sweet potatoes in the field. The first batch planted had matured. And the later ones were also about to mature. Strike while the iron is hot. She directly posted the sweet potato link. The sweet potatoes in our field are also about to mature. Let me see how many we can harvest. Unwanted pulled out the 2 sweet potatoes she had planted first and counted them. She actually harvested 23 large sweet potatoes. It doubled several times. This yield made Unwanted's heart burn. Oh my god. I felt like I had mastered the code to get rich. She decided that from today on, she would no longer dislike the system. She would use the system. She really loves to pick up trash and farm. These 2 sweet potatoes are for my own consumption. The remaining 18 have been linked. At present, it is conservatively estimated that 180 sweet potatoes may be harvested. The price is 500 star coins per 2. Friends who are interested, please place an order quickly. If the actual production is low, the friends who buy later will get a refund. But they will be qualified to buy first next time. So don't worry. Unwanted held the sweet potato and looked at the increasing number of transactions happily. And finally lit a fire. Sweet potatoes are a new product. And no one knows the taste yet. Let's eat roasted sweet potatoes today. I will open the sensory sharing. And everyone is welcome to taste it. Chapter 11. It is not difficult to bake sweet potatoes. The heating device can handle it. Unwanted took 4 sweet potatoes to the river to wash them. After washing, the bright red skin of the sweet potatoes was revealed. This color was very sweet at first glance. After putting the sweet potatoes into the heating device, the baking mode was turned on. In view of the special aroma of sweet potatoes, Unwanted opened the sensory sharing in advance. Soon, the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes swept in like a landslide. Unwanted, who had tasted sweet potatoes in modern times, was shocked. Not to mention that even those who had never seen sweet potatoes in the interstellar were fans. They were itching to try them, and looked forward to it. Such a fragrance cannot be bad. People who reacted to the delicious taste had already secretly placed orders. A few minutes later, the barrage was full of wailing. What? Out of stock? I just slightly immersed in the fragrance of sweet potatoes. How come it is out of stock? Anchor, tell me the truth. Did you secretly save the sweet potatoes to eat yourself? Hurry up and put more sweet potatoes. The child has never eaten it before. But he likes it. No way. No way. Is there really someone with such fast hand speed? After tasting the sweet potatoes with Unwanted, some fans even stole the sweet potatoes. A high price for sale. Please chat privately if you are interested. +1. A high price for sale. Please chat privately if you are interested. A high price for sale. Please chat privately if you are interested. Unwanted did not stop the fans from communicating privately. It is normal for the price to be inflated due to the shortage of supply. After eating 2 sweet potatoes, I felt full. And the sweet potatoes' burnt fragrance was still in my mouth, which was endless. I just wanted to eat a few more. But because my stomach was not big enough, I had to give up. Her eyes unconsciously fell on Unwanted. Children eat slowly. And Unwanted still had 1 whole sweet potato left to eat. Unwanted wanted to reach out her evil hand when she saw this. Unwanted seemed to have sensed something. Put down the half-sweet potato that she hadn't finished, and called out uncertainly, Sister? Are you not full? Unwanted wanted to tease him, and nodded pitifully. I'm still hungry. Alas, it's not enough to eat. Unwanted didn't hesitate and pushed out the remaining sweet potato. I'm full. I can't eat any more. You can eat this. There was still reluctance in his eyes, and he still wanted to eat. As a child who couldn't control his emotions, Unwanted was able to control his desires. Unwanted didn't know whether to sigh at his understanding or feel sorry for him. Children should be willful. Oh, I shouldn't tease him. Now I feel so guilty that I can't sleep. Haha. Thank you, Unwanted. But sister is full. You should eat obediently. Eat more to grow taller. Unwanted felt a little guilty and prepared to cook 2 sweet potatoes for the cat. Just in time to escape the scene. as a new member. Meow Meow felt very hungry when she saw the female cooking sweet potatoes and smelled the fragrance. She was not so hungry or greedy in the past. She didn't like eating much and went out hunting purely to survive. She knew that people would die if they didn't eat. But at this moment, she had a desire to eat. Perhaps she had never had this desire before. So when the desire came, it was particularly strong, almost overturning her remaining rationality. It smelled so good. She had never smelled such a good smell. But the female seemed to have no such person in her eyes. She counted 4 sweet potatoes. But there was one for her. In the end, the 2 humans took 2 and divided them all. The kitten was shocked and desperate. Meow thought, "It doesn't matter. I can always eat some sweet potato skins." Then, after the female finished eating, she picked up the sweet potato skins and buried them in the soil. Meow was going to be angry. "You won't even let me eat the skins?" Meow slapped the female's sneakers that were coming off with glue, leaving a scratch on a piece of intact skin. "Meow meow," she cried in dissatisfaction. "Is the cat hungry?" Unwanted was about to cook sweet potatoes for the cat, but was stopped. "Meow meow." Meow walked into the sweet potato field, hooked the sweet potato leaves with its tail, and then hinted with its eyes. "Isn't it obvious enough? You want to eat the leaves, not the sweet potatoes?" Unwanted already understood what the cat meant, but seeing that she was so human, she wanted to tease her. "Meow meow meow." This time she cried fiercely, sounding like a curse. Okay, I know. I'll cook sweet potatoes for you right away." Unwanted followed the steps and cooked the sweet potatoes again. But this time, there was an anxious little orange cat beside her, busying around like a little follower, looking at the cat peeking out of the superheating device. Unwanted couldn't help but pat the cute cat's head gently. Meow Meow didn't react much. Her heart and eyes were full of sweet potatoes. When the sweet potatoes were cooked and placed in her exclusive leaves, Meow Meow took a big bite without any restraint. Her ears turned into airplane ears, and her expression was a little ferocious. The unique delicacy went down her throat and perfectly soothed her desire in her heart. So this is the taste of sweet potatoes. In the future, she wants to eat sweet potatoes every day. She wants to eat sweet potatoes for the rest of her life. Meow Meow began to eat voraciously. She had been in the laboratory, been displaced, and had been alone in the mountains. Those were all bad things. Now, 2 big sweet potatoes finally made her feel some gifts from fate. If the suffering she had endured in the past few years was just for today's sweet potatoes, Meow Meow thought, it was probably worth it. She didn't want to live a dull life. Even if she suffered a lot, she wanted to get that unique beauty. She thought, maybe there will be more twists and turns after twists and turns. So, now that she has found the most beautiful thing in the world and is enjoying it, fate has finally favored her for a little while. She licked the golden color of the sweet potato left at the corner of her mouth, and glanced at the tall female as if she didn't care. At this moment, Meow Meow thought, she seemed to have met the person that her grandmother said she would never forget and wanted to pester her. Is this love? The hateful female actually caught her attention. For the sake of sweet potatoes, please take good care of this female human with degenerated limbs. After eating sweet potatoes for several meals in a row, Unwanted was a little tired of them. But the 2 little ones at home still liked them as always. On the bright side, sweet potatoes are better than nutrient solution. The sweet potatoes planted later were harvested soon after, and the yield was much higher than expected, with more than 70 more. Unwanted adjusted the number to 250. I don't know how many people have been squatting in the live broadcast room. The sweet potatoes were sold out in an instant, and it was displayed as out of stock again. Fortunately, I was smart and knew that the host's sweet potato yield would definitely be higher. So I finally grabbed it. Ah! Wrong 100 million. Just a few seconds late. How come they are all sold out? Host, promise me that you will plant more land in the future. Okay. Host, is it tiring for you to plant the land alone? Would you consider free labor? Host, I can do it too. You are so slow in planting the land. Why don't I help you plant it? Host, put down that piece of land. I can do it. I will plant it. Ah, it's not that I'm lazy. This can only be planted so much. The conditions are limited. I see. It must be a problem with the planting technology. The anchor is just starting out. Give her some time. Anchor, don't keep us waiting too long. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Don't worry. I will make sure that the whole galaxy can eat the specialties of Shinong Star. Unwanted was so excited that she suddenly had a lofty ambition. A loyal fan edited this scene into a video and posted it on the Star Network with text. Those who like it will dominate the galaxy for me. The video likes are rising. And the comments are overwhelming. I thought it was a mecha battle. It turns out that he is dominating by growing vegetables. A path that he has never imagined. Wow. Let the whole galaxy eat vegetables. Have you asked Jisher Fresh before you say such a big thing? This anchor is a bit funny. It seems that he is a little lord of an unknown star in the Lord-style conference. He just entertains himself. Why does he have to edit it? It's really funny. Brainless fans. I don't believe that those vegetables are as good as Jisher Fresh. Jisher Fresh. Jisher Fresh. Every word is about Jisher Fresh. Are you a water army sent by Jisher Fresh? The anchor is quite cute. She is very serious when she speaks. And what she says is also correct. Isn't it a good thing to let the whole galaxy eat vegetables? Indeed. Many people have never eaten vegetables in their lives. If you can't do it, why don't you let others do it? Who is so funny? Finally someone said something fair. I dare not speak in the comment area. I also think the anchor is fine. There should be a goal. Although it sounds unlikely to be achieved. People are working hard. Support the anchor to let the whole galaxy eat vegetables. I am a rebel, and live in the anchor's live broadcast room. Who can share the channel? In the next life, I will be a sweet potato, and share the Shinong Star live broadcast room. It won't be wrong to follow the anchor. Anyone who has eaten knows that the food on Shinong Star is especially delicious. What nonsense is the person above saying? Quickly withdraw the link. The food on Shinong Star is not delicious. Not delicious at all. Don't buy it. Yes. Don't pay attention to this kind of small planet. It's boring. The food is really not delicious. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't watch it. What a waste of time. The anchor is good looking. The food is really not delicious. Listen to my advice. You can go. But don't buy anything after you go. Okay? Looking at the many strange comments under the video. One by one. Saying that the food can't be bought and is not delicious. But there is no complaint. Let alone comments cursing and complaining. It doesn't look like a victim of Shinong Star at all. Uninformed netizens are getting more and more curious and entering the Shinong Star live broadcast room. You don't know until you see it. And you'll be shocked when you see it. Wow. All the links are sold out. Although the comments advise not to buy. It seems that they don't have the opportunity to buy. Look at the shopping comments under the cabbage link and the sweet potato link. The netizens of New Star have not even known what cabbage and sweet potato are. But they have been blinded by a string of 5-star reviews. What the hell? Brush the reviews. 100% 5-star reviews. Are you serious? Does this mean it can't be bought? Some careful netizens also found that there are many 5-star reviews for the sweet potatoes before they were even shipped. The fake reviews are confirmed. The host gave a review before receiving the product. Is it so obvious? I feel that although this conjecture is a bit absurd, the host is not a fool. If he faked the reviews, he should be more normal. Is there a possibility that this abnormal data is really because the food is too good? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Unless the host also sends me a portion of the product. Oh. In fact, this is fake reviews. It's fake. It's not delicious. It's really not delicious. I don't know if I should say this or not. Upstairs, you have a level 5 fan label. I found a problem. Many of those who said it's not delicious are the host's fans. So, what is the reason why you love the host so deeply? I didn't like her but became her fan? I'm being abused. No matter what. I'm a regular. I want to do it even if others don't allow me to do it. I'll stay. I'll stay. I'll buy this thing that can't be bought and see how bad it is. The comments turned around. And this time, it was Unwanted's fans who were dumbfounded. It didn't dissuade people from leaving, but attracted more people to stay. These are all competitors. Watching the number of viewers in the live broadcast room rise. It broke through several million in a short while. And the old fans were disappointed. Do they still have a chance? Host, are you good enough? Chapter 12. The vegetable fields have been basically harvested. And the radishes and cherry tomatoes are about to mature. The cabbage left for seeds has also bloomed and set seeds. And a small handful of light brown seeds have been harvested. The spiritual soil produced by the system does not need to be fertilized or rested. which is convenient for Unwanted to continue planting without leaving any window period. Helpfully, I haven't gone out to pick up garbage for many days, and the greening value of the only 2 rows left seems pitiful. I can't afford to buy a few sweet potatoes. If I plant the harvested sweet potatoes, Unwan feels it's a pity. The harvested sweet potatoes are much bigger than the planted sweet potatoes, and their appearance is much better. This kind of sweet potatoes should be on the table. It is too wasteful to plant them. So she planted cabbage on all the spiritual soil, and then went out to pick up garbage for a while, hoping to save more greening points and buy more planted sweet potatoes. But she returned empty-handed. Just as she was a little upset, she received a strange package. Yen, did your sister receive the package? Qin Yen was looking at the company project. She was a little impatient when she heard this, but her expression was not obvious. She replied seriously, she is just a distant sister of mine. I don't know her very well. I just know it, and still want to help. Oh, she is just a commoner. Why must she come to an aristocratic school? And she bought a deserted planet? She is not clear-headed. Fortunately, she has little to do with your Qin family. Otherwise it would really lower the status of the Qin family. Qin Yen smiled but said nothing. Thank you for the supplies. She should be able to live for a while. It's okay. It's useless anyway. I heard that the eldest prince knew about our donation to the deserted planet and publicly praised us. Is this true? Really? Really? I was there. This is all thanks to Yen Yen. We have also made a name for ourselves with the Grand Prince. Ha ha. I heard that Lu Ren was there too. Oh my god. The strongest admiral in the galaxy. He also has a rare S-level mental power. I really want to meet him. Yunwan has been sending express deliveries frequently these past 2 days, and has become familiar with the robots. Who sent this to me? Hello. Guest. The package is from the Capital Star Federation Noble Academy. After the robot left, Yunwan entered the Lord's mansion holding the package. Could it be from the school? Does every graduate have one? Yunwan looked at the class group, but there was no relevant information. She carefully cut a crack on the surface of the package, and it seemed that there was no danger, and nothing strange came out. So she opened it in one go. There was a letter in the package, explaining the matter. Hello. Yunwan. I am your sister Qin Yen. I heard from my mother that you bought a deserted planet and plan to live on it. I guess the supplies are very scarce and your life is very difficult. The classmates in the class knew about your situation and offered to help you. So I took the lead in collecting some supplies for you. They were all donated by everyone enthusiastically, so you don't have to feel pressured. I hope you can live well on the desolate planet. The letter is short, but the meaning is very clear. Live well on the desolate planet. Haha. The Qin family is so afraid of her pestering. Boring. Donation? When did these nobles become so kind? Yunwan was speechless after opening the package and seeing the so-called supplies inside. There were cosmetics, perfumes, bags, a mess, everything, but no food. If you donate things to others, you should be sincere. Which one do they think is useful on the deserted planet? But Yunwan was not angry, because it was free anyway, and if it was useless, it could be recycled by the system. Unexpectedly, the system did not buy it. These things are too rubbish. Rubbish? Yunwan was puzzled. Aren't you just a garbage-picking system? Why do you think things are rubbish? Recycle them quickly, or these things will be useless. Okay. The system reluctantly agreed. You can keep this bag and sell it second-hand. Recycle these cosmetics. And don't use this one. You can keep this one to cut vegetables. This? What is this? A square and very regular little box appeared among the messy items, with 3 words written on it, Yunshuang gift. Yunshuang? It is said that she is a very noble. A little cold. What did she give? Open the box, and inside is an oval keychain. Host. This is not a keychain. This is a flying car. What is it? Flying car? Is it so generous? Such a large box of donations is only donated by Yunshuang, a noble nobleman who seems to be out of touch with the world. This item is worth this box, let alone the value. In terms of practicality, Yunwan's long-cherished commuter car finally has a place to go. She can go to farther places to pick up garbage, and it can save a lot of time to go back and forth. She's so nice. Yunwan decided to give a little gift back to this little lady, who she didn't know very well, but helped her a lot. She didn't have anything to show off, So she gave some freshly harvested sweet potatoes. Although it couldn't compare to the value of this flying car. It wasn't a cheap gift. It was in line with the noble's preferences. And the price was also a valuable gift for Unwanted. After recycling the garbage, the system gave 5 greening points as a token of appreciation. It seemed that this pile of things was really worthless in the eyes of the system. Then I put those bags up for sale on the Star Network. And they were sold out quickly, earning more than 10,000 star coins. Adding the money I earned from buying vegetables, Unwanted's balance is already more than 70,000. Sweet potatoes did make Unwanted a small profit. Now I have money to buy something for this shabby lord's mansion. First of all, defense. If I can't afford high-tech, I still have to prepare some cold weapons. Secondly, although I can't afford Yunji's tuition, I can buy some enlightenment books and take some free online courses. So I can start with education. Finally, there are some daily necessities that need to be purchased one by one. After adding these necessary items to the shopping cart, Unwanted's balance is still not enough. She slid the shopping cart back and forth, feeling that she had to buy everything. She selected and deleted and selected again. But she couldn't make up her mind for a long time. The system couldn't stand it and suggested, "Host, it is detected that there is a shopping event in Jinsha Star next to you. All items in the venue are 2 star coins. You can go and see if there is anything you need." Under the temptation of 2 star coins for all items in the venue, Unwanted submitted an application to visit Jinsha Star and bought a boat ticket to Jinsha Star. More than 20 yuan. Is there such a good thing? 2 yuan for the whole place? Unwanted pondered secretly. And when she set out the next day, she told Yungu to take good care of the cat and not to run around. And then she set out. After a day, she was no longer so excited, and rationally realized that there should be nothing good to sell for 2 yuan. But people are like this, always wanting to get a bargain, especially when they don't have that much money and live in poverty. If you buy something that can be used, wouldn't it be a big profit? You can also take the opportunity to observe the development of other planets and learn from them. In general, Unwanted had a relatively easy trip this time. At least it was good before getting off the ship. But after arriving at Jinsha Star, Unwanted's good mood came to an abrupt end when she looked at the endless desert. What's going on? There is not even a road here. And no one to lead the way. I don't know if I came too late or too early. Unwanted was the only one getting off the ship just now. And I couldn't follow others. Is it a wasted trip? I can't even get in the door. What's going on? Unwanted was so angry. But the system started to work automatically. Detected that there is a gold crystal mine nearby. Host, go pick up the trash. The sudden voice scared Unwanted. Isn't it illegal to pick up trash on other planets? Her mind was thinking a lot. And her body reflexively looked for ore, which was not far from her feet. It was obvious that it was very valuable. No wonder this planet is called Jinshaxing. It turns out that the muddy yellow sand is full of gold crystals. Unwanted suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Picking up trash is illegal. So if she picks up trash, won't someone stop her? Unwanted rolled up her sleeves and picked up a few gold crystals. The lord of this planet was very patient, and no one came to supervise her. Unwanted didn't believe that there was no one to supervise her. Wouldn't that mean that everyone who walked by could pick up a few golds? Was the lord of Jinsha Star doing charity? So generous? Sure enough. After Unwanted picked up a lot of gold crystals, a black robot about 2 meters tall finally appeared and told Unwanted not to steal minerals. Unwanted threw down the ore, and the robot returned along the prescribed route. She took the opportunity to follow the robot. Following the robot, she would definitely find a way. No matter where she went, she would be closer to Jinsha City. Man proposes, God disposes. The robot walked very fast. Unwanted couldn't catch up even when she ran. Finally, she stood alone in the desert. I don't know if it was her illusion. The robot didn't walk that fast at the beginning, but it got faster and faster later, as if it was controlled by humans. Could someone be teasing tourists behind the scenes for fun? There was not even a reception desk, and people were forced to walk through the vast desert. Unwanted thought that it must be the bad taste of the lord of Jinsha Star. Otherwise he would not do such a thing. Unwanted was not afraid of losing the robot. She repeated the same trick, and the robot was summoned soon, and she moved forward a distance. After repeating this, the robot seemed to be annoyed, and finally kept its speed within a suitable range, just enough for Unwanted to keep up. This made Unwanted more convinced that someone was indeed controlling the robot. At the same time, in the control room, Hey, Xiao Li, the Lord said that we can't lead these people. If you want to take advantage of Jinsha Star, you have to suffer a little. Why are you leading her? Don't mention it. This bastard kept picking up oars and throwing them away, making Xiao He run around in circles. And she was almost out of gas. Anyway, she could follow Xiao He back to the city in the end. So why bother? The operator gritted his teeth. They had always been the ones to fool others. And this was the first time they were fooled by others. Yeah, this is indeed a problem. It's not their fault that they didn't notice this loophole before, because they had never met someone as shameless as this girl. Adjust the parameters, and next time, we won't warn people who keep picking up oars, and just throw them to the door. Good idea. Let's see how this bastard gets in next time. Yunwan followed the robot to Jinsha City smoothly. There was an electronic screen at the door that played in a loop, "Welcome to Jinsha City." She didn't feel welcome at all. She arrived early. Most of the people in the city were vendors, and the people who bought things hadn't arrived yet, since the door was open for business. Yunwan didn't believe that the Lord of Jinsha Star would not let people enter the city. No matter what, they would definitely be able to reach Jinsha City in the end. What a lord full of bad taste. Chapter 13. Yunwan walked along the street. There were a variety of goods on the stalls, but most of them were not what she needed. Why are there still people selling wood? This kind of thing is useless in the interstellar era. I knew that 2-star coins could not buy good things. Host. There is a cultivation method nearby. Pick up the garbage. What? Cultivation method? Is the system okay? She traveled through the interstellar space. Right? What does it have to do with cultivation? Under the urging of the system, Yunwan suppressed the confusion in her heart and walked to an ordinary stall. This stall sells books, and they are the kind of novels that are banned in the 18th. The stall owner is a man with a thick skin. This kind of book can always attract a few people, and he can make money by selling 2 books. In the interstellar era, paper books are already difficult to sell, and he can only cheat these tourists. His customers are mixed, which he has long been accustomed to. But when he saw a young girl standing in front of the stall and looking at him curiously, he couldn't help blushing. Go away. This is not for you to see. Yunwan looked at the stall owner. I'm an adult. What can I read? The stall owner was speechless. Who is not a grown man when he comes to his stall? Why is a little girl joining in the fun? Yunwan ignored the stall owner's awkwardness, squatted down, and picked up 2 books to read with relish. Calculating. Xiao Heilung is also an adult. Before, it was illegal, but now it is possible. Wait. I don't have enough money. I still can't buy anything. Yunwan closed the book, looked up, and saw that the stall owner was worried, afraid that he would become an accomplice in the girl's misguided path. Yunwan smiled at the stall owner and began to look for the immortal cultivation method mentioned by the system. She passed through one book after another, and there was nothing special. In a pile of old books, Yunwan found a strange one. Its cover was very thick. When she opened it, she found that it was indeed wrapped in a book cover. The inner page was written with some kind of cultivation method. The first 2 words of the cultivation method were stained by ink and could not be seen clearly. Is it this one? Yunwan confirmed with the system. That's right. Yunwan looked at the cultivation method again and felt that it was plain and simple. Stall owner. I want this one. The girl held a dirty book between her white fingers. The stall owner didn't want to sell it, but the girl insisted on buying it. He made up his mind. Anyway, the other party was an adult, so it didn't matter. The money and goods were paid, and the cultivation method was obtained. Yunwan was a little excited. With the method in her heart, she asked the system in her heart, when do we start practicing? Host. This method needs to be recycled by the system. Huh? When will you recycle it? Are you in a hurry? There is no rush. Host. You won't want to. Of course. I will practice first, Yunwan said. But she was not sure. Is this immortal cultivation method authentic? Of course it is true. But, then what are you waiting for? Practice. After losing her dragon body, Yunwan was still a little disappointed. Now that she can practice again, she just wants to laugh 3 times. Before, she was a demon and could only practice demon ways. Demons are not tolerated by heaven. And every time she crosses a tribulation, it is a matter of life and death. Now that she is a human, she can practice immortal ways. Maybe she can even practice to become an immortal. This is really a ray of hope. Wait. Host. This method may not be suitable for you. Oh. Why? This is a dual cultivation method, which requires 2 people to practice together. That's easy. I'll practice with Yungu. This won't work. Dual cultivation. Do you know what dual cultivation is? I know. Dual. 2 people. Practice. Is it difficult? Which condition is not met? Okay. It's completely uninspired. The host can also practice alone. But the progress is a little slower. The system dared not emphasize dual cultivation again, lest Unwanted bring harm to others. This cannot be practiced casually. It is very troublesome to go astray. The host is now a human. Can't stand. Before the system finished speaking, Unwanted directly drew the chi into the body based on the experience of demon cultivation. It's not difficult. The host should find a quiet place to practice again. Unwanted nodded and put away the mental method again. After drawing the chi into the body, she felt that her mind was much clearer, and her 5 senses were greatly improved. It's a pity that there is only one mental method. Although it can improve physical fitness and increase the spiritual energy in the body, there is no way to pinch the formula to use the spiritual energy. At least it can prolong life. This body is so fragile. So practice more to make it stronger. The system is right about one thing. Ordinary people really can't practice at will. If they go crazy, they can only lie in bed for the rest of their lives. She dared to be so presumptuous because of her experience as a demon. Yunwan continued to stroll in the market. A warm man greeted her. You came quite early. Do you want to read a book? This time, there were some serious books on the stall. These are the books my grandson used when he was a child. They are useless now. Do you want them? Yunwan looked around and found several books that she was going to buy for Yungu. But the versions were slightly older. Generally speaking, the version of a book does not have much impact. The content is similar, with only slight changes. But buying second-hand books is relatively cheaper. Yunwan waved her hand and bought all of them. Seeing that she bought a lot, the aunt also gave her some mechanical books that her grandson didn't like to read. Next, Yunwan also bought some cheap wooden bowls, cutting boards, and some machete-style machetes. All in all, it became a very huge bag. After buying these, the tourists basically arrived at Jinsha City. Many people did not stop at any stalls, but went straight to the inside of Jinsha City. Yunwan was a little curious, and followed the crowd with a package slung over her shoulder. The package was a little heavy, but it couldn't suppress her desire to watch the excitement. What is going on here? So many people? Like Yunwan. Many people were attracted by the excitement, but did not know the truth. And they asked around. The enthusiastic people gave the answer, don't you know? This is the special event of Jinsha City every year. They are all people who are going to gamble on stones. This kind of stone is a specialty of Jinsha City. It can be isolated from all instruments. However, there may be very precious rare materials, or rare minerals inside the stone. In the Jinsha City Gambling Stone Convention, each stone is 100 star coins. If you can get good materials, you will become rich overnight. Is there such a good thing? I am afraid that few people can get good materials. Of course, there are no good materials in recent years. Some people have made a small profit, and most of them come for this. Yunwan figured out the cause and effect, and couldn't help but be interested. System. Is it true that all instruments can't detect the situation inside the stone? Current interstellar technology cannot reach the level of detection. What about you? Can you detect it? Host. I am a garbage-picking system, not a cheater. I have detected rare purple gold ore. Host. Pick up garbage. Yunwan touched his nose. You are very honest. Unfortunately, the system only conducts range detection, which means that there is purple gold ore in this pile of inconspicuous stones. But Yunwan's lips are worn out, and the system refuses to tell which stone it is. Host. Our main job is to pick up garbage. Yunwan curled her lips. Forget it. Don't tell her. She will find a way herself. She knew there were good things here, but she had no way of knowing, and she didn't have the money to buy them all. It was too sad to see the duck flying away when it was in her mouth. She would not do it. Yunwan picked up a piece of ore at random, shook it in her hand, and it was quite heavy. The surface of the ore was rough and a little yellow, which was not special among the stones. She looked left and right, but didn't see anything. She secretly looked at the people around her to see how they picked stones. I happened to see a very professional person. This was a slightly strong man. Very white. And although he was a little rude, he did remind Unwanted of her pig at home. So she couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Why do you say he is professional? The man took out a set of tools that Unwanted had never seen before, and moved it on the selected stone. He first looked at the stone for a moment, then took out a small hammer of unknown material, gently knocked on the surface of the stone, and then put it next to his ear, as if listening to the sound inside. After confirming something, he applied an unknown liquid to the stone. After absorbing it, the stone showed a faint glow. Yunwan was surprised. So this is how to choose stones. Looking around, no one was so professional. They were all laymen like her. They were all here to try their luck. They would buy the stone they liked and cut it. It was not expensive anyway. Yunwan felt that she had figured out the way to gamble on stones. Seeing the man pick out the stones and prepare to cut them, she followed curiously. There are special grinding instruments for cutting stones, which grind away the surface of the stone little by little to avoid damaging the things inside. When a quarter of the surface was removed, the exposed part was the appearance of stone. Yunwan was a little strange and glanced at the man. He had no expression and just stared at the stone. When half of the stone was cut, the man was sweating profusely. Until the end, it was proved that this was a waste stone with 100% stone content. The man was like a bereaved mother. Yunwan was also a little speechless, hearing that someone picked a few pieces at random and found some blue crystal ore. He didn't know what to say. He was really fierce in his operation, but his record was nothing. Someone was cheering for his good luck. Yunwan looked at the gloomy man and comforted him casually. You can't rush to gamble on stones. Huh? Unexpectedly, someone talked to him. Luli didn't hear what the person in front of him was saying and looked up in confusion. It was a girl with a nice voice. She had been following him and witnessed the whole process of his failure. He knew it. You are quite skilled in your operation just now. Do you have any explanation? If it is scientific, you can always find good stones. However, looking at the operation just now, I guess this method is not very scientific. This is my family's ancestral diagnosis method, using some special medicines to react with the stone to determine what is inside. Luli said. This is Lu's stone identification method, which is not a secret. The real secret is the composition of the medicine. Oh, that is to say, someone has found a good stone through this method? Luli nodded. That means this method is useful. If you continue to persist, you will definitely get good things. I thought so 2 years ago. Luli was disappointed. Yunwan just found out that all the stones he had mined in the past 2 years using this method were waste stones. Not even a piece of blue crystal ore. Ah. This. Yunwan didn't know how to comfort him. Practice more. It will get better. Yunwan and the man became familiar with each other and gambled on stones together. With a learning mentality, she watched the man pick stones again, and finally found that she couldn't learn it. First, this set of tools seemed hard to get. And secondly, Yunwan didn't know the principle of this process. This is a method passed down from his ancestors. So naturally someone taught him. But Yunwan couldn't find anyone to teach him. Gambling on stones is still up to you. How do you choose stones? It's definitely impossible to just pick them blindly. And it would be meaningless to just try your luck. Yunwan felt that a brilliant idea was about to emerge from his mind. But he couldn't grasp that idea. Chapter 14. Thoughts were surging in her mind, and her hands kept rubbing the rough stone. The spiritual energy slowly overflowed from her fingertips, penetrated the rough surface of the stone, and hit the core. This is a piece of waste stone. Before Yunwan realized that she had figured out the principle of gambling on stones, the conclusion automatically emerged in her mind. Ah! Yes! Spiritual energy. The instrument cannot detect it, but the spiritual energy can detect whether there is something different inside the stone. Although it cannot know the specific object, it is much better than most blind people. Yunwan had just drawn chi into her body, and there was not much spiritual energy in her body. Barely 5 or 6 strands, and she would use 1 strand for each stone she explored. In this way, she could only see 5 or 6 stones, and there were at least hundreds of stones in front of her. And purple gold or was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was no need to think about good things, as long as there was something. Yunwan picked 6 stones that she liked and used spiritual energy to examine them one by one. After so much time, she had found a way to save spiritual energy. There was a kind of pattern inside these stones that was not easy to see, and the spiritual energy flowed along the pattern without any obstruction. And it was green all the way, directly reaching the core, saving half of the spiritual energy compared to the direct and reckless exploration. Therefore, she could pick a few more stones. Unwanted was lucky. After picking and choosing among a pile of stones, she found 2 stones with potential. After thinking for a moment, she added a waste stone and bought 3 stones in total. Most people here can't get anything out of it. If she can get something out of every one of them, it would be too conspicuous. She has to use some waste stones to confuse people. Even so, the 2/3 rate of getting stones is also high. But it is impossible for her to spend more money to buy waste stones. She is not a sucker. Anyway, just create a lucky persona. Unwanted and Lu Li each took the stones they had picked and went to the stone cutting place. Lu Li's stones were all waste stones, just like the fate of his stones. This time, he was not so disappointed. After experiencing many bad things, he became numb. He had already made the worst plan, and when things happened, he would only sigh in his heart, as expected. So, now Lu Li is still in the mood to pay attention to the situation of Unwanted's stones. Seeing Unwanted's relaxed look, he couldn't help asking, "How do you choose stones?" Most people have no method for picking stones. But he noticed that Unwanted was not like that. She looked at each stone very carefully, and could see that these stones were carefully selected. There must be a certain method. Just picked it randomly, because it looks good to me. Unwanted had just finished speaking when the first stone was opened. The waste stone. Lu Li thought it was normal. After all, he only opened waste stones, and he was used to it. But Unwanted looked at the waste stone with no sadness or joy, which surprised him. Even if you are mentally prepared and know that you will get waste stones. But in the end it is really waste stones. Disappointment is inevitable. Just like him. He is still unhappy. But the girl in front of him doesn't seem to feel anything. Just like a bystander. Just watching indifferently. She is strong in her heart. However, Lu Li puts himself in her shoes and comforts her. There are still 2 pieces. He just said it casually. And he didn't hold out hope for the last 2 pieces that Unwanted randomly picked. Unexpectedly, the grinding machine gradually moved down, revealing a white material. And he suddenly became serious. This seems to be... Lu Li couldn't believe it. The stone cutter and his inner voice overlapped. A mecha core was cut out. This was not Lu Li's stone. But he was very excited. The white mecha core can only be used to make A-class mechas. But it is also a very good thing. With a market value of 500,000 star coins. Oh my god. You are so lucky. Lu Li was so excited. Unwanted still looked calm. Mainly because she didn't know what a mecha core was. And was asking the system to explain it to her. Many stone gamblers were attracted by the stone cutter's voice. Someone actually cut out mecha materials. No matter what material is cut out. As long as it is related to mecha. It must be a good thing. Who cut it out? You must be lucky. Young man. You are so excited. Is it your stone? Lu Li's professional operation is seen by many people. And many people have noticed him. If he cut out mecha materials, it is reasonable. But it is not Lu Li's stone. He shook his head with a complicated expression. My friend cut it out. He gestured to Unwanted beside him. The crowd looked at the calm girl in an uproar. As if they didn't believe it. She has another stone that she is about to open. Lu Li said. Oh my god. The mecha material was really opened by this little girl. Why is she so calm? Is she a noble lady? As soon as these words came out, many eyes looked at Unwanted from head to toe. Ragged sneakers, ragged pants, ragged clothes and a ragged package. She looked like a scavenger. Except for that face. There was no way to see the word noble. Oh my god. I would have been so happy that I would have flown away. Unwanted had just finished the popular science and was a little excited to know the value of the mecha materials. Her face was flushed at the moment. Haha. I haven't seen it before. I thought it was an ordinary thing. Unwanted didn't want people to speculate about it. It would be eye-catching to open a good thing. And it would be bad to attract malicious attention. The onlookers suddenly realized. That's right. This is a little girl who has never seen the world. Unwanted's third stone was also opened halfway. But nothing came out yet. If nothing is found after opening half of the stone, it means that the stone is basically equivalent to waste stone. The stone cutter will directly break the remaining half. Ah. I just said that I am not so lucky. Who can get good stuff twice in a row? It is impossible. But it is worth it. 300 star coins can get 500,000 mecha materials. God. Why not me? No matter. I will buy another one. Maybe I can get good stuff too. The stonecutter announced the final result. A piece of waste stone was opened. Wait. Unwanted is confident in spiritual energy. Since something has been detected, it must not be waste stone. There should be a piece of blue crystal ore. Why don't you take another look? Unwanted pointed at the broken stone and said. The stonecutter was not happy with this request and frowned. Luli was also very surprised that Unwanted asked to cut the stone again. It stands to reason that there is no good thing in the stone after it has been cut like this. Little girl. Your stone is indeed waste stone. Don't cut it again, the stonecutter said. Yes. Good things are not found in every stone. This girl is still too young. Young? I think she is obsessed. She got something good once, and thought it would be good every time. Hey, girl. Are you done? If you are done, let others do it. Don't worry about your useless stone. Yes. Useless stone is still useless stone no matter how you do it. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. They thought that everyone's comments would discourage the girl from trying to open stones again. But she was still stubborn. Is it illegal to open it again? Unwanted asked weakly. Luli was the closest to him, and heard it clearly. He answered, no. He didn't finish his words. But it was very offensive. Sure enough. The stonecutter looked impatient, and said in a bad tone. You want to open it again. Right? If you can't open anything, don't come to me to open it next time. There is no telling how many stones a stonecutter has to open in a day. If everyone opens it once or twice like this, 10 stonecutters will not be enough. He felt that this little girl was either too young or deliberately looking for trouble. Oh! Why are you so stubborn? Let's go. I'm still waiting for the stone to be cut. Many people left the scene. Most of them had already predicted the outcome, and were not interested in it. A small number of people stayed to watch the fun. The stonecutter did not hesitate, and directly polished the stone again. 1, 2, 3. All were waste stones. Finally, there were a few pieces left. The stonecutter looked up at the girl in front of him. No matter how much hope he had for this stone, it was time to wake up now. Unfortunately, the girl did not stop. The stonecutter was also angry, and he cut the last few pieces in one go, just wanting to quickly appreciate the girl's disappointed face and relieve his anger. Unexpectedly, when he cut a certain stone, he was shocked. He did not dare to be careless, and his hands became more and more gentle, fearing that the thing would be damaged in the slightest. When the stone completely faded, a clear purple crystal block lay in his palm, purple with a hint of gold. Although he did not often cut this kind of thing, but as a senior stone cutter, he still knew the goods. This is a piece of purple gold ore. It is a very small piece, maybe only a dozen grams, but it is a high-level mecha energy source, and its value has no upper limit. This is a frequent visitor to the auction, but now he almost treats it as waste stone. At this moment, his face was burning, and he didn't dare to look at the face of the girl in front of him. Nor did he dare to face the few onlookers. And he didn't even dare to report the results of the stone. Huh? Did she really get something out? The reversal of things made the onlookers amazed. She really got something out twice in a row. At this moment, no one who knew the value of the stone had recognized what the stone cutter was holding. The stone cutter closed his hands, quickly apologized to Unwanted, and whispered, hello. This is my mistake. This is the invitation letter to the Jinsha City auction. Although I can't make up for anything, I also express my apologies. I hope you can forgive my mistakes, and don't publicize this matter too much. Unwanted looked at the stonecutter's sincere attitude and nodded in acceptance. He just made an empirical mistake, which anyone would make, and any other stonecutter would do the same. It was not that he was targeting Unwanted intentionally, and she didn't intend to be aggressive. Pay attention next time. The stonecutter nodded repeatedly and accepted Unwanted's reminder. Even if he didn't say it, he wouldn't dare to be so careless next time. His entire career almost ended. Luckily, the girl was easy to talk to. He didn't dare to think about what kind of storm this matter would cause if it got out. Not to mention that his professionalism was questioned. Just this way of cutting the stone. Almost every stone cutter cuts it this way. Will he miss some good things? Even if not, wouldn't other stone gamblers think so? It will definitely be a huge public relations crisis. He had to propose to his superiors that he should not be bothered by the trouble of opening the stone in the future. And he must open it completely. Sir, you have opened a very precious purple gold ore. If necessary, you can also sell it at the auction. This is also the reason why the stone cutter sent out the invitation letter for the auction. Only by considering it so carefully can he show his sincerity. Chapter 15. She didn't pay attention to what the stone cutter said. She only heard the 3 words, purple gold mine, and was busy showing off to the system. Look, I found the purple gold mine even if you didn't tell me. The host is amazing. Unwan felt that she was lucky and in a good mood. And she liked the stone cutter much better. The stone cutter, out of guilt, packed the things Unwan had cut carefully before handing them to her. It was not until she left for a long time that the crowd suddenly said, "Didn't anyone notice that the girl just now seemed to be very sure that there was something in the stone?" Yes. She has been asking for another round. She must have a unique way to identify stones. The speaker's tone was shocked and regretful. Shocked that the girl could identify stones so accurately. Regretful that before asking for advice, the girl's figure was gone. The few witnesses now became the messengers of this fantastic event. She must be a gambling stone master. It's actually a little girl. At this point, a gambling stone genius emerged in the Gambling Stone Conference. At the end, Luli was still confused. He couldn't understand how someone could just pick 2 stones at random, and both of them turned out to be good things. Therefore, he followed Yunwan out of the Gambling Stone Conference. And he had more speculations in his mind. Hey! Did you really pick them at random? Luli asked. Yunwan asked back as a matter of course. What else? Is there any way I can detect what's in the stone? Once this was said, not to mention Luli's disbelief. This thing could never happen. That's not the case. How to explain the miracle just now? Then how do you seem to be sure that there is purple gold or in the waste stone? Luli grasped the key and felt that he had discovered the truth. Yunwan had already moved in advance and prepared her words. My intuition. I have been lucky since I was a child. And I have an inexplicable intuition about good things that are about to happen. Luli was shocked. Is there such a power? Unheard of. But no matter how absurd this reason is, it is indeed a more reasonable explanation for this matter. At least more real than a young girl mastering the secret of gambling on stones. Is it completely based on luck? Luli was a little sad. He thought there was some good way to gamble on stones. Yes, even the ancestral method didn't teach him how to gamble on stones. What other better methods could there be? But Luli always felt that the girl he met today was different. He also chose to trust his intuition. How about adding an intelligent brain? Next time you come to the auction, I will explain it to you, Luli suggested. Okay. Yunwan had her first friend on the Star Network. Luli didn't look bad. And he didn't feel unfair because she opened a good thing. Yunwan thought it was not bad to add a friend. Then, see you next time, Luli said, watching Yunwan walk away. He felt a little lost. Did she really have no way to gamble on the stone? Luli kept thinking about this matter in his heart. And even his father, Master Lu, noticed his son's abnormality. Don't worry about the bet after the new year. It's just a planet. My Lu family can still afford to lose. Luli came back to his senses, shook his head at his father, and recounted today's adventure again. His words were like a running account. But Master Lu could hear the ups and downs. There are still people like this? Did you leave your contact information? The son was naive. But Master Lu had seen a lot of things and could tell at a glance that good luck was just an excuse. Even if it wasn't, this intuition alone showed that she was born to be a stone gambler. If she wanted to work hard in this industry, she had unique conditions, and was destined to achieve extraordinary success. I left it. Okay. Master Lu's anger at having a good stone robbed just now was swept away. In the past 2 years, he was rarely in a good mood. I will definitely invite her to participate in the gambling game after the new year. Luli was still a little confused, not knowing why his father suddenly wanted to invite a nodding acquaintance to participate in such an important game. He was young and ignorant and accepted this gambling game, which was also set up by others for their family's mining star. For him, it was a dead-end game, because the gambling game was gambling on stones. Yunwan didn't know that her intentionally hidden strength had long been discovered, and she still wanted to invite her to help. She returned to Shenong Star with a full load, and first sorted the supplies in the big package into categories. Some daily necessities were placed in the living room. The machete as a weapon should be placed where Yungu couldn't reach. and Yunji's teaching supplies. Yungu had seen the books in the package a long time ago, but he didn't think they were bought for him, so he resisted asking. He never thought that these books were bought specifically for him. Specially, this was the treatment he had only when his mother and father were around, such as some special toys, special food, a special crib. For a long time, those became beautiful memories, out of reach. Now, he has special books again. He happily held the books in his arms, and placed them neatly on the bookshelf one by one, and opened some of the corners properly. He found a few of his favorite mechanical books in it. Although he couldn't understand some of the words, he liked to look at the pictures inside. He was a little bored after being excited. The books were good, but it meant that he had to go to school. He didn't want to go to school, but his sister seemed to think that he should go. If he refused, would his sister be angry? Would she hate him? Would she think he was a disobedient child? Yungu was uneasy, not knowing whether to do something he didn't like or reject someone he liked. He didn't want to choose either side, and was in a dilemma. Fortunately, Yunwan didn't let him struggle for too long. Yunj, you can read these books first. We will buy a children's smart brain later. You can learn online first. We don't have the conditions to go to school yet, so we can only hold on for a while. The main reason is that Shinong Star does not have the capital to set up a school. If he wants to go to school, he needs to go to other planets. The procedures are very complicated, and he needs to live on other planets for a long time. They don't meet the conditions at all. Online classes are the best solution. Online classes? Yungu tried to look less happy. Okay, I can learn by myself. The slightly raised corners of his mouth betrayed his current mood. Yunwan was very pleased to see that he had already started to read seriously. What a hard-working and easily satisfied child. Yungu worked so hard, and she, as a sister, could not fall behind. The trip to Jinsha Star not only allowed her to buy cheap goods, but also allowed her to bring back two good things. The mecha core and the purple gold mine were very valuable, but Yunwan did not plan to exchange them for star coins, but prepared to exchange them all for greening value. Ding! Green value plus 100,000. The mall has been updated. You can start shopping. After the system recovered the mecha core and purple gold ore, its tone became more lively. It seems that the quality of the recovered items has won its satisfaction. Yunwan didn't waste time and opened the mall. How many sweet potatoes and spiritual soil can she buy with 100,000 green value? She will soon become a landlord from a small farmer. The mall is no longer just 2 shabby items, but 8 more. Ordinary spiritual soil, 1 green value / block. Intermediate spiritual soil, 100 green value / block. Ordinary spiritual field, 1 green value / block. Intermediate spiritual field, 100 green value / block. Growing sweet potato, 2 green value / grain. Spiritual rice, 2 green value / grain. Spiritual pepper, 10 green value / grain. Radish, 10 green value / grain. Cabbage, 10 green value / grain. Peach, 50,000 green value / grain. Yunwan looked through them one by one. Each item had a beautiful icon, which reminded people of the joy of a good harvest. Finally, there was an extra kind of fruit. Yunwan wanted to buy it. She hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. Peaches were her favorite. The sweet fragrance and juicy and tender taste captured her heart. But? Everything has a but. 50,000 each? Are you sure you're not going to rob them? Yunwan deeply suspected that the system was raising the price, knowing that she had made a lot of money. With 100,000 greening points, they directly got a 50,000 fruit. Host, the system has always been fair and will not cheat people. Then how do you explain this price? Are these really the peaches grown in the Queen Mother's peach garden? Host, please don't let your imagination run wild. Then why are you selling them so expensively? Host, the peaches come from the world of immortal cultivation, not ordinary varieties. The world of immortal cultivation? Yunwan looked at the mall again. She found a problem. Most of the things sold in the mall are from the world of immortal cultivation, such as spiritual fields and spiritual soil, which are not from the modern or interstellar era. There was even the mental method of the world of immortal cultivation that she practiced. All of this seemed to have a particularly obvious direction. Could it be that this system came from the world of immortal cultivation? Why did it come here to bind her? Yunwan had never thought deeply about this question before, but now it seemed that she had to think about it. It was called a garbage collection system, but none of the things it picked up were garbage. From the beginning, it was looking for black crystal ore. And it was disgusted by the real garbage. This is not a garbage collection system at all. It is here to collect energy. Yunwan suddenly fell silent. Host? System. Will you leave one day? Yunwan asked. Host. I will leave after completing the task. What is your task? Host. You don't have the authority to know. Host. No wonder. I am not your real master. Right? Yes. Yunwan felt that it should be like this. You won't hurt me. Will you? She asked weakly. No. We have a mutually beneficial relationship. Considering that the system gave her compensation after recovering her body before. It seems that she did not suffer any loss except for letting her travel to this strange place. Okay. Yunwan probably guessed why the system wanted to bind her. Because she is a demon. Not a human. And has some connection with the world of immortal cultivation. Because of the spiritual energy. She was chosen. But why not just bind someone from the world of immortal cultivation? Instead, go to other worlds to bind someone who is tens of thousands of miles away. This question flashed by. And Yunwan didn't dwell on it. It didn't matter to her. As long as she knew that the system was not a threat to her for the time being. It would be fine. After figuring this out, Yunwan stopped worrying. The system was so powerful that even if it wanted to harm her, she would have no power to resist. It was better to farm. There was another question. System. I have farmed so much land here. You won't kick me back to the modern world in the end. Right? Yunwan hesitated. Host. Whether to leave or stay depends on the situation. What's the situation? Chapter 16. Host. It is unpredictable now. The system's words made Yunwan very distressed. The uncertain future greatly reduced her enthusiasm for farming. But on second thought, no matter where the future goes, now she is really living on this land. And she really needs to make her life better and more comfortable. In short, the land still needs to be planted. Yunwan regained her spirits and arranged the huge sum of 100,000 yuan. This time, it is definitely not necessary to plant all sweet potatoes. New crops must also be added. Yunwan was a little entangled about the peaches, which were too expensive, and it was a bit painful to buy them. He stared at the beautiful peach icon for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and placed an order. I don't know how long I can stay here. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. Bye. 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 The huge sum of 100,000 yuan shrank in an instant. And Yunwan had to be frugal. First of all, the most important thing is to buy land. The system has updated 2 types of terrain, and different qualities have different prices. Land is the basis of everything, but seeds can be obtained in the interstellar. So Yunwan plans to spend 40,000 to buy intermediate spiritual soil and intermediate spiritual fields. The unusually beautiful price difference has already shown the difference between the intermediate spiritual soil and the ordinary spiritual soil. Yunwan believes in the quality of the system, so she will never buy the ordinary one. Half of the spiritual field and half of the spiritual soil. 200 yuan each. With the spiritual field, of course you have to buy spiritual rice, which is the staple food in Yunwan's stereotype. Rounding off. She has not eaten properly these days in the interstellar. This spiritual rice seems cheap, but it is calculated by the grain. If you think about it carefully, it is much more expensive than other crops. But it is nothing compared to the peaches. With the comparison, the price seemed to become an insignificant number, and Yunwan gradually became numb to the greening value. Spiritual rice is indispensable to Yunwan. There are still 10,000 greening points left. She gave 5,000 to spiritual rice, and used the remaining 2,000 to buy sweet potatoes, spiritual peppers, radishes, and cabbages for 1,000 each. After shopping, Yunwan's empty heart was filled. She was satisfied with her shopping results and felt that the lost strength had returned. Then, the system also brought good news. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained spiritual rice, spiritual peppers, radishes, cabbages, and unlocked the illustration +4. Wow! She almost forgot about it. Yunwan excitedly took out the treasure bowl, and another line of text appeared on it. The random treasure will be delivered the next day. Please wait patiently. Not only will you have a large piece of land and crops, but you will also get 4 unknown treasures tomorrow. Given that the first freezing gun is very useful, it can be seen that these 4 treasures are not ordinary items. Yunwan couldn't suppress the smile on her face, and a big smile appeared on her face. Today is a day that everyone is very satisfied with. Yun-Wan was immersed in the feeling of getting good things one after another. Yun-Gu was concentrating on fiddling with the mechanical arm, while looking at the pattern on the mechanical book. Even Meow Meow got a mat, the piece of baggage, and a special wooden bowl. Meow Meow had her own special items in this house. She dragged the mat to the side of the bowl. From now on, this place was her special territory. She felt that she was beginning to be reluctant to leave here. Although there were her friends and grandmother in the abandoned laboratory, this place was really much better than the cold floor of the laboratory. Very warm. Even her heart was warm, beating very hard again and again, as if she was also looking forward to tomorrow's sun. While Yun-Wan was contributing to her farming career, the sweet potatoes packaged for express delivery were officially delivered to the customers. After eating the cabbage bought by his sister last time, Ji Lian decisively followed Yun-Wan's live broadcast room. The food was really delicious, which was part of the reason. More importantly, he saw unprecedented business opportunities and an opportunity for promotion from here. At present, it happened to be a personnel transfer, and the manager was about to be transferred to the branch as a senior executive. Many people were eager to try this vacant position. Among them, he and another person, who has a close relationship with shareholders, have the greatest chance of promotion. He is because of the best performance, and the latter is because of the close relationship. Originally, he had no hope for this, and was a little frustrated. After all, no matter how strong the ability is, it cannot beat the background. If he offended him, he would not leave the company, and would continue to work hard for the company. If he offended another person, he might not be able to stay in the company at all. Yun-Wan's vegetables gave him a glimmer of hope. No one in Ji's family discovered this treasure. As a person with a discerning eye, he could be the first to show his face in front of Yun-Wan, and become the leader of the cooperation. As for whether Ji Shi would dislike Yun-Wan's small scale, and refuse to cooperate with it, Ji Lian thought that anyone who had tasted the vegetables from Shenong Star would not be able to refuse this delicacy. Partners would only flock to it, like nobles crossing the river. And the first person to try it out will definitely get the exclusive agency rights. If he negotiates this cooperation, there is hope for promotion. This is a product that can take Ji Shi to the next level. Not to mention that he can also discuss planting technology with the other party. If the other party is willing to sell planting technology, Ji Shi may even reward him with shares, and make him a partner of Ji Shi. He knew that he had encountered the greatest opportunity of his life. If he succeeded, he would officially become the top of the industry. Ji Lian was a little excited when he received the sweet potato. To be cautious, he cooked one to taste. If the Shenong Star cabbage he had eaten before was his white moonlight, then the new sweet potato was the cinnabar mole on his heart. The overbearing fragrance drifted out from his bachelor apartment. "And Sue?" A neighbor knocked on the door. "Sorry to bother you. I'm the neighbor downstairs. Just a little curious. Is it your smell coming from your house?" A young man scratched his head shyly. "Aw." Ji Lian did not expect that his neighbor was attracted by sweet potatoes. This place is close to his company. He often lives here. But there is little contact between neighbors. This is the first time that he has been visited by a neighbor. "Yes. Right," Ji Lian said. "Maybe I am cooking the sweet potatoes I just bought." Ji Lian pointed to the kitchen. The young man did not know what sweet potatoes were, but he was even more embarrassed. "Although it is very presumptuous, I still want to ask if you can sell me some." "No. One is enough." Standing at Ji Lian's door, the fragrance of sweet potatoes became stronger, and the young man couldn't help smacking his lips. Ji Lian bought a lot of sweet potatoes. Since the neighbor came to ask for it, he naturally would not refuse. He gave the young man two. The young man was grateful, and paid for it readily. "I don't know if I can ask one more question. Where did you buy this?" Ji Lian gave it to him directly with the express packaging. So the young man asked this question. He has a sick old man at home who has been unable to take medicine. His condition has worsened seriously, and he has even lost his appetite in recent days. Today, I smelled the fragrance of sweet potatoes, and my stomach suddenly growled. I felt hungry, and I had a little appetite. He had no choice but to ask for it at the door. He knocked on several doors before he found Ji Lian, the neighbor who bought sweet potatoes. "Well, I bought it in the live broadcast room of Shenong Star, a new planet that participated in the Lord Style Conference. You can search it on the Star Network." Ji Lian shared generously. He was very happy in his heart. This greatly affirmed his vision. The vegetables of Shenong Star are indeed promising in the future. I don't know which words it is. Can we add each other as friends? Can you recommend it to me, brother? The young man took out his mobile phone and asked. Friendly neighborhood relations are not bad for a good friend. The two added each other as friends. The young man was satisfied and took the sweet potato home. The old man was able to eat it. He even drank a few sips of medicine that he couldn't drink normally with sweet potatoes. As for Ji Lian, after the young man left, his sweet potato was also baked. After taking a bite, he had a new understanding of it. He originally planned to let the manager taste it before contacting Unwanted to discuss cooperation. At this moment, he couldn't wait a second. He directly opened the smart brain and sent a private message to Yunwan from the live broadcast room. He followed Yunwan later, but he also marked it as a third-level fan. Hello, Lord of Shenong Star. Are you interested in exporting your vegetables in bulk? We can market your products for you. Make them high-end products. And attack the high-end market. After sending the message, there was no immediate reply from the other side. Ji Lian told himself to be patient and bring the sweet potatoes to the manager for tasting tomorrow. Taking a two-pronged approach. It's never too late. At the same time, Yunwan's return gift to Yun Shuang was successfully placed in the Yun family's exclusive package positioned by the robot, and then taken back by the Yun family's servants for unified processing. The servant looked at the package from Shenong Star with some surprise. Shenong Star. Never heard of it. Sent to the eldest lady? The servant opened it and checked it directly. Inside were some unknown plant tubers and roots. And a note. Dear Yunshuang, thank you for your flying car. It helped me a lot. This is the vegetable I planted on a deserted planet. Everyone says it is delicious. You can try it. Yunwanji. Vegetables? The servant took out a special instrument to test it. It was indeed a real natural food. So she reported to Yunshuang. Miss, someone sent you some natural food. Should I pass it to the kitchen directly? Natural food? Okay. Yun Shuang had just woken up and was still a little confused. She didn't think too much about natural food. It was not until the chef found her and asked about the recipe that she realized it. Natural food? Who sent it to me? Yun Shuang asked. It's signed by Yun Wan. Oh, Yun Wan. She couldn't quite remember this person, but she had an impression of the name. It was a classmate of hers, and she was related to the Qin family. It was said that he went to develop the Wasteland Planet, and many other classmates donated things to the Wasteland Planet. She didn't want to participate in this kind of reputation-seeking thing, but Qin Yan pointed her out by name, and her uniqueness made her look stingy. So she had to donate an unused flying car. She never thought that this little kindness would be rewarded. This Yunwan is a person who reciprocates. Unlike the Qin family, she looked at the sweet potato for a moment. She didn't want to eat something of unknown origin. But the washed sweet potato on the plate showed a bright color and looked delicious. Moreover, she didn't know where Yunwan got the seeds. She had never seen this kind of food before. Is it called sweet potato? Yunshuang thought. Could it be that she hadn't been in the natural food circle for so long that she didn't even know about the new product? She first searched on G's Fresh Food. Generally, G's Fresh Food would upload some reference recipes. Surprisingly, there was not even a picture on G's Fresh Food's official website. This is actually a natural food that has not yet been officially released. Yunshuang didn't think much of it at first, but now she had to pay attention to it. Natural food is expensive, not to mention a new type of natural food. She often comes into contact with natural food and understands its value even more. It is not much cheaper than the flying car she gave away. Some people may even pay a higher price for it. Yunshuang found a cooking method for sweet potatoes in a post. The poster praised the taste of sweet potatoes and also researched a variety of recipes based on the original method of roasting sweet potatoes. The post was posted yesterday. In just one day, someone actually researched a recipe for it. What kind of ingredients are so attractive that people can do this? Yunshuang's expectations for sweet potatoes were greatly increased. She thought that if the sweet potatoes were not so amazing, she might be very disappointed. In fact, she had not eaten natural food for a long time. After eating too much, the taste of natural food was not even as good as the nutrient solution. And it was troublesome and expensive. Yunshuang showed the chef how to bake sweet potatoes. The method was very simple. The chef learned it after just one look. He took a few sweet potatoes and went down to cook. Chapter 17. At noon, a plate of sweet potatoes and some other natural foods, as well as some meat products, were placed on the table. Yun Shuang's eyes only stayed on the sweet potatoes. She picked up a sweet potato, peeled off the thin skin, revealing the golden inside. The aroma locked and the temperature instantly overflowed and hit her face. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This kind of indecent behavior never appeared on her. But today was an exception. The charred skin was a little sticky, but she had a mysophobia and had no time to care at the moment. The golden taste and soft and dense taste instantly captured her heart. A sweet feeling that cleansed her soul slid from her throat into her stomach, filling her stomach little by little, and her whole heart seemed to be warmed by the full stomach. She ate 3 or 4 in a row. Her mouth was a little dry, and her stomach was a little full. In the end, there were only 2 left, and she stopped reluctantly. "Save these for my parents." Yun Shuang told the servants to take the 2 sweet potatoes away to keep them warm, and quickly opened the smart brain to leave a message for her parents. "I left you something good. Remember to eat it?" "Okay. Okay. Thank you, my dear daughter." At night, Yun's mother and father returned to the villa, and had almost forgotten their daughter's instructions. It was only when the servant brought a plate that they remembered it. "What is it?" Yun's father looked at the sweet potato for a moment. It felt soft and dirty, but he could smell an inexplicable fragrance that seemed to come from it. "Sir, this is a sweet potato." The servant explained how to eat sweet potatoes, and Yun's father and mother suddenly realized it. But they didn't have much affection for this dirty little thing. This was specially left by their daughter for them. So of course they couldn't waste her kindness. After peeling off the skin and taking a tentative bite, the soft, sweet taste made their brains, which were used to the vicissitudes of life, crash a little, and they ate faster. After eating, Dad Yun wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, "It tastes good. Why haven't I heard of sweet potatoes before?" The servant happened to know the origin of the sweet potatoes and explained. It was planted by the young lady's classmates. It should be a new variety. If the young lady hadn't looked up the recipe on the internet, the chef wouldn't know how to cook it. Hearing that no one had seen it, Dad Yun nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly he asked, "Madam, what do you think of adding this gift to the royal family?" Mom Yun nodded in agreement. "Good idea. I was worried that there was no special gift. Considering the relationship between Shuang and the eldest prince, we should also give something different." After the agreement, Dad Yun sent messages to Yun Shuang non-stop. And when no one replied, he called her repeatedly. "Hello, Dad?" Yun Shuang was attending a party in her circle, and she didn't expect to receive a call from her father. Generally speaking, her father rarely contacted her by phone, so she was very confused. "Does your classmate still have sweet potatoes for sale? How can we buy them?" Yun Shuang raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. Sweet potatoes taste good, but their Yun family has eaten all kinds of natural food, and sweet potatoes are just a little bit more delicious. Besides, their family does not care about food, and Yun's father actually asked to buy sweet potatoes. Yun Shuang had to be surprised. "Is it so delicious?" "I don't know. She gave it to me," Yun Shuang said truthfully. "Then you should ask her quickly if there is any stock left. We will add the sweet potato to the royal gift list." Add it to the gift? Yun Shuang couldn't help but start to pay attention. She was going to marry into the royal family, so the gift to the royal family was particularly important. And sweet potato could actually occupy a place among all the gifts. Dad Yun would definitely not cheat her, since it was arranged like this. It means that the sweet potato is worth it. I'll ask her. Yun Shuang immediately prepared to contact Yun Wan, but found that this person was not in the friend list. She remembered the relationship between Yun Wan and the Qin family, and didn't want to contact Qin Yin for contact information. So she directly found Yun Wan in the class group and added her as a friend. The other party didn't get through to the friend until the next morning. Yun Wan couldn't wait to take out the treasure bowl when she got up in the morning. Big treasure. Big treasure. She reached into the bowl and fished out 5 small bottles in a row, which were filled with powders of different colors. What the hell? That's it? Soon, Yun Wan figured out what was in the small bottle, and she was no longer so calm. The first treasure was called the 5-flavor bottle, which contained 5 kinds of spice powders, namely star anise, cinnamon, vanilla, cumin, and fennel. The spices are refreshed every day, and a full bottle will be refreshed the next day regardless of whether they were used up yesterday. As a condiment, no matter how small and inconspicuous the 5-flavor bottle is, it is a treasure that Yun Wan has come to very happily with. The interstellar food culture has degenerated. And condiments are even more scarce. Simple soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and oil are not lacking. But when it comes to spices, even the plants are extinct. Not to mention the opportunity to grow spices in large quantities. With a 5-flavor bottle, Unwanted can eat braised pig's trotters, braised pig ears, cumin potatoes. That's not a problem. How many delicacies are contained in these small bottles? Unwanted carefully put away the 5-flavor bottle and then took out the second treasure. This is a strange round plate with an irregular tooth-shaped hole in the middle. The name displayed by the system is also very strange. This is something with an owner. The Great Array of the Mountain Gate of the Hawan sect. Are you still worried about the harassment of the pursuers? Are you still tirelessly avoiding the obscene sight? You deserve the Great Array of the Mountain Gate of the Hawan sect. There are maze traps in the array to make the annoying pursuers never love you again. This mountain gate formation looks very powerful. It should be considered a protective formation. Spirit stones can be placed in the middle of the disc and activated by injecting spiritual power. She didn't have spirit stones. So she thought about it and tried it with ore. She drove the flying car to find a new mine and picked up some ore to go home. Put the blue crystal ore into the small hole. The disc started instantly, lit up, and floated in the air. The disc opened. The various components were reassembled and finally sank deep into the ground. System prompt. The mountain gate formation has been activated. The energy endurance is 1 day. And the energy driving capacity can make the mountain gate formation cover a radius of 100 miles. Wow! Unwanted clapped her hands excitedly. Finally adding a defense facility. She entered Yungu and Meow Meow's information into the mountain gate formation. And then the disc spit out 2 diamond-shaped jade cards, which were equivalent to access cards. Unwanted hung the jade cards on Yungu and Meow Meow's necks, and told them not to take them off. Otherwise they would not be able to return home. Okay. Knowing that if the jade cards fell off, they would not be able to enter the house. Yunji's face was serious. He made sure that the rope hanging the jade cards was very strong, and then hung it around his neck carefully, and hid it in his clothes. The first 2 treasures were very good, and the next 2 also made Unwanted very satisfied. Safe house. A very safe house. Made of hard materials. Can withstand a blow from a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Flower of life, planted in the flesh and blood. After blooming, you will have another life. Especially the last flower of life. Unwanted planted it on her wrist as soon as she got it. But she didn't expect that this flower didn't like to stay in an exposed place, but ran to Unwanted's waist to take root. A small bud pattern appeared on the skin of Unwanted's waist, with no intention of growing. She didn't know the conditions for the flower of life to bloom. Just like a millionaire whose assets were frozen, with a huge amount of money but unable to use it. Unwanted sighed. On the bright side, at least with such a thing, you can always find a way to use it. It's okay if you can't figure it out in your lifetime. The interstellar is not chaotic, except for the Zerg's harm. It's still peaceful. As a weakling in terms of strength, Unwanted can't deliberately contact the Zerg to give away heads. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, it's not a problem to survive. But it would be better if there was a flower of life as an insurance. There was no progress on the flower of life for the time being. Unwanted immediately arranged the safe house and prepared to move. The safe house was a very simple house with 4 compartments and a slightly larger living room, and no other utensils. Yungu was very curious about this house that suddenly appeared, but he didn't ask much, as it was not important to him. What he was wondering now was, "Sister, why do you want to move?" This question actually didn't make any sense, but he just wanted to call her sister and talk to her. This house is more solid. It can't be destroyed by a cannonball. Really? Yungu was more interested. As if Yunwanted said yes, he would take a cannonball to prove it. The Lord's mansion was still in its original place, used as a storage room, and the safe house was placed next door. From this point of view, Unwanted was considered a person with a duplex villa. After arranging the various treasures, Unwanted had time to replan the vegetable garden. The vegetable garden was small before, and it was just right to be placed on the river bank. Now the vegetable garden has expanded more than 10 times, and the flat land on the river bank is not wide enough, and it needs to be reclaimed in the woods. Unwanted couldn't cut trees and weeds by herself. That would be a waste of time. She bought 3 land reclamation robots directly on the Star Network and prepared to work hard tomorrow. She planned to take a day off today, not broadcasting live or farming. Therefore, after doing all these, she started to browse on the Gmail and saw many messages from fans and some friend requests. Most of the messages from fans were asking for sweet potatoes, and one was sent by the group of students who provided pig feed. Hello, Lord. When is it convenient for us to come to Shenong Star? Do I need to apply? There is no application channel for Shenong Star on the Star Network. You can come anytime. The application channel on the Star Network has not been opened yet. You can just come directly. There is another special one inside, which is asking for cooperation. Yunwan was very happy. Someone discovered her rough diamond so quickly. Introduce Shenong Star's vegetables to the high-end market? If someone opens more channels for Yunwan's vegetables, she will certainly be happy. Although her focus is on the market of ordinary people, the high-end market can accumulate a lot of funds for her. So she is of course happy to sell things to rich people. But I can't accept the other party's request immediately. I have to see if he has the qualifications. Yunwan replied attentively. I am interested in opening up the high-end market. But I don't know which company you are from, and what your experience is. After replying, she went to look at the friend request. She didn't plan to add fans. But there was an application from the class group. She accepted the application. The other parties seemed to have been waiting and replied in seconds. Yunwan? I am Yunshuang. Thank you for the sweet potatoes you sent. They are all delicious. Yunwan was puzzled. Is the sweet potato so attractive? Even a high-class lady like Yunshuang couldn't resist the temptation and contacted her. A vegetable grower? You know, there may not be many people in a class who are friends with Yunshuang. After all, the Yun family made a fortune by making military mechas and has many connections with the military. They are really popular. As the head of the 4 major families, there are too many people who want to curry favor with them. In order to avoid trouble, Yunshuang will not add people she is not familiar with. Yunwan didn't stay in the class for long, but she knew this because people often complained about Yunshuang's hypocrisy behind her back. Did Yunshuang add her just to express her gratitude? Chapter 18. Yunwan. Do you have any extra sweet potatoes in stock? Which website do you sell them on? I want to buy more. Is it really because of sweet potatoes? With business coming to her, Yunwan has no reason not to do it. But she doesn't have much sweet potatoes in stock. Just enough for her own consumption. In addition, Yunwan's vegetable growing business is on the right track, so she is not so short of money at the moment. Moreover, the plants produced by the system can alleviate the side effects of genetic defects, and she doesn't want to force herself to drink nutrient solution every day. The last batch of sweet potatoes has been sold out, so if you want to buy some, you have to wait for a while. After reading Yunwan's reply, Yunshuang calculated the date. The queen's birthday is in 20 days, so they need to send gifts in advance. How many days do we need to wait? Maybe 7 to 10 days. Yunwan didn't say too much. Tomorrow, the robot will open up the wasteland, plant sweet potatoes, and harvest them. There will be more than enough time. Sure. As a classmate, can I order some in advance? Of course. The two agreed on the number of sweet potatoes, and Yunshuang provided exclusive packaging and delivered them 10 days later. Yunshuang closed her phone, and the conversation she had just had with Yunwan came to her mind. Her classmate who was pioneering on the deserted planet was not dying as Qin Yan said. On the contrary, he was living a very good life. 2 sweet potatoes cost 500 star coins. He just sold a batch. Is he a poor person? Besides, not to mention the priceless planting technology, just this new variety of natural food. How can he worry about not being able to sell it? Everything is difficult at the beginning. It will be a little difficult at the beginning. But once you get things done, you will make money quickly. How can you be short of money? This Qin Yan is hilarious. Fortunately, she didn't make a perfunctory donation like other students in the class. Yunshuang and Yunwan agreed on cooperation. And Ji Lian was not idle either. As soon as the manager arrived at the office, he handed over the sweet potato. You said this is a sweet potato? The manager was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. He glanced at the red object on the desk and waved his hand. Okay. I know. You can go down. Ji Lian was not satisfied with the result. The manager didn't pay much attention to this new variety. After all, Ji's signboard was there, and it was understandable that he didn't believe that anyone could surpass Ji's. Ji Lian was unwilling to give up the opportunity easily, and he was not unprepared. He took out the sweet potatoes baked in the morning from his bag. He got up at 5 o'clock this morning and was busy. The baked sweet potatoes had been kept in an insulated box to ensure that the fragrance was preserved to the greatest extent and the temperature reached the best taste. As soon as it was taken out, the faint fragrance of the sweet potatoes gradually spread in the air and gradually became stronger. The manager could not help but be attracted by the sweet potatoes. His eyes, which had been locked on the documents, were raised and looked at Ji Lian. Ji Lian continued to introduce sweet potatoes while the iron was hot. Manager, I found this sweet potato on a small planet. After it is baked and eaten, it will emit a particularly tempting fragrance. It tastes soft, sweet and delicious. It will definitely be loved by the public. This is the baked sweet potato I made using conventional methods. Please take a look. The manager was calm and didn't say anything good or bad. He tapped his fingers on the document. Finally, seeing that Ji Lian was at a loss, he put down the document and laughed twice. You are well prepared. He reached out his hand, and Ji Lian understood and put the insulated box in the manager's hand. The manager took the insulated box, looked at it carefully for a moment, and directly broke the sweet potato in half. The sweet potato is not good looking, but it has a strong fragrance, golden inside, and beautiful color. A light taste is soft, glutinous and sweet. This is a new food with good color, fragrance and taste. It really has unlimited potential. The manager can already foresee how popular it will be in the market. Not bad, the manager said. He looked at Ji Lian meaningfully, and then said, You did a good job. It is indeed a good product. Go down and write a plan for me. Ji Lian was delighted and pushed all the tasks to the afternoon. He rushed out the plan in the morning and submitted it. Okay, leave it there, the manager said indifferently, without even looking at Ji Lian, who handed in the plan. Ji Lian wanted to say something, but he didn't leave. After waiting for a long time, the manager seemed to have rediscovered that there was still someone here. Why don't you go to work? Manager, do you need to follow up on the cooperation with Shenxing? Ji Lian asked bluntly. The manager smiled. I will arrange it later. You just finish the work at hand. How happy he was before. How desperate Ji Lian felt after hearing the manager's words. Grief-stricken and indignant. In the end, he had no choice but to continue working like a zombie. The manager's heartless words kept ringing in his ears. I will arrange. Oh, how to arrange? Anyway, he is not in the arrangement. He knows the huge opportunities that sweet potatoes and Shenong Star can bring. And the manager knows it too. Why didn't he expect that this person would directly and blatantly steal his achievements? Is he too young? Is he too credulous? But who should he tell about the sweet potato business opportunity without going through the manager? He has never even been on the board of directors, let alone left the department. Is there really no way for him to get ahead? He felt ridiculous and even thought he was one of the candidates for promotion. But now it seems that the truth should be that the candidate for promotion has already been decided. No matter how hard he tries, some things are destined not to belong to him. It would be fine if he didn't have hope. But why give him hope and then ruthlessly wipe it out in the end? Suddenly, he felt so boring, with endless work day after day, a group of people with different thoughts, and the recognition and opportunities that he would never get. He opened his smart brain and looked at Yunwan's reply. He was originally full of joy, but now he was discouraged. The interface stayed at the previous conversation. We are G's Fresh, with rich experience in natural food marketing. Great. It's an honor to work with you. He stayed for a long time before he gathered a little strength to type. Okay. Someone else will contact you to follow up. Others? Ji Lian didn't explain much to the puzzled people. Yes. After saying that, he closed his brain, buried his face in his palms, rested his forehead against the corner of the table, and his drooped shoulders revealed unspeakable fatigue. After negotiating the cooperation, Yunwan looked at the express delivery. And the robot will deliver it tomorrow. She just negotiated 2 big deals. And she was not in the mood to rest. She was busy again. She put the seeds into the soaking agent first. The concentration of the soaking agent has been diluted a lot. After this soaking, there is no effect. Unfortunately, the system does not provide this kind of soaking agent. It was lunchtime in a blink of an eye. As usual, she had a few sweet potatoes. After eating, she took a nap and then drove out to explore. Today's harvest was good, with 100 blue crystal ores. She did not exchange these ores with the system, but kept them to charge the mountain gate formation. As soon as she got home, She saw Mau Mau guarding the door, looking at her eagerly, with pupils like black grapes dilated and sparkling with crystal water light. Meow. Mau Mau called sweetly. Yunwan's heart almost melted. It feels so good to have someone waiting for her at home. Yunwan stroked the cat's head and scratched its chin, making it snore. Meow squinted, feeling satisfied. This female is something. Standing up, she found that Yunji's room was open a little, and a little person was standing at the door frame, looking out. Oh! There is another person waiting for her. Yunwan waved at him, and Yunge hesitated for a moment, then took 2 tentative steps, knowing that he had not misunderstood, and trotted to Yunwan. His eyes were also shining with radiance. Yunwan also touched his head and asked, after I went out, "Were you well behaved at home?" "I was very well behaved, and was always reading." He knew Yunwan liked him reading. Yunj is awesome. Hearing the answer he wanted, Yun's heart seemed to have grown a pair of wings, and was about to fly out of his heart. His sister praised him. His eyes became brighter, and he said embarrassedly, "Not that great." He was not often praised, and no one said he was awesome. Haha. No need to be modest. Yunge is a very good kid. Yunji's face flushed after being praised again. Today, he received a lot of praise. The sentimental scene did not last long before it was interrupted by a strange cry. The strange cry came from Mau Mau. She was hungry. Haha. Mau Mau is hungry. Let's eat. Yunwan cooked sweet potatoes. Yunge was very happy, but she couldn't wait to change the taste. A new wave of vegetable fields had to be planted quickly. It's not good to eat delicious food every day. Meow Meow looked at the sweet potato in the bowl, took 2 bites for fun, and dragged the sweet potato into the mat, and hid it while the female and the child were not paying attention. When the 2 finished eating, the female came to collect it, and Meow Meow pretended to lick her mouth. Cat is also great today. Eating so fast. Yunwan took the opportunity to pinch Meow Meow's cat face. At this moment, Meow Meow's stomach rumbled again, and the sound was louder than before she had eaten, and it was almost like thunder. Cat is not full? Yunwan was puzzled. The little orange cat is so small, but it can't be seen that the appetite is bigger than her. An adult? She couldn't let the cat go hungry, so she cooked 2 more sweet potatoes. After cleaning up, Yunwan found that the cat finished eating quickly again and was still hungry. She curiously touched the little orange cat's belly. It was soft and deflated, and it wasn't a bottomless pit. But why was it still hungry? For sweet potatoes? Yunwan got excited and cooked 2 more sweet potatoes. She wanted to see how much food a cat would eat in one meal. This time, the cat was finally full and lay lazily on the mat licking its paws, leaving Yunwan questioning her life. 6 sweet potatoes? A cat eats 6 sweet potatoes? Even if she eats so much in one meal, her stomach will burst. Look at the cat again. It looks like nothing happened. It is still staring at the raw sweet potatoes. Huh? She didn't eat so much in the past few days. Did she find a meal ticket and reveal her true nature? She dare not continue to cook sweet potatoes. If she continues like this, she will finish her food in one meal. She can only drink nutrient solution for the rest of the day. Oh my God! I can't afford it. I can't afford it. What kind of cat did she raise? No wonder some people call cats pigs. According to the proportion of body size, the little orange cat doesn't eat much less than the pig. Wow! Who gave her the courage to raise a cat? Chapter 19. At night, the moon was on the willow branches. Meow Meow opened her eyes, rubbed her sharp claws on the ground, and walked lightly around the door of Yunge and Yunwan. After confirming that they were asleep, she returned to the nest and took out the sweet potatoes hidden under the mat one by one. She was very smart. She opened the mat, wrapped the sweet potatoes, bit the knot of the bundle with her mouth, and staggered out of the door. The bundle was too big and too heavy, dragging on the ground and hindering her steps. Her legs were often tripped by the bundle, slowing down her forward speed and reducing her agility. Sometimes she would bump into small branches on the roadside, and her smooth fur would be messed up. Meow Meow didn't care about his beloved fur. He jumped and tumbled and reached his destination. It was a building that looked like a container. Meow Meow went in through the hole in the ground. The door of the abandoned laboratory had always been locked, and the hole was their door. Entering the underground floor, there were some noisy sounds in the quiet night. I smell Meow Meow. Is she back? The little tender voice said. What? I didn't smell it. This was a loud voice. She hasn't been back for a long time. Was she killed by a wild animal? Woo woo woo. Gaw. She's dead. Definitely dead. Woo woo woo. Poor meow meow. Crow. Stop being such a pessimist. The little tender voice was filled with anger. But it didn't have much momentum, which made it even cuter. Meow meow heard their discussion from a distance, frowned, and moved faster. She walked to where she slept, spit the package on the ground, and glared at her friends. I heard that you spread rumors that I was dead during my absence. Wow. It's meow meow. It's really meow meow. Meow meow is back. Woof woof. Go tell grandma. Meow meow is back. Xiaonan is a small green snake, with its tail curled and dragging on the ground, and its upper body standing tall and straight. Woof. Wang Woof is a dog with a loud voice, and he hurriedly followed the snake's instructions to call grandma. Meow meow. I'm so worried about you. Where have you been during this period? Did you hunt a lot of prey? The little yellow chicken had tears in the corners of its eyes, and it cried and leaned towards Meow Meow, rubbing the fur under Meow Meow's white collar. She is a Huang. Jie. Alive. Still alive. Gaga is a crow orc. The friends all focused on Meow Meow, who was used to being in the spotlight, and she swung her tail calmly. I didn't go hunting. You'll know when my grandmother comes. Okay. Who said I was dead just now? Meow Meow shook his ears. Ah Huang weakly raised his wings. Little crybaby? Meow Meow glanced at him sideways, and the latter took 2 steps back in fear, apologizing repeatedly. That's fine. Meow Meow put the matter behind her. She didn't dare to pick a fight with Ah Huang. Once Ah Huang started crying, he would cry for a whole day, and no one could stop him. The grandmother in everyone's mouth finally arrived. She was wearing silk pajamas, with her hair loose and a beautiful face. She was a woman in her 20s, but everyone called her Grandma. Meow Meow is back. Grandma's voice was not as young as her appearance, but had a sense of vicissitudes of life. Yes, Grandma. I also brought these things back. Meow Meow opened the package. Grandmother checked what Meow Meow brought back, but her face was not as happy as Meow Meow imagined, and she was not even curious. After hearing Meow Meow say that these plants were edible, her face became a little solemn. Where did you bring them back from? Grandmother asked. 2 people came to the planet. Grandmother showed a look of as expected. She did not look at the sweet potato, and said to the little orcs present, there are outsiders on the planet. Everyone should not go out recently. Meow Meow should also be careful. We still have enough food reserves, so it's okay to save some food. Meow Meow didn't expose our location. Did she? Meow Meow shook her head. She was a little unhappy when she heard that she couldn't go out. She explained first. She thought I was an ordinary animal. Then she continued, they are a female and a child. Grandma. They are not a threat. And these foods are given to me. Grandma was silent for a long time, looking at Meow Meow without blinking. After a long time, she sighed. Meow Meow. Have you forgotten what Grandma said? Meow Meow shook her head. No. Then tell everyone. What did I say before? Grandma's expression was very serious. Don't yearn for the outside world. It's very dangerous outside. Yes. Meow Meow. We are different from them. You have only known them for a few days. Do you know what kind of people they are? Even if they are good people now. If they know our secrets? Can you ensure that they will not be tempted? Do you still want to be locked up in the laboratory for the rest of your life? Don't test people's hearts. Meow Meow. After saying that, the grandmother looked at Meow Meow deeply, turned around and left. Meow Meow bulged her eyes, feeling a little aggrieved. But they are really good. Gaw. Bad guys. Shut down the lab. Yeah, you repeated. This word set off the almost exploded Meow Meow, and she slapped her hand to the ground. Crow's mouth. Stop talking. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. What do you know? You have no right to talk here. The sound was so loud that it startled the quacks, and the black feathers fluttered in the air in panic. Wow. This stuff is delicious. And the 2 outsiders seem to be good too. Ah Huang's voice interrupted the argument between the 2, and her small tender beak poked a few holes in the sweet potato that no one cared about. Humph! I'll tell you. They're really not bad. Meow Meow's pupils turned cunningly, and he distributed the sweet potatoes to his friends. Delicious. Delicious. I've never eaten something so delicious. This taste is Wang put the skin into his mouth, and his tail shook like a propeller. This is sweet. Sweet? Wang raised his huge dog head in a busy schedule, with suspicious sweet potato residue on his nose. Sweet is good. Sweet is too good. I declare that sweet is my favorite taste in my life. It's really good. She rolled up the sweet potato that was several times larger than her body with her tail, and ate it elegantly. Delicious. Gah. Good people. They are good people. The friends gave Yunwan and the other two a one-sided good evaluation, and Miao Miao's eyes flashed with a dark light of satisfaction. There is another one. Who didn't eat it? Little monster? Miao Miao looked around and found a little monster hiding in the corner without any sense of existence. He walked out of the darkness. The upper body of the little monster was humanoid, and the lower body was octopus tentacles. The 8 tentacles were blue-black, each with its own function. Some of them took turns to attach to the ground, and some of them wandered in the air. These were his tentacles. Weird and terrifying. Thank you. He stretched out his tentacles and rolled them, taking the sweet potato back into the darkness. He peeled off the sweet potato skin and took a small bite. He was stunned for a moment, and then continued to eat. But his movements were more careful. So this is sweet. The 5 little ones were immersed in the deliciousness of sweet potatoes. And Miao Miao suddenly said, "Is it delicious?" The 5 little ones nodded without raising their heads. "Do you want to eat more?" Nodding again. "But what should I do if I can't go out now?" Hearing this, the sweet potatoes in the hands of the 5 little ones instantly lost their fragrance. Wang and Shishi were thinking. Ah Huang was about to cry. And even Gaga didn't say a word. Several people looked straight at Miao Miao, waiting for her follow-up. "I have a way." Miao Miao and his friends whispered to each other. "How can this be?" Wang yelled. "Keep your voice down. You are not alone. We will all go. Grandma will definitely agree," Shishi said in a low voice. Finally, several people agreed to take turns to persuade Grandma, and they all started to act like spoiled children, vowing to persuade Grandma to let them out. Grandma found that the next day, the little beastman was either rolling in front of her, dancing and singing in front of her, and always asked to go out in the end. Looking at Miao Miao hiding behind the door and observing secretly, she had a headache. "You want to go out so badly?" She was a little displeased with the 2 outsiders, who had stirred up the little beastman's heart and made him disobedient. Did Grandma agree? Miao Miao jumped out impatiently. Grandma shook her head and became more stern. "No. You can't go out. Okay. You don't have to act like a spoiled child." "I won't agree." Miao Miao and the others returned home in defeat, and fell on Miao Miao's mat in frustration. The little monster didn't participate in this matter, but seeing them come back, he was also concerned about the progress of the matter. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that Grandma didn't agree. He hugged the curled tentacles and thought, "I can't eat that kind of food anymore." The silence lasted for a long time, until the low air began to materialize, and then someone spoke. "Miao Miao, will you go out?" Ah Huang asked, although Grandma forbade them to go out. The door was not blocked. They have always been obedient and would never disobey Grandma's request. But this time, the open door was in front of them, and they couldn't help but try to cross the yellow line. Miao Miao raised his eyes and stared at the hole for a long time. Early in the morning, Yunwan had just picked up the express and started 3 land reclamation robots according to the instructions. After pressing the start button, 6 arms extended from the back of the robot, each holding an axe, shovel and other tools. The robot moved slowly, striding towards the forest with long legs. Although they were huge and clumsy, their land reclamation speed was not slow. After a while, they had cleared a large open space. Yunwan nodded with satisfaction. At this speed, they could plant the land in the afternoon. Back in the safe house, she always felt that something was missing. Until lunchtime, this feeling became stronger. Then, when she put the prepared sweet potatoes into the cat's bowl, she paused and hesitated. "Yunj, have you seen our cat?" "No. I haven't seen it all morning." "Strange. The cat's bed is gone." Yunwan was very confused. She ran out of the safe house and looked around. There was nothing. No suspicious traces. "System, have you found my cat? It is not within the map range explored by the host." "Huh?" She glanced at the bright sky. Her mind went blank, and she just wanted to howl at the sky. "No. Where is her cat?" Where did her cute little orange cat with a white scarf go? Did she run away from home because she didn't have enough to eat yesterday? She even took away the nest. And she seemed very determined. Cat, you are so confused. There is no other person on this planet who can afford to raise a cat like her. Before she started to feel sad for the cat that left, a strange male voice came from not far away, startling a group of birds. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? There was no one around, and the voice came out of nowhere. Unwanted was startled. The one who should have appeared disappeared, and the one who shouldn't have appeared appeared. Something is strange. The cat must have been captured by a monster. What evil monster is causing trouble here? Unwanted kicked the log that the land reclamation robot dropped on the road away, and walked towards the source of the sound aggressively. Chapter 20. G Family. After Ji Lian left, the manager picked up the plan on the table and reviewed it carefully. He learned a lot of important information, such as Shenong Star is just a barren star, and although the Lord Unwanted's surname is Yun, she has nothing to do with the Yun family. She is just a poor girl with no background and no money, and she has a younger brother to support. The manager's eyes flashed. At first, he intercepted Ji Lian's plan to get promoted, but now he has changed his mind. After working in Ji family for many years, he fully understands how much money the planting industry makes. Now a small planet lord actually has planting technology and unknown varieties of seeds. If he has these things, he can definitely create his own Jishur, and even surpass the current Jishur. A lord without background is not worthy of these good things. The manager called his nephew and asked him to go to Shenong Star to check it out. The nephew Zhou Yi is a small gangster who does not work properly. With the help of the manager, he entered Jishur Fresh Food as a salesperson. He was a little confused about his uncle's request. What are you doing in that godforsaken place? The manager rolled up the file and slapped Zhou Yi on the head. You didn't listen to me carefully just now. You go check out the defense situation of Shenong Star. Why are you asking so many questions? You'll know later. Don't mess it up, or I'll beat you to death. The manager was very angry at his stupid nephew. He couldn't read other people's faces at such a big age. Luckily, Zhou Yi has good execution ability. He can do whatever he is told to do. He is a good tool. If there is a chance, put 2 monitors there, the manager added. Zhou Yi listened to his uncle very much, took a leave that day, and bought a ticket to Shenong Star. This planet is at the edge of the interstellar. There are few planets in this area that are well known to the public. Compared with the central planets, it is simply barren and miserable. The environment, medical care, and education facilities are very backward. Except for the locals. No one wants to live here. Arriving at Shenong Star, the spacecraft was empty. Zhou Yi carried a briefcase across his shoulder, wore sunglasses, and wore a checkered suit. His leather shoes looked out of place on the weedy plain. He dodged a small flying insect and pouted his lips in disdain. What a place for wild people. Without a map, he didn't know which way to go. Fortunately, he was prepared. He took out a few mechanical products in the shape of small moths from his bag. With a light press, the small moths flew in all directions. After a while, the places they flew over were drawn into a map and presented on Zhou Yi's brain. This map was a real-life map. Zhou Yi stood there for 30 or 40 minutes before the small moth finally found a human settlement. He only saw a red figure in the video. The little moth can only take pictures of the scenery, but cannot identify living things. All living things can only show a red shadow. There is a house in the style of a temporary lord's mansion. It seems that this is the residence of the Lord of Shenong Star. Is there anyone who still lives in this kind of free and simple lord's mansion? It can be seen at a glance that he is a poor guy. What kind of defense facilities can such a person afford? My uncle is really a fool. He insisted on letting him come here. There is not even a bar. I really don't know what attracts him to this broken planet. Zhou Yi cursed in his heart. But he didn't dare to perfunctorily answer his uncle. He ran his finger across the light screen, visually estimated the distance to the Lord's mansion, and found the right direction to set off. The journey was not peaceful. 2 zergs ran out one moment, and then he encountered a mountain and had to take a detour. He was almost exhausted to death when he reached the Lord's mansion. He was about to get closer to install a few surveillance cameras before he could catch his breath. Unexpectedly, the Lord's mansion, which he could see in the shadow, suddenly disappeared. He continued to walk forward. Another half an hour passed. Logically, he should have arrived. But the scenery around him had not changed. What's going on? Zhou Yi frowned. He opened the map, and a basin of cold water poured from head to toe, which made his back shiver. The map showed that he had been standing there without moving, but he had clearly walked a long way. Could it be that he was dreaming for more than half an hour? He pinched his thigh. It hurt. It was not a dream. What was going on now? Zhou Yi didn't believe it, and walked while looking at the map. But no matter how he moved, even running, the map on the intelligent brain seemed to be frozen and motionless. Is he in trouble? What is going on? Now he can't find a way to leave. And he can't go forward. So where is he? Is there a wormhole here? After trying everything, Zhou Yi seemed to be trapped in a different space, with nothing around him, and no way to find the exit. Just when he was helpless and furious, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. He ran over to see in ecstasy. And it was a commercial street. There are such prosperous streets in this ghost place? Zhou Yi was suspicious. He walked very slowly, looking left and right on the street. These scenes were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, he saw a bar not far away, and his eyes lit up. Two charming beauties stood in front of the bar. When he looked over, the two beauties flirted with him. Is there such a good place? Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze seriously. He wanted to keep himself awake. The mission is not yet completed. But his eyes did not listen to him, and kept wandering around the beauty's chest. Finally, he swallowed his saliva, and walked towards the bar firmly. He happened to meet a place with people, so he could ask how to get out. Yes. He went to the bar to get information. My uncle wouldn't blame him. Zhou Yi wanted to have a sweet encounter in the bar. When he entered the bar, all the women surrounded him like Tang Monk entering the silk cave. They pushed and shoved, laughed and made noises, and white thighs and arms passed by his eyes. As he expected, he enjoyed several beauties. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore, and he wanted to refuse the invitation of other beauties. But he didn't expect them to say, "You are not good enough." Zhou Yi was not used to being provoked, and he was not used to hearing such words. So he immediately took up his gun and went into battle again. He patted the face of the beauty under him, and laughed frivolously. You will know whether it works or not soon. Zhou Yi was in the mood, and his movements became more and more diligent, listening to the voice of the beauty under him. The man's self-esteem was greatly satisfied. He was in the mood and wanted to kiss the beauty's face. But in a blink of an eye, he saw a huge and ugly fish head blowing bubbles under him. This fright almost made him stop working. Zhou Yi stopped and rubbed his eyes. The beauty's face was still beautiful, so he felt relieved. It seemed that he was a little indulgent today, and his yang qi was lost too much, which caused him to feel a little dizzy. He continued to do his unfinished business, determined that this was the last time, and he couldn't be greedy and hurt his body. He could come next time. Master Zhou, are you comfortable? Did Shili serve you well? Another beauty came close, and her chest pressed against his shoulders. Comfortable. Zhou Yi was very pleased and turned his head to kiss her. Mr. Zhou is partial. I want one too. Zhou Yi kissed everyone equally. More and more women lined up for him to kiss. And as they kissed, he realized something was wrong. The scene was sometimes gray and sometimes gorgeous. Sometimes it was some beautiful women's skin and sometimes some skeletons. Like a flashback in a horror movie. The real scene cut back and forth, and finally stopped at the skeleton monster in the dilapidated house. Zhou Yi jumped up in fear and accidentally hurt himself, covering that place and screaming. Soon he had no time to care. Spider webs covered the roof of the broken house, and a huge spider fell from above and hung in the air. The spider had a beautiful face, and its 8 legs kept stirring. Master Zhou, what's wrong with you? Go on. Don't you like the sisters anymore? Zhou Yi looked at the monster and didn't react for a while. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiaoli rushed over and hugged him. Master Zhou, I still want it. Why don't you continue? Is it because Xiaoli didn't serve you well? Zhou Yi felt the sticky touch on his body, and looked down at Xiaoli's ugly fish head in a daze. And a disgusting fishy smell went straight into his nose. Although he felt nauseous, he couldn't help but scan the monsters around him. These are the beauties he just enjoyed? Zhou Yi shuddered and pushed back. He took a step back, and the monsters took a step forward. When he found an opportunity and was ready to escape, the monsters were already prepared. Some rushed up to hold the door, and some hugged Zhou Yi's hand and dragged him back. Master Zhou, the sisters haven't had enough fun yet. Where do you want to go? Zhou Yi watched the crack in the door close little by little, isolating the dazzling light from the outside and the inky darkness inside. And he was trapped in the monster's arms in despair. Back on the bed. This time he was the one lying on the bed. Zhou Yi had been on the bed of so many women that he was really dying. And these monsters were giving him medicine. He felt like he was dying. Dying on a woman? How pathetic. He didn't want to die in such a miserable way. And he used his remaining strength to call for help sporadically. These monsters didn't stop him, and seemed to be happy to see him screaming his throat out, but no one came to save him. Gradually, he gave up, and finally called out with all his might. But he didn't expect a voice to respond to him. What the hell? Where are you? Get out. Give me my cat back. Cat? Zhou Yi didn't understand what the voice outside was saying. Another woman. He shook reflexively, thinking fearfully. This wouldn't be another trap. He talked to the person outside. But the monster inside seemed not to hear him. Doing what it was supposed to do. Completely unaffected. It was death anyway. And facing a woman outside was better than facing a group of monsters. Zhou Yi continued to call for help. Please. Save me. I don't know where I am. I got off the spaceship and walked over here. And I ended up here. Please save me. I'm dying. I'm dying. Yunwan looked at the empty void and was very confused. The person inside sounded weak and pitiful. It didn't look like the cat was kidnapped. Wait. Where did the person come from? There was no one there. Then, Yunwan seemed to remember something. Went back to the safe house. Closed the mountain gate formation. And went back to the crime scene. Sure enough, there was a man lying there who looked extremely weak. It was as if he had been sucked out of his energy by a goblin. Chapter 21. Yunwan crossed her arms and looked down at the man for a moment. Then walked over and kicked him in the chest. Judging from his attire, he was not a poor man. His clothes looked new. But now they were tattered and wrinkled. He didn't even wear his pants properly. And there was an unknown liquid on his body. Is he a weird person? Yunwan felt it was an eyesore. So she kicked the man hard and turned him over, facing the ground. The man cried softly, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I'm not a bad person." He took a long time to get the strength to tidy up his clothes, and stood up slowly, his legs a little weak. Not a bad guy? Yunwan repeated. Whether the man in front of her is a bad guy or not is still debatable. But seeing how weak he is, and not threatening her with force, she can slowly understand why this man appeared on her planet. This man is not young. And he is not likely to be the group of students. He landed on her planet without warning. Fortunately, there is a mountain gate formation guarding the Lord's mansion for 100 miles. Otherwise, I really don't know what good things this man will do secretly. Before, she thought she had enough money and could enjoy a good meal. But now she just wanted to save money and buy a planetary shield immediately. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yunwan asked. Zhou Yi's mind was not idle while cleaning the marks on his body. He didn't expect that the Lord of Shenong Star was a girl in her 20s. Dressed in rags and not elegant at all. But her face was really good. He was used to seeing big fish and meat. And occasionally seeing this kind of light porridge and small dishes made him feel a little itchy. What a pity. What a pity. He had just been through that hellhole. And now, he was willing but unable to do anything. Suppressing the dirty thoughts in his heart. Zhou Yi grinned when he thought of his uncle saying that the Lord of Shenong Star participated in the Lord-style competition. I am your fan. I just happened to pass by here and came to see you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in person. As he said, he was about to step forward and hold Yunwan's hand. Yunwan reacted quickly, raised his hands above his head, and his almond eyes were full of anger. What are you doing? Don't touch me. You said you are a fan. How do you prove it? Use your smart brain to open the live broadcast room so I can see your fan logo. Yunwan did not tolerate the man just because he said he was a fan. But her tone became even more unfriendly. Her fans would not do such a thing. He came to her house without saying anything and tried to have physical contact with her. Even if they were fans. They were just strangers. His behavior and eyes were no longer the appreciation or love of fans, but the distortion and possessiveness of a sightseeing fan. Yunwan's arms were covered with goosebumps. She really didn't expect to meet such a disgusting person. No one believed that he was her fan. As expected, when the fan logo was mentioned, the man kept avoiding it and said that the smart brain had just broken down. Really? Then how do you buy a ticket back? Yunwan directly exposed his lie. Ah, yes. The ticket. Zhou Yi felt embarrassed that he couldn't make up a lie. And his eyes were like mice, darting around. I still have a spare communication tool on me. Don't worry. Hee hee. I don't know why you were paying attention to me. Yunwan smiled. The answer to the question of votes was acceptable to her. Ah? Zhou Yi didn't expect that the Lord of Shenong Star had been checking the fan list. How could he know what was worth paying attention to in Shenong Star? However, this question was not difficult to answer. Of course it's because you are good looking. Ha ha ha. I am superficial. Yunwan stared at him for a while, until he stopped smiling, and then suddenly smiled. Fans? Right? Yes. Anything else later? No. Zhou Yi shook his head, wondering why she asked that. Okay. Do me a favor later, Yunwan said lightly, smiling broadly at Zhou Yi's confused expression. Zhou Yi didn't understand why the attitude of the Lord of Shenong Star changed so much, and just thought that Yunwan had put aside her doubts. Remembering his uncle's mission, he couldn't wait to accept it and followed him. He didn't see that after Yunwan turned around, she immediately performed a smile disappearing technique, with a sly look in her eyes. Then, something happened that made Zhou Yi regret for the rest of his life. This little favor lasted for a whole afternoon. The woman took him to an open space, where 3 robots were working not far away. He stood there for a while, and the woman took out several pots and bowls filled with various things, which seemed to be seeds. Then, she marked out the arable land in front, and asked him to plow the land with a hoe. Zhou Yi wanted to refuse, but the task was not yet completed. He had just finished a battle, and his energy and spirit had not recovered. Now he had a sore back, and he had to go to the fields to work. Facing Yunwan's bright smile, the word no never came out. Zhou Yi worked resignedly, while observing the terrain and looking for opportunities, and thinking about the seeds in his heart. Having worked as a salesperson in G's for so long, he was not completely ignorant of planting. He naturally thought that the reason why his uncle paid attention to Shenong Star was because of these seeds. Who would have thought that a small broken planet could have priceless planting technology? After the land is plowed, it will be sown. By then, he will steal 1 or 2 first-generation seeds, and this bitch will not know about it. Finally, he will put the surveillance camera on, and his task can be said to be completed in excess. Let's see if my uncle will praise him this time. Thinking of his uncle's praise, Zhou Yi worked willingly, and worked much harder than before. Yunwan divided the fields and observed the uninvited guest leisurely. He didn't notice anyone watching him at all. With a stupid smile on his face, he didn't look very smart. After Zhou Yi turned the land, he ran to Yunwan and said, "Is it time to sow? I can help." As he spoke, he reached out to the sweet potato field. Pa! Yunwan pulled out a branch from behind and hit Zhou Yi's hand hard. After a while, a red and swollen blood mark appeared on the back of his delicate hand, which was swollen badly. Before he could react, the girl in front of him exclaimed, "Ah! Sorry. I was too impatient. These seeds cannot be touched by others. Otherwise they will not sprout. You are such a good person. You won't blame me." "Right," Yunwan said teasingly. Zhou Yi looked up and was about to get angry, but when he saw the girl's moist almond eyes, he miraculously calmed down. "It's okay. I'm tough. If it's okay, can you help me move some more stones? The vegetable field needs to be fenced to prevent animals from breaking in and damaging the field." Yunwan was getting more and more demanding. Zhou Yi didn't expect her to be so straightforward. He was a little exhausted after working for so long. But seeing the girl smile, he thought about the surveillance camera that hadn't been installed yet. The seeds couldn't be obtained, but the surveillance camera still had to be installed. Otherwise, you are so good at turning the soil. You must be good at moving stones too. This immediately caught Zhou Yi's heart. How could it be impossible? He gritted his teeth and held on. Isn't it just moving stones? Move. It's over there. The robot has cut it into small pieces. You will be fine. Zhou Yi looked at the distance. It was about 100 meters, which was acceptable. So he started to move the stones bit by bit like an ant moving house. The afternoon sun was blazing. He was sweating profusely. Whenever he wanted to give up, the girl standing under the shade of the tree would encourage him. "Come on. There are still a few stones left. You are awesome. Hold on. You can do it. Just hold on a little longer, and it will be over. Oh my God. You have moved more than 40 stones. So amazing." Amidst the praises, He gradually lost himself. Although he felt a little dizzy, he didn't seem very tired. He could really hold on a little longer. Have you moved more than 40 stones? He has never moved so many before. It's amazing. After Zhou Yi surrounded the entire vegetable field with stones. Yunwan also finished sowing and watering it when it was cool. The spiritual rice did not need to be raised, so it was directly planted in the spiritual field. After a while, a large area of land was planted. Well done. Yunwan put away the pots and bowls, clapped her hands, and stood up. Then, Zhou Yi listened to the thanks from the Lord of Shenong Star, and he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. This must be an invitation to him to come in for dinner. When he was moving the stone just now, he took advantage of the girl's back to install 2 monitors on the stone, and the task was completed. However, he still had some in stock, and if he could install a few more monitors, especially one in the bedroom, it would be great. Yunwan reached her hand to her waist, met the man's stupid and expectant eyes, smiled comfortingly, then quickly pulled out the freezing gun and shot at the man's arm twice. Before the man's expression could change, his hands turned into huge transparent popsicles, heavy and unbearable for his sore shoulders and trembling thighs. In an instant, his popsicle hands were stuck straight into the ground due to gravity, and he was forced to bend over with his butt raised high. You? What are you doing? I'm your fan. I've helped you for such a long afternoon. Zhou Yi was anxious. He wanted to straighten his back, but he didn't have the strength to support his popsicle hand. Yunwan looked at the man's buttocks trying to move in all directions, and couldn't help laughing. Finally, Zhou Yi was too tired to bend his back, and could only kneel on the ground with his popsicle hand at his side. Huh? Why are you being so polite to me? I can't bear it. Yunwan walked up to Zhou Yi, and suddenly moved away. At this moment, Zhou Yi, looking at the smug woman, understood that he was clearly being tricked. This woman had never given up her suspicions. She tricked him into doing hard labor for an afternoon, and now she wanted to kill him. He really felt that this barren place was not for him. As soon as he came here, his body was drained by a group of women. The one who came later was not a good person either. He worked hard all afternoon and got nothing good. If she came a few more times, he would die here. You helped me a lot today. Do you want to stay for dinner? I'll thank you. Yunwan was leisurely. No. No! Zhou Yi cried. Was this the way he was going to thank him? His hands were still frozen. He was clearly going to destroy the body. That's so embarrassing. It's okay. It's okay. Can he say he has something wrong? Can you please give him a quick death and stop torturing him? Then. No. No! Zhou Yi was a little numb. He just wanted to leave here. Could he still leave here? Ah. I was thinking that it's inconvenient for you now. So why don't I let the robot move you to the landing site of the spacecraft? Don't you need it? Okay. Yes. Yes. Zhou Yi was anxious again, dragging these hands. He won't be able to walk to the landing site of the spacecraft tomorrow. Ha ha. You wish. Illegal invasion. And you want to pat your butt and leave. Do you think I'm stupid? Yunwan changed the subject and kicked him in the butt. I'm really your fan. Ah. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Go explain to the interstellar police. Yunwan turned on her brain and prepared to call the police. Seeing that something was wrong, Zhou Yi's alarm bells rang. He pressed the thing in his trouser pocket with his popsicle hand. In an instant, a hard mechanical shell wrapped him up, and a propeller slowly extended from the top, rolling up a strong airflow, and the quicksand blinded Yunwan's eyes. Before she could call the police, the man fled in a strange-looking aircraft. Do you want to chase him? Host. Chase? No. Yunwan didn't think she could catch him. If he wanted to do something bad, could he not be prepared? It is normal for him to escape, even if she successfully called the police. Shenong Star is remote, and it takes 1 or 2 hours for the police to respond. How could he escape? Why did the host let him go? After hearing the system's question, she was silent for a moment. She didn't let him go on purpose, but she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She didn't want to kill anyone, which gave the man an opportunity. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse as early as the moment she drew her gun. Although the man escaped, Yunwan still called the police and filed a report with the interstellar police. Zhou Yi's aircraft could only last 10 minutes. He could not leave Shenong Star by aircraft. He could only fly to the landing point of the spacecraft and buy a spacecraft ticket to leave. When he arrived at the landing point, He breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground with no desire to live. After resting for a while, he got up and opened the intelligent brain to buy a ticket. Get out of this damn place. He never wants to come here again in this life. No. He doesn't want to come here in the next life. The next life. The next life. The next life. The intelligent computer was frozen in hard ice. With the help of the red-hot sensor, Zhou Yi turned on the intelligent computer. But he couldn't click on the light screen. He could only take off his shoes and touch it with his feet. He scratched his head like a monkey and finally bought the ticket. Soon, the spaceship arrived, and a large group of people got out of it. And almost everyone looked at him. Why would anyone come to such a ghost place? Zhou Yi was in a daze, and almost bumped into one of the women. He was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, and his hands dragged on the ground. Women. He never wanted to have contact with women in his life. It was too scary. While torturing his body, he killed people and destroyed their hearts. Women are too dark. Chapter 22. Feng Gang is a student of the Archaeology Department of the Imperial Military Academy, and is also the contact person for communication with the Lord of Shenong Star. Not only the students of the Archaeology Department visited the barren star, but also the students of the Medical Department, and even the students of the Planting Department followed him after knowing about it. Of course, there were also a lot of tutors. Teacher, how do you think we should go? Feng Gang asked the elegant middle-aged man in front of him. This was his tutor, known as Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao was older, and didn't know the high technology used by those young people. But he had a folded-ear beast with a keen sense of smell, and was good at finding objects. Although it is a Zerg, it has a gentle temperament, and looks very cute, with long ears and red eyes. It seems that in the long river of animal mutation, fate has given it a special favor. Professor Zhao found it when he was doing archaeological research on a deserted planet. At that time, he was lost from the main force, and almost starved to death. He met the folded-ear beast, and this kind little animal gave him food. So he persisted until the main force rescued him. The two of them became friends because of this. He brought the folded-ear beast back to the capital planet, and everyone started to study this benign mutation. At the same time, they also found the problem of this mild mutant animal, which has a very short lifespan. Now, the folded-eared beast has entered old age. Therefore, Director Zhao rarely bothers the folded-eared beast. This time is the first time he has taken it out in recent years. The folded-eared beast jumped out of the exclusive cabin and jumped into Director Zhao's arms accurately. Director Zhao touched it lovingly and put it gently on the ground. Go find where there is a breath of life. The folded-eared beast's beard curled up. Its nose twitched, and then ran in one direction. Its legs are very short, so everyone can easily keep up with its speed. After finding the right direction, we walked forward under the night sky and the stars, which was a unique experience, as if we had returned to the slow rural life. Time was not tight, and the students began to discuss the person they had just met when they got off the boat. He is also here to visit the Lord of Shenong Star? Why does he look like that? Maybe he has some special hobbies. What a weird guy. After sending away the uninvited guest, Unwanted dismantled 2 surveillance cameras under the reminder of the system and picked up a work card. She frowned and looked at the content on the work card. Zhou Yi. G's fresh. Unwanted opened the intelligent brain and called up the dialogue box with Ji Lian. It was indeed the same G's fresh. She had a bad guess. After thinking about it, Unwanted took a photo of the work card and sent it to Ji Lian, asking, "Is this someone from your company?" After waiting for a while, Ji Lian replied, "It's our salesperson." "Why is his work card with you?" "He came to Shenong Star. Could he be the one who took over the cooperation?" "But he didn't say this when he came to Shenong Star today. And he was sneaky." "Are you sure you want to cooperate with me? He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" "The manager is fully responsible for the cooperation with Shenong Star. I don't know much about the progress of the cooperation. I will ask the manager tomorrow to see if there is a mistake below." Okay. This incident made Yunwan's impression of Ji's family plummet. Logically, Ji Lian, who is familiar with her, should be asked to arrange the cooperation. But somehow, she had to replace someone she didn't even know with her. And he didn't come for a long time. Now they actually sent a salesperson here, and secretly installed 2 surveillance cameras, which is quite interesting. If Ji Lian was not sincere, and was still her fan, and the salesperson did not cause any loss and served as her free labor, She would have wanted to curse him directly. She wanted to open up the high-end market and quickly make a fortune to build the planet's infrastructure. But if the other party could not even show the most basic respect, there was no need to cooperate. Because of Ji Lian's relationship, Unwanted planned to give Jisher another chance to see how they explained. If the people below messed up, then Jisher had to be prepared for her to designate a cooperative contact and make concessions. If not, then the pressure would be on her. Ji Clan will not let go of Shenong Star so easily. Unwanted had to shut down the intelligent brain to cook. The sweet potatoes were on the table, and before she had even taken 2 bites, there was another noise outside. What kind of gods did she offend on this desolate planet? Why is it so noisy all day long? Unwanted put away her freezing gun, took a machete and a light source, and walked outside. Wow! There are so many pigs here. Come and catch them. Oh my god! Are there so many pigs on Shenong Star? What are you talking about? Pigs? I don't see any pigs. Aren't there sweet potatoes all over the ground? Are you dazzled? Money. I see a lot of money. Fuck. Peerless Mecca. It's still the same place. Still the mountain gate formation. But this time it's not one person, but a group of people. In order to facilitate the control of the mountain gate formation, the system passed the formula for opening and closing the mountain gate formation to Unwanted. And now she no longer has to run back and forth. As soon as the mountain gate formation was closed, the air was quiet for a moment, and the dark crowd merged into the night. Are you from the Department of Archaeology and the Department of Medicine? Unwanted asked. Ah. Yes. And the Department of Planting. Okay. Follow me. The Lord's mansion is still a long way away. Be careful. There are no streetlights here. The students followed her, and she heard someone muttering. Not only are there no streetlights, there are no roads here. Hey. By the way, where did the things we saw just now go? I just dug 2 sweet potatoes and was about to eat them, but they suddenly disappeared. Do you think this is a holographic projection? Holographic projection cannot touch real objects. But what just happened is just like in the real world. How can this be explained? Amid the discussion of the crowd, the group arrived at the Lord's mansion. Unwanted pressed her temples, which were a headache from the noise, and then opened the door. Come in first. She pressed the light switch, and the room was bright. Walking to the center, she was ready to discuss the arrangements with the students. She didn't expect people to arrive so late. There are not many buildings on Shenong Star at present. She didn't want to take people to the safe house. After all, it was her life-saving trump card. These students could only make do in the Lord's mansion. As soon as she turned around, the students following her almost couldn't stop and hit her. Unwanted looked at the crowd that occupied most of the space, and the people who were still coming in from the entrance, and continued to walk forward silently. When she reached the sofa, the students had surrounded her from all sides. Looking at the students who were much taller than her, Unwanted was a little confused. There were more and more people, and the air was getting scarcer. She even felt a little breathless. Excuse me. Squeeze in a little more. There are still people outside who haven't come in. Sorry. You have to squeeze in. There are still people. Sorry. It's hard to tell how many times she squeezed in. But in the end Unwanted didn't even have a place to stand. She had no choice but to stand on the sofa. And then she could see the current situation of the Lord's mansion. There was still some noise around, but her brain had already crashed, and her pupils were dilated. Unwanted had never thought that Shenong Star would welcome so many guests, and she had never thought that a Lord's mansion could accommodate so many people. The entire space was packed to the brim. If this was a car, it would be seriously overloaded. Inside and outside the car, whether it was the windows or the doors, people were clinging to them. She couldn't help but shudder. Was it because she hadn't seen anyone for a long time that she had social anxiety? No one told her that the whole school was here. So many people came to collect pig blood because they were afraid that they couldn't move the sample? Or did they collect 1 bottle each and wanted to make the pigs into jerky? To be honest, so many people would be more than enough to carry dozens of pigs back. Unwanted felt very bad now. Excuse me, are all the students from the entire academy here? She raised her hand cautiously. The voice was not loud, but as soon as she spoke, the surroundings quickly quieted down. No, they wanted to come, but there were too many people from our academy, so only a part of them came. Ah, want to come again? Don't even think about it. Don't come. Only a part of them came. A part of them is good. If more people came, Shinong Star would explode. Unwan complained in her heart. But she still had a forced smile on her face. I see that you are all of the same age. Are you all students? Unwan raised a new question. About 2/3 of the people who entered the room were middle-aged people. They didn't look like students. So why did they come to Shinong Star to join in the fun? Another classmate answered enthusiastically. Our tutor is here too. You have 2 tutors? Unwan hesitated. How could it be? And our tutor's tutor. Our tutor's tutor's tutor. Stop. Unwan stopped talking urgently, startling everyone, and then pulled a reluctant arc at the corner of her mouth. There are quite a lot of people. We are on Shinong Star. The accommodation conditions are a bit poor. It's okay. Lord. It's good to have a place to live. There is a place to live, Unwan said with difficulty. Where is it? Let's put our luggage there. Don't worry. Lord. We can afford the rent. Unwan smiled shyly at the student who was talking. She thought that she also wanted to earn this money. But we are here. Right here. No charge. Free accommodation for everyone. The students and twice the instructors all widened their eyes. Everyone looked left and right in disbelief. And finally their eyes widened even more, looking at Unwan again. How can we stay when there is no room to stand? Unwan blinked and pretended not to see it, and continued, You guys settle down. I won't bother you anymore. Unwan got off the sofa, made a narrow passage in the crowd, and walked to the door in silence. Finally, she turned around and met the expectant eyes of the students and tutors. Quick! Tell me there are other accommodations. Some of them have gray hair. Unwan felt a little guilty, and couldn't bear to look at it. Good night. Have a good dream. She left quickly after saying that. If you can't bear to watch, then don't watch. It doesn't matter. But they are on her planet, and Unwan can't really let them sleep standing up. The almighty Star Network can solve all problems. She bought some tents on the Star Network and ordered an expedited express delivery order, which will be delivered in 2 hours. This is the best she can do. Capital Star. First Sanatorium. Where is the guard? Call the guard. What's wrong? Could it be? It exploded. It exploded again. People are trapped under the rubble. Hurry up. Move them away. The medical staff worked for a long time, and the situation became more and more anxious. Are you looking for me? A low and hoarse voice came. The medical staff looked up and found that the man they were looking for was standing on the rubble. There were some scratches on his face and arms, and his blue-striped hospital gown was torn. But he was intact. His coat was casually draped over his shoulders, and his hands were in his pockets. If you only look at his expression, you might even think that he was not the protagonist of the incident, but just passing by. Before the medical staff brought a stretcher to check him, another natural protagonist appeared. Cousin, are you okay? I fell back when I heard the explosion. A man dressed as a warlord walked quickly, attracting everyone's attention. Oh my God! It's Admiral Lu Ran. Chapter 23. Inside the first sanatorium, Lu Ran leaned against the wall of the women's restroom, holding a cigarette between his index and middle fingers, and puffed out smoke rhythmically. He was a soldier, not often indulged, and cigarettes were an addiction that he had always restrained. But today, while his fiancée Yi Lin went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup, he couldn't help but take out a cigarette. They came to the sanatorium to visit his cousin Lu Hui. He is the only 3S in the entire galaxy, but he has a genetic defect. Is it because God couldn't bear to part with his masterpiece, so he had to take him away in this way? This is how Yi Lin evaluated Lu Hui. God's proud work. Ha! Her tone seemed to be very regretful. Lu Ran thought that everyone who mentioned Lu Hui was regretful, and there was always a comparison and deep meaning in the eyes looking at him. Yes, he replaced his cousin as the Admiral, but his mental strength was only S, which was not outstanding among the talented people in the Interstellar, and was much inferior to his cousin. But didn't he make any efforts? In order to cover up Lu Hui's scandal, he trained day and night in the training ground. But no one saw it, and they just sighed that Lu Hui's talent was envied by God. He worked so hard, but he's not even a background. Can't these people see that Lu Hui has become a thing of the past? Not only is he not the young hero who rose to fame in the past, but he has to hide behind others and live in peace. A 3S that can collapse genetically at any time is more harmful than the highest level Zerg included. If other nobles get the news, I don't know how big a storm it will cause. If the eldest prince didn't remember the old times and help to block the news, Would Lu Huai still be safe in the sanatorium at this moment? A person was walking towards the end of the hospital corridor. Lu Ran heard the noise, put out his cigarette butt, and threw it into the garbage bin. It was a nurse, pushing a cart. Lu Ran had seen her before. She was the attendant, who was responsible for changing Lu Huai's dressings. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on the shadow. When the person was almost in front of him, he patted his clothes and stood up straight, putting on a mask of a perfect smile on his face, as if he had glanced at her casually. He called the nurse. Little nurse. The nurse stopped the cart, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and turned around to ask, General Lu, are you calling me? As a fangirl, she had recognized General Lu a long time ago. But she didn't want to show it too much and bother her idol. So she forced herself to look straight ahead. But she didn't expect General Lu to call her. Taking this opportunity, she turned around and stared at Lu Ran's face for a while. Ah! So handsome! The nurse screamed in her heart and tightened her grip on the cart. Is her makeup smudged? Is her eyeliner done? Do her eyes look big enough? You are my cousin's caregiver. Right? I remember you. Are you going to change my cousin's dressing now? Lu Ran chatted casually. His voice was unusually gentle. The nurse screamed again in her heart. General Lu is really approachable. As a dedicated caregiver, she certainly knows the patient's family relationship. The cousin mentioned by General Lu is her client Lu Huai, a patient with a genetic defect. This disease cannot be cured. It can only be controlled by drugs. Once it causes gene collapse, the mental power will be out of control, causing large-scale damage, and finally leading to a downgrade of the mental power level. Lu Huai is one of the patients in the worst condition, and because of this, his temper is a bit weird, and he often has a stern face and looks indifferent. Although he looked better than Admiral Lu, no one liked this fierce and gloomy man. His mental strength seemed to be relatively high, and when his genes collapsed, there was a big scene. Almost no one was willing to be his caregiver, and only she dared to volunteer, because this way she could see Admiral Lu often. He was a hero of the entire galaxy. Yes, the nurse replied. She envied Lu Huai, who had a cousin like Admiral Lu, and visited him from time to time. If possible, she wanted to take Lu Huai's place to suffer this. Oh, thank you for your hard work, cousin. It must be difficult to take care of him. Please take care of him. It's okay. It's okay. Patients are always in that temper. This is our duty. The nurse was flattered. Well, thank you. But there seems to be something dirty on your collar. Huh? The nurse covered her collar reflexively and smiled at Lu Ran embarrassedly. It's over. I've embarrassed myself in front of my idol. There's a bathroom here. You can go and wipe it first. Lu Ran pointed behind him. Ah. But the nurse hesitated and glanced at the cart. It's okay. I'll help you watch it. Although it was a bit inappropriate, the idea of maintaining her image in front of her idol overcame the waiting patient. It's okay to be late, the nurse thought and walked into the bathroom. The smile on Lu Ran's face faded. There was no one around. He walked to the cart and picked and chose. He took out the medicine from one of the bottles, opened it, poured it into the classified trash bin, and then poured the nutrient solution from another small bottle into it. He put the empty bottle into his arms. After a while, the nurse came out. She didn't notice anything on her collar, and had some doubts in her mind. But after seeing her idol, those messy thoughts were immediately thrown out of her mind, and she shyly thanked him, not noticing that there was one less bottle of medicine on the cart. You're welcome. Lu Ran smiled, much more sincerely. He and Yilin stayed in Lu Huai's ward for a while. During this time, Lu Ran was just a quiet background board. When Yilin was finally ready to leave, he looked back at Lu Huai, who closed his eyes and rested. His profile was full of the cold arrogance of a genius. When they reached the parking lot, there was an explosion in the sanatorium. He was not surprised at all and smiled knowingly. But then he stopped when Yilin didn't notice. TSK. The exclamation was barely perceptible in the huge explosion. Then let people see the present Lu Huai. If the former god has become a trouble and a burden now, he wants to see who dares to say that he is not as good as Lu Huai. Shenong Star. Fortunately, the students of the Imperial Military Academy anticipated the harsh conditions on Shenong Star, and had no objection to the tents provided by Yunwan. The students gave the Lord's Mansion to the instructors, and went out to camp. The Lord's Mansion was open, and just enough to accommodate so many students. They spent the night there, and when they woke up the next day, their mood was not affected by the conditions at all. Even when the Lord told them that Shannon Star could not provide 3 meals at present, they did not care. Early in the morning, they went to the pigsty to observe this rare ancient creature. Unwan got up early, but not as early as this group of students who were used to military management. When she went out, she was shocked to see the human flesh wall inside and outside the pigsty, and then remembered that they were students of the Imperial Military Academy. Seeing such a large group of people during the day was even more frightening, and it felt like the edge of the pigsty was about to collapse. Someone spotted Unwan coming out and greeted her excitedly. "Lord, good morning. Don't worry. We have a good sampling system and will not cause any harm to the pigs." Okay. Unwan was not afraid that the pigs would be injured, but that people would be trampled. She reminded, "Be careful too. The pigsty is a relatively deep hole with no protective measures. Be careful not to fall in. And don't be too crowded, or people will be squeezed down, which may be life-threatening." Hearing this, the students who were still desperately trying to look inside stopped, and some class committee members began to organize. "The Lord is right. Let's not crowd together, so no one can see it. It's better to wait for the instructors to finish taking samples, and then we line up to watch and take pictures. No more than 10 minutes per person." "Okay. Good. Support." The scene gradually became orderly and a little noisy, but it was much more pleasing to the eye than before. "Well, there is one more thing. Juju may have to eat." "Then," Unwan said. "It's okay. It's okay," most people said. A small number of smart people have already started to think of ways to get close to the pigs. "Lord, I can help feed the pigs. I can do that too. I can cook pig feed." Soon, all the pig feeding work was outsourced. Unwan looked at the energetic students and thought it was good to have such a group of people to help with the work. Now her vegetable garden is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more things to do. It's still tiring for one person to do all the work, and it's time to think about hiring people. However, everything has to wait until the planetary defense facilities and infrastructure are basically completed. Otherwise, even the personal safety and accommodation conditions of employees cannot be met. Wouldn't she become a black-hearted capitalist? In addition, she will have to get along with employees for a long time in the future. If she encounters someone with ulterior motives, she must protect herself. Unwan ignored this group of clear and intelligent students, turned on the live broadcast, and then took Yun-good to water the vegetable garden. She took a day off yesterday, and went on the live broadcast again today, and fans cheered, looking at the large vegetable garden that could not fit on the screen. Fans kept exclaiming, "Oh my God! Host, I love you so much. I thought you were lazy yesterday. I am guilty of malicious speculation. Has the vegetable field become so big in one day? Look! Look! That's the sweet potato seedling. Cabbage! I know. There are new varieties. Host, are you going to have new ones?" "Yes, there are new varieties in this batch of vegetables, and everyone is welcome to taste them. I am looking forward to it. I don't care whether it is a new variety or not. Just give me some of the old varieties. It's agreed that the new varieties belong to you, and the old varieties belong to me. And no one can compete with me. The upstairs is dreaming. I want them all. New and old. The upstairs is too greedy. Leave some for me. I never got it once." Seeing Yunwan start to do farm work, the students of the planting department sneaked over. "Sister Lord, do you need us to help you water? We are from the planting department. We work often, and we won't hurt the seedlings." A girl of 18 or 19 came over with 2 friends. They seemed a little embarrassed, and smiled shyly when they talked. "Sure." Yunwan looked at the 3 lovely girls and was willing to give them some trust. So she handed over the vegetable field directly. Although she didn't water the vegetables herself, she was always watching outside the vegetable field, not afraid of anything going wrong. It was not that she was maliciously speculating about others. Now the number of followers of Shenning Singh's live broadcast room was increasing, and she couldn't guarantee that there were no people with ulterior motives. In addition, this vegetable field was her livelihood. If something went wrong, not only would her reputation be ruined, but she would also return to poverty, and no one might buy her vegetables in the future. It is better to be cautious than to make up for the loss. "Can we observe the seedlings?" "It won't take too long," the girl continued. "No problem. You can ask me if you don't understand. I can explain it to you. Really? The three girls were very surprised. And their smiles were much wider. Lord, sister. You are so kind. Unwanted was infected by their sincere smiles, and kept introducing the habits and growth problems of vegetables. Chapter 24. After listening to her introduction, one of the short-haired girls exclaimed, "Oh my God! Sister, have the vegetables you grow never been infested by insects? The seed survival rate is 100%. Another girl said, "Oh my God! If we can have samples for experiments, we can publish an article in the Interstellar Nature Journal in minutes." Xiaoya. Don't talk nonsense. The leading girl pulled Xiaoya. We are just helping Sister water and observe. The first-generation seeds are very precious and are the product of planting technology. How can we give them to others just for a paper? After that, she apologized to Unwanted again. Sister, we are just too excited to see new things. There is no other meaning. The water is done. We will go out first. Before leaving, she kindly reminded, Sister, don't use the open-air vegetable plot. It may give bad people an opportunity to take advantage of it. Now the plants are not mature yet. They are very close to the first generation of seeds, and they are also very valuable for research. After that, she left reluctantly. That vegetable plot is really the dream place of the planting department. Yen, why don't you continue to observe? Xiaoya was a little angry. She felt that she had said nothing wrong. So why did she leave suddenly? She wanted to observe it more. Xiaoya, such a precious thing. Can you guarantee that you will not be tempted? Yan whispered. After hearing this, the three girls were silent. Yes, when they heard about the publication of the nuclear journal, they were shamefully moved. Very moved. If I stay, I can't guarantee that I can't control myself and do something immoral. Anyway, I've finished reading it. And my sister also explained it to us. I've learned a lot today. The short-haired girl said. Yes, that's right. The three girls left in a hurry. Unwanted probably knew what they were thinking. In fact, they didn't need to be nervous. The seeds produced by the system are indeed unique. But even if the seeds are taken away, without the spiritual soil produced by the system, the research cannot be successful. I believe no one would have thought that her secret is the soil, and she has been guarding next to the vegetable field, just in case someone tampered with it and destroyed the quality of the vegetables. Unwanted smiled and shook her head. She was live streaming, and some fans noticed three girls and asked questions. Are they new employees hired by the anchor? They are pretty. Finally, the anchor is not alone, and it is not a dream to provide food for the whole galaxy. No. Unwanted saw the misunderstanding in the comments and quickly explained. They are students of the Imperial Military Academy. Wow. I'm so envious. I want to go to Shinong Star too. I want to go. But I'm a social animal. Looking at the enthusiastic fans, Unwanted smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Shinong Star has no food or shelter now. If you really come, there might be a lot of wailing. Can we see the pig today? Many fans miss the pink and tender little pig. Today, the pig's exclusive window was not open, so they asked Unwanted to go to the pig pen to live broadcast for them. Ah, maybe not today. Why? Is the pig sick? Fans did not expect that a simple request would be rejected, and they could not help but speculate. Haha. The pig is very healthy. But there are a lot of people watching the pig today. Unwanted shook the camera and stood outside the crowd next to the pig pen to let the fans in the live broadcast room see the general situation. The scene was indeed crowded, and the fans stopped clamoring to see the pigs, and kept exclaiming at the instructors who came out of the crowd. Am I dazzled? How come I saw the Imperial Military Academy's medical school group coming out? I am the master of the planting department, the top of the planting industry, who developed the apple tree that swept the interstellar and pioneered the era of pig beast breeding. I didn't come to participate in the planting conference on the capital star. So how come I appeared on Shinong Star? Although, there are also people from our archaeology department. What's going on? Medical department? Planting department? Archaeology department? Why are these three departments gathered together? Are they having a party on Shinong Star? This is the first time I've seen so many big guys. Anchor, what did you do to attract them? It can't be the pig. It's the paleontological pig. The pig is so charming. It's worthy of being my favorite pig. Unwanted was interacting with fans, and a student suddenly shouted, Lord, Our tutor said that your pig may be pregnant. Ah? Yunwan was puzzled. It feels like the piglet is still a piglet. It has only been a short time since it was exchanged from the system. Has it grown up? Is it pregnant? Hearing that the sow is pregnant, the students consciously interrupted the subsequent photo-taking activities and reluctantly dispersed from the pigpen to avoid disturbing the pregnant piglet. The one who checked the piglet's pregnancy was an elderly instructor in the medical department. His shaking gray beard showed his joy. Great! Little Pink is so capable. As the owner, Yunwan naturally has the right to look at the piglet. As she approached, she heard the old man's doting speech, as if he was treating his own grandson. Little Pink? Who? Pig? Yunwan was very shocked and puzzled. He even had a name in such a short time? She looked at the medical students around her and asked, "Is your tutor always like this?" The medical students shook their heads. God knows. Their tutors are not like this. The most common thing he said in class was, "You are the worst class I have ever taught. How can you sleep at your age? It is normal to be angry and glare at others." But he is not so kind to the pig. People are not as good as pigs. Yunwan understood and turned to look at the old man in the pigpen. An old man in his 70s was serving the pregnant pig very attentively. If the pig was conscious and knew that a medical giant favored it so much, it would probably climb a tree. Yunwan couldn't bear it anymore and advised, "Teacher, why don't you come up first? Pregnant pigs are not that fragile." After speaking, he met the old man's serious face. This change of face is like the change of weather. It was sunny and windy just now. It started to rain and wind before I finished my sentence. Yunwan didn't know what she said was wrong. She only heard the old man say, "How do you know? You haven't seen an ancient creature get pregnant," he said with some grief. "You little girl. You don't even care about your own pigs. Little Pink is pregnant. It's the top priority of the entire galaxy. How can you neglect it? No. You are too irresponsible. I have to stay and take care of it myself. I don't trust anyone to leave it to you." The old man touched the pig's head lovingly. He was sitting on the mountain of stability, and the students and tutors around him were immediately in chaos after hearing what he said. "Professor Luo, you can't come in person." "Why? Do you think I'm too old?" Professor Luo didn't like to refute, and frowned. "Teacher, Professor Li didn't mean that. It's just that Shenong Star is still under construction, and the conditions are difficult. You still have to take care of the piglets. If something unexpected happens, how can we explain it to the teacher's wife?" "Yes, Professor Luo. You can rest assured to hand over the pigs to us. Most of these are students you personally brought up. And now they are also tutors. Don't you believe it?" "That's right. Teacher, you take a break. Let us do it." Several people took turns to persuade Professor Luo to give up the idea. But this old man was very stubborn. And even the fans in the live broadcast room were anxious. "Professor Luo, everyone knows your intentions. And the pigs also understand. But with your body, it is hard to say whether you take care of the pigs or the pigs take care of you. Yes, go back and take a good rest. If you are really worried, just come and see from time to time. If any of you gets into trouble, it will be a loss for StarCraft." No matter what outsiders said, the old man just refused to leave, and refused to come out of the pit. Yunwan had a headache, facing the difficult old man. She definitely couldn't let him stay on Shenong Star. She was busy farming, and she had to distract herself to take care of the elderly. And they were not ordinary elderly people. If something happened, she would be guilty. But no one expected that Professor Luo, who was usually serious and meticulous, would be playing tricks at this moment. A group of people came from nowhere in the live broadcast room and shouted to Professor Luo, "Professor Luo, the planting conference needs you. Isn't it good for an EE to sit in the conference room and listen to the report? Professor Luo, we need your guidance. We have thermostats, natural delicacies, and profound planting research results. Take a look at us and don't worry about the pig." Yunwan fans looked at the large number of professors pouring into the live broadcast room and felt dreamy. The big guys, who could only be seen on TV or have never seen the real person, but only know the articles they published, are now in the same live broadcast room with them. Looking at the barrage that keeps popping up, fans can't help but think that these people are similar to them. Look at the way he humbly calls out to Professor Luo. Isn't it exactly the same as when they humbly ask for food? Same world, same live broadcast room. Different people, different stories, all so humble. By the way, If Shenong Star develops faster, wouldn't we have to be so sad? A fan asked a question weakly, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Yes. Yes. If Shenong Star had complete facilities, the anchor had a large farm. Eating cabbage and sweet potatoes every day would not be a dream. And Professor Luo would also have a place to stay, so he wouldn't be so embarrassed. They finally figured out the problem. It was not that Professor Luo was stubborn, nor that there were too many fans in the live broadcast room, so they couldn't grab the food. Everything was because Shenong Star was too backward. This once abandoned little planet was once covered in dust on the edge of the interstellar. Now it has returned to the public's view, allowing people to see its pearly light under the dust, and also making people deeply aware of its scarred past. There are many such planets, and they are all the price of the rapid development of the interstellar. It seems worthwhile to exchange a few unimportant planets for the prosperity of the interstellar. But at this moment, in the Shenong Star live broadcast room, almost all viewers without exception think that it is not worth it. I thought of my home planet. Me too. My home planet is not a mining planet, but it has become an industrial base and is seriously polluted. My home planet is a garbage planet. Alas, the state of Shenong planet is not bad, and there has been no large-scale pollution so far. I have an idea. While the fans expressed their opinions, Professor Luo raised his hand to stop all the voices of advice. He said, "Aren't you just worried that I don't live well and eat well here? How about this? We build an experimental building here." His voice was not loud and slightly tired, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. After a moment of silence, the air burst into voices of approval. As the biggest beneficiary, Yunwan was now stunned. Build a laboratory building? When someone asked her to buy land, she hadn't reacted yet. How could a laboratory building be built because of a pig? She didn't understand. She could only say that she didn't understand the world of the rich. Lord, how much is our land per square meter? Can we get closer to the pigsty? How much does the land cost? She also wanted to know. Where is the land marked? She also wanted to know. Yunwan pondered. For the first time, she realized that she knew nothing about Shenong Star. Who would have thought that Shenong Star was still a wasteland, and someone would buy land to build a house here? She didn't even know the market price of the land. Although she wanted to develop Shenong Star, she only dared to think about farming to make money. After the planet's defense was built up like a normal planet where people could live, someone would invest in it, and the planet would enter a period of rapid development. She hasn't even completed her initial development, and hasn't even learned to walk. But she has to start running. Isn't this embarrassing for her? There's really no need for this kind of dragging development. Chapter 25. Yunwan pondered for a moment, made a draft in her mind, and then answered, the price of the land is still to be discussed, but the location can only be selected within 500 meters of the Lord's mansion. She didn't want to hastily decide the price of the land. First, it was related to the future development of Shenong Star. Second, the price of land on each planet was different. She needed to study it. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want the land on Shenong Star to be sold too cheaply. The location of the building was not something she said casually, but was built on the basis of the Mountain Gate Formation. She wanted to use the coverage of the Mountain Gate Formation as the boundary to distinguish the inner city from the outer city. The inner city is mainly engaged in planting and building private farms for lords, while the outer city is for residents to live in, and a series of business districts, schools, etc. will be built. In this way, the plants and pigs that Shenong Star relies on for survival can be protected and resist some malicious detection. 500 meters is a distance that is neither short nor long, and the other party can accept Yunwan's proposal. The two will communicate with the intelligent brain later and sign an electronic contract for the specific situation. In addition to Professor Luo's big hand to build an experimental building on Shenong Star, fans in Yunwan's live broadcast room also came to join in the fun. Host, can we buy land too? I want to build a hotel on Shenong Star. Wow. So rich. Just build a hotel. Good idea. Good idea. Build a good hotel. Benefit everyone. To be honest, Shenong Star has nothing to attract people to visit except the delicious food. As for buying food, now express delivery is convenient. No one will go there in person. And building a hotel will definitely lose money. Yes, Shenong Star is too underdeveloped. There are no roads. Although I like the host's food, I really don't want to go to a place like Shenong Star. It's okay. I'm just building it for fun. The fans' comments once again silenced Unwanted. Evil rich man. He actually built something for fun that others would never dare to think about in their lifetime? She really didn't understand the world of rich people anymore. Unwanted was inclined to approve the land for this fan if he really wanted to buy it. On the one hand, both the laboratory and the hotel were urgently needed on Shinong Star. If Shinong Star had a hotel, the next time guests came, they would have a place to stay. Moreover, even if the hotel was operating at a loss, it would not be her fault. She was simply wronged by a stupid person with a lot of money. No! What a nice guy! On the other hand, by selling the land, she can also have more liquidity, which is one step closer to the planetary protection shield. Although there are many benefits, Unwanted will not agree to such an important thing casually. Everyone can buy the land, but you need to bid. And you can't choose the location yourself. In 2 days, I will release the land location map and the amount. Those who are interested can sign up first. After passing the preliminary selection, you will be eligible to buy the land. Unwanted paused, feeling that she had not missed any important information, and continued, the ownership of the land on Shinong Star will not be sold. After purchasing the land, everyone will obtain the right to use the land. At the same time, they must abide by the Interstellar Green Treaty. If the amount of pollution discharged exceeds the provisions of the treaty, the right to use the land will be confiscated. If you still want to buy, you can send me the application form in private message, and I will send you the application form template in the evening. Okay. I'll go. The person above really wants to buy? Wait for follow-up. If there is a hotel on Shinong Star, I can consider going there. And I think the scenery there is pretty good. In the evening, Unwanted sat at the table and pondered the application form, which required filling in the applicant's personal information, the estimated scope of land use, and the reason for land use, as well as the details of the cash flow, to prove that he has enough financial strength to afford the subsequent development of the land. After completing the form, she uploaded it to the live broadcast room and it at all of her fans. Soon, a tall discussion building was built under the space. The form information is so detailed, and the anchor is so rigorous. 5 people have already downloaded it. Do so many people want to build a hotel? Do I not understand the investment vision of the big guys? Does anyone say whether Shinong Star is worth investing in? Although Professor Luo wants to build an experimental building, Shinong Star is still a typical undeveloped wasteland, without activities and characteristic industries that attract tourists. Unless it is fully commercialized in the future, it will be difficult to make money from investment. Yes, after all, only people can make money. Shinong Star has no more than 2 permanent residents at present. If you want to make money, you can only make money from the lords. Ha ha ha. No matter how the fans discuss, Lu Tang plans to build a hotel on Shinong Star. For no other reason. He was upset these 2 days, and wanted to find a quiet place to relax himself. It happened that the old man saw that he was not doing his job every day, so he froze his card and gave him a sum of money to fend for himself. Whether he invested or spent it, his family would no longer support him. The old man wanted to force him to make progress, and he was very annoyed. I really don't understand why the family is so rich, but they still support a useless person like him? They have to let him roll. But he just wants to lie down and be a lazy fish. He is not born to make big money by investing. He knows himself. But the old man can't see this clearly, and still has unrealistic fantasies about him. Aren't they asking him to invest? Then he can open a hotel on Shinong Star. He didn't choose Shinong Star casually. He has been paying attention to this lord for a long time, and bought a lot of sweet potatoes at a high price. The taste is really good. When he opens a hotel on Shinong Star, there will be no need to go to the live broadcast room to grab it. You can also get the moon first because you are close to the water. Lu Tang quickly filled out the form, and clicked send. After uploading the form, Unwanted was not idle. She planned out the approximate area of Shinong Star, and then posted a message on the Star Network asking for the planet development map. Although there is no planning capital at present, she also wants to work hard to plan, and does not want to build a bunch of messy and disorderly buildings in the early stage of the planet. It really affects the beauty of the planet. Thinking of Lu Li in my friend list, I asked him for advice. Lu Li's family seems to be quite rich. Maybe he has friends who know this. In the end, it was indeed Lu Li who helped. I have a friend who drew some planet development maps, but he drew them casually and did not modify them. Do you want to see them? It won't be expensive. Right? How much does one map cost? Not expensive. Some of them are his graduation projects. And they only cost 500,000 star coins. When Unwanted saw 500,000, the water in her mouth almost spurted out. You call this not expensive? She swallowed and continued to ask, what about the more ordinary ones? Oh, there are some of his daily homework, which are all well rated by the teacher, and only cost 100,000 star coins. Are there any more ordinary ones? More ordinary? Do you think this one is okay? Unwanted felt the other party's embarrassment. But there was nothing she could do. After buying the robot, she only had 50,000 star coins, which she really couldn't afford. Fortunately, the other party tried very hard to help, and didn't blame her for being poor or busy, and directly sent a design draft. The paper was a little yellowed, and there were drafts on it, which was obviously not very important. Great. This must be cheap. Unwanted took a quick look. Although the design was a little simple, it had all the necessary partitions. She liked this kind of practical and affordable. This is it. So simple. I fell in love with it at first sight. How much does this cost? Luli, who was behind the smart computer screen, held a design textbook in one hand and replied to messages with the other hand. But his movements were a little stiff. Simple? It was quite simple. This is the template picture in the textbook. TSK. Luli, where did you get such a poor and aesthetically pleasing friend? The roommate was dissatisfied that Unwanted didn't like his design, but chose a template without any characteristics. I think she doesn't like the picture, but likes to get a bargain. She has a hard time thinking of the first time she saw Unwanted. She was wearing tattered clothes. Luli said so. After appeasing the complaining roommate, Luli continued to reply. This is free. Unwanted replied immediately. Ah? Not good. After all, you guys spent a lot of effort to draw it. This picture is a template from a book, not drawn by us. The right to use it is public, and anyone in the galaxy can use it. You can just use it directly. Unwanted was overjoyed. There is such a good thing. Then she will not be polite. Thank the designer for his generosity. However, although the picture is free, if it weren't for Luli, she wouldn't have gotten it. Thank you. Luli. The Lord of Shinong Star transferred 200 star coins to you. Please drink the nutrient solution for you and your friends. Thank you for your trouble. When Shinong Star is developed, I will invite you to be my guests. Okay. You're welcome. After Luli replied, he turned off the intelligent brain, looked up, and met his roommate's disapproving eyes. Hey! I saw it. She said she would treat the two of us to nutrient solution. You want to keep it all? Didn't you say that she is poor and has bad taste? Why drink her nutrient solution? Luli said deliberately. I helped too. Go buy nutrient solution. I want to drink nutrient solution. Unwanted marked the location of the hotel and laboratory on the planet development map, and also marked a series of facilities such as schools, shopping malls, and snack streets. She couldn't help but think of the scene after the construction of Shinong Star was completed. Nature and technology were perfectly integrated. The food culture that regained its glory would be the killer weapon of the entire Shinong Star that swept the interstellar. When food returned from the hands of the nobles to ordinary people, who could resist tasting the taste that had been silent for thousands of years? According to the map scale drawn by the system, Unwanted marked the area of the land around the Lord's mansion, added the price per unit area, and sent the design drawing to the space. With the text, the following is the specific situation and price of the land. Please know. At 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Applicants who have passed the information review, please enter the live broadcast room to bid. After doing all this, it was already late at night, and the air was a little chilly. Having just completed a hard job, Unwanted's brain cells were extremely active, and she was not sleepy. So she sat on the bed and meditated for a while. She practiced her mind method and felt her skin absorbing the tiny spiritual energy between breaths. The interstellar spiritual energy is not abundant, especially in this barren planet without minerals. The spiritual energy is even thinner. If Unwanted did not have experience in cultivation, she might not even feel the spiritual energy, let alone cultivate. She was not in a hurry, and slowly internalized the poor external spiritual energy into the spiritual power in the meridians. After a while, the spiritual power gathered into a small river as wide as a finger, constantly washing her meridians. This is a very wonderful feeling. Unwanted can even see the changes in her meridians. Chapter 26. Unwanted's body was not good, and the gene defect caused the gene to collapse. Not only was her meridian damaged, but it was also severely blocked. So it was very difficult for her spiritual power to flow through her body. The spiritual power of a finger width flowed through the narrow meridians, and when it reached the blockage, it was like a river being cut off by a dam. Under her constant impact, the spiritual power continued to act on the blockage, and dense pain came from her body. After unremitting efforts to break through the blockage, there was little spiritual power left that had been absorbed before. There are still many blockages like this in her body. It seems that the road to improving physical fitness is long and arduous, and requires constant persistence. Opening the blockage is beneficial and harmless. Based on previous cultivation experience, Unwanted guessed that after the meridians are unblocked, the problem of genetic defects can be improved. Because the gene collapse caused by genetic defects is ultimately due to the fluctuation of energy in the body. The energy cannot flow in the body, and can only overflow, causing damage. If the meridians are unblocked, when the gene collapses, the escaped energy can be reabsorbed. Even if the meridians are wide enough, the energy cannot overflow, but only wanders in the meridians, and then turns into spiritual power in the body again. At the same time, spiritual power can flow around in the meridians to repair the scars caused by gene collapse. In this way, although you can still feel pain when the gene collapses, it is within the tolerance range, and it will not get out of control, and the situation will not continue to deteriorate. In general, this mental method is indeed a great opportunity, which solves her urgent needs. The crops produced by the system and this mental method have greatly improved her physical fitness. She was sick when she first arrived in the interstellar. After a few weeks, she had stopped taking medicine, but the disease has never recurred. Hey, I saved a lot of money on medicine to break the blockage and repair the old injuries in the meridians. Unwanted practiced for a long time, patching up her fragile body, and finally she didn't have any spiritual power left. However, she didn't do it in vain. After the blockage and old injuries were healed, the meridians seemed to be widened and more resilient. She absorbed the new spiritual power into the meridians, rushed around a little bit, but didn't hurt the meridians. Instead, she soothed the anxious spiritual power with a more tolerant attitude, like a mother treating a crying child. After a while, the spiritual power automatically calmed down and continued to move forward. The time of cultivation passed quickly, and a new day came in a blink of an eye. The gentle morning sun shone through the glass window onto Unwanted's fair face. When the darkness faded, she realized that she had been cultivating all night. She stayed up all night, but strangely, she didn't feel tired. Instead, her mind was particularly clear, and even her arms and legs were full of energy. Unfortunately, her efforts for one night only solved the meridian problem in one arm. It would be a long and difficult journey to let the spiritual power flow through the whole body for a cycle. A night of practice made her sweat. She took a shower, changed her clothes, and went out just in time to meet the students of the Imperial Military Academy who came to greet her. They had already collected samples and were ready to leave today. Bon voyage! Unwanted waved to them, facing the morning breeze. The students and instructors of the Imperial Military Academy also waved, and the large farewell scene was spectacular under the golden sky. On the way, the student sighed. Although I have only stayed here for 2 days, and the conditions are not satisfactory, I still feel reluctant to leave. Everything here is so novel. I envy the teachers so much that they can stay and take care of the pigs. Look at the bright side. Maybe after the pigs give birth, we can buy piglets from the Lord. Great. Then we will have our own piglets. The students of the Imperial Military Academy came with excitement and left with satisfaction. The instructors who stayed on Shinong Star also started the self-care work. Professor Luo did not leave, nor did he do it himself, but stood aside to guide his students. Be gentle. Can't you hear its cry? You heard it. What if it's in a bad mood and affects its pups? Put this mat in, and the little pinky should lie on a softer place. Don't hit her belly. Be careful. Listening to Professor Luo's meticulous care, Unwanted found it funny. Bathing in the morning breeze, Unwanted stood in front of the Lord's mansion and looked around. In front of her was the wealth she had accumulated since coming to the interstellar. The 2 pigs were still in the dark and damp pen, but they were full of pups. She would have more pigs in the future, and she would become a big pig farmer in a minute. A few steps away, a large field stretched out. Most of it was a vegetable field. In the fertile and dark soil, many tender green sprouts poked their heads out, enjoying the warm sunshine and sweet dewdrops. When the breeze blew, they shook their heads and tails and danced, as if they were very happy to grow in this land. The other half was a paddy field. The spiritual rice planted in it had already sprouted, and between the leaves, it seemed that it was about to begin to form ears. The field was full of vitality, symbolizing a good harvest in the near future. At some point, Yun-gu also came out of the room and stood beside Yun-wan. Two figures, one big and one small, looked at the beauty in front of them side by side, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After discovering Yun-gu, Yun-wan put her hand on his shoulder and said proudly, "Look, Yun-gu, this is the country I planted for us." "Yes, planting the country. What kind of vegetable is the country? Is it delicious?" Hearing Yun-ji's childish talk, Yun-wan's lips overflowed with a silver bell-like laughter. She didn't explain anything. Yun-gu thought her sister was happy because of the vegetable field. So he glanced at her, secretly moved closer to her, and grinned foolishly. Standing next to his sister, he felt warm and could smell a special smell. A smell that made him feel at ease. He couldn't help but think, "Mom, did you see it? He was living a good life. He didn't become an unwanted child. Nor did he go to an orphanage. He didn't have to live on that messy planet anymore. And he didn't have to be called a little slave. He and his sister had their own planet, where there were only the two of them. A large piece of land with delicious food. 2 pigs that could eat meat. And some very friendly guests, who came from nowhere." It seemed that all of a sudden, the world put away his ferocious expression and smiled at him kindly. "Mom, did you see it?" Yun-wan was doing well. But Ji Lian, who promised to help her inquire about the progress of the cooperation, was in a state of panic. He repeatedly wanted to talk to the manager, but the manager either asked him to go later or was busy. It was not until the next day that he found an opportunity to ask the manager, "Manager, I want to ask if the cooperation with Shinong Star has already started, and which colleague we sent to connect with it. I have some relevant information here that I can give him to facilitate the completion of the cooperation." The manager took a sip of coffee, picked up the document to revise, and said casually, "Didn't you say that you don't have to worry about it? Just give me the information. I will arrange it." The manager still used the same old words to prevaricate him. Ji Lian felt that his repeated inquiries made the manager a little dissatisfied. But after all, he started this matter. Even if he is not responsible for following up, it is understandable that he wants to know the progress. Not only did the manager steal his cooperation, but he didn't even let him ask. It's too ugly. Ji Lian's frustration gradually turned into extreme dissatisfaction with the manager. He breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. He didn't really care about the progress of the cooperation anyway. He just brought up the topic and wanted to talk about the salesperson who sneaked to Shinong Star. "Okay, manager. Then I'll send you the information. But it's not that I intentionally want to mention the cooperation. It's Shinong Star who saw that we didn't arrange anyone to discuss the cooperation and sent a message to ask me what's going on. I don't know who is responsible for this matter. So I came to ask you," Ji Lian explained. Then, he brought up the topic of this conversation. "Besides, we have a salesperson. Did she say anything else?" The manager interrupted Ji Lian. This kind of interruption was not abrupt when it happened to the manager. What made Ji Lian feel strange was the content of his words. Did she say anything else? Why did the manager ask this? He was sure that the manager did not know the Lord of Shinong Star and had never chatted with her. So did he ask this because he thought the other party needed to say something to him? What else could she say to him? Is the manager afraid that he would secretly reach an agreement with the other party and snatch the cooperation back? How could he dare to do that? If he offended the manager, he didn't know if he could stay in the company. He just wanted to be a worker with a stable income and didn't want to lose his job for a promotion. Ji's was the industry leader, and it was not easy to find a job of the same level after leaving. What made Ji Lian feel strange was that he thought the manager would use this cooperation to curry favor with the upper level, and the cooperation with Shenxing would be handed over to the related competitor to follow up. But no news came out. Could such a big cooperation be done in secret? Ji Lian really couldn't figure it out. He was suspicious inside, but he didn't show it on his face. She didn't say much, Ji Lian answered, and suddenly remembered the salesperson. and said, "Oh?" She also said. Ji Lian was about to tell the manager about the salesperson, but he stopped halfway. He glanced at the manager, who was staring at him closely and listening carefully. What else? Even after waiting for a long time without getting any follow-up, he started to urge. Ji Lian felt that there must be something he didn't know. That salesperson definitely didn't go to Shenong Star by accident. Could it be sent by the manager? Otherwise, why was he so sure that the Lord of Shenong Star had something to say? Thinking of this, Ji Lian's intuition told him that he couldn't tell the manager about this. He changed the subject. It's nothing. Just urging us to send someone over to discuss cooperation quickly. That's all he said? The manager asked. After getting a positive answer, the manager remembered what Ji Lian said before and asked, "You just said the salesperson? What happened to the salesperson?" "Oh, someone just complained that the salesperson had a bad attitude." Ji Lian made up an excuse to get by. Seeing that there was nothing important, the manager waved Ji Lian back to his workstation. For an afternoon, Ji Lian was preoccupied with things and was a little absent-minded. Dinner time. Everyone went to eat. He was delayed in the morning and did not finish his work. So he ordered takeout and continued to write the plan. Unexpectedly, he saw the salesperson whose work card fell on Shenong Star walk directly into the manager's office. Sure enough, there was a problem. When the salesperson went in, the door was not closed tightly, giving Ji Lian the opportunity to eavesdrop. He quietly walked behind the door to see what the manager was up to. Chapter 27. After Zhou Yi left Shenong Star, he was looked at strangely and was in a very bad state. He always paid attention to his image and thought he was very charming. This was the first time he was looked at like a monster. He was annoyed by the looks. After getting off the spaceship, he hurried home and used a heater to heat the ice on his hands. 3 hours later, his hands were finally freed from the ice. What kind of energy did this damn woman use? The ice was so hard to melt. Zhou Yi moved his hands. His arms and the back of his hands were severely frostbitten. They were all blue and purple. The blood vessels were bulging and throbbing up and down. It was extremely scary. Damn woman! She actually suspected him long ago. Zhou Yi cursed. Luckily, he was more careful. The surveillance camera was installed very secretly. It would be impossible to find it without professional equipment. He didn't want to drag his weak body out. He stayed at home for a day and recovered his spirits. Then he went out to find his uncle. When he came to his uncle's office, he immediately forgot the torture he suffered on Shenong Star and felt a little proud. "Uncle, it's done." Zhou Yi sat on the manager's desk casually. The manager rolled his eyes at this unruly nephew and slapped him on the back. "Get out of here. Tell me what happened." Zhou Yi jumped off the table and took a sip of water from the manager's cup. It's unpalatable." Zhou Yi spat a few times, dancing on the manager's endurance line. The veins on the manager's forehead popped out, and he wanted to curse. But he didn't want to delay his work because of his stupid nephew. "Hurry up and tell me. Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Yi glanced at his uncle with a stern face and smiled. "Oh, uncle, Shenong Star is just a barren star. There's nothing powerful about it, let alone defense. There's not even a person, and it's unimpeded to enter and exit. I went in a minute and installed surveillance cameras. No one would notice. And that little girl, don't be afraid of her. She's dressed in rags. Just give her some money to get rid of her." "Oh, if it's so simple, why did you come to me now?" The manager was not in a hurry when he heard that the matter had been settled. He glanced at his nephew and snorted. "Where did you go to have fun again?" This question was difficult for Zhou Yi to answer. He didn't dare to tell the truth. He laughed. "Since you have completed the task, I will spare you this time." The manager did not want to argue with him. He also did his best. So he picked it up heavily and put it down gently. After warning his nephew, he continued, "Turn on the surveillance and have a look." Zhou Yi had done this and was very proud. Just when he heard it, he immediately turned on the smart brain and called up the monitor interface. He clicked on the screen. The monitor should have been activated, but the screen was still dark. The manager glared at him with anger, and the pressure brought by his gaze made his hands tremble a little. "Don't worry. It must be too dark. The night vision mode is not turned on." Zhou Yi opened many interfaces again, operated them one after another, and it was almost half an hour later. But the screen was still dark, not to mention the shadow of a person. Not even a ghost. The manager's patience ran out. And he said impatiently, "How long do you have to wait? Is it so complicated to turn on a monitor? If it doesn't work, let someone who knows how to do it come." Wait. Wait a little longer. Impossible. I clearly installed it. Joey became more and more anxious, clicking randomly on the screen. And finally the intelligent brain crashed and the screen went black and exited. "Is this what you said? This is the surveillance camera you installed? Are you an idiot? Ah! If you can't do this little thing, what's the use of you?" The manager was furious and kicked his nephew, who was squatting in front of him. Joey fell to the ground and hit his head against the corner of the door. The sudden movement in the office startled Julien. The door hit his temples and made a sound. He thought it was not good and turned to the left to enter the tea room. After a while, the salesperson opened the door and came out to check. He looked around and didn't see anyone, so he went back and closed the door tightly. The manager's office is well soundproofed, and you can't hear any sound from inside when the door is closed. And Julien didn't need to listen anymore, as his guess had been confirmed. Sure enough, it was all the manager's fault. But why did he go to such lengths? Wouldn't it be better to report directly? He could sell out his superiors, and his position could also be moved. Why monitor Shandong Star and investigate Shandong Star's defense facilities? Did the manager want to rob without spending a dime? Julien was terrified by his own thoughts. His original intention was to help Shengxing and also to increase his chances of promotion. Unexpectedly, everything went against his will. Not only was the cooperation snatched away, but even Shengxing was implicated by him. Although he also understood that with or without him, Shengxing would be exposed one day with the treasure and cause trouble. But now, he brought this process forward, and Shengxing did not have the ability to match it. It was all his fault. Why was he not content with being ordinary? Julien gritted his teeth and sent a message to Yunwan in annoyance. "Lord, there is a problem with the cooperation, and it may be delayed. You should be careful. There may be suspicious people recently." The message showed sent, and Julien stared at the dialogue box for a while. If the Lord scolded him, he would accept it. The incident was caused by him, but he could do nothing. Julien punched the void to vent his depression. What kind of company did he join? What kind of monsters are there in the company? Did he do something wrong in his previous life? Joey re-entered the room and met his uncle's unexpected eyes. And the whole person was a little depressed. "No one outside?" the manager asked. Joey shook his head. The manager slammed the table and said angrily, "Things are messed up. And you are looking for trouble here? Idiot! What are you standing there for? Come over. You said you installed a monitor. Why can't the image come out now? Okay. You don't have to explain. Tell me about the situation on Shandong Star. It's just that there is no defense. The Lord is just a girl, not even older than me, and looks easy to deceive. There must be something wrong with the monitor." Joey was so stubborn that the manager slapped him on the head. "Don't brag. I think you are such a fool that you don't even know you've been tricked. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Tell me everything that happened." Joey glanced at the manager, feeling embarrassed. "Do you have to tell me everything? And the details?" "Yes. Speak." Joey glanced at his uncle again. Some of the details seemed hard to talk about, but if his uncle wanted to know, he should tell him. He started by describing how he had prepared and how smart he was when he first landed on Shandong Star. He also described how brave he was, and how he fought 300 rounds with the Zerg on the way. He also focused on describing his heroic figure. When he got excited, he paused and looked at his uncle expectantly, feeling the gaze of someone seeking praise. The manager was speechless. Not only did he mess up, but he also talked a lot of nonsense. How could he still have the nerve to ask for praise? He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, "Keep going." Joey felt a little disappointed, but continued to talk. He was a little embarrassed when he talked about entering the alien space. Although he was lustful, he had never told every detail to anyone in person in such detail, and he even added his own feelings. The manager felt that handing such an important matter to this idiot was the most wrong decision he had ever made. He shouldn't have picked him up just because his relatives could be trusted. "Suck, teammate. You don't need to explain these things in such detail." The manager's patience with his stupid nephew was almost at its limit, and he had to take a deep breath every time he said a word. "Oh." So Joey obediently skipped the adult plot and went straight to the subsequent plot. "Then the girl rescued me. I said I was her fan, and she asked me to help her farm. While I was farming, I installed 2 surveillance cameras. And then I left Shannon Star. That's it? The manager listened to his nephew summarizing the key points in 3 or 5 sentences. But he still didn't understand why there was such an idiot in the world. And it was his nephew. Joey didn't realize his problem, and still thought he was good at telling stories. The manager couldn't get angry anymore. He just felt tired. What on earth have you become? Ah. I need to elaborate here. What you said before was all bullshit. Even farts are more fragrant than your words. The manager wanted to find something convenient to throw at his nephew. But the nephew got smart again, and quickly took away the cup and documents to prevent the manager from hitting him. The manager pounded the table a few times. If he hadn't gotten any important information, he really didn't want to see this nephew again in his life. Okay. Stop talking. I'll ask you a question and you answer it. Uncle, you won't hit me, right? Hee. Then ask. Joey put the things in his hand far away, looking very distrustful of the manager. You just said another space? Is it a holographic projection? No way. I can touch and see it. It's real. Not fake. It feels real. Very good. But too much. Seeing that Joey was about to talk again, the manager stopped him with a glare. You asked? Hee. Uncle. You asked? How did you get in? How did you get out? I went in suddenly. And came out suddenly. Why suddenly? Didn't you just say that the Lord rescued you? How did she do it? I don't know. Anyway, I was rescued suddenly. And I didn't see what she did. Okay. Then what was her attitude towards you? What did you say? Joey restored the conversation one by one. After listening, the manager pondered for a moment and asked again, what happens after the land is planted? Did you touch the seeds? Did you get the seeds? Joey shook his head. How did you leave in the end? She froze my hands. I escaped in a lifeboat. What happened? Uncle, why are you looking at me like this? I think you must be an idiot among idiots. An idiot among idiots. The manager finally rolled his eyes, that he had always wanted to roll. This stupid nephew is almost being fooled. Not only did he help people farm for free, but he also didn't even notice that people had been suspicious of him. People didn't trust you. So how could they let you install 2 surveillance cameras there? I'm afraid that the mentally retarded nephew didn't even know that he was being monitored. And that alien space. It sounds very strange. And once you enter, you can't get out without permission. So you don't have any defense system? It just means that intruders will not be physically harmed. But if you want to do something to the Lord, you can't even touch a hair. I originally thought that a small desert planet should be too poor to buy any defense or weapons. But now it seems that the planting area is completely under the control of the Lord. And others have to pass a level if they want to get in touch. It seems easy. But the manager has never heard of any defensive measures that can create an alien space. Is his career plan going to be abandoned halfway? According to his nephew's description, he kept replaying those scenes in his mind, trying to find flaws. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked his nephew, Are you sure you marked the situation around the Lord's mansion when you drew the map? What about the alien space? The alien space is not marked on the map. At this moment, the manager's face was hung with the first good expression of the day. But the alien space did not affect the entry of the map moth. Right? If people can't get in, can the machine also not get in? Chapter 28. After the students of the Imperial Military Academy left, Shannon Star returned to its former tranquility. Unwanted had time to plant the peach tree that she had spent a huge amount of money on. The peach tree was a luxury for her. If she planted it outside the safe house casually, she would always suspect that someone would steal it, or that it would rain and thunder one day and chop the tree into charcoal. She would suffer a great loss at that time. Unwanted prepared for a rainy day and planned to plant the tree in a pot and put it in the safe house. This might affect the growth of the tree and the taste of the fruit, but it was better than destroying the whole nest. She did it right away. She found a large basin, put 2 pieces of spiritual soil in it, and dug a deep hole in the center. After making preparations, she took the peach tree out of her backpack. The peach tree was not as tall as Yunwan remembered. Maybe only 2 meters high, with weak branches, but lush leaves. With a little effort, she lifted the peach tree up, planted it in the dug hole smoothly, covered it with soil, and watered it in one go. Yunwan placed the basin by the living room window, like an indoor green landscape. I don't know if peaches mature as quickly as sweet potatoes. But they are woody plants after all. So they will take some time to grow. Maybe at least a month. Maybe she can eat delicious fruits in a month. Unwanted stared at the peach tree and imagined for a while. Thinking of fruits, she suddenly remembered the tomatoes she planted, which can also be eaten as fruits. After a few days of neglect, the tomatoes and radishes in the old vegetable garden have already matured. And the cabbages planted behind are also lush and green. Unwanted stopped in front of the tomato tree. She didn't set up a rack. At this moment, the thin branches of the tomato tree barely held the heavy tomatoes. The attractive red color, shiny skin, and round fruit looked very juicy. She couldn't help picking one and put it in her mouth to taste. The tomato tasted sweet and sour. When she bit it, the juice immediately burst out and seeped into her teeth. The wonderful fruity aroma swept over. After chewing, the sweet and sour juice mixed with the sweet flesh. A romantic taste of tomato rippled in her mouth. Just like watching the sunrise in an empty place in the morning. Just like watching the sunset on the beach at dusk. All the brilliance and the glow of the sunset converged into the tomato in her mouth and slowly fell into her heart. Unwanted didn't like tomatoes in modern times, because she always bought very sour ones or tasteless ones, and had never eaten such sweet and sour tomatoes. This taste made her fall in love with it instantly. There were 5 tomato plants with many fruits. She might not be able to eat them all at once. In order to avoid spoilage, she only picked 1/3 and filled a basket. After washing by the river, the tomato fruits were covered with sparkling water, which made them look more fresh and delicious. She didn't eat alone, so she kept half at home to eat with Yungu, and sent the other half to Professor Luo's residence. After the crowds were few, Professor Luo and his students lived in the Lord's mansion. Professor Luo was a little surprised to see Unwanted, but he didn't say hello and continued to say to the students in the intelligent brain, "Turn to the next page." Seeing this, Unwanted knew that Professor Luo was teaching students in the school, so she didn't disturb him too much. She put the bowl of tomatoes on the table, signaled him to eat after class, and left. Professor Luo continued to teach, but the students couldn't ignore the natural food that appeared on the screen, which was red and looked delicious. Wu Jiren sent a small flower to Teacher Luo. "Professor Luo, you have worked hard in class. Why don't you take a break and try the food next to you?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. Don't waste the Lord's kindness. There is finally food on Shenong Star. But unfortunately we are back. Ah. I want to eat it. It looks delicious. Professor Luo, please taste it for us." The child really wants to know. I have a friend in the medical department who said he wants to know. I have a friend who also wants to know. Do you dare to admit boldly that this friend is you? Professor Luo was so thirsty that he glanced at the screen and said seriously, "Don't discuss topics that are irrelevant to the class. Let's discuss it again today and hand in all the mushroom cultivation works." The comment area was suddenly quiet, and soon a new comment appeared. "Professor Luo, my question is related to the class. The plant next to you looks a bit like a tomato. Why is it yellow in our book and in our actual cultivation? And this tomato looks smaller and more delicate. Is the reason for these changes due to genetic modification or different cultivation methods?" Professor Luo glanced at the comments. This was indeed a discussion of tomatoes from a professional perspective, and it was not an irrelevant topic. In fact, he was also very curious about why the tomatoes grown by the Lord were so different. He was not sure of the reason, so he could only answer the comments based on his experience. In short, to grow different tomatoes, you still have to put it into practice, which will be affected by many factors. Okay, this class is over. Let's end the class. After explaining the tomato problem, it was time to end the get out of class. Professor Luo couldn't wait for the get out of class to end, so he brought the small tomato to his eyes. He didn't notice that the live broadcast of the intelligent brain was still going on, and the students didn't leave the live broadcast room. Professor Luo picked up a small tomato, very carefully, looked at it for a moment, and put it in his mouth. This taste almost made him faint with happiness. As a senior researcher in the Department of Planting, he has grown many plants, many of which are popular in the interstellar world, but he has not been able to improve the seeds well. So in recent years, he has changed his research direction. The research has achieved good results, but no improvement has reached the level of Shenong Star's small tomatoes. Compared with the existing tomatoes, it is simply a world of difference. Professor Luo ate one by one. The tomatoes were so sweet and sour that he couldn't stop eating. He thought that if possible, he would be willing to devote his life to realizing this improved technology. But the person who did this was just a young girl. She had a lot of wealth that many interstellar people dared not imagine in their lifetime. But she was willing to stay on the deserted planet to develop. In Professor Luo's eyes, Unwanted had become a young man with feelings and indifferent to fame and fortune. Really? Oh! It's so great! He never thought that he would use the word great to describe a young man. But at this moment, he couldn't find a more appropriate word. Great. The Lord of Shenong Star is truly worthy of the name. She is indeed too great. Even he himself dared not say whether he would be willing to hide behind others and remain unknown if he had these technologies and resources. While thinking, Professor Luo ate, and soon the bowl was empty. At this moment, the students in the classroom live broadcast room were discussing enthusiastically. At first glance, "Aw? Have you eaten it? Take another look. Aw? Finished it? Who can send a message to the professor to ask about the taste? Do you still need to ask? You see the professor eating one by one. Don't you know the answer? Why bother yourself? Wow. Really?" Professor Luo didn't stop eating it. It was really delicious. He cried out. It was such a big bowl. I can't imagine how happy he was. Woohoo! Okay. I have notified our supervisor. His supervisor is eating alone. I also notified our supervisor and said that his supervisor not only ate alone, but also ate very deliciously. He is very anxious at the moment. I almost forgot that besides Professor Luo, our mentor also stayed on Shenong Star. Ha ha ha. The small bench in the front row, waiting for the Shura field. Put your butt down. Teacher Luo. My students told me that you were eating the natural food sent to you by the Lord of Shenong Star. But I didn't believe it. Professor Luo, who was caught red-handed, hadn't swallowed it yet. When he saw his students coming, he was a little embarrassed. He called out, "Why didn't you leave it? Isn't there still some here? Come and try it. You will never imagine its taste." The student saw on the screen that his tutor was tricked into taking a bite of a tomato. And then his eyes widened in shock at the feeling conveyed by his taste buds. Then, another person came in. Okay. Our tutor is here too. Look. There are two people eating alone without telling you. Teacher Luo. Oh wait. You actually. The new tutor looked unbelievable, and pointed at the two people who were eating in the room in a condemning manner. Professor Luo and Ah Wei were a little embarrassed, and looked at the tomato stock in the bowl. Professor Luo smiled and greeted, "There are more." The man joined the tomato-eating army. But before he could take a bite, another person arrived. You actually. There's more. This scene was repeated over and over again. In the end, Professor Luo was numb. The feeling of embarrassment was gone, and the smile on his face could not be maintained. He only felt heartache. Since these people came one after another, he has not eaten a tomato. Which unruly person is harming him? Who told you I was eating tomatoes? Professor Luo was furious. Ah? My students told me. I heard it from my students. Too. Professor Luo frowned. How did the students know? Seeing the confessions of several people, the students in the live broadcast room suddenly felt that something was wrong and left the room one after another. Go. Go. We've been discovered. It's over. It's over. Professor Luo opened the live broadcast room and saw a chaotic comment. One by one, everyone said they wanted to quit. But no one really quit. Okay. The truth is out. It was these little bastards who caused trouble. Quit. Why withdraw? I see you have a lot of time. Since you are so free, hand in the mushroom homework this week. As soon as Professor Luo finished speaking, the comment area was filled with wailing. No. Professor Luo. This has nothing to do with me. It's unfair. Professor Luo. My tutor didn't come to eat the cherry tomatoes. Wow. My dear tutor. Your tutor treats your dear student like this. Please say something. Teacher. Don't you love me anymore? I told you as soon as I heard about the cherry tomatoes. Please persuade your tutor. Teacher. Please say something. Professor Luo looked at the comments and tried his best to get his students to plead for mercy. His mustache twitching. Do you have any objections? He looked at his students with a stern face. No. No. Professor Luo is wise. We should put pressure on them. Ah? My sincerity was misplaced after all. Wow. Teacher. You eat the tomatoes. And I bear the pain. Can we get some at the end of the semester? Even if the instigator was punished, Professor Luo was still angry. He hasn't eaten enough. If only he could grow his own. Then you can eat as much as you want. Chapter 29. As a fruit after a meal, tomatoes also won Yunji's love and became his new favorite. He and Yunwan took one and I took another. And soon all the tomatoes went into their stomachs, leaving no residue. How great! Yunge thought. He really lived the life he had always dreamed of. Not only can he eat delicious food every day, he no longer needs to drink bitter nutrient solution. And he has his own room and his own books. And even his silly sister is not silly. She is the smartest and most beautiful sister in the world, he thought. If he had to rank his favorite things, his sister would definitely be the first. After that, sweet potatoes, or tomatoes. Oh, no. And his good friend Xiaoduzi. He should be the second. Third place is a tie for all the delicious things. Yunge counted on his fingers. And unknowingly, he already had so many precious things. He could actually say that something was one of his favorites. Yunge was so happy that he was a little dizzy and blurted out, "Sister, can I have some tomatoes?" After asking, he was stunned. What on earth was he talking about? Life is already happy enough now. Sister has given a lot too. How could he still ask for something? He was nervous. But he also had a secret expectation. He couldn't help asking again, "Is it okay?" Would sister agree to his request? Would she think he was greedy? Yunji's cautiousness was seen by Yunwan. This cheat brother had a low presence, often staying in the room tinkering with machinery. And he could only be seen when helping with farming and eating. He never plays and seldom talks. Yunwan has been in the Star Interstellar for so long, and she has never heard him make a request. Like the other children of the same age on the Star Internet, who are clamoring to buy smart computers, play games, and go to the amusement park. His request is simply to eat more tomatoes. Such a small request, but expressed in such a cowardly way, as if afraid of being rejected. Not to mention that Yunwan would not refuse, even if there were no tomatoes. She couldn't bear to see him disappointed. He only wanted a very small part. "You can have one more now. If you eat too much, your stomach will be bloated. Can we eat in the evening?" "Okay." Yunge's request was met. He was like a gold digger who found a treasure. His joy was beyond words. His jumping figure also showed his happiness. Yunge's smile infected Yunwan. And at the same time she felt worried as a guardian. This child has lacked love since childhood. He is so happy when he gets a little love or kindness. Will he become a people-pleasing personality in the future? Oh, I have to praise him more in the future. Although it can't replace the love of his parents, it can at least make him feel a little confident and tell him that he is also a child with a backer. Inside the abandoned laboratory, Meow Meow crawled on the ground, his head resting listlessly on his front paws, looking at the door in thought. This situation has lasted for 2 or 3 days, and the little beast men are very worried. Meow Meow has been eating less and less recently. There was a person next door to me like this before, and then one day he died. Woo! Meow Meow. Don't scare me. Ah Huang jumped and pounced on Meow Meow's head, and the little yellow chicken desperately kicked Meow Meow's ears with its claws. Ah Huang! Stop it! Meow Meow tilted its head, and the little yellow chicken rolled down, and then stuck back up like a plaster. The little yellow chicken loves to cry, but she is quite courageous. She wiped her tears on Meow Meow's white fur and came up with an idea. Meow Meow, why don't you go out and find those 2 humans, and bring back some food? Ah Huang, don't give bad ideas. Grandma won't let us go out. It's very dangerous outside. Hearing this, the little yellow chicken said dissatisfiedly, Snake, how do you know it's dangerous? How can Grandma know since she hasn't been out for so many years? Maybe the weather outside has changed a long time ago. Look, Meow Meow has lived with humans for so long and it's fine. Right? Her words made Snake unable to refute, so she continued to add fuel to the fire. Snake, don't you want to go out and see the outside world? Snake stuck out his tongue and wanted to say something, but he couldn't ignore the voice deep in his heart. Who wants to stay in a dark, cramped and damp basement all the time? Here, they escaped from the torture of the experimenter, but entered another cage. A cage without light that bound them forever. It seemed that they had escaped from the laboratory, but in fact, they had been affected by the experience in the laboratory, and even voluntarily put themselves back in those shackles. They had been imprisoned for too long. If the outside world was always dangerous, and there was no beauty, They would certainly not be dissatisfied with the present. But once they felt a little bit of beauty, even a little bit, they would no longer be content with the life in the cage day after day. They were still a group of children, at an age full of fantasy. A little bit of beauty was enough for them to build a fantasy world in their minds. A beautiful, peaceful, friendly world full of laughter and happiness. Who wouldn't yearn for such a day? The little yellow chicken looked around at the little orcs, and the voice of opposition disappeared. The air was silent for a long time. And she snorted. A group of cowards. Even after talking so much, they still dare not make a decision. Ah Huang could only go by himself. Meow meow. Go out quietly. We will cover you. And Grandma won't know. And be careful. Don't reveal our identity as experimental subjects. Nothing will go wrong. Meow. Why don't you speak? Several little orcs, including the little monsters in the dark, raised their heads, waiting for Meow to make a decision. Meow looked solemnly, glanced at the hole, and then scanned the little orcs' expectant faces one by one. She flicked her tail gracefully. Okay. I'll be careful. Bounced. Her figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave. After Meow left, several little orcs were nervous for a while. But their grandmother didn't come out and didn't find anything unusual. So they lay down calmly again. Do you think Meow Meow can handle it alone? The little yellow chicken said after a long while. She lay on her back, her two paws scratching the air boredly. Is it okay? Isn't she the one who knows the outside world best among us? Wang Wang said loudly. Ah Huang tilted his paw and stepped on Wang Wang's furry face, reminding him, be quiet. Maybe she needs help? The little yellow chicken rolled over and got up, and his eyes met with Shesh's. Although they didn't say a word, they understood each other's meaning in seconds when they looked at each other, and said in unison, why don't we go help Mau Mau? We can help her if she brings too much food. Snake added. The two had already made a decision when they spoke, and the remaining dog with a big nerve, and a crow that couldn't even speak fully had no room for rebuttal. Okay. Woof. Crow. Keep an eye on Grandma's movements at all times. We will be back as soon as possible. After saying that, the two couldn't wait to slip out. Woof was very obedient, squatting at the entrance of the cave and wagging his tail, waiting for them to come back, while Crow stood in the corner of the cabinet close to the roof, always paying attention to the sounds in Grandma's room. The little monster likes to stay in the dark, always forgotten, and doesn't care about the outside world. This time, he couldn't help but look out from the darkness with a look of expectation. It seems that I can eat delicious food again. When Meow Meow came back, Yunwan was broadcasting the land bidding live. There were 7 or 8 applicants, but it seemed that none of them really wanted to develop on Shenong Star. They just wanted to buy a piece of land and wait for the price. There was only one person, who was the first to propose to open a hotel. His name seemed to be Lu Tang. He wrote the subsequent development process very clearly, and even found a construction team. How come Shenong Star is something that is in great demand? Why are you so active? After referring to the land prices of various planets, Yunwan set the price of the hotel land at 10,000 star coins per square meter based on the distance from the Lord's mansion in the site selection, future traffic conditions, and surrounding facilities. This price is not expensive from the perspective of the entire galaxy. In places like the capital star where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, the land can be sold for 80,000 to 100,000 star coins per square meter. In remote places like Jinsha Star, the price is not as high as it should be, about 5,000 star coins per square meter. Shenong Star is not as prosperous as the capital star, so it cannot be sold at a high price. But Yunwan felt that the development of Shenong Star would definitely not be inferior to the capital star in the future, so she was unwilling to sell it at a low price of 5,000. So she doubled the price based on Jinsha Star. This price is still low for Yunwan, but for the people who participated in the bidding, a deserted planet land, which currently does not even have a planetary protection cover, let alone schools, medical facilities, etc., is definitely not suitable for living, and it will take at least 10 or 8 years for a planet to develop. If the land was cheap, they wouldn't mind buying it and leaving it there. But now it's sold for more than the well-developed Jinshaxing, so they feel it's not worth it. Host, do you really want to sell it? And the price is so high for just the right to use it? Host, we really can't accept your price. Can you make it cheaper? Yes. At this price, I'd rather buy it at Jinshaxing, so I can have another place to stay when I attend their Gambling Stone conference. Among the bargaining comments, one comment was particularly eye-catching and deserved a beating. Huh? Is it expensive? It's okay. I'll buy 1,000 square meters just for show. Other bidders, where did this fool come from? Do you have too much money to spend? Will you die if you bargain? Several bidders stopped talking, but Unwan was very satisfied. Okay. Then the land is priced at 10,000 square meters. Anyone else wants to buy it? She asked 3 times in a row. And except for that lively voice, everyone else was as quiet as a chicken. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Host, don't ask anymore. If they don't buy it, I will. I have money. Other bidders, don't ask the anchor. We don't want to buy it. Just sell it to this big fool and make him shut up. The final silence of the bidders was within Yunwan's expectations. In fact, to be honest, Yunwan was very conflicted. If she wasn't so short of money and urgently needed planetary defense, she really didn't want to sell the land. If everyone really wanted to buy it, she wouldn't want to sell it. This ending also made her feel relieved, but also a little regretful. The regret was that she still couldn't get enough money to buy the planetary shield. But it was impossible to get her to lower the price. Judging from the bidder's tone, the land on Shenong Star must be cheaper than that on Jinsha Star. It can only be sold at 2,000 or 3,000 per square meter. And even then, not many people would buy it. She would not sell it at a bargain price. No matter how short of money she was, she knew that the price of the land on Shenong Star would definitely increase in the future. So she really couldn't sell it. She couldn't sell it at all. Just think she was greedy. Okay. Then our land belongs to Liu Tang. Mr. Liu. Chapter 30. Turning off the live broadcast. Yunwan looked at the account with 10 million in it. Plus the 10 million from Professor Luo. A total of 20 million. This money is enough for her to pay off the huge debt she owed for buying the planet. But she doesn't plan to pay it back. More debts are better than more burdens. Besides, there is still some time before the planetary assessment. At present, debts are not a problem. But the development of the planet is a big problem. I saw before that a better planetary shield costs 50 million. And it is still more than half of that. This thing is currently out of reach. However, the alien visitor system and raptor repelling device can be purchased, which cost about 240,000 yuan, which is really a drop in the ocean compared to the planetary shield. Unable to afford the planetary shield, Yunwan plans to find a substitute, such as a combat robot. At present, the development level of Shenong Star is not large, and 4 or 5 combat robots can barely guarantee the safety of the planet. Yunwan checked the star network and found that there are many types of combat robots, with a large price difference and different energy sources. At present, she lacks advanced energy. The only thing she can find on Shenong Star is blue crystal ore. Due to energy restrictions, she can only buy 4 low-end combat robots. When she was about to row away, she saw another military robot, all black, with a special style, and could change into multiple attack forms. She fell in love with it at once. She looked at the price and energy again. 1 million. Obsidian energy. It seemed not unaffordable. There must be a super combat power just in case. The main reason was the word low-end, which sounded unreliable. She was worried that the low-end combat robot would be smashed by someone. No matter what. The planetary defense is the weak point of Shenong Star. No matter how reluctant to spend money, if someone invades, it will be a loss of both the lady and the army. A total of 5 million yuan was spent on several robots and obsidian energy, of which 3 million yuan was spent on energy. She wanted to stock up on energy for emergencies, since energy has no shelf life anyway. Now that she has sufficient funds, she has not forgotten the learning brain she promised Yunge before. The child is still self-studying. I don't know if he really understands it, but he reads books with great interest every day. After buying everything, there is still 14.7 million yuan left in the account. Yunwan looked at the planetary protection shield and then the balance, and she was immediately full of energy. Make money. Make money. Make money. But it is difficult to accumulate so much money in a short time by relying solely on farming and buying vegetables. Originally, she wanted to enter the high-end market, but Ji Lian sent another message saying that the cooperation had changed and asked her to be careful. This Ji family definitely wants to get her crops for free. Last time she let the tiger go back to the mountain because she was too kind. But if she were to choose again, she would still not choose to kill. and would also let the man run away. Unwanted was very upset about her negligence. She worked hard on Shinong Star as soon as she arrived, and didn't know much about the Interstellar. She took it for granted that a large company like GE's was trustworthy, and didn't personally understand the reputation, which put herself in danger. On the other hand, she should have improved the planetary defense facilities from the beginning. But she couldn't do anything without rice. She was also very anxious. But it didn't mean she would have money to build it. As for the troubles brought by Ji Lian, she didn't blame him. After all, he really wanted to help at the beginning. But people's hearts are unpredictable. Who would have thought that they would meet such a company and such a person? If she were to say, Ji's business is so big. Recruiting talents is the long-term development plan. Now she grabs every good thing she sees. She doesn't know how many people she has offended. Sooner or later, she will fall. Even though some people have no background. The more they lose everything, the more they are willing to give it up. Unwanted was not optimistic about the development prospects of Ji's family. But fortunately, she did not cooperate with them. If she were in that position, she would rather spend some money to buy technology, or give up some profits to cooperate. Both parties would win. And they could jointly monopolize the market. What's wrong with that? Of course. Now Ji's family has also gained a monopoly position by attacking similar products. But monopoly makes people uneasy. And his dirty means will only make more people dissatisfied. When resentment accumulates, a spark can start a prairie fire. Unfortunately, people who have been in high positions for a long time can't think of these things. Or they have been successful many times before. So they take it for granted that they can continue to prosper. Unwanted curled her lips, not caring about the future of the Ji family. Now she still has to live under the sharp edge of the Ji family. The situation on Shinong Star is much more serious than that of the Ji family. Maybe before the Ji family falls, Shinong Star will disappear. Unwanted picked up the planet development map and looked at it over and over again. No matter how she looked at it, there was only one way out. That is to develop the food culture immediately. Only in this way can Shinong Star absorb a large amount of investment and attract a large number of tourists. At that time, the economy will naturally come alive. At present, her ingredients are limited. Sweet potatoes, cabbage, spiritual rice, radish, and spiritual pepper are all vegetarian dishes. There is basically no main ingredient that can be directly used as a delicacy. There are two things that have room for operation. One is sweet potatoes, and the other is radish. Sweet potatoes are the raw material of vermicelli. Once she has researched vermicelli, she can launch hot and sour noodles. The sour and spicy stimulating taste will definitely make people unable to stop. There are also radishes. Although they are ordinary in themselves, they can be made into spicy dried radishes. No one can refuse such a delicious dish. It can be eaten with lingmi and sold in a bundle. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Unwanted doesn't know how vermicelli is made. It may require high temperature or something else. This needs to be considered in the long run. Spicy dried radishes are not difficult. It happens that she has all the seasonings and can start making them tomorrow. It's just right to use 5 large radishes harvested from the old vegetable field to try. After making a good plan, Unwanted felt more at ease, and felt that the future was promising and challenging. Just as she was about to browse the star network to relax, she suddenly heard a familiar meow. Great! The star network was no longer so popular. Unwanted closed the star network and looked around in the safe house. Finally, she found the cat squatting outside the glass window. Her fur was messy, and some of it was stuck together in wisps, as if she had just gone through the trash can. At this moment, she was looking inside pitifully, her tail swinging back and forth obediently, as if she was abandoned by her owner and starved and cold outside, which made people feel distressed. She quickly opened the window, carried the cat into the room, weighed it in her hand, and muttered, "You still remember to come back. You've been away from home for a few days, and you've starved yourself. Now you know how good I am." She put the cat on the sofa, stroked the well-behaved cat's head for a while, and then nodded the little nose of Meow Meow. "Tell me, besides me, who else on this planet can afford to feed a cat with 6 sweet potatoes every day? I'm not bragging. I'm the only one in the entire galaxy who can let you realize the freedom of sweet potatoes. So, don't run around next time. It's dangerous outside. Be careful not to be taken away by wild animals and never come back. If that happens, I will raise a new cat." Live in your nest. Eat your sweet potatoes. And see if you will regret it later. Unwanted was still chattering. And Meow Meow knew that the female was not angry. She stared at her fingers hanging in the air for a while, tilted her head, and rubbed the female's hand with her soft fur. As if a secret switch was pressed, the female stopped the noisy voice, opened her palm, wrapped her head, and gently scratched it. Meow Meow rolled over in comfort, her 4 plump pink paws dancing unconsciously, her head resting on the female's palm, twisting her body and rubbing against it. Since you are so proactive, I will forgive you this time. Meow Meow returned successfully, and Unwanted became a cat-loving person again. Neither of them noticed that 2 mysterious figures appeared outside the glass window at this moment. Watching the interaction between the two, Ah Huang and Shishi sneaked out after Meow Meow. As orcs, they had a keen sense of smell, and followed the smell of Meow Meow left on the grass and leaves. This road should be one that Meow Meow often walks. There are no zergs along the way, and everything is safe and sound until they get to the human's house. When Huang suddenly disappears, Shishi was very panicked and crawled all over the ground, trying to find Huang. Huang, what's wrong with you? Where did you go? Then, Huang's voice came out. I don't know, but I feel I'm not far from you. Huang was safe and sound, and Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. Can you find the exit? Shishi asked. I can't see the exit. There's nothing here. Shishi was puzzled. They were not far away, and could hear each other's voices clearly, but they couldn't see each other, as if there was a barrier separating them. Ah Huang also realized this, and immediately reminded Shishi. Shishi, don't go any further. There must be something strange here. Go back and find Wang. He will dig a hole in the ground. You can just dig a hole and go through it. What will you do then? Shishi asked. Don't worry about me. Find Meow Meow. She will find a way. Shishi had no better idea, so she turned around and went back to bring Wang over. Ah Huang, are you okay? They didn't rush to dig a hole, but greeted Ah Huang first. But this time, no one responded to them. Oh no! Ah Huang must have been in trouble. Shishi cried. Wang, dig a hole quickly. We have to find Meow Meow quickly. Wang nodded, and dug the soil with his 2 claws quickly, and threw the dug stones with his mouth. His body was covered with wet mud, and his 2 furry ears were about to fly off. After a while, the burrow was completed. The 2 little ones crawled through the hole, took 2 tentative steps forward, and walked smoothly to the 2 houses without hitting the barrier. Following the smell of meow, they walked to the window and looked inside curiously. Wang's head was too big, and his whole face was pressed against the glass. The hot air from his nose left a haze on the glass, blurring Shesh's vision. Wang, move closer. Don't put your nose against the window. Shesh's slender tail pushed Wang hard, and the tail sank into Wang's dense fur. But Wang didn't move at all. Woof woof. Shishi was a little angry that Wang ignored her and raised her voice. Shishi, keep your voice down. Come and see. Wang turned a deaf ear and called Shishi to himself, and his face got closer to the glass. Shishi had no choice but to wrap her tail around Wang's ears and lie directly on top of Wang's head. Now she could see the situation in the house clearly. Under the warm light, she saw their big sister, who was always decisive, had a bad temper, and was calm and composed. At this moment, Meow Meow was very proactive in rubbing the female human's hand with her smooth fur that she never allowed others to touch, and even rolled over to please her. Meow Meow. She was actually being naughty. They had never touched her fur. Grandmother didn't get this treatment. That Meow Meow inside couldn't be their Meow Meow. The 2 little ones pressed their faces against the window, with serious expressions, thinking with great certainty. Chapter 31. Meow Meow won the female's favor and finally made the female forget about her leaving for a few days. Before she could relax for a while, her nerves were tense again. Meow Meow turned her head and stared at the window for a moment. Why is there a huge dog head at the window? And a small snake? What's wrong? Unwanted noticed Meow Meow's daze. She looked back along Meow Meow's line of sight, but was interrupted by Meow Meow, who reacted. Meow Meow called softly, jumped up from the sofa, and hooked Unwanted's wrist with its tail. Meow. Unwanted looked at the restored Meow Meow strangely, remembering someone saying that small animals can see things that humans can't see. Scary. She didn't plan to turn her head to look, because some things were not what she should see. But are there ghosts and gods in this interstellar space? Unwan asked the system. But the system couldn't explain it clearly. How about taking a look to verify it? At this moment, Unwan's heart was very entangled. She had never seen a ghost in her entire dragon life. And the more taboo it was, the more she couldn't help but explore it. But she was also a little afraid of ghosts. Because she couldn't deal with that thing at all. What if the ghost had malicious intentions and killed her? Meow Meow saw that Unwan seemed to be ready to continue looking back. And looked at her friends who were watching intently with their faces pressed against the window. And became a little anxious. Although she didn't know why they came. She didn't want to expose them. Exposing them in front of people meant more danger. She jumped and ran into the room. Unwan was really attracted, and no longer paid attention to what was happening outside. Why are you running away suddenly? Unwan felt that Meow Meow, who returned home again, was a little strange. But small animals always have strange things that people can't understand. After Unwan and Yungu fell asleep, Meow Meow quietly went out and easily found his friends hiding in the bushes. Wang Wang was shivering in the bushes with cold, and spoke a little slurred, Meow Meow. Is it really you? We just thought it was a fake you. Woo! It's so cold. Did you see it? Meow Meow's eyes swept over the two people one by one. The two people being looked at nodded. Don't tell others what you saw. Meow Meow has always been mighty and domineering. And he can't let his coquettish appearance ruin his personality. After getting the affirmative answer from the two, Meow Meow asked, why are you here? It's not safe outside. We can't expose too much. We are here to help you, Wang Wang said. She saw that Wang Wang was halfway through his words and continued, help you move the sweet potatoes. Meow Meow stared at them for a while and snorted. You are not helping me. But you really want to play. There are so many people out. Be careful that Grandma will find out. No. Yaya is watching. Only Yaya? Where's Ah Huang? Meow Meow frowned. Snake got a little anxious when Ah Huang was mentioned. Ah Huang came too. But he disappeared when he got close to the house. I could hear his voice at first. But then, there was no sound at all. I don't know what happened. Hearing this, Meow Meow recalled what the female said, and the jade token hanging around her neck. It should be some kind of defense facility. Then how did you get in? Dig a hole in the ground. Meow Meow followed the two to the ground hole. And she finally knew why Wang Wang came. Fortunately, the location of the cave was relatively remote, so it would not be discovered by the female. Meow Meow and the other two found some weeds and branches to cover the cave. Meow Meow reminded the two, I will find a way to deal with Ah Huang's problem. You should hide first and don't expose yourself. The two nodded quickly. Meow Meow looked at them with some concern, returned to the safe house, and fell asleep uneasily. The method of making spicy dried radish is not difficult. The most important ingredients are peppers and radishes. The peppers planted before have already borne fruit, turning from dark green to black and red, and are fully mature. Unwan picked some peppers and put them in a heating device to dry. Then she pulled 5 white radishes out of the ground. The white radishes were round, 2 or 3 times bigger than the radishes Unwan had seen, and covered in mud. She took them to the river to wash them, and the radishes were white and plump and very cute. After making preparations, she turned on the live broadcast. This was the first step in her food street plan. It might not cause a sensation for the time being, but the publicity and preparations should be brewed. Huh? Isn't the anchor farming today? What is this? A carrot? The host's carrots are cuter than others. The host is early. Early? Wow. The host's brother is here too. He looks so cute with sleepy eyes. Yunwan also saw Yungu getting up, and raised her hand to mess up his hair. Yunj, today we are going to make a delicious dish to go with rice. Do you want to eat it? I want to eat it. Yunja's sleepiness disappeared instantly, and he was excited to help Yunwan. At this moment, the barrage of comments also filled the screen. I want to eat. I want to eat too. I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. Let me ask you, what is a side dish? I've never heard of it. Haha. A side dish is a dish that can be eaten with rice. Rice is a new crop, and we have a new variety. After explaining, Yunwan got to the point. Okay. It seems that everyone is looking forward to side dishes. Today we are going to make a side dish called spicy dried radish. This is chili pepper, which is also a new crop, but it is rarely eaten alone, and is more often used as a condiment. The pepper smells very fragrant after drying. Its taste is quite pungent. Some people may not be used to its taste, If you feel uncomfortable after eating it, you must stop eating it in time. Okay, now let's deal with the radish. First, dice the radish, and then dry it. If it is dried naturally, it will take 1 to 2 days, but it will take too long. Today, we will use the heating device to solve it. It takes 20 minutes for the heating device to dry. While waiting, let's taste the cherry tomatoes together. Wow! A delicious delicacy. I thought it was a wrong decision for them to buy land on Shenong Star. But now it seems I was wrong. I really want to go to Shenong Star to realize the freedom of natural food. I envy the anchor who can eat the food he grows every day. It's so delicious. If I can eat it every day, I don't mind being scolded by the tricky manager. Will the cherry tomatoes be updated? Looking forward to it. I don't grow many cherry tomatoes. If you like them, I can plant more next time. After eating the cherry tomatoes, the radish cubes were also processed. Unwanted poured the half-dried radish cubes from the heating device into a large bowl. The color of the radish cubes was not good at the moment. They were dry and the whole body was a dead grass yellow. However, at this moment, the dried radish already had a special fragrance. Then, Unwanted took another bowl, ground the dried chili into powder, added 5 spice powder and powdered sugar, and rolled it in hot oil. The smell of various spices was fully stimulated and filled the air. Yun-gu sneezed when he smelled the stimulating smell for the first time. What a strange smell. But it smells so good, Yun-gu said. Wow. What does it smell like? Curious. The host has a complete range of seasonings. So many seasonings look good. I often cook, but I can only recognize a few seasonings. Is this the host's exclusive secret recipe? The host is so versatile. He can grow crops and cook delicious food. Can I secretly take the host home? You have no chance. Ha ha ha. I plan to steal the host tonight. Take the host away. Upstairs. No appointment. The host is everyone's host. No stealing. Let me do it. Okay. The chili sauce is ready. Next, we will marinate the radish cubes with salt for 10 minutes. Then pour the chili sauce in. Add soy sauce and other condiments and mix well. Then you can eat it. In fact, although she has a lot of seasonings, compared with the modern condiments that can easily be more than 10 or 20 kinds, hers can only be regarded as a simple version. But for this galaxy that lacks seasonings, such complex seasoning is rare. Yunwan nixed the spicy dried radish and opened the sensory sharing as usual. She tasted a piece and it tasted a little spicy. Not worse than the one sold in modern shopping malls. But she was a little worried whether the interstellar people who had never eaten spicy food could adapt. Oh my god! What a smell! My mouth felt like it was on fire. Is this spicy? I think it tastes good. I can't stop drooling after eating one. Host, eat a little more. It was a little uncomfortable to take the first bite. But the more I ate, the more I wanted to eat. What's going on? Am I a mean person? It's delicious. Please beg the host to update it. New. Spicy dried radish is indeed our new product. When the new batch of radishes mature, we will update it. Please stay tuned. Yunwan ate a lot of it in succession. Yun-gu, who was curious about trying it, stuck out his tongue because it was spicy, but couldn't help eating more. Don't eat too much. You might have a stomachache. Yunwan gave Yun-gu a piece in the end, and then bottled the spicy dried radish. Yun-gu was not greedy, and when his sister said he couldn't eat any more, he wiped his hands obediently. Meow. Meow Meow had already smelled the tempting aroma in the air, and saw that the female was making delicious food again. She walked around in front of her for a few times, but was ignored, watching the female put one by one into her mouth, and not forgetting to feed Yun-gu. She looked eagerly, but did not attract any attention. This is to exclude her. Is it? Meow. She walked to the pot and rubbed it. With obvious hints, Yunwan finally saw her figure. Cat wants to eat? Yunwan held the little orange cat in her arms. Can cats eat it? Although fans said that the interstellar kitten has a stomach of steel, she was still a little unsure. But the little orange cat swung its tail and responded enthusiastically, and Yunwan couldn't help but feed it a piece. As soon as the dried radish entered his mouth, Meow Meow couldn't help but push it out with his tongue. What? Her tongue was attacked. It hurts. After recovering, she kept saliva secreting, and wanted to taste the taste again. She lowered her head and rolled the dried radish on the table into her mouth. Ah! The table is dirty. Spit it out. Yunwan opened the cat's mouth. But she didn't expect that the cat was so disgusted just now. But now it refused to spit it out. She chewed and swallowed it. Okay. Don't do this next time. Yunwan reluctantly let go, seeing that the cat didn't feel uncomfortable after eating the dried radish. She fed a few more. After canning the dried radish, Yunwan plans to purchase a batch of equipment for making spicy dried radish, a vegetable cutter that can slice, shred, and dice, which is very practical. A large heating device, so the dried radish can be processed in batches. These two things also allow Yunwan to have a spicy dried radish workshop. To set up a small workshop, seasoning is crucial. In other words, from now on, she will make good use of the mechanism of refreshing the 5-flavor bottle every day, and save the seasoning in the 5-flavor bottle. A little bit will make a lot, which will be enough for her future use. There is also the spirit pepper, which she will plant more in the future. Chapter 32. Meow Meow spent the whole morning thinking about how to get Yunwan to open the mountain gate formation. She first led the female over, and then stayed at the place where Ah Huang disappeared. The female took her away, and she continued to run over. When the female wanted to leave, she hooked her ankle with her tail. After several times, the female finally understood what she meant. Is it because of the mountain gate formation? Yunwan asked. Meow. The cat shook its tail, as if in response. Yunwan didn't know whether the cat's cry was accidental or intentional. She pinched her hands and opened the mountain gate formation, and a chick appeared on the ground. The little yellow chicken fainted on the ground. It was so small that you could hardly find it if you didn't pay attention. Yunwan's eyes lit up when she saw the little yellow chicken. Chicken. You can eat eggs after you raise it. You can also make fried chicken. It's a pity that there is only one. If there were two, a male and a female, the chicken would lay eggs and the eggs would lay chickens, and there would be an endless supply of chicken to eat. Thinking about modern fried chicken with fat otaku happy water, she couldn't help it. She was drooling. Yunwan was about to pick up the little chicken, but Meow Meow jumped up and bit the little chicken in her mouth. Ah! It can't be eaten because it's not grown yet. Fortunately, Meow Meow just held it gently and didn't bite it. The bloodshed that Yunwan expected didn't happen. It was so hard to get a chicken. She also wanted to look for other places on Shenong Star. There must be chickens. This chicken is so small and furry. It must have just been hatched, and accidentally lost its own tribe and entered the mountain gate formation. This time Meow Meow made a great contribution. Yunwan squatted in front of Meow Meow, put her hand under her mouth, and said like coaxing a child, Meow Meow, give the chicken to sister. Sister will give you dried radish to eat. Meow Meow didn't move, and patted the ground with its tail. Yunwan continued to raise the stakes. Meow Meow. Do you know what this is? This is a chick. We can raise it, and then give you chicken legs to eat. Eat chicken legs? Meow Meow was almost scared to open her mouth. Her pupil shrank. She glanced at the female, and jumped away. She was originally hesitating whether to let Ah Huang be the female's pet. But now the plan has gone down the drain. The female didn't seem to think that Ah Huang's species was a pet, but instead regarded her as food. Meow Meow felt something was wrong and ran away immediately. She was very familiar with the terrain here, and soon she disappeared from Yunwan's sight. Yunwan's hands were still open, and she didn't react to the suddenness of the cat running away with the chicken. Cat! Yunwan cried out. Fried chicken, small fried chicken, braised chicken, salt-baked chicken. She had lost all of these after recovering from the great joy and sorrow of getting and losing the chicken. Yunwan tidied up the vegetable garden. There was still a piece of cabbage planted in the old vegetable garden, and it was time to harvest it. She picked up the cabbages one by one. She didn't plan to sell them, but keep them for herself. After putting the cabbage into the warehouse of the temporary lord's mansion, Yunwan passed by the pigpen. Professor Luo, who was usually there, did not show up today. Is he busy? Why don't I see Professor Luo? Yunwan greeted him. Professor Luo is researching improved varieties. Yunwan didn't understand scientific research and quickly put it out of her mind. Then, she continued to water the new vegetable field. The spiritual soil and spiritual fields of the system are very worry-free. There are almost no weeds. Looking around, there are neat and tidy small green leaves of different heights. The sweet potato seedlings have already grown vines, and the vines cover the surrounding soil. Its leaves are much larger than those planted in ordinary spiritual soil before. Yunwan is looking forward to whether the sweet potatoes will also change. If the sweet potatoes get bigger, the price will naturally go up. The peppers are fully mature. Yunwan harvested some in the morning, and now she has harvested all the rest and filled a basket. The deep red color is very pleasing. This time, she does not plan to dry the peppers, but chooses to dry them naturally. I don't know if it's her psychological effect, but she always feels that this method of returning to nature can preserve the flavor of peppers to a greater extent than using technology to process plants. It seems that after being exposed to the sun, the peppers are full of the taste of light, becoming more fragrant, spicy and more exciting. The cabbage and radish on the other side were also growing well. The cabbage looked taller and stronger than before, and the part of the radish exposed above the soil also showed that the radish this time was much larger than the one harvested in the morning. After changing the spiritual soil, the crops seemed to be one size bigger. I wonder if the taste has changed. Yunwan was looking forward to the harvest of this batch of crops. She always felt that the new spiritual soil would bring her unexpected surprises. Finally, she looked at the spiritual rice. The spiritual rice had already shown a tendency to form ears at the core, because it was planted in the spiritual field. It was difficult to adjust the position, so the spacing between the rice grains was not consistent, and it looked a bit messy. These did not affect the growth of rice. According to Yunwan's observation, the rice was no longer growing taller, and the shadow of the ears of rice could be vaguely seen. Perhaps the ears would mature overnight. Yunwan watered the vegetable field and finished a day's work. She strolled on the ridge of the field, and the dim afterglow of the setting sun covered her and the entire Shenong star with a golden color. Yunwan was about to finish work and have dinner. Halfway through the journey, she met a familiar figure. It was a delivery robot. The combat robot she bought has arrived. The delivery came in 3 boxes. The smallest was only the size of a palm, and the largest was as tall as Yungu. There were a lot of deliveries, so Yunwan asked Yungu to help move them back to the safe house. She opened the largest box first, which contained black and red stones, which seemed to be obsidian energy. The second box contained 5 buttons, which should be the robot starter. When the buttons were pressed, the robots were assembled from the buttons one by one. After a while, 5 tall and strong robots stood in a row in front of Yunwan, looking very safe. Battle robots can import maps and set patrol areas. After Yunwan imported the map around the Lord's mansion, she arranged 2 low-end battle robots to patrol the spacecraft landing point, 2 more to be responsible for security at 500 meters, and the last military robot to guard the most important asset of Shenong Star, next to the vegetable field. After doing this, Yunwan took out a chip and an umbrella-shaped object from the second box, which were the foreign visitor system and the raptor repelling device. These 2 things need to be loaded into the intelligent brain. After the external visitor system is uploaded, the detection range can cover the whole world. Visitors who want to visit Shenong Star can submit an application and can only visit after obtaining permission. If permission is not obtained, the access system will warn. She placed the raptor repellent device next to the vegetable field. This device can emit a smell that animals don't like, and only animals can receive it, thus achieving the repelling effect. The last palm-sized small box contains Yunji's learning brain. Yungu was very happy to get the brain. He looked at it over and over again and was reluctant to use it. Yunwan helped him tie the smart brain to his wrist and taught him how to use it. The 2 downloaded a lot of learning software together and collected a lot of learning videos. The learning smart brain has the same functions as the adult smart brain, but some functions can only be opened when one becomes an adult. Therefore, Yungu can also watch TV with the smart brain. He collected a very interesting cartoon and watched it with great interest. Yunwan took a glance and found that it was a story about mecha battles. The cartoon was full of interstellar flavor, unlike her previous world, which was used for enlightenment and told some very heartwarming stories. Sister, can I add someone with a smart brain? Yungu stared at the mecha on the screen and said casually. Of course. Is he your good friend? Yes. His name is Zayaduzi. He is a very good friend. The initial defense of the planet has been completed, and the vegetable garden is also prosperous. Yunwan is very satisfied with the current situation. It would be great if she could live in such a peaceful and down-to-earth way. Unfortunately, she still has a lot of things to do. She has been a little lazy these days. She doesn't need to take care of the pigs and the vegetable garden, but she still hasn't arranged time to go out and explore Shenong Star. She has been staying at home for several days. This can't go on. Set a small goal. And go out to explore tomorrow. She doesn't even have a complete map of Shenong Star yet. Thinking of this, Yunwan fell into a sweet dream. She didn't know yet that danger was approaching quietly. Miao Miao took Ah Huang to meet up with the other two. Ah Huang had been unconscious. They took Ah Huang to the river and poured a few handfuls of water on him. And Ah Huang woke up slowly. Huh? Why are you here? After saying that, she looked around. Where are my sweet potatoes? Let me tell you. I just arrived at a place where there are a lot of sweet potatoes. I picked them all up. Did you see it? I slept on them. That's fake. Miao Miao said. There are no sweet potatoes. You are unconscious. Fake. Ah Huang's voice was high and sharp. She looked at Miao Miao in disbelief. And the latter nodded. When she knew the truth, Ah Huang's tears almost burst. But I picked them up for a long time, she said aggrievedly. The three of them were worried that Ah Huang would cry and keep crying. So they took turns to comfort her. It was hard to make her accept the reality. But suddenly there was a loud noise. Miao Miao looked up. His ears moved slightly, judging that the sound came from far away. Something is coming. Like fighting. What happened? Miao Miao stood up and asked the three friends to wait for her while she went to investigate. The sound of fighting was getting closer and closer. Crackling. Like the sound of light waves impacting. And soon, a huge explosion sounded. This time, the sound was particularly close. And Miao Miao could see clearly what made the sound. It was 4 robots fighting. The 4 robots were all black. But they were different in size and style. The 2 larger robots had larger abdominal cavities, and were more aggressive. They soon blasted the smaller robots into a pile of scrap metal. Then, they continued to move forward. Miao Miao was very familiar with this robot. She had seen it in the laboratory before. It was a patrol robot in the laboratory before. It looked exactly the same. But not this big. Looking at the direction of the robot's movement, Miao Miao's alarm bells rang. Oh no! They were heading towards the vegetable field. Fortunately, a black robot suddenly appeared from nowhere and blocked the big robot's progress. Fighting with them. The newly added robot was obviously stronger than the 2 that were scrapped before. But it gradually lost the upper hand under the bombardment of the 2 enemies. Miao Miao watched a laser ball pass by the stones surrounding the vegetable field. And in an instant, the stones turned into powder. If this continues, the fighting between the robots may endanger the vegetable field. Before Miao Miao could take action, the 3 friends came to her side. Didn't I tell you to wait here? Miao Miao said. The 3 didn't answer, just staring at the robots fighting fiercely. That's the patroller. Has the lab come? Probably not. Miao Miao was very calm. And the 2 robots were obviously here for the vegetable field. Vegetable field? Sweet potatoes? Ah Huang asked. There was no way to explain so much at the moment. So Miao Miao nodded in agreement. Another ball of light flew over and blew a deep pit next to the vegetable field. The 2 robots seemed to be deliberately avoiding the vegetable field. It seemed that they did not want to destroy the vegetable field, but wanted the plants inside. Miao Miao spoke out her guess. And Ah Huang was the most excited. Vegetable field. My sweet potatoes are inside. Scrap metal monsters. How dare they? At this moment, although the situation was not right, Miao Miao wanted to say that it was not your sweet potato. Before she could say anything, she saw a ball of light almost hurt the vegetable field. She jumped up, kicked the ball of light away, and hit the tree on the other side. The tree trunk snapped. Several people joined the battle. Wang Wang rushed forward and overwhelmed one of the robots. The snake's tail wrapped around the robot's arm that was about to attack and twisted it. And the mechanical skin broke instantly. Miao Miao scratched the robot's mechanical core with a claw. And the robot was completely useless and fell to the ground crookedly. After dealing with this robot, the other one was also dealt with by the black robot in the same camp. I thought the crisis was over. But unexpectedly, the 2 scrapped robots activated the backup energy, merged directly, became larger, and even turned into a dangerous red color. The red robot was extremely tough, completely ignoring the attacks of the 3 people and the black robot, and walked straight to the vegetable field. Watching the red robot open its abdominal cavity, stretch out its mechanical claws, and prepare to pull out the vegetables, Miao Miao shouted, Ah Huang! Cry! Suddenly, a miserable cry came. Wow! Woo woo! Put down my vegetables! My sweet potatoes! This cry made the red robot sluggish for a moment, and then continued to move. The cry became louder and louder, and the red robot seemed to have a malfunction, moving and stopping, and stuck in frames. Finally, the mechanical core kept flashing, and an electronic sound came out. Unknown interference detected. Detection, unknown, disturbance. Without any effort, the red robot fell to the ground. The black robot did not escape its fate, and also fell to the ground. Repeating the broadcast, Meow Meow looked at Ah Huang, who was still crying, and felt a headache. Ah Huang's crying could make all the machines slow down. But once she started crying, no one knew when she would stop. Don't cry. The vegetable garden is fine. We have to hide. Don't let the females find us. Several people lifted Ah Huang's wings and took her away from the crime scene, leaving the ground in a mess, indicating that a big battle had just taken place here. Chapter 33. Unwanted was unaware of the noise outside the safe house. So when she opened the door in the morning, she was shocked by the mess in front of her. There were several robots lying on the ground, one of which was conspicuous red, and it was not bought by her. The soil was flying around. Deep pits were everywhere, and many stones beside the vegetable field were affected and broken. Unwanted knew what happened almost instantly. Professor Luo and other tutors who came out of the temporary Lord's mansion were also stunned. The sound insulation of the Lord's mansion and the safe house was very good, and they hardly heard any strange noises at night. What's going on? Professor Luo frowned. It was obvious that someone had taken advantage of the Lord's carelessness to break in and steal the vegetables, and more likely wanted to seize the first-generation seeds and planting technology. It was G, Unwanted said. She explained to Professor Luo what happened with G, and several instructors kept exclaiming, G is really a piece of shit. He also wanted to steal the teacher's achievements before. But fortunately, we have the Imperial Military Academy behind us, and no one dares to mess with us. Alas, the Lord has no backing. How can he handle it? Professor Luo's mustache twitched, and he said, Humph. This G family always does these sneaky things. Lord, don't be afraid. I want to see what tricks they will play in front of me. An old man. Unwanted thanked Professor Luo for his comfort. She had expected that G family would not let go so easily, so she made preparations in advance. Because it was a robot that entered, the visitor system did not prompt. 4 of the 5 robots were broken, and only the military robot could be started. After Unwanted restarted the military robot, she walked to the red robot and stood there for a while. The surface of the red robot was intact, with some wear and tear but no cracks, and it didn't look like it was broken. The surface of the machine was covered with unknown white hair, some of which looked like a cat's, and some of which were very long, and it was unknown what animal it was. She was about to touch it when Professor Luo stopped her. Wait, this robot seems to have just been turned off, and it's not broken. Unwanted's thoughts were confirmed, and her eyes returned to the robot with a smile. The intact robot will return to its owner after restarting. I'm afraid G-Sure won't be able to get away perfectly this time. They probably never dreamed that the robot they said would shut down on the spot. But why? Unwanted felt strange. She was sure that what she had now was not enough to produce such an effect. Could it be that it was struck by lightning and broken into pieces? Even the heavens could not bear to see what G-Sure did. Professor Luo was also thinking about this question. And finally he concluded, You are very lucky. This robot may have a malfunction, and it recognized the wrong command, so it shut down. This kind of malfunction is very unlikely, but there is no other explanation. Unwanted nodded, but she felt that things were not that simple. It seemed that something was perfectly invisible in this incident. However, that was not important at the moment. The important thing was that Unwanted took out her phone to call the police. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the interstellar police arrived at Shenong Star. 2 policemen came, 1 male and 1 female. Is this robot invading your planet? The police asked. And after getting a positive answer, they asked some more details and asked Unwanted if she had any conflicts with anyone. Unwanted told them the truth one by one. And then they restarted the robot. After restarting, the red robot slowly stood up and walked out. Unwanted and the police followed at the same time. Lord, you can do your thing. We will catch the man, the female police officer said. It's okay. I'm not busy. Unwanted wanted to see the other party's expression in person. And the other party had messed with her so many times, and she didn't even know what the other party looked like. Isn't it unfair? The three followed the robot all the way to a residential building on the Capital Star. After the police showed their credentials, they were able to reach a certain door without any obstruction. After arriving at the destination, the robot stopped and said, "We have reached the designated area, detected obstacles, and are attacking." Without the help of several people, the robot automatically blew the door open. It feels like the interstellar robot is just like this, clumsy and a little mentally retarded. However, it is a good mentally retarded. The robot successfully entered the room, and Unwanted heard the people inside exclaim, "The robot is back. What's going on?" Before the insider could explain what was going on, the two interstellar policemen directly released the portable prison and covered the two people in the room tightly, making it impossible for the prisoners to escape. Unwanted thought, no wonder the two policemen dared to go out with an ordinary citizen. It turned out that there was such a convenient equipment. This was the first time Unwanted met the manager, separated by a metal fence door. But both of them immediately realized that they had fought before, and the manager ended up losing. Today, the manager and his nephew Zhou Yi were celebrating in advance the successful acquisition of the first generation of seeds from Shenong Star, and imagined a better future together. The two were drinking vigorously, but they didn't expect the door to be destroyed from the outside and fell down. Two policemen appeared and locked them up, followed by a young girl. The moment he saw her, he knew her identity. The Lord of Shenong Star. A beautiful woman, with particularly lively eyes. You can tell at a glance that she is a smart person. At this moment, the smile on her face is very dazzling. The robot has completed its mission. At this moment, the chip was taken out by the male policeman for analysis. After extracting the evidence, he said to the two men, "The robot chip contains pictures of plants and seeds from Shenong Star. You are the owners of the robot. Now you are suspected of invading Shenong Star and stealing planting technology. Do you have anything to say?" "Uncle, what should we do?" Shut up." Seeing that Zhou Yi was about to sell the two's pants, the manager shouted. The sound was so loud that the whole room shook 3 times. Zhou Yi was so scared that he fell to the ground. "Uncle, you..." The manager ignored Zhou Yi and said to the police, "Where is the lawyer? I want a lawyer. I refuse to answer any questions before my lawyer comes." He set a self-destruct command for the robot, so even if it was exposed, it would not be found on him unless it was restarted to reset all the commands to 0. He underestimated Shenong Star. "I thought the other party was here to give benefits, but I didn't expect that I was the one who was giving away my life. How did she make the robot shut down and restart?" The manager racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the lawyer to rescue him. Unwanted raised her eyebrows. The manager had lived for so many years, and was still useful. He had more tricks than holes. But Unwanted was not stupid. He missed the opportunity last time because of his soft heart. This time, he would make them pay a price and let them know that he was not easy to mess with. "Police sister, I have a suggestion." Unwanted leaned close to the female police officer and whispered, "Okay, no problem. Then separate the guards." Unwanted suggested that the two police officers guard one suspect each to prevent them from colluding with each other. After this, the manager's face gradually became ugly. He knew his nephew was a real pig teammate who would definitely drag him down. His idea was correct. Under the lawyer's operation, this matter could have been reduced to a small matter. But Zhou Yi couldn't stand the pressure and wanted to reduce his guilt and confess directly. In this case, don't blame him for being ruthless. The manager changed his confession and pointed out that Zhou Yi was the mastermind behind the scene. He just didn't want to see his nephew go to jail, so he persuaded him to turn himself in. In his description, he was completely a loving elder who doted on his nephew. Seeing that the manager was about to get away, Zhou Yi once again offered key evidence. He kept the chat records with his uncle, because he was communicating with his nephew. The manager did not hide anything and spoke very frankly. This could be used to convict him. The trial results came out, sentencing the manager to 30 years in prison and Zhou Yi to 5 years. And they were required to compensate for all the losses of Shenong Star, plus mental damages. Altogether, it was 5 million. The manager sat in the dock like a bereaved mother, watching the woman walk out leisurely from the corner of his eye. And he was facing 30 years in prison, which was a lifetime for him. He would spend the rest of his life in a dark and damp prison, never to see the light of day. He actually fell into the hands of a woman. No, And his nephew. Seeing his nephew, who was overjoyed at the verdict, the manager finally couldn't help cursing. After watching the dog-eat-dog drama between the manager and Zhou Yi, Unwanted saw that the instigator got what he deserved, and received a large amount of compensation, plus a red robot that the police didn't want. And she felt very happy. After these days of being in a hurry for planetary defense, she finally relaxed a little. However, she still had some doubts about this matter. Is this not related to the G family? Unwanted asked the police. No evidence was found to directly link it to the G family. Unwanted nodded thoughtfully. Back to Shannon Star. Unwanted received a message from Ji Lian. Lord, our manager is in jail. Did you know? I don't know what he did wrong, but you can rest assured now. He was the one who stole our cooperation before, and he was jealous of your technology. He finally went to jail. If I hadn't had substantial evidence, I would have sued him. Lord, I'm sorry. This matter was all caused by me. I've caused you so much trouble. How about I treat you to a meal to make amends? You must come. I don't ask you to forgive me, but you must not block me in the live broadcast room. The child is hungry. After thinking for a while, Unwanted replied, I know. I sent him to jail. Ji Lian immediately replied with a long string of words, his tone excited. Lord replied to me? God. I was so afraid that you wouldn't reply to me. Really? Lord, you are so awesome. You are my idol. The person I admire most in the world. How did you do it? Oh my God. So cool. He deserves it. He really deserves it. I almost laughed out loud when I heard that he was arrested. However, Lord, if you want to continue to attack the high-end market, it is better not to continue to cooperate with G's. I recently learned that for some very expensive large cooperations, they have another means of cooperation. I'm really sorry. I didn't know before. I was only talking about small cooperation. I was not qualified to know. I just found out this time, and it caused you so much trouble. I have resigned from G's company. You must not cooperate with G's company again. Unwanted looked at the news and felt that her fan was a good person. He was just a small person who worked hard alone. He could pretend to be unaware of the experience of Shannon Star and just ignore it. No one would have the time to think about him. But he refused to do so. Not only did he come to remind her, he also kept apologizing, and even refused to go along with the bad behavior and resigned directly. Doing these things requires not only courage, but also conscience. His character is guaranteed, and he has rich work experience. He is a useful person. Unwanted thought for a moment and replied again, thank you for the reminder. I do plan to enter the high-end market. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Chapter 34. Ji Lian smiled bitterly at the information. After leaving G's, it was difficult to find a job again. Although he was the one who talked about the most orders in G's, there was no outstanding cooperation. In the final analysis, even if there was, it would not be recorded on his head. In addition, he left from a leading enterprise, and other companies were very curious about the reason. They thought that he might have been fired and did not want to take the risk of hiring him. As a result, all his resumes were ignored. However, what made Ji Lian happy was that the Lord did not vent his anger on him and continued to chat with him. I haven't made a plan yet, the Lord asked. Do you have any suggestions? If you are not successful in finding a job, do you have any plans to start your own business? Ji Lian was stunned when he saw this message. Start your own business? Of course I thought about it. He had wanted to quit his job and start his own business countless times under the unscrupulous manager. But he had no channels. A large part of the reason why he negotiated those orders was because of the G family's reputation. And they were willing to give him a chance to perform. If it weren't for the G family's reputation, others might not even meet him. In addition, with the G family in front, he didn't have a strong enough background, and his resources were not good enough. So he didn't dare to compete with the G family for the market. Without sufficient capital, how could he dare to start his own business? I thought about it. Ji Lian told Unwanted about the difficulties, and he was a little depressed for a while. Every time he realized that background and capital were the starting point and end point of a person, he could only remain silent, because he didn't have those. In fact, he was still lucky. At least, he had a distant relationship with the G family. Other real civilians really had no chance to stand out. This is the cruelty of interstellar society. Is there anything more terrible than a day that you can see the end of? Ji sure is very powerful, and may use all means to eliminate dissidents. But if you don't try, how do you know that you can't succeed? Yunwan replied. This was said to Ji Lian as well as to herself. She didn't want to be so passive anymore, waiting for danger to come, and then waiting to be beaten or resist, and being led by the enemy. If one day those people with ulterior motives want to covet her things, then let the storm come even harder. Who will win depends on their own ability. Are the barefoot afraid of those wearing shoes? Besides, they can't cover the sky with one hand. There are more than one nobles in this galaxy. They are not the only nobles in this world. And who says the power of the common people is not strong? It's just that the power of the common people is too scattered and too dispersed. And it seems that they are vulnerable. But when they work together, how can the nobles have a foothold? Yunwan's words made Ji Lian deaf, like a thunder in his ears. He has never been sober like today. Yes, they only see the wealth and power of the nobles. But they are so powerful. Why do ordinary people still exist? Why don't ordinary people become extinct? Ordinary people are much more powerful than they think. After all, how many nobles in this world are doing practical things? How many nobles have influence in the interstellar? And how many nobles can survive without the financial support of ordinary people? These nobles are cutting the leaks of ordinary people. And they still look high and mighty. And they constantly use dirty means to clear obstacles in order to maintain their current status. Why can't he do better than the nobles? He has experience and certain resources. The Lord has already sold vegetables to the public and laid a mass foundation. It would be easy for him to open up a high-end market. This is what he is used to doing. Why not believe in himself and give it a try? If he wins, his future will be bright. If he loses, he will not die and can continue to submit resumes. It's just going back to this road that can be seen at a glance. What can he lose compared to his efforts? The Lord is taking a huge risk in doing this. If he fails, the Lord may not be able to keep Shenong Star. A young girl who just graduated from college and entered the society has such courage. How can he still say that he doesn't dare after running around for so long? For a moment, Ji Lian's heart was surging. A road that he had imagined for a long time, but didn't have the courage to set foot on. Today he finally took the first step, and was determined to see a different scenery. He believed that the scenery on this road would be very charming. Lord, can we continue to cooperate? After thinking it through, Ji Lian was full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm. He understood Yunwan's intention and took the initiative to explore cooperation. Now, dozens of plans came to his mind, all of which could be implemented immediately. Of course, I will sell you all the crops at retail prices, and how much you sell them for depends on your ability. Are you satisfied with this condition? Satisfied? Ji Lian is of course satisfied. This condition is so good that he wants to start selling vegetables immediately. He thought the Lord would set the price and then give him a share, and everything would be the same as in the Ji family, except that he had a different conscientious boss. Unexpectedly, the Lord did set the price, but she did not set the selling price, but the reserve price. As long as he can afford the high price, all the profits belong to him. The Lord didn't take advantage of her at all. Ji Lian was afraid that the Lord was too young and didn't understand the importance of profit sharing. So he explained it to him for a long time. You passed my test. Mr. Ji, you are indeed a good partner. There is no need for profit sharing. But there is a condition that your company must be established on Shenong Star. Is this acceptable? Yunwan thought a lot. She did want to open up the high-end market to make money before. But the situation is different now. If Ji Lian wants to start his own business, it would be better to let him open his company on Shenong Star. This is equivalent to adding a money-making machine, which can not only boost employment on Shenong Star, but also boost tax revenue. As a planetary lord, you should not only consider the small profits. Retaining talents is the most important thing. She has people and products, so why worry about not making money? Ji Lian agreed without thinking. The Lord has already made concessions to him, and he also understands the principle of returning a favor. It's just opening a company. It doesn't matter where it is opened. At this moment, Ji Lian still didn't understand Yunwan's deep meaning. He just thought that Yunwan helped him, and was very grateful. He finally met a noble person in his life. Ji Lian immediately contacted friends, organized people, established a company, and started work immediately. For the week, every minute and every second is precious. This is their hard-earned breathing opportunity. Reality is cruel, and business is more of a jungle. They have to develop non-stop to make themselves invincible. After the cooperation was negotiated, Unwanted put down a worry. This cooperation is actually a zero-cost business for her. The vegetables in the field are originally planted for sale. She can sell them even without Jillian. The only cost is that she bears the risk of Shenong Star and the nobles. But this is what she should bear. Just in advance. For Jillian, he is gambling with his future. And Unwanted doesn't mind giving him enough rewards. Now it depends on whether Jillian can bring her a surprise. After finishing a pile of things, Unwanted packed up and prepared to go out to explore Shenong Star. This time she only planned to explore the map and mark all the resource points, without any detailed exploration, which was equivalent to a walk after dinner. Taking Yungu, who wanted to take a walk, the two of them drove forward at high speed, passing countless mining areas on the way, and even obsidian mines and purple gold mines. Such precious minerals have not been taken away by people. How deep are they hidden? After flying for a long time, the weather here is very hot. It is probably the other hemisphere of Shenong Star. The system detected a large area of nuclear pollutants. Unwanted was shocked. She thought Shenong Star was a waste mining star, but she didn't expect that there was also a polluted area. She flew around the area and estimated the approximate range. It might be several acres wide. Fortunately, it was far away from the Lord's mansion. Otherwise she would not dare to eat the vegetable she planted. Nuclear pollution has gradually spread, and some of the surrounding land is mixed with yellow and green effluents. And some land is dyed dangerous red, like a clown painted with paint. This land should have been beautiful, but it has become particularly ugly and dangerous. The system's map is marked as red. A first-level dangerous area. Unwanted looked solemn. How many such areas are there that she has not discovered? I thought Shenong Star just needed to recuperate. But now it seems that it is sick and needs to be treated with the right medicine. Otherwise, this planet will never become a habitable planet. After spending these days together, she has developed feelings for this land. This is a land that has been hurt. Everyone in the past has given up on it. But she doesn't want to give up on it. They are people tied to the same boat, who met each other in their insignificance and witnessed each other's growth. She even prepared the planet development map. How could she quit halfway? After opening a polluted area, Unwanted encountered many more, of varying sizes. But without exception, they were all seriously polluted. Is there any way to solve these pollutions? Unwanted could only ask the system for help. For the first time, she felt the insignificance of being a human being. And many things were like a giant beast pressing down on humans. They could not fight. They could only escape. She thought, the system must have a way. If not, she will find a way by herself. She will never escape. Maybe she can use her spiritual power to separate the pollutants. Although it is very laborious, and she has to buy expensive protective clothing, it will always be solved if it accumulates little by little. There are always more solutions than problems. However, the system is also very reliable, and did not give Unwanted the opportunity to remove the pollutants herself. A mutant species, desert rose, was detected. After mutation, the purification ability was enhanced by hundreds of times, which can effectively purify the land and air. Great! Unwanted couldn't help but speak out, which scared Yungu, who was looking at the scenery outside the window. Where is the desert rose? According to the system prompt, Unwanted found the desert rose growing on the edge of the pollution. The mixture of industrial pollutants and natural flowers is strange and harmonious, occupying both sides of the land. Clearly separated, the pollutants no longer spread outward. The roses cannot touch the soil, and cannot take root on the pollutants, so they can only grow around the edge of the polluted area. The rose-red flowers are like blood, spreading everywhere. The more bitter and cold the land, the more prosperous and dazzling it is. Unwanted's heart was deeply moved. What a great function and excellent quality this flower has. She decided that this is the star flower of Shenong Star. Chapter 35. The system also seems to be interested in desert roses. Following Pig, it has opened up the exchange authority. Host. 2 desert roses can be exchanged for 1 system-enhanced plant. Do you want to exchange? Unwanted didn't know how the system judged whether something could be exchanged. It seemed to have a high authority, and could make decisions on many things. She couldn't see any pattern, since the system was willing to exchange. She was of course happy to take advantage. Things that were enhanced by the system must be extraordinary. What are the benefits of strengthening? The strengthened plants can not only grow in extreme environments, but also have stronger purification capabilities. Unwan thinks it is feasible. At that time, desert roses may be able to grow directly in polluted areas. Then wait for me to buy a protective suit. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. No. Host. The system can temporarily open the protective cover. You can just go down and pick it. Protective cover? Is there such a thing? And why does the system seem so anxious? This protective cover. There is only one chance to use it. System replenishment. Then use it next time. Don't waste it. No waiting after the expiration date. What's the matter? Just say that this protective cover is for Desert Rose. Not for her. Unwan had to stop the car nearby. Seeing this, Yungu wanted to go out with her. But she held him down. You can't go out. Did you see that dirty thing just now? That's a contaminated area. There is radiation, which will turn people into fools. Hearing Yunwan say this, Yungu immediately fell silent, shrank his neck, and looked at her anxiously. Sister, why did you go out? Sister has a protective shield and you don't. Cover yourself tightly. Okay? Yungu nodded obediently. And after looking for a long time, he didn't see any protective shield around his sister. He lay on the front of the flying car, watching Yunwan's disappearing back worriedly. Will sister be in trouble? Yunwan didn't find the so-called protective shield either. And her heartbeat increased when she approached the polluted area. It was even more unpleasant to witness this messy polluted area with one's own eyes. People can be shocked by beautiful scenery and also by disasters. Unwan didn't want her shock to be the latter at this moment. Devastation is what this land is all about. Anyone who has seen it will never forget it. After sorting out her complicated feelings, Unwan began to collect desert roses. The roots of desert roses are thick, gourd-shaped, dark green, and have long roots at the bottom. But the soil was loose, so Unwan pulled it out without much effort. A total of 56 desert roses were harvested and exchanged for 28 system-enhanced versions. Unwan directly planted them in the polluted areas, but it was far from enough. There were still several polluted areas that had not been dealt with. Unwan looked back, then looked at the striking red mark on the map, and got on the spaceship and left. A few hours later, she almost circled Shinong Star and explored a large area. In the next few days, Unwan continued to explore the map. At present, the map of Shinong Star has been basically solved, and there are still some small gaps to be explored in the future. She found a total of 532 polluted areas, a total of 200,000 resource areas, and also found wild fighting chickens, and exchanged some chicks with the system. In the past few days, Unwan bought 4 more robots. This time, she didn't think about saving money. She bought all the most expensive military robots, including the previous robot that survived by chance, and the one she brought back from Zhou Ye's house. A total of 6 robots. To her surprise, the red robot had a collector in its abdomen, which could help collect vegetables and reduce her burden. Of course, Yunwan's cultivation was not neglected. The illegal invasion of robots and the polluted area on Shinong Star made her deeply aware of her insignificance. She had to become stronger to protect what she wanted to protect. Now she has repaired the meridians in her upper body, allowing the spiritual power to circulate smoothly in the meridians. Moreover, she found that when the spiritual power circulated and flowed through the flower of life, it seemed to become greener, and the spiritual power would also decrease. Yunwan thought that the flower of life probably needed to be watered with spiritual power to grow. She deliberately let the spiritual power stay at her waist, and after a few days, the small green bud really grew 2 more new leaves. Everything is moving in a good direction. Today, Yunwan opened the live broadcast again, and the vegetables in the new vegetable garden have matured and can be harvested. Seeing the lush crops on the screen, Yunwan's fans cheered. Great! I have finally waited for it. Get ready. Get ready. I've already clicked into the purchase interface. The anchor is about to release new products. Yunwan was very happy with the fan support. She gave the red robot an order, and the robot instantly extended 4 claws from its abdomen and quickly collected the crops, without Yunwan's intervention. After collecting a batch, the robot can automatically count and transport it back to the designated warehouse. When it came to collecting the spiritual rice, the robot paused for a moment before cutting off the rice ears and picking the rice in no time. Lingmi has no husk. The white and plump rice is exposed, and the rice fields are as white as cotton. It looks like pearls. Is this rice? Each grain of lingmi is as big as a palm, and 1 grain of rice can cook a bowl of rice. Yes. This is rice. Why hasn't the anchor updated it yet? Urgent. After the red robot finished harvesting, Unwanted looked at the quantity and quality of various crops. Sure enough, they were much larger than last time. So the price could be raised. Excluding the part she ate and the sweet potatoes that Yunshuang had ordered. She quickly modified the inventory and added the price and quantity of the new products. 3,500 sweet potatoes, 100 cabbages, 10,000 spiritual rice. And she plans to make all the radishes into spicy dried radishes, which are not for sale now. After all, the new spiritual rice is a staple food, and it has no special taste. She priced it at 500 star coins/10, and the price of sweet potatoes and cabbages increased by 100 star coins each. You haven't tasted the spiritual rice. Please buy it with caution, Unwanted reminded. You can save the rice and eat it with the spicy dried radishes when they are new. Don't be afraid. Anchor. We believe in you. Anyway, it must be delicious. I don't believe that the anchor would grow it if it doesn't taste good. I got the sweet potato. Who will give me 2 grains of rice? I want to taste it. Cabbage for rice. Cabbage for rice. 10 minutes later, all the crops were sold out. Unwanted earned 1.61 million star coins, which was pitifully small compared to the income from selling the land. Who would have thought that Unwanted valued tens of thousands of star coins so much before? And now millions are not enough. After a busy afternoon, Unwanted packed the goods and sent them out, and received Ji Lian's congratulations. Congratulations, Lord, on your prosperous business. Unwanted was not surprised by the attention of her business partners and replied, Thank you, Lord. I have negotiated 3 orders here, all of which are restaurants that sell natural food. I showed them the live broadcast, and they all plan to purchase a batch of our products to try. However, they have never seen some of the ingredients and are not very good at cooking. So I wonder if I can give them some basic recipes and some tastings? Of course, I will post the recipes in my space later, and the corresponding tasting products will also be sent to you. Lord, to be honest, I was worried that the products wouldn't sell before, and now I'm worried that you can't supply them, and you can't even sell them at retail. They want a lot. Are you sure you can supply them? Don't worry. 3 restaurants are still fine. Okay, Lord. Keep farming. Unwanted stretched her muscles. She hadn't moved in the afternoon when she repeated the packing action, and her body joints were a little stiff. With her current land and seeds, it was definitely not enough to supply 3 restaurants. The reason why she dared to agree was that in the next few days, she planned to visit the resource points of Shenong Star, and then exchange some land and seeds with the system to further expand the farm. There is also a small spicy dried radish workshop that has to officially start business. Thinking about it, she can't finish the work at hand even if she divides herself into several people. After thinking about it, Unwanted plans to send out the recruitment notice first to see if there are any applicants. She really can't handle it alone. And some things can't be done by robots. Need people. The conditions she offered were neither good nor bad, including 3 meals and accommodation, and 5,000 star coins per month. In addition, Shenong Star is geographically remote, so it is estimated that almost no one will come to apply. But there must be hope. What if someone is blind? By the way, she also bought a few red robots to help with farming. After dinner, Unwanted took a walk around the Lord's mansion, thinking about the number of crops to be planted. At first she didn't notice it, but when she got closer, she found a small green snake jumping out of the grass. Ah! It stands to reason that there haven't been snakes here for so long, so there shouldn't be dangerous animals like snakes. Little green snake. The color is pretty. The scales are smooth, and they glow silver, like a gorgeous armor. It must be poisonous. Unwanted jumped away. She looked at the snake, and the snake looked at her. The little green snake seemed to be stunned by her sudden action, and froze for a moment before continuing to move. The little green snake twisted its tail, tilted its neck, pressed its head, and rolled on the ground. Unwanted was also stunned by this sudden strange action. What? Did it jump out just to show her a talent? She stared at the snake for a while, always feeling that the vertical pupils were full of danger, and the forked tongue tip was dripping with deadly toxins. Thinking of this, she felt a chill down her spine. Better to move away. Now she is a fragile human being, and she will be killed if she is not careful. Unwanted took a detour, wondering why the raptor repellent device did not work. Are snakes not considered raptors? Anyway, she planned to check the Star Network to see if there was any revolver powder for sale, and also reminded Yungu not to go out recently. After taking 2 steps, a big dog suddenly jumped out of the bushes, rushed and threw her to the ground. She thought the dog was going to attack her, and was about to draw her gun, but she didn't expect the dog to just rub her face and press her to breathe stupidly. But, move a little. I'm going to be crushed to death by you. Yunwan also experienced the feeling of suffocation when being crushed by a large dog. She pushed the silly dog away and took a breath, and then saw the silly dog sticking out his tongue and looking at her obediently. The big dog was mainly brown, with some white long hair in the middle, and it looked like a mask on its face. Its ears bounced and its eyes were lively, like a little sun that was always full of energy. It moved its nose curiously, familiar with Yunwan's smell, and after confirming something, it rolled on the ground. This action looks familiar. The little green snake just did the same thing. Do the animals on Shinong Star undergo some strange unified training? Were they members of a circus before? It feels familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere else. I remember. Isn't this Meow Meow's exclusive jerk-off action? No wonder it looks so familiar. It's getting weirder and weirder. How did they get in? Is the mountain gate array made of air? Is the raptor repelling device just a decoration? Yunwan prepared to return to avoid encountering any weird things again. The big yellow dog followed her, and seemed to be trying to rely on her. Yunwan was a little happy. If she went home with her, she would have both a cat and a dog. After walking for a distance, the familiar scene was staged again. The protagonist was a little yellow chicken, which seemed to be the one that was taken away by Meow Meow. Looking at the inconspicuous grass on the side of the road, Yunwan thought a little bit, what else is there in this grass? You don't have to be polite and jump out all at once. Okay? Chapter 36. Shishi. Wang Wang and Ah Huang came to Yunwan without telling Meow Meow. Seeing how comfortable Meow Meow's life was, and how she brought them a lot of delicious cabbage in the past 2 days, they were unwilling to take the supplies back first. Ah Huang suggested, since Meow Meow can do it, why can't we? So, the 3 little ones discussed taking turns to seduce Yunwan. Shishi took the lead, but the female didn't seem to like her. Not only was she startled, but she quickly changed her way and left. Shishi was dejected, and Wang Wang comforted her. It's okay. Maybe she doesn't like hairless animals. Meow Meow and I both have fur. She must like me. Snake, I don't know how to comfort you, but you don't have to. It makes me even sadder. Wang Wang was the second one to come up, rolling around to act cute, and the female was not angry, and she even touched his head. Wang Wang followed her, and she didn't refuse. This just proves what Wang Wang said, that females prefer furry. Ah Huang felt that she was also furry, and her fur was smoother and softer, and she smelled good. Even silly Ah Huang could be liked by females, so she must have no problem. So, she followed Wang Wang's path to success, and was successfully held in Yunwan's palm. Yunwan was overjoyed when she grabbed the little yellow chicken. Unexpectedly, the chick was still alive. She thought it was eaten alive by the cat. She planned to raise the chick together with the chick given by the system to see if there was any difference. This chick was also strange. It lay in Yunwan's hand without struggling or moving. Instead, it seemed to enjoy it. It was unexpectedly docile. Shishi was very sad. She hid in the bushes and watched the 2 people leaving her. Are you really not considering liking the smooth snake? It's so cute when it's cold. The snake looked dejected, watching the 3 people walking in a line. And then she fell far behind the team. Maybe she could get in. Maybe the female would find out about her later. Yunwan was taking the chicks home, and she saw Meow Meow standing by the chicken coop in confusion, meowing non-stop. When she heard her coming back, she immediately turned to look at her, her eyes glued to her hands. Meow? Meow Meow felt that what was happening at the moment was a bit dreamy. First, she saw a bunch of chicks locked in the fence. She went forward to ask, and the chicks replied to her, chirp, chirp. You are regarded as reserved food by the females. Do you know? Chirp, chirp. I'll find a way to rescue you. Chirp, chirp. You are in danger now. I'm not kidding. Chirp, 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 chirp. It looks really stupid. Meow Meow was furious and walked around the wooden fence twice. The creatures inside didn't understand what she was saying at all, and neither did she. Similar to those 2 pigs, It seems that they are not Ah Huang's brothers and sisters, but real animals. So strange. She has lived on the deserted planet for so long, and has never seen an animal that looks like Ah Huang. Where did the female come from? Moreover, she was just busy carrying food to her friends recently. How come there are so many chickens at home when she came back? Just as she was thinking about the reason, she looked up and saw that the female was holding a chicken in her hand. When she saw her, the yellow wings flapped vigorously. Very good. The female had her friend Ah Huang in her hand. Behind the female were Wang and Shi. Who could tell her how they could come back with the female so arrogantly after not seeing each other for so long? Miao Miao felt like she had been shot in the head, and her head hurt a little. She glared at Wang, mainly because he was closer. Miao Miao winked. Who came up with this idea? Wang stuck out his big tongue and squatted on the spot, blinking his eyes. It wasn't me anyway. Yunwan put Ah Huang directly into the chicken coop. After noticing the eye contact between the two chicks, she looked around and scanned the 4 chicks. She could see the cuteness in each of their different faces, and suddenly had a bold guess in her mind. Could it be that the robot sent by Manager G was the masterpiece of these little guys? She suppressed her doubts, and prepared to keep the 4 chicks to observe. Miao Miao looked at Ah Huang, who was having fun in the circle, and sticking to other chicks. And her head hurt even more. What's so happy? Silly. She treats you as a reserve food? Do you know about reserve food? Ah Huang obviously didn't know. And she puffed out her chest with pride. She said the female would like her. Look at how many substitute chicks this female has raised. Ah Huang looked at the chicks that looked similar to her with a critical eye. This one's hair is a bit messy. That one is too short. This one is a bit smelly. That one is too dirty. To sum it up in one sentence, none of them are as good as her. Get out of the way. She fluttered in the chicken coop, wanting the female to touch her again. The female was attracted by her, but she didn't pay much attention to her and turned away. Ah Huang was a little disappointed, watching her friends follow Yunwan into the house one by one. Even the snakes got away. Ah Huang, who was left alone in the chicken coop, finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. Why couldn't she go into the house and stay with these noisy chicks? The silvery moonlight covered the earth with a hazy white veil, and also gave Ah Huang a hazy filter of misery and loneliness. Wang and Shi, who followed into the safe house, were not so miserable. They looked around curiously. Some large tables and small chairs were placed on the left, a sofa on the right, and a potted plant by the window, just like the home they had seen on TV on the smart brain. Under the dim light, they suddenly entered such a warm environment, which made them feel a little uneasy, even panicked, and they didn't know what to do with their hands and feet. It seemed that no matter how they stood, they were out of place here. Yungu came out of the room with a face full of joy. Sister, you are back. I watered the peach tree today, Yungu said. Standing straight, he looked at Yunwan expectantly, and couldn't hide his eyes for praise. Yungu is awesome. Then the task of watering the peach tree is left to you. Okay? Being able to help his sister and give praise, Yungu responded in a baby voice. You are so good. When the peach tree bears fruit, I will give it to you first. Yunwan's promise made Yungu so happy that he wanted to fly. He forgot all his questions about the 2 extra animals and ran to the peach tree to carefully wipe the leaves, and gently touched the leaves like Yunwan touching his head. Little peach, I will water you every day, and you must grow up obediently. Yunwan smiled at Yunji's cute face. The interaction between the two was seen by the 2 newcomers, who were both curious and envious. Soon, Yunwan remembered their existence, turned to face the 3 little ones, and pondered for a moment. The little green snake looked very humane. It didn't hurt anyone, and it didn't seem like it would bite anyone at random. However, Yunwan wasn't sure if it was poisonous, so she drove the little green snake out. Wang and Miao Miao were left in the house by her, until she fell asleep. She didn't figure out how these animals got in through the mountain gate formation. Wasn't the little yellow chicken stopped last time? The next day, Yunwan made another discovery. She found that sparrows flew in and out near the mountain gate formation, and they were not stopped by the mountain gate formation. She looked at the introduction of the mountain gate formation again, and it was not difficult to draw a conclusion based on the previous robot invasion incident. The mountain gate formation seemed to be designed for humans, and could only intercept humans, and had no effect on beasts and non-living things. Then, the question came again. The little yellow chicken was indeed sucked into the mountain gate formation. So is it not considered a beast? Unwanted used 2 little yellow chickens for experiments, and they were not intercepted. Although the guess in her heart was absurd. But after excluding all possibilities, the most unlikely one, no matter how impossible it was, could only be the truth. That little yellow chicken is really not an animal. The cat may not be an animal either. And there are the new dogs and little green snakes. No wonder their behavior is so humane. Unwanted looked at the little yellow chicken sleeping soundly in the chicken pen, and the little green snake lying at the door, with itself coiled up, like a mosquito coil. It is certain that they have no ill intentions. But why do they want to go home with her? Is it for a meal? Did they solve the problem of the robot? Unwanted is ready to digest this matter, and confront the little animals at night. If they were really human. She just hoped that the cat she always liked to touch and hug would not be a bearded strong man. Ugh! I can't accept it. Unwanted was startled by the scene in her mind, and quickly waved away those distracting thoughts. She got on the flying car. Today's main task was to collect and exchange enough greening points and seeds to expand the scale of the farm. She flew along the resource points marked before and took a quick look at the contaminated area when passing by. The roots of the desert rose have directly penetrated the pollutants and taken root in the ground, converting waste into its own nutrients, so that it can grow and reproduce. Unwanted has seen new buds growing next to some desert roses, and new buds growing on mature desert roses. A fiery red vitality spread across the wasteland, overwhelming the sky and the earth with overwhelming force. Unwanted was very satisfied. It is worthy of being her star flower. It is beautiful and full of life. It grows and purifies as it says. It is just around the corner to restore a pure land to Shinong Star. After checking the progress of purification, she continued to collect resources and ran around, and gained a lot. When she returned home, she saw Yungu opening the smart brain to study in the living room. There were 2 small animals sitting on the left and right, and the little yellow chicken that was originally in the chicken coop was also among them. There was also a cabbage leaf in front of him that he pecked slowly. Yungu wrote and drew on the table, and then raised his hand to touch the cat's head. The cat kept staring at the screen, and dodged Yunji's hand. Yungu was not sad, and repeatedly looked for opportunities to attack, but he never succeeded. The 5 little ones were like students who were studying hard in school, concentrating on the robot teacher on the smart brain to absorb knowledge, and sometimes making some irrelevant small movements. Unwanted was reluctant to break such a warm scene. Why not wait and observe for a while? There is no rush to showdown. She fell back out the door and coughed deliberately. Ahem. There was a flurry of running in the house, and then it returned to silence. Unwanted strode in again, and the house had returned to normal. Mao sat up lazily from the table in the living room, stretched, and walked towards Unwanted. Unwanted raised her hand reflexively, but stopped the moment she touched the head of the cat, and took it back as if nothing had happened. Meow Meow had been squinting his eyes waiting for the female's massage. But he had waited for a long time. But he did not wait for the tenderness in his memory. He opened his eyes, and found that the female was already sitting on the sofa. Meow Meow felt strange. In the past, the female would hug her as soon as she came back. What happened today? She jumped onto the sofa, and squatted beside Unwanted obediently, looking at her with her beautiful pupils. The female liked this look of hers the most. Every time she looked at her like this, she would smile and hug her. But today, no matter what she did, even jumping on the female's thigh, she was ruthlessly hugged away. Why? Meow Meow felt like she was going to cry. Is it because there are so many pets in the house that she has become unimportant? Chapter 37. Unwanted didn't show her hand immediately, but after knowing that Mao Mao had human consciousness, she couldn't maintain the same attitude as before. She tried to control herself from looking at Mao Mao's eyes and intimate movements, and began to count the resources. The most collected was blue crystal ore, and there were also a small amount of obsidian energy, purple gold ore, gold crystal ore, and other rare resources. This was what Unwanted reluctantly pulled from the mine, and she packed a large bag of them in pieces. After the system recovered everything, Unwanted obtained 5 million greening points. I feel the joy of being a rich woman again. It turns out that picking up garbage is more promising. Farming is just a stable but poorer temporarily, long-term career. The greening value has exceeded 1 million. And the system has updated them all again, adding 3 new crops. Porcini, 10 greening value/piece. Chicken tomato, 10 greening value/piece. Soybean, 10 greening value / piece. Great. The cherry tomatoes that fans have been thinking about have been found. There are also porcini and soybeans. Porcini, a very delicious mushroom, can not only be cooked into a variety of delicacies, but also made into a variety of sauces. Unwanted first thought was to add a dish to go with the rice. In addition to spicy dried radish, she could also add spicy mushroom cubes. As for soybeans, there are countless ways to cook them. Soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu, bean curd skin, can all become a unique delicacy. This time, the system was really conscientious, and did not deliberately put a high-priced product to trick her into spending money. All of them were practical and delicious. Today is also a day to love the system more. Tong tong. If you leave, how can I live? Unwanted was a little melancholy. The host will grow up, and one day he will no longer need me. No. I really love you. If that day comes, can you tell me in advance? Host. Don't love me. It will be fruitless. Yes. The serious advice of the system made Unwanted imagine a robot looking at the human, who fell in love with him with a worried face and sighing. And a bubble appeared on his head. I didn't load the emotion module. Unwanted. Puff. Laughed out loud. Although you are just a machine. You are really cute. Unwanted's negative emotions were swept away, and she was in high spirits calculating the supplies to be purchased. Looking at the dozens of times more spiritual soil, spiritual fields and various seeds in her backpack, she rolled over in bed with joy. Come on! Let the orders come more fiercely. At this time, she fell asleep and didn't know that there was a big problem with the crops she sold yesterday. 0 o'clock. A food blogger on the Star Network suddenly published an article accusing Shinong Star Natural Food of using illegal additives to make the food more delicious. But it would make the eater addicted, and would damage his nerves and affect his mental strength level. This blogger is not very popular, with only a few million fans. As soon as the blog post was published, fans built a high tower under her article. Seeing their favorite blogger being bullied, they were indignant, and many people made extreme remarks. Shinong Star? What is it? I have never heard of this name. It is really funny. They dare to use illegal additives. They really don't take the law seriously. At Star Police. At Star Police. Send them in quickly. People like this should be thrown directly into the Zerg. They are not worthy of being human. Look at what our Jia has become. Dark circles under her eyes. Sagging skin. She is almost depressed after eating Sheningsing's food. Sisters, we found the Sheningsing live broadcast account. How dare you bully Jia? Sisters, charge. Public opinion is like mushroom spores floating in the wind, taking root everywhere. By 9 o'clock in the morning, it has been widely circulated on the internet, and even passers-by who don't know the truth are very angry. Unwanted also found something wrong when she started broadcasting in the morning. Today's comment area is so cold. After expanding the vegetable field, she looked at the endless farm and felt fortunate that she had spent a lot of money to buy 2 more red robots. If it was all done manually, she would be exhausted in the field. After making preparations, she started broadcasting immediately. In the past, fans would act coquettishly and interact with each other. But today, the comments were cold and deserted. Unwanted was a little worried and looked at the number of fans in the background. It was the same as she guessed. She was losing fans like crazy. She would lose 5 or 6 fans every 2 seconds. What went wrong? There were no negative reviews in the shopping comments. She was sure that she had not done anything to anger the public. Unwanted was in no mood to farm, and she kept looking at the internet, relying on the red robot to open up the wasteland and sow seeds. After a while, a large number of new viewers poured into the live broadcast room, followed by various insults and condemnations. Only then did she know the cause and effect of the matter. Capital Star Prison. After the inspection, the manager entered the visiting room, looked at the door, and waited for the person who had made an appointment. After a while, the person came late. That was the new manager of Ji's family, Ji Jian, who he had entrusted his lawyer to contact with great effort. He was the cousin of the head of the Ji family. Ji Jian was wearing a black suit and his hair was combed sleekly. He looked at the visiting room with contempt and picked up the phone arrogantly. What do you want to talk to me about? I'll give you 5 minutes at most. Hurry up and tell me. Ji Jian didn't want to talk to the former manager who was in prison. It was embarrassing to talk to such a person. But this man kept asking the lawyer to pester him. and said that he had something that would affect the future of G's family to tell him. What a joke. What could affect the future of the G family? If he really knew some secret. Why is he in jail now? Ji Jian didn't believe that this former manager had any ability. But it was not right to be pestered so tirelessly. So he had to go there in person to see what this person could say. The manager, now a former manager, didn't care about Ji Jian's attitude at all, and picked up the phone to answer. His voice was hoarse, like a cat's claws scratching on white paper. He had lost weight, and looked very haggard. Manager Ji. Long time no see. Hearing that he didn't get to the point, Ji Jian frowned. The former manager was afraid that he would get impatient and leave. So he stopped talking nonsense. I know you don't want to reminisce with me. And to be honest, I don't want to see you either, but I don't want to see someone happy. Do you know why I asked you to come? Your lawyer has already told me. Just say what you want to say. I'm in a hurry. As he said that, Ji Jian also glanced at the intelligent brain. The former manager's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, pretending. But on the surface, he still spoke kindly. Do you know why I was in prison? Ji Jian listened to several questions in a row, but didn't hear the key points. So he turned his face away. I said, if you keep asking questions, I won't accompany you. I didn't come here to listen to your questions. The former manager's face froze. If it were before, this person would not dare to challenge him. But now he dares to speak rudely. Yes, the Zhou family has given up on him. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to the point where he could only tell the secret to outsiders. Okay. Don't worry. It's because of a small planet called Shenong Star. The Lord has planting technology. The quality of the plants she grows is far better than that of the Ji family. And the Lord is not simple either. The former manager kept a trick and stopped talking abruptly, without going into details about how the Lord of Shenong Star was not simple. Ji Jian didn't pay attention, and caught the former manager's sore spot. He just laughed and said, Ha ha ha. It's so funny. So you wanted to take it all for yourself. But you got tricked. Right? You're not very loyal to the Ji family either. You deserve to go to jail. After saying that, Ji Jian walked away, making the former manager vomit blood in anger. However, the former manager knew that the look in Ji Jian's eyes before he left showed that he was concerned. Returning to Ji Jian immediately searched for Shenong Star, and indeed found a live broadcast room with quite a few followers. Shenong Star is a newly registered planet this year. The Lord is an ordinary girl. I don't know where she got the planting technology from, but she is doing well in farming and selling vegetables. It is also because her plants have not officially entered the offline market, and have not had much impact on Ji's business, which has led to Ji's delay in discovering this dark horse. However, Ji Jian looked at the income and expenditure details, and found that Ji's income had actually decreased slightly in the past few months. He immediately called the market operation department over, and criticized them severely. If it weren't for the news from other places that allowed Shenong Star to develop, the decline in income would not be so low. What does it mean that all the vegetables sold have 5-star reviews? Even Ji didn't dare to think of such an evaluation. It was simply a blessing from heaven to have such natural food that everyone loves. Suddenly, Ji Jian's eyes burst into a dazzling light. Is it Shenong Star? It can be a stumbling block or a stepping stone for Ji's progress. Most up-and-coming stars like Shenong Star have become the latter. But Shenong Star is better than those mediocre up-and-coming stars. So good that Ji's family can soar to the sky after annexing Shenong Star, and truly monopolize the interstellar market. Ji Jian kept telling his cousin the news, and the two of them whispered to each other, talked for a while, and quickly discussed a plan. Shenong Star is now somewhat famous, so naturally the way it handles things is different from those unknown ones. They plan to directly use public opinion to reduce the living space of Shenong Star. Shenong Star has a backlog of products, and the operation will naturally have problems. At that time, she will have to sell it even if she doesn't want to. Of course, if the Lord of Shenong Star can't stand the pressure and is in danger of his life, that would be even better. At that time, they will operate and directly buy Shenong Star, and without any effort, they will get a treasure that will take the Ji family to a higher level. Looking at the false accusations against her in the comments, Yunwan was somewhat silent. But this was not a good time to be silent. She sorted out her thoughts and responded solemnly. I can assure you that the natural food produced by Shengxing does not use any additives. Everything is green and pollution-free fresh plants. There is no saying that it is addictive. Where did you get the news from? Before there is evidence. Please do not make personal attacks on me and Shensing in the live broadcast room. Otherwise you will be blacklisted forever. It's over. I'm back late. Friends, come back soon. Stop controlling the comments under the food blog. Our nest has been destroyed. Jia fans, please leave quickly. Protect our anchor. Wow. I'm coming. I'm coming. Whose brainless fans are talking nonsense here? Are you competing to see who is better at cursing? Which 18th tier blogger is trying to touch the anchor? Take him away. If Jia fans curse again, don't blame me for cursing your ancestors. Unwanted looked at the fans who were active again in the live broadcast room. And her originally uneasy heart was now very at ease. As long as there is still one person who supports her and believes in her, she will stick to it to the end. She is not afraid of rumors. But she is afraid that no one will support her in the end. And no one will be willing to continue to buy Shensing's products. Chapter 38. Although many fans support Unwanted, some still think that there is no smoke without fire. The live example of the food blogger is there. And they can't help but believe it. Most of them have cancelled their followers. And some have even quit following and stepped back. Some fans are more rational. They have remained neutral or silent before there is evidence. And have tried to mediate in the live broadcast room. To be honest, I think there is something wrong with the vegetables on Shenong Star. Fans, don't spray me. You can tell by my level 5 fan badge that I am a fan of the anchor. I bought a lot of vegetables from Shenong Star. And I almost always snatch them up. I feel that the vegetables on Shenong Star are really addictive. After eating them, you still want to eat them. Isn't this a problem? Yes. Yes. If it weren't for the voice of the food blogger, we wouldn't have thought about it. After eating the vegetables from Shenong Star, even G's fresh food is no longer worthy of attention. Does a desolate Star Lord have such great power? You can't just label it because it tastes good. Let's see what the official says. There are also water armies stirring up trouble. The Lord of Shenong Star is too bad. He deceives consumers. Don't buy her vegetables anymore. Let her crazy fans buy them. She deserves to die from eating. G's is still reliable. After all, they are a big company and are trustworthy. This kind of 3-no vegetables should be eliminated from the market as soon as possible. There were more abuse and slander from my Shijia fans. Unwanted's remaining fans were exhausted from controlling the comments. And they couldn't help but fight back when they saw bad comments. Unwanted saw this and comforted the fans. Fans don't have to worry. And don't care about other people's slander. We should do our best and don't curse people online. I will submit the Shensing vegetables to the relevant departments for testing. And the test report will naturally explain everything. Did you hear that? Anti-fans. Since the Lord dared to test, it means that the vegetables are fine. TSK. Who knows if they are using substitutes to fool people? The truth is revealed above. You are putting the blame on the anchor. You can always find excuses to accuse someone of something. It's so funny. You have problems to begin with. I'm anxious. They are anxious. They are right. There is no way to clear themselves. I want to ask. Can I get a refund for the vegetables I bought before? They are so expensive. I don't dare to eat them now. It's a pity to throw them away. That's right. Shensing refund. Shensing will be black all his life. Seeing some netizens' nonsense. Unwanted laughed angrily. Don't worry. We always focus on a win-win situation. It's okay if you don't want the Shenong Star vegetables now. We can refund you. But you have to understand that the natural plants may be damaged during the return process. So we can't refund in full. We can only refund 85% of the original price. And pay for the shipping fee. Is that okay? Yes. It's better than throwing it away. I think it's okay too. The barrage of comments all agreed with the after-sales solution proposed by Unwanted. She nodded. Then everyone submits an application in the background first. And then sends the vegetables back. I will refund you immediately when the goods arrive. And after this refund, you will be prohibited from buying any vegetables in the live broadcast room in the future. Although some fans were just blinded by bad guys. They also indirectly stabbed Shensing. Unwanted couldn't blame them. But people should be responsible for their own actions. She didn't want to be unable to sleep at night because of a grudge. Anyway, if you offend her, don't even think about buying vegetables from her. Heh. Lord is funny. Who would want to buy your vegetables? I wouldn't even look at them if they were rotten. It's quite funny. You can't say that. I returned the goods just because I didn't know who to trust. Also, since everyone doesn't believe me to go for the test myself, then we randomly select a few customers who have bought vegetables from Shenzhen to go to the hospital for a physical examination, and live broadcast the whole process to send the vegetables returned by everyone for testing, and then invite the police to follow the whole process, which is completely open and transparent, without any room for manipulation. Once a problem is found, they will be directly put behind bars. Okay? The comments were silent for a moment. No. Is the anchor too hard on herself? Anyway, I can't find any room for maneuver. I was planning to return the goods, but now I want to trust the anchor. It's nothing else. She is a ruthless person. The police monitoring the whole process is really brave. I have to believe her. This woman is so handsome and hot when she speaks. Hug the anchor. This happened when I got up early in the morning to farm. The anchor is not in a hurry. There are still people who want to buy vegetables here, and I just didn't get it several times. I want to see how addictive this thing is. Broadcaster. Quickly block those people. If you block them, no one will compete with me. Ha ha ha, I'm not crazy. Unwanted's operation really surprised the Water Army and my Shijia fans, and they couldn't find any flaws to attack for a while. However, they are the kings of talking hard. It's just a show. Everyone can talk. When the time comes, don't say that the police are too busy to come, or the live broadcast device is broken or something like that. Unwanted sneered. It seems that the person who wants to mess with her has spent a lot of money to deal with her. How can she be so valued? Not only did they hire a marketing account to help her, they also bought a bunch of water troops to confuse the public. However, the more the enemy values her, the more it shows that she is very strong in the eyes of others. When she has drawn a plan for the development of the planet and made a decision to actively attack the high-end market, she is no longer afraid of anything. Interstellar. Right? You think she is a snake if Long Long doesn't show his power. There is nothing wrong with the vegetables on Shenong Star. It is only a matter of time before the opponent slaps her in the face. It is impossible for the opponent not to have thought of this. They never thought of using rumors to bring her down from the beginning. They want to play a psychological warfare with her and break down her psychological defenses step by step. Unwanted is not that fragile. She survived such a difficult childhood. Would she be afraid of something that is not real? Obviously. They also intend to use this method to make Shenong Star's goods pile up and the capital chain break. After a long time, Shenong Star will collapse. Time is too important for a developing planet, and its importance is far greater than money. But if you want to defeat her just based on this, it would be too much of an underestimation of her. She can dry and store the returned rice, put the cabbage in the refrigerator for priority consumption, and make sweet potatoes into vermicelli. It's a good time to study the method of making vermicelli. But Unwanted also knew that the sequelae caused by the aggressive rumors were far more than that. Maybe Professor Luo and Lu Tang would change their minds about building the building, and the cooperation with Ji Lian would also be affected. Unwanted first sent a message to Ji Lian to give him a reassurance. Sorry. This is a public relations problem of Shenong Star itself. Do you still want to continue the cooperation? If you continue the cooperation, I can give you a 20% discount on the first order. Lord, am I the kind of person who abandons partners? You didn't dislike me before, so why would I run away now? Lord, I believe you. You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you? It's mainly because my friend told me that G's family has made a move. Hee. I've taken note of the 20% discount. You have to thank me this time, because I sold 2 out of 3 orders. Whoa. Don't worry. I won't let you down. I'll give you a surprise then. Then we'll be waiting to see your performance. Lord. Ji Lian was surprisingly worry-free. And he also brought Unwanted important news. Ji finally took action. The means were quite vicious. On the other hand, Professor Luo and Lu Tang did not cause any trouble. Lu Tang took the initiative to send a message to Unwanted to tell her not to worry. Lu Tang, a natural food detector, have been unable to eat food with all kinds of things added since I was a child. I ate the vegetables from Shenong Star without any problems, and my body is very healthy. I have decided to build this hotel, so the Lord does not need to worry. If the construction team hadn't freed up time tomorrow, my hotel would have been built long ago. If the vegetables are unsaleable, just sell them to me. Don't be afraid. I think someone is causing trouble. This is not the first or second time. It happens every time. Just eat something good, And it's gone immediately. I don't know what's going on. Unwan thanked him for his support and went to find Professor Luo. He was so focused on research that he was not well informed and didn't know the news on the internet. After hearing what Unwan said, he was a little surprised. Huh? Someone said that vegetables have illegal additives? Professor Luo looked strange. Unwan thought he had become suspicious after hearing the news. This is human nature. Most people will follow the crowd and fall into the trap of repeating what others say. If more people say it, it seems to be true. She nodded in response to Professor Luo, feeling a little disappointed that even a senior person like Professor Luo would make such a hasty decision. Ah? Really? Professor Luo asked again. When Unwan said that someone had become depressed after eating too much, his face looked even stranger. What's wrong? Professor Luo? Unwan thought Professor Luo's expression was a little strange. Shouldn't he be angry? Why does he look so difficult to judge? There's something I don't know whether I should say or not. I'll say it. Didn't you send me some cherry tomatoes last time? I kept one and did a little analysis. I definitely didn't mean to crack the planting technology. I was just curious about why it tasted so good. Well, it's okay. You can use these plants for research. Unwan knew that the plants produced by the system could alleviate genetic defects. And she never hid it. As I said before, planting technology is the soil. It is useless even if you research the seeds to make flowers. If the direction is wrong, no matter how far you go, it is still wrong. Moreover, even if it is a seed produced by the system, she does not hide it. If they can research something, they are amazing. But Professor Luo heard this. It was not simple. He was almost in tears. Compared with those who hold on to planting technology like a miser who loves money, Unwan is really as noble as a fairy. She actually agreed to use plants for research. Professor Luo's analysis of cherry tomatoes was not intended for research. After all, this involves commercial secrets. And testing cherry tomatoes is purely to satisfy personal curiosity. Lord, are you sure we can use plants for research? Forget it. Let's talk about this later. Let me tell you about my discovery first. There is indeed an unknown substance in the plants of Shenong Star. But it is completely harmless to the body, and even has great benefits. Not only can it increase cell activity and improve physical fitness, it can also remove impurities in the brain. That is, it can nourish mental power. When accumulated to a certain level, it may be able to improve the level of mental power. This kind of thing is rare in a century. Okay. Depression? Even if she has depression, eating vegetables from Shenong Star can cure her. It's a pity that I didn't save the data at that time. After hearing this, Unwan became more confident in her vegetables. Several partners firmly supported her, so she was no longer in a hurry. Now, not only did she not blame the Ji family for launching a war of public opinion, but she was also very grateful that they invested so much money to promote her for free. Increase cell activity. Nourish mental strength, which function is not sought after by interstellar people. She must make good use of this opportunity to make Shenong Star famous in one battle. And let the entire Interstellar remember the name of Shenong Star. Unwan really wanted to see the face of the Ji family after losing both the wife and the army. Chapter 39. Ji Jian and his brother Ji Wei have been paying attention to the situation of Shenong Star. They dare not delegate such important matters to others. Seeing the exponential decline in the number of transactions on Shenong Star, the two were overjoyed, like a rooster that had won a battle. However, the number of transactions stopped falling to a certain level. Ji Wei frowned. This level of returns did not meet his expectations. He wanted to make the fire burn more vigorously, and give Shenong Star a blow that was beyond its tolerance. So, he asked Ji Jian to contact several marketing accounts to fabricate a large number of similar victims, and even communicated with some third-tier celebrities to post articles hinting at denouncing Shenong Star. After this operation, the rumors on the internet intensified, almost one-sidedly blaming Shenong Star, and some wavering fans were persuaded to quit being fans. Looking at the overwhelming negative news about Shenong Star, Ji Wei clapped his hands and laughed. He was not afraid of the countermeasures that Unwan said in the live broadcast room. By the time she organized the testing matters and waited for the test results to come out, the flowers would have withered and Shenong Star would have been cold. Who would still pay attention to a planet with a stain? Now, it is estimated that the Lord of Shenong Star is in a state of panic. There are so many returns that they are piled up like a mountain, and she has nowhere to turn for help. Then, he will be merciful and reluctantly help her. Ji Wei sneered, crossed his legs and lay on the boss chair. Now we can talk about cooperation with Shenixing. Ji Jian received his cousin's instructions, immediately entered Shenixing's live broadcast room, and sent a private message. Hello, Lord Shenixing. I am the manager of Ji's family. Seeing that your business has been difficult recently and your management is not good, we feel sorry for you and want to help you. As long as you agree to our request, we will accept all these returns and buy them at the original price. What do you think? Unwanted has been paying attention to the public opinion trends on the internet. After discovering more and more fresh victims, she showed a mysterious smile. It seems that she is really much stronger than she thought. Otherwise, why would Jisher increase the stakes to target her? She had expected that Jisher would come to her door. Sure enough, after a while of increasing public pressure, they couldn't help but send her a message. Unwanted has the capital to turn the tables, and she has already made up her mind, so she doesn't mind playing with them. What request? The reply was very fast, and it seemed that the information had been edited long ago. Lord, we are not doing charity. We are all businessmen. We can't lose money. You see, Shenong Star has become the target of public criticism anyway. It is useless. As for you, you have also ruined your reputation and reputation in the natural food circle. So it is better for you to change your career in the future. Why don't you transfer Shenong Star and planting technology to us? We will definitely give you a fair price. How much are you prepared to pay? Seeing Unwanted ask this, Ji Jian was ecstatic. As expected by my cousin, this guy is now anxious to get out. When she heard someone was willing to take over, she immediately asked for the price. He is not that great. I don't know how the former manager ended up in jail. He is not smart enough. But he still makes excuses saying that his opponent is strong. It's really funny. Now that my cousin and he have made a move, they can get any planting technology they want. Does this lord dare to say a word? No. As for the price, it's good enough that it can be sold for money. But you still want to sell it at a high price. Giving her some money is out of pity. 10 million star coins. All packed. We will also help you clear the planetary debt. Not bad terms. Lord? Looking at this message, Unwanted almost laughed out loud. How dare Jisher use the money he gave to beggars to pretend to be rich in front of her? 10 million. She wouldn't even get this much money by selling a piece of land. You still want to buy her planting technology? Dream on. Oh. Unwanted deliberately handled it coldly. Seeing her ambiguous reply, the other side immediately jumped up and began to condemn her for being greedy. Now is different from the past. Lord, you have to think about it. Except for us, no one will cooperate with you. And then you can't sell your vegetables. And you can't pay the planet's debts. If the planet assessment does not meet the conditions in a year, the planet will be confiscated. And you will lose a lot. Well, Lord, don't go too far. We are talking to you sincerely. You are just playing with us. Right? Okay. We don't have to buy your stuff. I want to see what else you can do besides accepting our help. Don't cry on Shenong Star. Oh, Lord, you should think it through. Once you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. You are right. Unwanted's careless reply made Ji Jian furious, and he almost smashed the intelligent computer. He was so angry that his face turned red, and his irritable look attracted Ji Wei's attention. What's wrong? Can't come to an agreement? Ji Wei asked. Don't mention it. This woman. What a fool. All she knows is Is she mentally ill? Hearing what he said, Ji Wei glanced at their conversation on the smart brain. His face gloomy. You're a little arrogant. Heh. I just don't know if your pride will break when you're about to die. Ji Wei commented, turned to Ji Jian and said, Look at how useless you are. You're so impatient even when you're sure of victory. Why are you in such a hurry? Take your time. We have plenty of time and can afford to waste it. After finishing the conversation with Ji, Unwanted looked at the other party's angry remarks in the chat box and felt that this powerful opponent was just like that. It's easy to get angry. This won't do. This is just the appetizer. Just when I was about to turn off the smart brain and do some work, a strange phone call came in. The smart brain showed that the call was from the capital star. Unwanted pressed the answer button in confusion. Hello? Who are you? I'm your mother. Unwanted raised her eyebrows. Her first reaction was that the haters were doxing her and came to ask for trouble. She almost replied, I am your mother. You unfilial daughter. But the other party did not give her room to speak, and bombarded her with a series of questions. Tell me what you did. I won't stop you from going to the wasteland to open up wasteland. Your sister even sent you supplies to support you. What about you? This is how you repay us. It's bad enough that you are restless on the wasteland, but you also caused a lot of trouble. Do you really have to make money against your conscience? At this moment, Unwan realized that it was indeed her mother, listening to the other party's voice rising steadily due to the accumulation of anger. She just thought it was funny. I wonder why the other party called. Just to scold her? Just to preach? Alas, this is the original owner's mother, a woman with a heart as hard as iron, listening to Qin Yan's comforting words on the other end. Mom, don't get angry and hurt your body. And Qin's mother's soft response. It's okay. Yunwan took back what she said before. She should be a woman who is hard-hearted to, and only to her own daughter. I said. Yunwan prepared her emotions for a moment, and interrupted the mother and daughter on the other end of the phone. Did you buy my vegetables? Are you my customer? What do you want to say? Qin's mother asked in a deep voice. Just answer it. No. Yunwan smiled sarcastically. If you didn't buy anything, what qualifications do you have to say that I'm making money against my conscience? Besides, have you ever raised me? You said I'm restless. You know your daughter has a genetic defect. You know that the medicine for genetic defects is very expensive. With the 500,000 yuan you gave her to fend for herself, it's already good that she didn't go astray. Also, I don't have a sister, only a brother. As for the so-called support, if you think I can survive on a deserted planet by drinking perfume and eating bags, then it's also, you are brain dead. Yunwan's tough response caught the other party off guard, and for a moment, he didn't say anything. Then, it was the bottom of the anger. How did I give birth to a beast like you? I gave birth to you, and gave you 500,000 yuan to attend an aristocratic school. Which of these could you have in that shabby place before? Not only are you ungrateful, but you also blame me for not giving you enough. How could there be such a greedy person like you? How could I give birth to a daughter as greedy as you? Because I want to live. Yunwan suddenly changed the person, no longer using she, but I. She suddenly resonated with the original owner. Yes, the original owner just wanted to live. She was vain, but she never made excessive demands to the Qin family. However, the Qin family instinctively supported her and treated her, but they thought she was greedy. Isn't it ridiculous? Qin's mother knew she was in the wrong. Paused for a moment, and then said, no matter what you do, don't blame the Qin family, and don't expect us to help you. I never count on you. You can't even afford the money for my medical treatment and medicine. What do you think you can expect? Okay. Remember what you said? The other party was about to hang up the phone. Yunwan stopped her. Wait. Are you done? It's my turn now. First, don't call me anymore. I'll block this number. Second, I'm not recognized as a member of the Qin family. And my last name is not Qin. No one would think we are related. You don't need to worry about it. Third, I don't want to have any relationship with the Qin family. You don't need to have paranoid delusions. I don't know where you got my phone number and called me to beep. If you do this again next time, don't blame me for scolding you. That's all I have to say. Don't make yourself look bad. Your Qin family is not a popular family. Thank you. Loud ding. After that, Yunwan hung up the phone and blocked it in one go. Mother Qin looked at the hung-up phone, suppressed her anger, and asked Qin Yin beside her, she actually hung up on me. Yin, did you hear what she said? It has nothing to do with the Qin family. I want to see how she ends this time. Mom, don't be angry. My sister may have a way to prove her innocence. Look who is not scolding her now. Even if you are short of money, you can't do such a thing. And it also hurts the Qin family. What a misfortune for our family. Yin, I am really glad that I took the wrong child. Fortunately, you are our daughter, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Mom, don't say that. My sister is just still young. Hee. Don't make excuses for her. She is in her 20s. You still call her young. I was a mother when I was your age. Yin, you are soft-hearted. If Yunwan asks you for help, you are not allowed to agree. Got it. Mom, she has nothing to do with our family. No, we have to strike first. lest she gets desperate and throws dirty water on the Chin family later. Chin's mother opened the smart brain and directly posted a blog post to denounce Shenxing's irresponsible behavior. And also it the interstellar police. This triggered another wave of intracranial climaxes among netizens. And many people regarded themselves as messengers of justice and constantly criticized Shenxing's actions. At this moment, Unwanted was preparing for a counterattack. She contacted the testing agency and the police. And the live broadcast of the test would not be launched until 5 days later at the earliest. Chapter 40. Unwanted could only cold process for 5 days. And then she turned around to prepare for the vermicelli experiment. She took 3 sweet potatoes, cut them into sweet potato puree with a slicer, wrapped them with cloth, rinsed them with water several times, and filtered out all the starch. The white thick slurry filled a full basin, and after standing for 2 hours, the starch and water separated. Unwanted carefully poured out the clean water, continued to stand, and poured the remaining wet starch into the heating device for processing. She remembered that under high temperature, the sweet potato starch would gradually solidify. Sure enough, as the temperature gradually increased, the sweet potato starch gradually changed from a loose powder to a sticky and elastic one. After heating for more than 10 minutes, the sweet potato starch solidified into a dough. After cooling, Unwanted took out the dough and kneaded it. The dough was very soft, almost like flour dough. She used the shredding mold of the vegetable cutter to press the dough, and the round vermicelli came out of the small holes of the shredding mold, and the long vermicelli was successfully made. After drying, it was exactly the same as the sweet potato vermicelli she remembered. The simplicity of vermicelli making process allowed Unwanted to absorb a lot of positive emotions from the continuous public opinion impact. In the afternoon, she made a few bowls of hot and sour noodles and gave some to Professor Luo and others. There was not much hot and sour noodles, so they were served in small bowls, half soup and half noodles. Barely enough for several people to share. I just made it. Not much. Let everyone taste it. Thank you, professors, for your support, Unwanted said beautifully, and Professor Luo and others took it with a smile. They had never heard of the name of hot and sour noodles, but they saw the steaming hot and sour noodles. The mixture of red oil and sour vinegar collided with a flavor that made people's appetites open, instantly igniting the taste buds of several people. Based on the taste and color, they can be sure that this hot and sour vermicelli is not just delicious. Professor Luo was originally devoted to scientific research, and he could not help but rekindle his appetite when he arrived at Shenong Star. He took the lead in picking up chopsticks and took a bite of vermicelli. It was smooth and delicate. Each vermicelli was soaked in the hot and sour soup, absorbing the sourness and spiciness. The former was like a fragrant hand, constantly stirring the string in the stomach, and the latter was like a fire, instantly igniting the dark esophagus. After a mouthful of vermicelli went into the stomach, the whole person seemed to be bright and lively. This is the taste of being alive. This taste is so good. Professor Luo didn't realize a tear fell from his eye. He was crying because of greed. His hands didn't slow down at all. After a while, the small bowl of hot and sour noodles was swept away. Looking at the small bowl with the soup base left, he drank it up reluctantly, and then smacked his lips after savoring it. Lord, you must sell this hot and sour noodles. It's so hard for an old man like me to have a little hobby. Unwanted was pleased by his pitiful tone, and agreed repeatedly, and went back to enjoy the hot and sour noodles. No matter how hard it is, you can't let this mouth suffer. Otherwise, what's the point of all the struggle? Wipe the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Professor Luo is firm in his inner thoughts. He saw that his students hadn't touched the hot and sour noodles. 1 or 2 of them were eating very slowly, and it took half an hour to savor a noodle. So he asked for a bowl directly. Teacher, I've eaten this. I won't fight with you, Professor Luo said unhappily. He opened the smart brain and took a photo, uploaded it to the Star Network, and wrote, Shenong Star hot and sour noodles. Someone can't eat it. Under the blog post, there are also several papers demonstrating the relationship between addiction and pleasure. Addiction is the use of drugs to stimulate the brain to release dopamine, which makes people feel pleasure. And doing what you like and eating what you like will trigger this mechanism. Although Professor Luo did not explicitly speak for Shenxing, whether it is eating Shenxing's food or addiction papers, they all speak for Shenxing. Professor Luo is not popular on StarNet, and most of the people who follow him are industry insiders and friends. Therefore, The comments in his comment area are also relatively friendly. Where did old man Luo go to have fun? Have you published your paper? You only know how to eat. Send me a bowl soon. Yes. It's not authentic if you don't bring your old friends with you when you have something delicious. Shenong Star. Isn't that the protagonist who had problems recently? Does Professor Luo mean that their vegetables are fine? Professor Luo is old. Don't be fooled. The vegetables on their planet are not edible. Heh. Can't you see the paper published by Professor Luo? What he means is that the vegetables on Shenong Star are fine. Unwanted fans soon discovered this treasure blog post after Professor Luo posted it. And they forwarded it consciously. The rumors have been circulating online for so long. But no one has spoken for Shenong Star. No one believes them, just relying on their own words. Now, finally a heavyweight has spoken for Shenong Star. Unwanted fans cried out, finally seeing hope, and realized that they couldn't let this news be suppressed. The forwarding gradually made Professor Luo's article popular. But the power of fans was still too small to resist the manipulation of capital. Soon, Professor Luo's post sank to the bottom. The more this happened, the more Unwanted fans believed that there was absolutely no problem with the vegetables on Shenong Star. Otherwise, Professor Luo's blog post would not have been suppressed in just a few hours. There is an invisible hand behind the scenes manipulating public opinion. This discovery made them more determined to protect Shenong Star. Without evidence, they would not believe those rumors. And no one could make up rumors with just their mouths. The fans were very angry. Don't let them know who is preventing them from eating natural food. Soon, another message supporting Shenxing popped up. This time it was a very famous food blogger who drinks nutrient solution when there are natural foods. This blogger's reputation in the food circle far exceeds that of Mai Shijia. She posted a blog post saying, I am a fan of Shenxing. And the following fan label is self-certification. I have been following the girl for a long time. In fact, it was not me who followed her at the beginning. My husband saw that it was not easy for a girl to open up Wasteland. So he bought some cabbage. Unexpectedly, the taste of the cabbage was unimaginable. I don't want to drag it down here, but it is indeed much more delicious than some vegetables on the market. Like everyone else, I am also very curious about how the Lord grows it. So I have been following her live broadcast. It's very ordinary. Just ordinary farming. Even fertilizer is not used. Naturally, I also suspect that there is something wrong with Shenxing vegetables. People who know me know that my life is my life. And no one can cheat me in this area. So, I took the Shenxing vegetables for testing. The following is the test report. A testing center. Authoritative and credible. Anyone who knows how to read can understand it. There is nothing wrong with Shenxing vegetables. And the nutritional value is far superior to any brand on the market. Anyway, I'm hooked. You can do whatever you want. As soon as the blog post came out, it immediately caused an uproar. The blog posts issued by celebrities have their own popularity, which cannot be suppressed at all. And even the discussion is rising steadily. What kind of blogger is this? Speaking for Shenxing like this? How much did she get from her? Upstairs? As everyone knows, our sister Yi is very rich. Never accepts orders. Only promotes grass. Ha! You fans are so stupid that you believe everything. If she said she would not charge, then she would not charge. Then why did she not post it before? But now, it's funny. The blogger's fans can't explain this. And when he didn't reply, netizens built a high tower of malicious speculation behind him. Who drinks nutrient solution when there are natural foods is actually the administrator's wife. Her name is Li Xinxin. Because of her husband, she has been paying attention to Shenxing, and finally became a loyal fan of Shenxing. She did have a test a long time ago, so she dared to jump into the pit without looking back. And she also spoke for Yunwan. Now when she sees some haters questioning her, she immediately flips the card to reply. Guess why I didn't post before? Shenxing fans come out to speak. She went to Yunwan's shopping interface to take a screenshot, then took a screenshot of her own fan count, put the two pictures on top, and continued to reply. My dear babies, it's not that my sister doesn't share. Please see the comparison picture for the truth. Look at the number of my fans. And then look at the number of vegetables. 10 of my fans can't even share one leaf. Besides, I can't even get it. How dare I tell you? Please understand. Dears, this can only be blamed on the lack of dishes for the Lord. I am not ruthless. Of course, Yunwan fans have been watching the blogger's comment area for a long time. Now that the blogger named him, they immediately came out to testify. Understand? We have also tried to persuade people to quit. But unexpectedly, we kept them. It's really hard to grab. But it's better now. It must be easier to grab now. Not necessarily. I feel that after the rumor is debunked, Shinong Star will be more popular. Unwanted fans are silent. Why do you suddenly want to let the rumor continue to spread? Or let the misunderstanding continue? Of course, they were just joking. Not really doing nothing. It's not nice to have your favorite things misunderstood. Li Xinxin's post brought about earth-shaking changes in the public opinion of Shinong Star. Many people changed their views on Shinong Star because of her. I believe that Sister Yi is not wrong. Sister Yi is hiding something. So it must be a good thing. Li Xinxin also took the opportunity to shout to Yunwan, Lord, I heard that someone returned the goods. You see? I helped you so much. And I don't want money. Why don't you sell me some sweet potatoes? Yunwan got the news and quickly replied, Sweet potatoes cannot be sold. Wait 2 days, and I will send you hot and sour noodles. Netizens looked at Yunwan's reply and were curious about what hot and sour noodles were. So Professor Luo's post was quickly found. Hot and sour noodles. Found. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen natural food that looks delicious. Lord, are you only giving it to Yijia? That won't work. Our main point is that everyone who sees it gets a share. That's right. Lord, I'll give you a bowl of hot and sour noodles. And I'll help you dispel rumors for free. Public opinion gradually improved. Yunwan remained unmoved. But the Ji family could not sit still. What kind of gods helped this Shinong Star? Ji Wei knew that Yunwan had just contacted the testing center. Under his pressure, the testing center postponed the testing time for 5 days. He originally thought that the Lord of Shinong Star would be anxious. But he did not expect that before she took any action, people would continue to speak for her. Each one was harder to suppress. What on earth was worth these people taking such a big risk to speak for her? Are the vegetables of Shinong Star really that attractive? Ji Wei wanted to buy some vegetables from Shinong Star to try. But he did not expect that the Shinong Star shopping interface still showed out of stock. He did not understand. Obviously, public opinion had improved. And the Lord of Shinong Star could have taken the opportunity to sell the returned goods. Why did she not do anything? Chapter 41. Ji Wei felt something was wrong and continued to hire the internet trolls to throw dirty water. But he didn't expect that the format of the internet trolls was too consistent and had been noticed by the sharp netizens. With Li Xinxin's testimony and the addition of a professional professor, the public opinion that the internet trolls had worked so hard to create actually had a trend of reversal. Although the rumors did not disappear, the voices of support also increased. At this moment, Ji Wei had a bad feeling. He thought that things were not going well, and he felt uncomfortable. So he didn't care. He ordered the water army to change their words, and not to target too obviously. After a while, the situation improved a lot and stabilized the trend of public opinion. I think the Lord of Shinong Star spent money to buy marketing. The blogger posted the test report as soon as something happened on Shinong Star. I don't believe it's such a coincidence. TSK. The Lord of Shinong Star didn't dare to broadcast the test live. What else can he say? Looking at the fresh comments of the water army and the increasingly noisy comment area, Ji Wei felt much more comfortable. It's difficult to build trust. But it only takes a few repeated doubts to shake trust. Even if there is traffic to speak for Shinong Star, its image is difficult to restore to its original state. And the seeds of doubt are always deeply buried in people's hearts. Besides, Ji Wei does not believe that the Lord has a way to deal with the backlog of vegetables. People can wait. But the vegetables are getting less fresh day by day. Even if the gods come, there is no way to save Shinong Star. However, it didn't take long for Ji Wei to sweat profusely. A person who surprised him also sent a message to support Shinong Star. Miss Yun, Shinong Star. My classmates. The food is very good. The picture below is a large dining table filled with luxurious food and a plate of sweet potatoes that don't fit in. It can be seen that it is a scene of the Yun family dining, although no one is in the scene. From the perspective, you can see that everyone on the table has a sweet potato in their hands and is eating happily. The eldest daughter of the Yun family is Yun Shuang. The Yun family, as the first noble family in the galaxy, absolutely does not have the suspicion of posing for photos. Nor does it have the possibility of being paid to speak for someone. So Yun Shuang obviously took the initiative to speak for Shinong Star. This scared Ji Wei. He could barely handle the first two people who spoke for Shenong Star. After all, one had only knowledge, and the other had only traffic. But the Yun family was different. The Yun family was the first noble family, not only with abundant capital, but also with supreme power. They had always maintained cooperation with the royal family, who dared to mess with them. But Ji-wei also did background checks in advance. Although the Lord of Shenong Star believed in Yun, he had nothing to do with the Yun family. She was just a poor person from a poor star, and she was sponsored by the Qin family to go to school on the capital star. Even the Qin family personally criticized Shenxing. Why would the Yun family, which had nothing to do with it, speak for Shenxing? It is definitely not an illusory classmate relationship. If being a classmate with Yun Xuan could take advantage of the Yun family's influence, I don't know how many people would be scrambling to go to the same school as the eldest lady of the Yun family. Now, Ji-wei has no time to study these useless causes and effects. He just wants to know whether this matter was instructed by the head of the Yun family. Compared to the flashy title of the eldest lady of the Yun family, Ji-wei is more afraid of offending the person in power in the Yun family. Soon, his network of connections told him that the head of the Yun family didn't care about this. Ji-wei breathed a sigh of relief. He said that the backer of Shenong Star couldn't be the Yun family. I really don't know what kind of shit luck this Lord of Shenong Star had. And he actually got the favor of the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Yun Shuang's speech not only made the Ji family panic, but also almost collapsed the Star network. Like a bomb that blew up the Black fans, Yun Wan's fans took the opportunity to launch a crazy counterattack. And public opinion took a sharp turn, and finally turned into a Shenong Star boasting meeting. Shenong Star is good. Sweet potato and cabbage are great. Black powder can't eat it and keeps crying. Noisy. Noisy. Look at this rice. It is white and fat. Soft and sticky. Fragrant and sweet. You say you want to eat it? Sorry. No way. I finally feel that I have an intersection with this world. The boss and I eat the same food and like the same star. Yun Wan didn't expect the reversal of online comments. She just spent an ordinary day and hadn't made a move yet. And suddenly the matter seemed to be resolved. It was like she had practiced for a year and a half to participate in the marathon. But her opponent gave up and the competition was cancelled. I felt a little uncomfortable. Is Ji too weak? What else do you have to do? She hasn't appeared yet. Yun Wan didn't know if Ji had any tricks. She thanked Yun Shuang first and promised to give her a portion of hot and sour noodles. Then she received a congratulatory message from Ji Lian. Lord, you have such a background. But you kept it a secret from your partner, making me worry about you and unable to sleep or eat. Isn't it? To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Hee. That's great. You don't know. They ran away from those two orders and now they come back to beg me, saying that they must cooperate with me. Humph. You set me up. And you still want to cooperate. Dream on. That's good. Lord, don't make me worry so much next time. Okay, actually, Yun Shuang and I are not familiar with each other. Not familiar? Oh, I understand. I won't tell anyone about your relationship. You are just classmates. No one will try to establish a relationship with you. Don't worry. Yun Wan held her forehead. We are really not familiar with each other. No kidding. But in this situation, it is hard to explain. She doesn't care. But she is afraid of causing inconvenience to Yun Shuang. People are kind enough to help her. So don't let them cause a lot of trouble. After Ji Lian sent the message, he also received a message from his only partner, Chef Wang. You kid. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing earlier? If you had put the Yun family on the map earlier, you wouldn't have had to beg me to convince you. Right? Don't blame me for hesitating before. It's not easy for me to open this door. The audience of the food is the nobles. It's not worth offending the Ji family. First, I have to buy the Ji's fresh products. And second, they have a say in the noble circle. Uncle Wang. It's okay. I understand. You didn't break the contract in the end. So it's okay. What do the other two companies say? What else can they say? They can give me face and continue to cooperate. But I dare not continue to cooperate. Who knows when they will change their minds again? Ji Lian thought of the other two partners, who were angry and embarrassed after being rejected by him. They said that he was too young and should not be too arrogant because of the relationship with the Yun family. After all, they didn't invest and would not really manage his business. He also said that the vegetables on Shenong Star might not be good. There are so many vegetable sellers. The G family is still an old-fashioned enterprise with nobles in charge. Shenong Star, a barren planet, has no competitiveness at all. Ji Lian found it funny that they said the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them. If they had eaten the food from Shenong Star, they would not say such things. Ji Lian also had a bad temper and refused to cooperate again. In fact, if they really got what they wanted, Ji Lian would not get any good results. The other party would only think that he was easy to bully and would regret it later. They were just starting out and must not leave such an impression on others. It was just right that they could use the influence of the Yun family to establish their own prestige. Everyone would guess that they had a relationship with the Yun family, so there was no need to worry about no one being willing to cooperate. Compared to Ji Lian's two collaborators, who wanted to cooperate but couldn't bring themselves to apologize. Netizens expressed their regret in a more straightforward way, directly pouring into Yunwan's live broadcast room to sell their pity. Anchor. Slide down and apologize. Love your children again. If you want to eat vegetables. I am guilty of keeping silent. Do I still have a chance if I return the goods? Anchor. Look at me. I am a die-hard fan. Please give me a front row purchase number. No way. Do you really believe that Shenong Star vegetables are fine? The power of capital is terrible. The sweet potatoes I worked so hard to grab. I finally managed to get it. But it's all gone. Who is spreading rumors? This is just a trick of Shenong Star. They don't dare to do the test. How much money did they spend to find connections? The anchor should sell more vegetables. Many people didn't eat them. I found that the anchor's vegetable field has expanded again. Everyone can eat Shenong Star's vegetables in the near future. I look forward to that day. There is something wrong with Shenong Star's vegetables. Are you crazy? Why are there so many idiots commenting? No one cares about you, and you don't know what's good for you. Do you have to ask for scolding? Ignore them. Let them have fun. Keyboard warriors only have keyboards. By the way, if I help the Lord scold the haters, can the Lord let me out of the small black room? Agree with the above. It's okay to let you out, but you don't have to scold me. But there are other conditions. Yunwan watered the plants leisurely with a large green watering can. What conditions? Lord, tell me quickly. If you have not participated in malicious comments on Shenong Star, and have made great contributions to Shenong Star, I can let you out of the small black room. After all, you have been deceived by the bad guys. Yunwan smiled brightly at the audience in the live broadcast room. The scattered sunlight cast a brilliant light on her outline, and she looked like she was glowing. A simple girl. A planet far away from the world. A clean and clear smile. The netizens who returned the product before wanted to slap themselves after seeing it. Did they have a problem with their brains at that time? Look at the host's appearance. That is not a face that a bad person can have. Nor are they eyes that a bad person can have. So pure. Like a fairy falling into the world. Moreover, they didn't support Shenong Star before. But the anchor was willing to let them out of the small black room. The guilt and love for Shenong Star vegetables blinded the audience's eyes. In their eyes, Yunwan was simply a beautiful and kind-hearted person like a fairy. Now everything she does is right and good. It is reasonable to make contributions to Shenong Star. They never thought about why there is a threshold for shopping as consumers? This threshold is not low. Only after passing it can you spend money. Those who collect money have become the boss these days. But the audience was not angry at all, but felt fortunate, and asked what contribution they could make. Anchor, can you contribute to GDP? I am good at consumption. The above person answered correctly. Do you really not need to help scold the haters? I feel like I can't make any other contribution. As for contribution, for example, everyone can mobilize the power around them to find out who is behind the false accusation against Shinixing. Good idea. Make amends. No problem. I'll go to my Shijia to ask first. Thank you for your help. Please be polite when investigating. Oh my god. The anchor is so kind. I was really blind at the beginning. I actually doubted the anchor. She asked me to be polite. Fortunately, the anchor was not affected. If the anchor had said anything, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Yunwan smiled at the regret and apology of the fans, staring straight at the camera, as if looking at someone through the camera. G family, you are not the only ones who can use public opinion. Now, the spearhead of public opinion is about to stab you. Can you take it? Chapter 42. Shang Wanwan is a senior fan of Yunwan, and she is one of the fans who returned the products this time. Don't ask her how she feels now. She is regretting it so much that she is looking for regret medicine everywhere. She is a middle school student. Her family is a little rich, and they have the concept of raising a daughter in wealth. So her pocket money alone is 100,000 star coins a month, which can afford natural food. Originally, natural food should not be of interest to people of her age. Students like them mostly spend money on entertainment, and they don't have time to lose weight. They won't even drink a mouthful of nutrient solution, let alone be interested in natural food. Shang Wanwan fell in love with Shenong Star vegetables in order to buy a gift for her mother. She clearly remembered that it was a sunny day. She accidentally saw this live broadcast room that was rising in popularity and appeared on the homepage. She also happened to see the anchor selling sweet potatoes that she had never heard of before, so she bought them home out of curiosity. Her parents were very satisfied with the taste of the sweet potatoes, but she didn't expect that she would also fall into it, and fall into a big pit. When they fell in love with Shenong Star vegetables, they found that there were really things in this interstellar space that could not be bought with money. The small vegetable garden of the anchor carried the food for so many people. Shang Wanwan waited in the live broadcast room every day and finally grabbed a large number of Shenong Star vegetables. Suddenly, someone broke the news that there was something wrong with the vegetables. She read those blog posts that said there are pictures and the truth. She was afraid to eat these vegetables and decided to return them. But the development of things is often unpredictable. A few days later, there were voices on the internet supporting Shenong Star. Even her most admired idol, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, spoke for Shenong Star. She realized that she was really wrong before. Looking back now, those blog posts seem untenable. Fortunately, the anchor is beautiful and gentle, and is willing to give these fans who were blinded by bad people a chance. As long as they can do something for Shenong Star, they can regain their fan status. Shang Wanwan could only make excuses when her parents asked her why the vegetables she bought had not arrived yet. She didn't dare to say that she had returned the goods a long time ago. Now she has nothing but money in her hand, not a single leaf of vegetable. At that time, she boasted to her parents that she bought a lot of natural food. Now Shang Wanwan didn't mention it if she could, and could only quickly regain her fan status. Otherwise, if her mother knew that she could never buy vegetables from Shenong Star again, she would definitely beat her to death. Wouldn't there be one less account to grab vegetables in the future? She did it right away. She recalled those strange blog posts and directly collected data from major marketing accounts for analysis. She found that these people had the same rhetoric. They all posted blog posts with complaints and pictures of their recent lives, showing that Shenong Star vegetables caused them to have various diseases, which made it impossible for them to live a normal life. What's outrageous is that the pictures and texts released by the marketing accounts also showed varieties that Shenong Star did not have, such as mushrooms and potatoes. What is even less convincing is that none of them posted the purchase interface to prove that they had indeed purchased vegetables from Shenxing's live broadcast room. After shopping in the live broadcast room, part of the consumer's nickname is generally recorded, and all social accounts of Xinguang have the same nickname. So she followed the clues and found after comparison that none of the marketing accounts that said Shenxing vegetables had problems had purchase records. Facts have proved that these marketing accounts are completely talking to themselves. And they didn't even do basic homework. They didn't know what vegetables Shenxing had sold. And they just talked nonsense. Shang Wanwan is now regretful and angry. If she had thought more at that time, she would not have been deceived by such a clumsy lie. Or she is too young. The power of one person is too weak. Shang Wanwan has to go to school and can't distract herself to continue the investigation. So she set up a Shenxing fan group named Did Kai Kai Eat Today? To call on other fans who are willing to contribute to this matter. In a short time, many fans instantly found the organization. And some fans who were locked in the small black room were particularly active, and immediately took time to continue Shang Wanwan's unfinished work. Fans continued to sort out the incident along the timeline. Shenong Star vegetables. In the later stage of the incident, some personal accounts posted screenshots of the purchase interface and the return interface, and also posted miserable recent photos, which seemed very credible. In fact, they had previously posted messages praising Shenong Star vegetables and saying that their skin had improved. These people changed suddenly, and their behavior was very suspicious. Fans put all of these people on the blacklist. They clearly remembered that the anchor said that people who slandered Shenong Star would be locked up in a small black room forever. and these people must not be released to compete with them for vegetables, in order to have one less person to compete with in the future. Fans reported each other, and many lazy fans also joined in, as seriously as if they were collecting data for graduation thesis. On the other hand, some fans studied the blog post of a third-tier female star. She participated in the Octopus Star talent show and became a trainee. She was a pampered person, spoke in a clipped voice, and especially liked to tear down her peers. She had a bad reputation, a small number of fans, and a low ranking among her peers. Strangely, not only did her popularity increase recently, but she became the group's favorite in the show, while all her former rivals disappeared. Careful fans found clues of this change in another trainee's speech. The trainee expressed envy that good sisters have encountered great opportunities and were treated differently by the nobles. This matter alone has no problem. The nobles do spend some money to support their favorite stars. But the doubt is that this female star only gained the nobles' favor after targeting Shenong Star. The talent show for Bazwa Star has been in full swing for a long time. Why did this noble not support a female star who is not special at this critical juncture? Fans continued to dig deeper, and found that several stars had obtained some resources that they would not have been able to access after targeting Shenong Star. It is obvious that the nobles behind this are the masterminds behind the attack on Shenong Star. Fans have been infinitely close to the truth of the incident. But no matter how they look, they can't find out who the nobles behind the scenes are. Although the mastermind is still uncertain. One thing is certain. The Shenong Star vegetables incident is completely fabricated. Fans summarized the recent investigation and research, published a long article with detailed analysis, and forwarded it to various social accounts to clear the name of Shenong Star. In their imagination, the comment section should be godly fans, working hard to clear the name of the real owner. It turns out that there is nothing wrong with Sheningsing vegetables. Misunderstood. We apologize to Sheningsing. As a result, there are almost no comments above. And instead, how delicious are the vegetables that can make fans do this? I just checked. Sheningsing vegetables are out of stock. Am I the only one who is curious about where the returned goods went? I know this question. Sheningsing is launching a special food, hot and sour noodles. So the vegetables are not for sale for the time being. My sister has already ordered one. New food? Where can I order it? I don't know. Then, a hot search named "Where to buy hot and sour noodles" emerged suddenly, surpassing the previous entries step by step from the last one, and jumped to the third place in the hot search. Yunwan's fans were shocked. No. Why did no one seem to care about the Shenong Star vegetables incident suddenly? Are you only concerned about food? What are these people commenting on? Are they discussing buying vegetables? They also said that buying a few copies was too shabby. If they were in their place, they would buy dozens or hundreds of copies. Right? What are these passers-by talking about? They are too naive and don't understand the pain of being a fan of Sheningsing at all. No, that's not right. None of that matters. What matters is, a large number of new competitors are pouring into Sheningsing's live broadcast room. Overnight, Sheningsing's live broadcast room gained millions of fans. And the number of fans is still rising. Old fans suddenly felt insecure and sent private messages to Yunwan, hoping to be treated preferentially by old fans. Anchor. Anchor. Hurry! Can old fans have priority to buy? Anchor. Anchor. Hurry! This is the blacklist we compiled. Put them in the black room quickly, and don't let them out. Anchor. Can I give you 100,000 shells in exchange for a shopping privilege? Anchor. Come out quickly. Your fans are going crazy. Anchor. Where are you? Yunwan didn't know about the fans' calls. With the help of Professor Luo, she made a simple version of the vermicelli maker, and was busy beating sweet potato puree and making vermicelli. The small workshop of dried radish was also in full swing, with the sponsorship of Professor Luo and others. Compared to Yunwan, whose normal life was not disrupted by the Shenong Star vegetables incident, the Ji family was a little excited these days, and their mood was up and down like a roller coaster. Ji Wei had just confirmed that Shenong Star had nothing to do with the Yun family, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the clarification message sent by Shenong Star fans, and suddenly got excited again. Then, he found that public opinion had taken a 180-degree turn, and the information favorable to Shenong Star was directly searched. Ji Wei was so angry that he wanted to drive an interstellar aircraft carrier to blow Shenong Star to pieces. He spent a lot of money to spread rumors, hire trolls, and hype up the popularity, and finally managed to get a hot search. Now, the Lord did nothing. And Shenanxing hot and sour noodles were not even pre-sold. But it was directly on the hot search. He worked so hard for so long, and was still worried in the middle. What did he get? He got his opponents getting better and better, and also got a lot of free popularity. After spending so much money, how could he be a wedding dress for others? Ji-Wei was angry and continued to increase the investment in trolls. But this time, no matter how the trolls muddied the waters, they did not stir up any waves. Looking at the dazzling smile of the Lord of Shenong Star in the live broadcast, he watched the scene back and forth several times, and was very sure that the Lord was provoking him. Ji-Wei was a little anxious, and called Ji Jian into the office. This Shenong Star is too weird. You should quickly let those female stars continue to post blogs. Find 2 more first-tier and second-tier stars to speak out. Brother, these stars are afraid that they will be scolded by netizens after the Shenong Star vegetables are tested. And few are willing to cooperate. Heh. They picked it. If they don't want to be stars, there are plenty of people who do. Ji Jian understood Ji-Wei's meaning, and under coercion and inducement, he arranged for several stars funded by Ji's family to post blogs. Seeing that Shenong Star vegetables were about to be whitewashed, no one wanted to wade into this muddy water. But they had no choice but to do it since their boss had spoken. This time, they did their best and spent money to buy many accounts that had consumed on Shenong Star. But the public opinion was gone, and no matter how many resources were invested, it would be in vain. When Ji-Wei used his money ability to turn the tide, but the effect was not satisfactory. Yunwan's Vegetable Inspection Live broadcast officially started. Chapter 43. Yunwan first introduced 2 policemen. These 2 are interstellar policemen, Zhang Wei and Hu Yang. They have returned vegetables in their hands. From the time the return was sent back, they never passed through my hands. They have been keeping them for me. Now, we are going to the seed testing center. As soon as the broadcast started, Yunwan's fans rushed into the live broadcast room. Feeling sorry for the serious Yunwan. Feel sorry for the anchor. We have found evidence that someone deliberately made trouble, but she still insists on doing what she says. After the official test results come out, I want to see how those celebrities will be slapped in the face. That's right. These people clearly ate vegetables from G's Fresh before. How could they be so skeptical of vegetables from a small planet and buy them to eat? P.S. I don't mean that the host's dishes are bad, but these high-minded celebrities will definitely not eat such unknown food. Let alone 1 or 2 of them will have problems. Yes. I have worked in this industry before, and celebrities have special recipes and food sources. I really feel sorry for my sister, who has to run around for this matter. I feel sorry for her. Yunwan and her group came to the seed testing center and successfully sent the vegetables for testing. The results came out quickly, and there was nothing wrong with the vegetables from Shenong Star. With a professional test report, Yunwan's fans were more confident. But Yunwan wanted more than that. She not only wanted to prove that there was nothing wrong with the vegetables from Shenong Star, but also that the vegetables from Shenong Star were better than any natural food specialty store in the galaxy. After Professor Luo detected the unknown substance in the vegetables from Shenong Star, he continued to use the vegetables for experiments with Yunwan's permission. He has published a core paper in the top journal in the galaxy and named the unknown substance Shenonsu. Taking advantage of the popularity of the live broadcast, Yunwan directly posted the test report, the fan physical examination report, and Professor Luo's paper. Immediately afterwards, both Yunwan's fans and passers-by who took a curious glance were all excited. What? Shenong Star vegetables can nourish the spirit. Where is Shenong Star? Ah! No. What can nourish the spirit? And the effect is very significant. Does enhancing cell activity mean anti-aging? Let me take a break. I just studied the paper. It was published by Professor Luo. Who is Professor Luo? It's impossible. My head is a little hot now. Do I need to buy some vegetables from Shenong Star to nourish my brain? I have bad news for you. Shenong Star has no vegetables for sale. Yes. You heard it right. No vegetables. It's out of stock. It's all these nobles' fault. They don't study planting technology well every day, but make trouble here. Shenong Star. I'm sorry. I beg the anchor to continue farming and never doubt Shenong Star again. Shenong Star. I'm sorry. Soon. The apology entry Shenong Star. I'm sorry directly rushed to the top of the hot search. And Ji-Wei fainted after seeing the news. As soon as Ji-Wei woke up from the hospital, he immediately wanted to know the latest news about Shenong Star. He asked Ji Jian about the situation. But he didn't expect Ji Jian to hesitate and dare not speak. Are you a mute? Are you dumb? What's the situation now? You tell me. I can accept it. Ji-Wei thought that at worst, it would just make Shenong Star famous in the interstellar world. But the popularity came and went quickly. And at most, it would make Shenong Star famous for a while. If it wanted to last for a long time, it still had to rely on capital and connections. He could accept these. It was normal to have some ups and downs in the business world. He just ran aground in the gutter. He had even experienced hurricanes in the sea. Could he not accept this little setback? Ji Jian saw that Ji-Wei was emotionally stable and calm, and said tentatively, now there is a bad news and a worse news. Which one do you want to hear first? After hearing this, veins popped out on Ji-Wei's forehead. Is there any difference between the two? What is the bad news? Shenong Star vegetables can nourish spiritual power. Okay. What about the worst news? Ji-Wei interrupted halfway through listening. He couldn't listen anymore. He couldn't imagine how crazy the vegetables that nourish the spirit would make the interstellar people. Is there any worse news than this? Worse news. The Lord of Shenong Star released the chat records with me. Now everyone speculates that it was the Ji family who threw dirty water on Shenong Star. What? Why did it involve the Ji family? Ji-Wei's blood boiled for a while. At that time, I thought that Shenong Star was not to be feared. So I directly used the name of the Ji family. Netizens followed the clues. Brother, don't look at the news on the internet. Ji-Wei kept pressing his temples and violently picked up his phone to browse. Every word and sentence was actually a comment that criticized the Ji family and asked the Ji family to speak. At this time, he realized that when he underestimated Shenxing, he had already lost the war. When he was angry, he should not take it lightly, and was always led by the other party. He did not notice that the other party had left a few trump cards to turn the situation around. He lost completely this time. Ji-Wei couldn't understand why he lost to a yellow-haired girl. His blood was boiling, and he fainted again. Brother, didn't we agree to accept it? Ji sure is still waiting for you to take charge. It has already lost 100 million. Brother, wake up. Doctor, Ji sure's situation is in a mess. But Yunwan's business is thriving. These days, a red robot is looking after the vegetable garden. She stayed up late to make the vermicelli. Now it has all been dried, and the spicy dried radish has been packaged. Yunwan used her status as a lord to directly register a Shenong enterprise, and planned to build a factory to make finely processed products such as spicy dried radish in the future. Ji Lian originally planned to use Shenong Enterprise as the name of the company to commemorate the help he received from the Lord. But Yunwan refused decisively. He couldn't set up another Ji family, and had to settle for Shenong Enterprise. Yunwan didn't want to pass the review of Ji Lian's company after seeing this name. There are thousands of words in the world, but you just pick one person to cause trouble. Isn't this bad? However, Yunwan has no reason to refuse now. She is no longer a dragon. I can only pass Ji Lian's company name with tears. After doing everything, I put up the link of spicy dried radish. In 2 seconds, the spicy dried radish was sold out, and replaced by a huge number that kept jumping in the account. Then, Yunwan sent out the hot and sour noodles of Yunnuo Yijia and Yun Shuang, and contacted Ji Lian again, asking him to help contact a partner. What happened? Is there a change in the vegetable cooperation? Will the price increase? Ji Lian asked this because he knew the latest news about Shenxing vegetables. Nourish your spirit. He didn't even dare to dream about such a thing. The day he saw Yunwan post the paper, he was so happy that he tossed and turned all night. He, Ji Lian, not only met a noble man in this life, but also had great luck and found a treasure. After leaving Ji's, he thought he couldn't make a living. But he didn't expect the reality to be the opposite. God opened his eyes and chased him to feed him. Now, he doesn't even need to seek cooperation. A bunch of people come to him automatically to ask for cooperation. Really begging. The 2 partners who broke the contract before are now crying at home every day, and they almost knelt down to him. Ji Lian did not deliberately embarrass them. Seeing that they performed well, they were mainly willing to pay more. He did not force them, and gave them a little sweetness. But they definitely could not become important customers in his heart. Now that Yunwan contacted him to meet with the customer, he immediately thought of raising the price. In the past, Shenong Star vegetables only tasted good. But now Shenong Star vegetables are good medicine. Where can I find a treasure that nourishes spiritual power in this entire galaxy? If the price doesn't increase now, when will it? No, it won't increase. I've made some hot and sour noodles recently and want to find a partner. You know a lot of people, and there must be a chef among them. Can you recommend one? Ji Lian looked at the smart computer screen, not knowing whether to first wonder whether the price will increase or to ask what hot and sour noodles are. In the end, he didn't ask a word and replied, "Okay. The Lord has his own considerations when doing things. And Ji Lian is very clear about this. Moreover, the Lord is different from those businessmen who only care about profits." He had guessed why the Overlord didn't raise the price. Because she had never thought of turning Shenong Star vegetables into high-end products. From the beginning, she had determined the positioning of Shenong Star vegetables, which was to let the whole galaxy eat vegetables. Looking back at the Overlord's speech, he thought she was daydreaming at that time. But now it seems that she is actually moving towards her original goal step by step, and has not changed her original intention in the face of huge interests. He thought, if there is really someone who can dominate the galaxy, then this person must be the Overlord. She doesn't rely on mechas or force, but only on a pure heart and delicious vegetables. And she can make the entire galaxy completely submit to her without any soldiers. Although the Lord is not yet strong, Ji Lian believes that she can definitely do that. Shenong Star vegetables. After the incident came to an end, Yunwan had time to deal with some remaining issues. For example, the 3 treasures that should have been added to the cornucopia. A few days ago, Yunwan unlocked 3 new plant illustrations. At that time, she was busy and even relied on robots to do farming. She had no time to take care of these treasures. Now that she had time, Yunwan was ready to enjoy it. She hummed a little tune, took out the cornucopia from the system backpack, and rummaged through it as usual. Why did it feel like there was nothing inside? Yunwan didn't believe it and continued to rummage. It must be that the bowl was too big and the things were not placed. She turned the cornucopia upside down, but it was empty. Nothing. What's going on? Is there a bug in the cornucopia? Yunwan was about to summon the system, but the system automatically came online 2 seconds in advance and spoke weakly. Host. Hello. Here is some bad news. Yunwan heard a sense of guilt from the electronic sound, and thought it was not good. She narrowed her eyes dangerously and asked, "You are not going to tell me that my baby is gone?" Haha. The host is really smart, and guessed it correctly. Are you happy? I am not very happy. Yunwan crossed her arms and tapped her toes. The system is such a scientific and precise instrument. It won't let me suffer. Right? She looked like she would dare to do anything if the system dared to recognize her. Chapter 44. Of course not. Host. I am a conscientious system. There are 2 solutions now. 1. The host voluntarily gives up the treasure. You are thinking about Peach. I choose 2. Okay. 2. The system will provide 3 upgrade opportunities, and the host can choose 3 treasures to upgrade. Yunwan held her chin with her right hand and thought. 3 upgrade opportunities, and 3 treasures don't seem to be much different. She can also adjust the upgrade of existing treasures according to actual conditions. At present, there are indeed some treasures that she urgently needs, such as the 5-flavor bottle. At present, Yunwan has a total of 5 treasures. The freezing gun, the 5-flavor bottle, the safe house, the mountain gate formation, and the flower of life. At this moment, these 5 treasures have become 5 pocket icons in the system pop-up interface. And there are 3 upward yellow arrows next to each icon, which means upgrade. After selecting the icon, you can see the characteristics of the 5 treasures after upgrading. She clicked on them one by one for comparison. Freezing gun, after upgrading. It has unlimited energy. 5-flavor bottle, after upgrading. The capacity increases to 500 milliliters, and the number of types increases to 7. Safe house, after upgrading. It can be turned into a mobile safe house, which can be summoned once a day. Mountain gate array, after upgrading. It can be turned into a 360-degree mountain gate array with no dead angles. Flower of life, after upgrading. It increases the bond effect, and your lover can enjoy the same treatment as you. Yunwan didn't expect that the 5 treasures would become so useful after upgrading. She was a little greedy and wanted to upgrade all 5. Unfortunately, the system didn't give her any chance to bargain, and directly replied to her in her words, "You are thinking about Peach. Okay, 3 is 3. But which 3 should I choose?" She really wanted to have them all. Unwanted stared at the screen with a serious face, as if she was thinking about whether to destroy the human world in the next moment. In the end, she reluctantly gave up the infinite energy freezing gun and the 360-degree full coverage mountain gate formation. Although the former is convenient, there is no shortage of energy in the interstellar space. When she has money, she can use whatever energy she wants. The latter has a fatal drawback in the interstellar space. That is, it can only defend against people but not robots. In an instant, this mountain gate formation became useless. However, this also reminded her that judging from the system, this mountain gate formation is not 360-degree full coverage, and should only cover the part exposed to the air. Even more useless. The other 3 upgrades seem very valuable. The capacity of the 5-flavor bottle has increased, and the variety has increased, which just solves the problem of seasoning shortage she faces. The 2 new seasonings are chicken essence and pepper, one for freshness and the other for numbness. The taste of Shinong Star cuisine will be more perfect in the future. The safe house can be summoned once a day, and it can last for 24 hours at a time. It is equivalent to Unwanted hiding in the safe house when she encounters danger. As long as there is enough food, it is okay not to come out for a lifetime. The upgrade of the Flower of Life didn't seem to be of any use to her, but it was a good deal to have an extra life. Let's see which man in the future is so lucky to have such a good girlfriend to earn him a life. Oh my god. Unwanted was a little envious of the man who didn't even exist yet. How could he meet such a good self? He must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. Recently, there have been many happy events, and Unwanted couldn't stop smiling. She practiced for a while during the break, and now she has opened up the meridians in her body. However, although she tried hard to maintain the frequency of daily practice, the spiritual energy stored in her body was still only a small amount. The reason is this Flower of Life. It is like a stingy glutton. Wherever spiritual power passes by, no matter how much it is, it will be pulled out, and only a small part will be left. She suspected that the small part left for her was out of pity for her. Otherwise the flower would have swallowed it all. Should she still say thank you? At this rate, she may have to wait for a long time in Chi training. However, there are also things to be happy about. After being watered by spiritual power, the Flower of Life has grown visibly, and now it has become a small and cute light green bud. The day of blooming is just around the corner. In addition, Unwanted noticed that the spiritual energy of Shinong Star gradually changed from thin to thick, especially in the vegetable fields and peach trees, where the concentration of spiritual energy was several times higher than other places. So it was not so difficult to absorb spiritual energy during cultivation. Otherwise, Unwanted would never be able to grow this flower in her lifetime. She walked around her body with spiritual power for a few circles, and suddenly heard a rustling sound outside the door. A bit like an animal jumping on the floor. Meow! The cat called out in a short, thick and cute voice. Unwanted interrupted her cultivation, a little curious about what these little animals were doing. She had been observing these special little animals these past few days. They were very human-like and generally would not bother her. They would only bring back some unknown fruits from outside from time to time to exchange for food with her. However, she provided them with 3 meals for free most of the time. After looking around, it seemed that these little animals really came to eat, and had no ill intentions. Unwanted thought that she couldn't continue like this. The cat had asked for petting several times, and she was about to give in to the temptation and take action against it. It's time to show her cards. She wants to know what kind of person the cat is. Is it a 100% picky man or a sweet and soft baby? If it's the former, then this cat can't be kept. When the noise outside disappeared, Unwanted tiptoed out quietly, and then heard the movement coming from Yunji's room. The interior of the safe house is generally soundproof. Unwanted stood outside the house with her ear against the door, and could barely hear the discussion inside. Most of the time, it was Yunge who was talking, and the little animals made various sounds to echo him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let your sister find out. Yunge put his slender fingers on his lips. His chubby face was serious, like a team leader. The little animals lined up and responded one after another. Meow. Woof. Chirp. Hiss. Hiss. He sat on the ground, turned on his smart brain, and 4 little animals approached him one after another. The little yellow chicken jumped on his head, treated his soft hair as a warm nest, and found a comfortable place to curl himself up into a small ball of fluff. The little green snake wrapped around his arm, like a green ribbon, its scales gleaming with metallic luster, and you can faintly see strange patterns. The cat nestled on his crossed legs, its white gloves clawing at the edge of the table, its golden fur coated with a layer of holy light in the sun. The big dog sat beside him, panting with its tongue hanging out, its elastic ears floating rhythmically with the panting. At this moment, 10 pairs of eyes were staring at the intelligent brain. Yun-gu was a child, but he was not a child who knew nothing. These days, he saw the news online, and he also noticed his sister's sudden busyness. The boxes that he and his sister packed together now came back like snowflakes. He knew that if the boxes flew out, his sister could make money. So if the boxes flew back, the money would fly out. Do you really think there is something wrong with their vegetables? Have they really returned all of them? Yun-gu asked his sister worriedly. Sister, don't they want these anymore? Yeah. After getting a positive answer, he pursed his lips, with a bitter taste in his mouth, and asked again with difficulty, then what should we do? Keep it for yourself, haha. Yun-gu, don't frown. It doesn't look good. Don't worry. Sister has a way to solve it, and make you delicious food when the time comes. The smile on the sister's face was tired and reluctant. He thought, Sister just said that because she didn't want him to worry. When Mom and Dad were sick, they also told him not to worry. But in the end, the worst thing happened. That day, he wrapped himself in a quilt, curled up into a small ball, and cried for a long time, until he was suffocated in the quilt and couldn't breathe. If no one buys their vegetables, they won't be able to make money. If they can't make money, the planet will be confiscated, and they will return to the small, dark basement or to where they came from in the beginning. And their sister will go to jail. He will lose his sister just like he'd lost his parents, and truly become a child without a home. It's as if the world has once again swung its giant hand, pinching his heart, trying to tear him into pieces. Every piece is floating, and every piece is bloody. If possible, he wanted to go back to the starting point, instead of letting him live a good life now, and then taking all the good things back. He thought that if he was in darkness forever, he could probably hold on. But what makes people despair is that they see the light, and then return to hell. Having the love of parents, and then losing it. Having a sister and delicious food, and then losing it. This is the most painful thing in the world for a child. His requirements are not high. Why can't this happiness continue? Is it because he is too bad to be worthy? If so, he will definitely change. He will work hard to be better, and become worthy of beauty. This thought made Yun-gu suddenly enlightened. Yes, he can work hard. Since his sister can't make money, now is the time for him to work hard to make money to support the family. He wants to learn from his sister to make a lot of money by live streaming. Yun-gu searched on Xinguang to see if there were children like him who made money by live streaming, and found many successful cases. They all lived in big houses, which made Yun-gu envious. Great. He also wants to make money to let his sister live in a big house. No one discussed with him, so he talked to the little animals by himself. And Yun-gu imagined the different sounds made by the little animals as approval. The little animals who took online classes with him gave him a feeling that they could understand what he said. So his plan to make money through live streaming had 4 more little ones participating. The live streaming device was secretly taken from his sister by Meow Meow. And then, Yun-gu followed the instructions on the Star Network and connected the live streaming device with a smart brain. Although he had learned a lot of words and could barely understand the instructions, he often couldn't understand what they were. For example, 3 situations of connecting the smart brain to the live broadcast device. He had no idea which one he was in. There were diagrams in the instructions, and Yun-gu struggled to identify them. The first picture showed a live broadcast device and a smart brain search interface. The second picture showed 2 live broadcast devices with ellipses and a smart brain search interface. And the third picture showed a live broadcast device and 2 smart brain interfaces with ellipses. What do these ellipses mean? Yunj didn't understand. He tried them one by one clumsily and mechanically, and finally successfully connected the live broadcast device according to the last diagram. A small window popped up on the smart brain, asking him to name the live broadcast room. Huh? Yunj breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking he was going to fail. The 4 little ones also held their breath unconsciously, and only breathed a sigh of relief when everything went well. Yunj began to think. What name should be given to the live broadcast room to attract viewers? Thinking of his goal, he wrote down stroke by stroke, make a lot of money to support my sister. The naming was completed, and the live broadcast room was officially opened. But a new problem came again. What should he broadcast live? Yun-gu felt that he didn't seem to have anything to sell. He couldn't learn the catwalks performed by other children. He didn't have nice clothes. Nor did he have nice mechas. Yun-gu was a little discouraged. It's so hard to make money. He doesn't know anything. Chapter 45. While Yun-gu frowned and pondered, the number of viewers in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room rose from 0 to 1,000 in an instant, and continued to increase exponentially until it reached a huge number before slowing down the growth rate. Family members? Who understands? There is a thunderbolt as soon as you come in. Whose good kid is this? When fans entered the live broadcast room, they thought they would see Yun-wan planting vegetables. But they didn't expect to see the indoor background. A little boy and 4 animals of different shapes were in the same frame. And the sun was shining, painting them with colorful colors like oil paint. Warm and harmonious. It was as if the boy was an elf who had strayed from the forest into the human world. And the people around him were his patron saints. When they first saw this golden ratio composition, everyone forgot to breathe and was deeply immersed in the shock of the harmonious intersection of man and nature. In the interstellar era, they had only seen the ferocious fangs of animals, which were collectively called Zerg, and had never seen so many docile animals living in harmony with humans. The painting seemed to show another world. Dreamlike, beautiful and healing. Oh my God! Are there all these little animals around my brother? This is the first time I have seen so many docile species in the same frame in my lifetime. +1 for the Lifetime series. Yunj didn't notice the unusual change in the number of viewers. When he saw the barrage of comments popping up in the live broadcast room, he realized that he hadn't said a word in such a long time since the broadcast. This is not a qualified anchor. He immediately greeted every viewer seriously. Hello, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, grandparents. He didn't know who was watching the live broadcast, so he could only list a series of names he could think of. The barrage also responded in a friendly manner. Hello, baby! Why is it the younger brother who is broadcasting live? Such a cute younger brother. Why does he have to make money to support his sister? What is the younger brother going to broadcast live? The barrage kept jumping, and some of them were drowned in countless barrages before Yun-gu could see them clearly. He was dazzled and his eyes were wide open. He wanted to see more clearly, but it was of no use. Yun-gu cheered himself up and chose some barrages he remembered to answer. The brothers and sisters would not find out that he was lazy. My sister works so hard to earn money. She is so sad and sick. I can earn money to support my sister. I can earn money by live streaming to support my sister, Yunj said. And then said distressfully, I don't know what to live stream. The cute voice touched the audience in the live streaming room. And they also got some information from Yun's words. Huh? Is the anchor sick? Isn't the problem solved? Why is the anchor still sick? It turns out that the anchor has been holding on before. I feel sorry for the anchor. Feel sorry for the anchor. Take a good rest. We are not in a hurry, fake. I hope the anchor will get better soon. Many comments flashed by. But Yun-gu couldn't understand what the audience was saying. He explained, the anchor is not sick. It's the sister who is sick. Hearing his pretending to be serious voice, the fans almost didn't react. This sentence rolled in their mouths twice, and they had a bold guess. Could the younger brother not know that this is the Shenixing live broadcast room? Could the younger brother not broadcast behind the anchor's back? Hush. Don't let those unimportant things disturb us watching the Cubs. Soon, several speculations were overshadowed by other fans' comments, and everyone continued to interact with Yun-gu as if nothing had happened. The younger brother can perform a show. He can sing. Can the younger brother sing? He can also dance. The barrage offered suggestions. Yun-ji's face flashed with embarrassment, and he apologized quietly. I'm sorry. I don't know how to dance or sing. He saw the children in other live broadcast rooms singing and dancing, and they sang and danced very well. Compared to others, what he knows is just a bit of a stunt. Seeing this, the barrage of comments comforted him. It's okay. You can chat with us. Of course, there are exceptions. How can you not sing? Didn't you go to kindergarten? Yun-gu nodded. Yes. But the teacher didn't teach singing. The barrage of comments asked where the kindergarten was, and searched for the planet Yungu mentioned, and found that it was a garbage planet. For a while, the fans fell silent. It seems that because the anchor is doing so well, they have forgotten that she is actually an anchor who is in need of money to open up wasteland on a barren planet. Her brother couldn't even receive a normal interstellar education. Fans imagined a pair of lonely, unloved, poor siblings shivering on a desolate planet, and were immediately filled with pity and gave her words. I want to be a vegetable in my next life. Give 100 shells. The moonlight is very good today. Give 50 shells. Yungu looked at the barrage curiously and asked, what are shells? Baby. Shells are money. Remember to tell your sister to spin them. This shocked Yungu. His live broadcast hadn't started yet. How did he make money? Yungu was anxious as reward information kept popping up. I haven't performed yet. Everyone stopped for a moment. What if you are not satisfied later? Think carefully before spending money. It's not easy to make money. My younger brother is feeling sorry for me. Don't be afraid. Baby. We have money. We can buy you candy. He really is. I love him. Don't lie to me about having a baby. Whoever wants to have one can have one. I won't have one anyway. I have a younger brother and that's enough. Yungu was trying to persuade fans in a hurry, and the tipping sound kept popping up. Yunwan quietly lurked in the live broadcast room and observed secretly. This kid actually spread the word that she was sick. She deserved to be beaten. Yungu persuaded for a long time, but to no avail. He thought that he could only repay the audience, who rewarded him with a better live broadcast. He decided to take out his most precious thing to show the brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room. Wait a minute. The fans saw Yungu disappear from the screen after he finished speaking, leaving only 4 small animals. The big dog sat there with his tongue hanging out. The cat licked its fur. The little green snake coiled up like a mosquito coil and lazily bathed in the sun. Only the lively little chicken approached the screen, staring at the pop-up comments with curious eyes. It gave me the feeling that it was reading our comments. Is the person above possessed? It's good enough that these animals are docile. You still expect them to understand words? There's no point in saying more. Let me give it a try. Little chicken. Little chicken. You are so cute. The fans heard the little yellow chicken chirp twice, but it didn't mean anything. They continued to test. The little chicken is too ugly. Not as pretty as the cat. This seemed to anger the little yellow chicken, and it squeaked loudly, as if cursing someone. Although I couldn't understand it, I felt that it was cursing very dirty. Chicken. Stop cursing. We were just joking. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you were ugly. Stop cursing. Stop cursing. Seeing the apology on the barrage, Ah Huang turned around and faced the screen with her, but she was angry, and it was hard to appease her. Fan saw the little yellow chicken angrily burying herself in the big dog's fur, and the fur was a little blown up, as if every feather was showing a bad mood. Oops. I can't see the little yellow chicken anymore. I'm really angry. It's so cute. Oh my god. My health is empty. Oh no. What should I do if I want to have the same little yellow chicken? Today is also a day when I want to live on Shenong Star. The fans didn't entertain themselves for long. Yungu returned to the camera again, holding an unidentified object with several mechanical strips in his hand. What is this? It looks like a mutant virus. So weird. What's the use of being curious? Bold guess. It's not a mecha. Right? Don't be so ridiculous. Have you ever seen a mecha like this? The barrage was still on the screen and not drowned out. And Yungu introduced, this is my mecha. It's called Octopus, because it has 8 arms. Then, the colorful barrage suddenly decreased, and the silent audience scared Yungu. Did I say something wrong? He was terrified. The fans came to their senses and walked out of the shock when they saw Yungu holding the mecha and standing there like a child who had done something wrong. The barrage became active again. No. No. We are just surprised. How can this mecha be used? The fan reluctantly called the long mechanical arm in front of him a mecha. For the sake of the smile of the baby, the mecha is a mecha. Yunj breathed a sigh of relief and continued to introduce the octopus. It can catch bad guys and protect my sister. This was inspired by the last time Shenong Star was invaded by bad guys. He modified it according to the book. Originally, he wanted to make a robot to help his sister farm. After that invasion, he changed his mind and wanted to make a combat robot to protect Shenong Star. The material is limited, so he could only make some minor changes to the original model. Fans doubt whether this strange thing can catch bad guys, and feel that it will break if it is pulled. They think so in their hearts, but they keep blowing rainbow farts. The Cubs are great. Seeing that everyone trusts him so much, Yun-gu is excited to show the mecha function to the audience on the spot. Fans are confused. If they fail later, will they continue to blow rainbow farts or comfort the Cubs? Before they can figure out what to do, Yun-gu throws the mecha, and the little animals all play the bad guys and run away. After a series of crackling and ping-pong noises, all the little animals were tied up by the mechanical arms, spinning in the air with a silly look on their faces. Fans, this isn't how a mecha should be used, right? Shouldn't it be worn on the body? No, that's not right. The Cubs look so cute when they are tied up. It looks like a Cub shelf. Can you take one home if you pass by? Although a simple mechanical arm cannot be considered a mecha, fans didn't expect that this thing is really useful. What surprised them was still to come. Then, Yun-gu asked the little animals to go out and secretly bring back some rocks, and then use the robotic arm to demonstrate how to break a big rock. First, there was a small rock, and a robotic arm stretched out, with 5 small round tentacles at the end, pressing the rock and blasting it apart, followed by 2 robotic arms. 3 robotic arms. What shocked the fans was that when the 8 robotic arms exerted force at the same time, a huge rock 100 meters tall was actually blasted into pieces. The fans stared at the screen without blinking. Their minds were confused. First of all, how did this stone get in? Secondly, this weird thing is really powerful. The key is that this is a child's work. Not every child who goes to a crappy kindergarten can make a very useful and strange thing by himself. Generally, when you meet such children, they are collectively called geniuses. The admiration is beyond words. Fans can only give rewards desperately to express their excitement. Oh my God! Baby, listen to your mother and go to school. Baby, your mother will definitely let you study. I won't bury your talent. After Yun-gu demonstrated the use of the octopus, he received another reward from the audience. The audience seemed very satisfied, and this time he could accept the money with peace of mind. However, he seemed to see the word mom in the barrage. Is it mom? Mom is also watching his live broadcast. Do people really go to another world after death? Yun-gu wanted to get closer to the screen to see the words clearly, but he walked too fast and didn't pay attention to the gravel under his feet. He stumbled and twisted his foot, and his body fell down uncontrollably, while the mechanical arm in his hand flew high, and the small round tentacles of the 8 arms stuck to the wall. The barrage was full of screams. Help! The baby is going to fall. Help! Did anyone pay attention to the position of the mechanical arm? Help! I dare not watch it. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Take a look and tell me the result. Is the anchor's house demolished or the baby beaten? Chapter 46. The camera was shaking, but the chaotic scene that fans expected did not appear. Yun-gu did fall to the ground. After getting up, his body was dirty, and his cute face was scratched and wrinkled. As a spectator, everyone could feel the pain, but the octopus robot arm did not blow up the wall. The explosion sounded, and the wall was intact. The robot arm was shaken away by the reaction force and fell to the ground, breaking one. The violent noise shook the whole house for a few seconds, but the house was unscathed. Although I should be more concerned about my kids now. I am really curious about what the host's house is made of. Is the temporary lord's mansion so sturdy? It's not a temporary lord's mansion, right? Did the host build a house with mecha materials? I am quite confused. When I thought the host was rich, she actually didn't even have the most basic living conditions. When I thought the host was poor, she always gave me the illusion of being the richest person in the galaxy. Strange host. Yun-gu didn't have time to read what the barrage said. He hurriedly turned off the live broadcast, hid the live broadcast device, and had no time to take care of his scratched face and legs. He sneaked through the door with the 4 little ones and quietly glanced at Yunwan's room. Seeing that Yunwan's room was not open, the 5 little ones breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Huh? It's okay. What's okay? Yunwan crossed her arms and looked at the 5 little ones lined up in order from tall to short in the crack of the door. She wanted to pretend that she didn't hear it, but the noise was so loud that even Professor Luo came to ask about it. Moreover, there were some things that needed to be made clear to Yun-gu. These days, She was busy with the vegetable incident and vermicelli making and ignored Yun-gu, which made him worry too. Yun-gu was a precocious child. Even if she didn't say anything, he could sense that she was in trouble from her subtle emotional changes. Her recent busyness and fatigue seemed to him to be sad and sick. He also imagined the worst possibility, that she would lose her ability to make money. His solution was much more mature than his peers. He chose to take the initiative to take responsibility for supporting the family. Yun-wan didn't know whether to be relieved or bitter. Yun-gu was really too sensible. It is true that children from poor families grow up early. But Yun-wan thought she wanted to tell Yun-gu that they would never go back to the days of hunger, cold clothes and homelessness. That kind of thing will never happen again. Sister. Yun-gu stood up and grabbed the corner of his gray clothes with his little hands. Mecha. He tried to explain. But the panic of being caught overwhelmed him, and he became incoherent. Yun-gu. I saw it. Yun-wan opened her smart brain. The live broadcast device was bound to 2 devices, so her smart brain directly connected to Yun-ji's live broadcast room. After hearing her words, Yun-gu lowered his head. I want to help. I'm sorry. Sister. Yun-wan squatted down, looked into his eyes gently, and said, Yun-gu, don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, sister should thank you for working so hard to help her make money. Really? Really? Did I help? Yun-gu looked up unsurely. Seeing Yun-wan nod in confirmation, he smiled half-heartedly. But next time, don't do anything secretly without telling your sister. Yun-wan changed the subject. Okay. Yun-ji's voice regained its energy. Also, don't keep anything in your heart in the future. You can ask your sister. Understand? Yun-wan said earnestly. Do you feel that we can't make money by selling vegetables these days? After Yun-gu nodded, Yun-wan continued, silly. There are many people who want to buy our vegetables. But my sister has other plans, so she doesn't sell them. Do you remember the hot and sour noodles that day? Sister will use it to make a lot of money. Do you believe in sister? Yun-gu nodded heavily. I do. Sister is the smartest. Right. So don't worry. Your shoulders don't have to bear such a heavy mission now. You won't grow taller. You know? Yeah. I don't make money. I help sister make money. Ha ha ha. You are already helping sister? Don't you help water the peach trees every day? After solving Yun-ji's problem, Yun-wan turned around to look at the 4 little ones, who were hiding their heads and showing their tails. Feeling Yun-wan's gaze like a spotlight on him, Meow Meow swung his tail uncomfortably, pretending not to know him and moving away from the other 3. Ah Huang shook his wings and, relying on his small size, prepared to sneak back to the chicken coop. Wang Wang stuck out his tongue as usual. If you didn't look closely at the little green snake hidden under his long fur, you would think he was an innocent big dog. Stop! Yun-wan stood up and put her hands on her hips. The 4 little ones were like robots receiving instructions, and their movements were frozen in place. Shouldn't you explain your story? Seeing that Yun-wan had something to say, Meow Meow was lucky and thought that the female was just saying it casually. So she rubbed the female's leg. Meow, there was a flattering tone in the voice. Yun-wan didn't buy it. She sat on the sofa, and the 4 little ones stood in a row in front of her. You can understand what I'm saying, right? Don't rush to deny it. I'm sure you are not real animals. The 4 little ones were silent, and they would peek at her expression from time to time. Yun-wan frowned and said seriously, what is your intention in coming to Shenong Star disguised as animals? She thought it would take some effort to get the little animal to speak. But the little yellow chicken quickly refuted her. We are not pretending to be animals. We came to Shenong Star first. We came here 7 years ago. The little yellow chicken's voice was delicate and powerful, and she sounded young. The other 3 children only saw her talking and were worried about her. Ah Huang! Unfortunately, their warning did not stop the little yellow chicken and Yun-wan from continuing to communicate. Ah Huang, is this your name? Yun-wan asked. Yes, because my color is yellow. This is Meow. This is Snake. And this is Woof. Yun-wan discovered that these little animals, no, animals with consciousness, let's call them orcs. They are named very casually, basically named after color or animal form. Why did you become conscious? No one answered Yun-wan's question. Seeing this, Yun-wan changed the question. How old are you? According to human calculations, we are 5, 6, or 7 years old. The age mentioned by the little yellow chicken should be the age of the 4 little ones. Knowing that they were still children, Unwan couldn't remain cold and hard, and unconsciously lowered her voice. Don't be nervous. I need to understand you. Otherwise, how can we live together in the future? Can we still live together? This time it was Meow Meow who spoke. Her white beard trembled up and down, and the sound was similar to that of a meow, which could be a cold and arrogant kitten or a sweet and clingy kitten. If you want to stay, you can, Unwan said. As the Lord of Shenong Star, you are my subjects. I will be responsible for you. But you must also contribute to this planet when you grow up. Do you agree to this condition? You are still young and cannot make decisions on your own. You can go to your guardian to discuss it. Speaking of guardians, the 4 little ones fell silent again. Are you a legal resident? Unwan was surprised. There are very few illegal residents in the interstellar era. However, considering the special circumstances of these little orcs, it is reasonable that they are legal residents. She searched for relevant information on the star network, and found that no planet had registered the species of orcs, which means that they are aliens in the interstellar space and have no human rights. Unwan was very curious about how they appeared and how they lived before they met her. This planet is more mysterious than she imagined. The imperial palace of the Kes Empire. The queen's birthday came as scheduled. Her birthday banquet was held twice. One was broadcast live across the interstellar space, and the other was only for the 4 major families and the royal family. This time it was an internal banquet, and each guest would bring a decent gift to the table, and each gift would have a singing ceremony. In other words, the gifts brought to this banquet are different from the gift lists they sent before. The items in the gift lists were directly put into the warehouse. But today everyone knows what each other is giving, which is related to their own face. As the guests took their seats, the sound of singing gifts came one after another. The Qin family gave a pair of beauty creams and a top-grade mecha core. The Yun family gave a number of sweet potatoes and a number of high-level combat mechas. Before the banquet started, the guests at the table discussed the names of the gifts they heard. Oh my god! The beauty cream said by the Qin family. It's hard to get it, Mrs. Qin. I also want to buy the beauty cream, but I haven't been able to get it for several times. Can you give me some advice? Is it hard to get it? It's okay. The beauty cream was developed by my friend, Mrs. Qin said casually. Her relaxed look attracted the envy of the lady who asked the question. As expected of the head of the Qin family, you have a wide network of contacts. Mrs. Qin felt comfortable with the flattery. However, the other party was soon attracted by other things. The sweet potatoes sent by the Yun family. What are sweet potatoes? As expected of the Yun family, they can always get some rare things. It's okay for her to praise the Yun family. After all, who doesn't envy the Yun family, and who doesn't want to be a member of the Yun family? But what did she hear? Sweet potatoes? Isn't that a defective product grown by her wicked daughter with illegal additives? Mother Qin was not sure, so she asked Mrs. Yun tentatively, could this sweet potato be grown by someone named Unwan? It should be. Shuang bought it from her classmate, called Shenixing. Yun Shuang was also at the scene and confirmed the source of the sweet potatoes. Mother Qin instantly found a stage to perform. She felt that it was simply a chance given by God to shine in front of the royal family. Of course, she would not say anything wrong about the mistress of the Yun family, but only threw the fault on Yun Shuang with great pain. Oh, Mrs. Yun, your daughter is confused. Didn't you read the news online? There is something wrong with the vegetables on Shenong Star. Many people have become sick after eating them. Many people from the 4 major families have not paid attention to a small planet, but some marginal people know about it, and some of them are fans of Shenong Star. Hearing what Qin's mother said, they wanted to refute her, but unfortunately, they, the little people, had no right to speak here. However, they did not do nothing, and they were determined not to patronize Qin's business again. Fortunately, although they did not have the opportunity to speak, the Yun family spoke for Shenixing. No, sweet potatoes are delicious. Did you misunderstand? How is it possible? People on the internet say so. Mrs. Yun, you don't have to feel ashamed about this. It is normal to have problems with things bought online. Just don't be so gullible next time. Yun Shuang and other noble ladies and young masters were originally at another table, but the parents were making a lot of noise, so it was impossible to pretend that they didn't hear anything. Seeing Yun Shuang's bad face, Qin Yin thought that she had given a bad gift, and felt very guilty. She thought she was caring and comforted her, Shuang Shuang. It's okay. Just don't trust Yunwan next time. Our family also helped her. But she was ungrateful, and thought we didn't give enough. This person is very greedy. And it's not surprising that she did anything. Really? We felt sorry for her, and donated things to her. Just feed her. As a result, Yun Shuang's face became worse, and worse as she listened. Has anyone told you not to listen to hearsay? And not to wrongly accuse others without knowing the truth? Chapter 47. The nobles' movement attracted the attention of the queen. And she asked the eldest prince to come over, and ask what happened. As soon as the eldest prince came over, he noticed the angry Yunshuang and asked gently, "What's wrong?" Before Yunshuang could speak, Qin Yan answered, "There was a problem with the natural food that Shuang Shuang bought. And she might be a little angry now." After listening to Qin Yan's explanation, the eldest prince did not immediately make a conclusion, and still tilted his head to confirm with Yunshuang. Really? Qin Yan was very jealous of the eldest prince's respect and attention to Yunshuang. I don't know how Yunshuang is so lucky. Not only has she been engaged to the eldest prince since she was a child, but she is also so lucky that the eldest prince is such a gentle, kind, reliable and perfect spouse. She has a good personality and a high status, and she can be rude to any woman who approaches him. Qin Yan spent a lot of effort to make herself familiar to the eldest prince, but still did not leave a mark in his heart. She thought that only if Yunshuang gave up her position could others have the opportunity to get close to him. At this moment, she had to seize the opportunity to discredit Yunshuang with all her might. Of course, she couldn't be so stupid as to expose herself. She only needed to hint a few words, and someone would naturally add fuel to the fire for her. Soon, a girl from the side branch of the Liu family opened her smart brain to show everyone what she had found on the internet. There are indeed many people saying that there are problems with vegetables on Shenong Star. This matter has even been on the hot search. After this was said, many people laughed at Yunshuang and stood aside to make sarcastic remarks. It's okay, Yunshuang. You are still too young. It's normal to be deceived. Yes, but as the future queen, you still have to learn how to judge people. We can't go on like this. Usually these people have no say in front of the Yun family. But today they seem to have found a sense of inexplicable pride in being superior, and everyone wants to say a few words. The people trained by the Yun family are just like this, listening to the condemnation and preaching of the crowd without knowing the truth. Yun Shuang laughed instead of getting angry. As a qualified future royal family, her crisis public relations skills have been cultivated since childhood, and at this moment, she can completely control the situation. After these people finished what they wanted to say, she spoke slowly. You are all the best among the nobles. I thought you should have your own opinions, be able to see through the phenomenon to the essence, and not hastily make conclusions about things you don't understand. Yun Shuang said word by word. Her voice was moderate, neither slow nor hurried, and her calm and indifferent attitude instantly quieted the audience in the banquet hall. What do you mean? Yun Shuang looked at the person who asked the question, who was a branch of the Yun family. Uncle, you can change the search terms and search again. Just search for Shenong Star and spiritual power. The guests were confused. What was the relationship between Shenong Star and spiritual power? Curiosity drove them to open their smart brains to search, and the results surprised them greatly. As the core members of the nobility, they dared to say that they had seen more storms in their lives than they had drunk nutrient solution. They could be sure that they would not be easily aroused by strong emotions. But at this moment, they all widened their eyes, and could not express the shock in their hearts. For interstellar people, spiritual power is even more important than mecha. And there is no other thing in the entire interstellar space that can nourish spiritual power except Shenong Star. What does this mean? This means that Shenong Star can be a rare commodity. The nobles were silent, and they had the same idea in their minds. In the future, there will probably be 5 great nobles in the interstellar space. The eldest prince also looked at the search results of his subordinates, and the joy on his face was almost uncontrollable. He silently recited 3 times in his heart. The royal family does not show their emotions on their faces, so as to maintain the image of a great prince and not pick up Yunshuang and spin around. Why didn't you tell me? He asked lovingly. I wanted to give you a surprise. But who knew they would come to join in the fun? How could Yunshuang send something of unknown origin as a gift to the royal family? As early as when she got the sweet potatoes, she asked the royal testing agency to expedite the test report and edible test, which is why she spoke for Yunwan online. The eldest prince quietly squeezed Yun Shuang's hand. I hope it can alleviate Brother Huai's condition. He has been getting sick more and more frequently recently. The vegetables from Shenong Star are not only good, but also have such good effects. This makes the nobles who made sarcastic remarks before feel embarrassed. Especially the Qin family, who bullied Shenong Star the most. For a time, many nobles who trusted the Qin family held a grudge against them, and said a lot of sarcastic words to the Qin family. I think you Qin family really need to be more cautious, and don't believe everything you say on the internet. Oh, I really don't know what you were thinking. You even posted an article on the internet to criticize Shenong Star. Come and see. This made Qin's mother and Qin Yan's faces gloomy. After they severed their relationship with Shenong Star, they ignored this matter. Who could have thought that those solid evidences could be reversed? Qin's mother was very angry. Yunwan didn't tell her about such a big thing in advance. She called her to show her concern. Qin's mother wanted to call to question, but the response she got was just a beep. She then remembered that Yunwan had blocked her. You have sponsored her before. She shouldn't bear a grudge. How about you help us buy some vegetables from Shenong Star? Someone said this jokingly, and the decent smile on Qin's mother's face was so angry that it cracked. The mother and daughter couldn't stay at the banquet, and left the banquet hall early and smashed vases on the ground when they returned home. Qin's mother will never forget that before she left. She heard someone say in a hoarse voice, the Qin family really lost a golden egg this time. The Ji family, who participated in the whole process, remained silent, secretly praying that everyone would not discover their glorious deeds. But unfortunately, the more you fear something, the more it will come. Huh? The Ji family wants to buy it out with 10 million. Isn't this a dream? The head of the Ji family is not sincere. What a pity. If the price is higher, maybe he can buy it. It's a loss. The more he listened to the guest's analysis, the angrier and more regretful Ji Wei became. How could he not know? He fainted countless times because of this. He regretted it so much. Now that Shenong Star has a reputation in front of the Yun family and the royal family, it is becoming increasingly difficult for them to take action. Such a great opportunity was wasted. Ji Wei fainted again in anger. Capital Star. Number 1 Sanatorium. The eldest prince went on a secret tour to visit Lu Huai, who had just fallen ill. Lying on the bed, Lu Huai was very quiet, but there was a sense of broken emptiness. The man was pressed under the ruins of the hospital building many times, and there were severe bruises and twisted and mottled scars on his body. Lu Huai's ward was made of mecha materials, but unfortunately, as strong as the mecha materials were, they were vulnerable to the burst of 3S mental power. How is his condition? After seeing Lu Huai's condition, the eldest prince stood outside the ward and asked the doctor. Not very good. His mental power has rapidly degraded in the past 2 days. The latest test results show that Admiral Lu's mental power has dropped to the average level of ordinary people. B. And there is a clear trend of further decline. The doctor did not clearly state what the consequences would be if it continued to decline. But any interstellar person with common sense knew that all those below level B were considered disabled. The eldest prince's mind flashed back to the days when he fought side by side with Lu Huai. At that time, they were full of vigor and vigor. And they were not like the walking dead lying on the hospital bed now. No one had ever thought that a child of destiny like Lu Huai would face such a situation. How is the research on Shenong Star vegetables going? Are there any effective medicines recently? The eldest prince asked with pursed lips. It will take some time, but it is certain that long-term consumption of Shenong Star vegetables can improve General Lu's condition. Can it cure his disease? The eldest prince interrupted the doctor and asked the question he wanted to know most. The doctor was silent for a while, and his voice was depressed. There is currently no possibility of curing genetic defects. Gene defects are not ordinary diseases, but genetic problems caused by gene mutations. Once mutated, it is difficult to reverse. Just like the saying goes, it's hard to collect what has been spilled. The optimism brought by the vegetables from Shenong Star was instantly crushed by the giant hand of the disease. The faces of the eldest prince and the doctor were both heavy. Eldest prince? Dr. Lin. Why are you standing outside? Lu Rang came from the end of the corridor against the light. His voice brought the two listless people back to their senses. After learning about the progress of Lu Huai's condition, his thoughts were more insightful than the two. Lu Ran comforted. The genetic defect appeared hundreds of years ago, and no one has broken it for hundreds of years. It's not urgent. Besides, it's better now than before. At least it can alleviate my cousin's condition. So I'm not helpless. The eldest prince knew that Lu Ran was right. But he was still a little worried about Lu Huai. To him, Lu Huai was both an admirable brother and a capable minister under the king. No matter which identity. He didn't want to lose this partner who grew up with him and fought side by side with Shenong Star Vegetables. Brother Huai's mental power level should not continue to decline. Right? The eldest prince asked. Hearing the eldest prince addressing Lu Huai, Lu Ran's eyes suddenly became sharp. But they were restrained in an instant. It should be able to maintain at level B. Dr. Lin did not dare to guarantee it. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. If he could use Shenong Star Vegetables to develop a special medicine or a medicine to alleviate genetic defects, it would probably make him leave a strong mark in the history of medicine. Dr. Lin, you are the top expert in our Kes Empire. And only you can solve the problem of genetic defects. The eldest prince said solemnly. I don't deserve it. After listening to the two people's words, Lu Ran suddenly asked, I heard that the vegetable production of Shenong Star is limited. Wouldn't it be more convenient to open a sanatorium there directly? His proposal made the eldest prince pay great attention. The vegetable production of Shenong Star is indeed a problem. In addition, Lu Huai's illness frequently relapses. The Capital Star's information network is well developed. It will be difficult for him to block the news of the sanatorium bombing. If the public knew that a 3S gene defect patient was in the Capital Star, it would likely trigger protests and even riots, which would be more detrimental to Lu Huai's condition. It will be better. The environment of Shenong Star is also more suitable for recuperation. Dr. Lin took over. The doctor's affirmation added a chip to the eldest prince's decision. However, he still wanted to ask Lu Huai's wishes. The three entered the ward. Lu Huai still had his eyes closed. Hearing the sound of several people's footsteps, he frowned slightly and woke up slowly. The doctor helped Lu Huai sit up, but he refused. I'm not that fragile yet. His voice was sharp, and there was a kind of morbid hoarseness. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? He asked the eldest prince. Am I dying? When he mentioned death, his expression was cold, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing, even a little self-deprecating. Life and death, two unsolvable cycles that have troubled humans for a lifetime, seemed to be completely unconcerned by him. Chapter 48. That Lu Ran definitely has bad intentions. He actually suggested to the eldest prince that the boss be stuffed into the desolate planet. I will settle accounts with the boss who dares to mess with my scarred boss. It's really not simple. But as far as I know, this desolate planet does have more advantages than disadvantages for the boss. Lu Huai sat on the hospital bed, with a small table in front of him, on which were some natural foods, including gray sweet potatoes. His intelligent brain was turned on, and at this moment, it was playing the live broadcast replay of Shenong Star. The three people who were indignant for him were his personal guards. The eldest prince had discussed with him about opening a sanatorium on the deserted planet, and he agreed to move there for recuperation. Lu Huai knew his body well. He knew he would not live long, and he was even indifferent to the impending death. Unfortunately, both his friends and family seemed to find it more difficult to accept this result than he did. Although the hope was slim, they still tried their best to let him live longer. Sometimes, he felt a little tired. There was nothing wrong with going to the deserted planet for him. The only thing that bothered him was that his three noisy guards would also accompany him. Hearing the guards getting louder and louder, Lu Huai could no longer bear it. Keep your voice down. Watch the live broadcast. After he got sick, he almost lost the desire to express himself. He would not speak unless he could not bear it. His tone was not good. But the guards did not care at all, and said in surprise, Boss, are you talking to me? A short man, with a flat head said in surprise. He is Feng, the first soldier to follow Lu Huai among the three. He witnessed Lu Huai's growth and peak, and was the one who couldn't stand Lu Huai's situation the most. What? The boss must be talking to me. A 2-meter tall, strong and slightly fat man said stupidly. His name is Qian Zhuang, and as his name suggests, he is much taller and stronger than the interstellar people. There is an ugly scar on his face, which makes him look like a weird giant. The point is that the boss said you are too noisy. Okay. The man with glasses looked more knowledgeable than the first two. He was from the side branch of the Lu family. He grew up listening to Lu Huai's legend. Now he has become a soldier under Lu Huai as he wished. But he regrets that he can't continue to fight side by side with him. Why are you three talking so much? Lu Huai's cold face reminded the three of them of his iron-blooded methods of training soldiers before, and they trembled reflexively. However, seeing that Lu Huai was more angry than before, the three of them became bolder instantly. Boss, what's so good about the live broadcast? Maybe this Lord of Shenong Star is Lu Ran's man. Otherwise, why would he make such a suggestion? He thought his little thoughts were well hidden. We all know that he is jealous. Feng Feng was very dissatisfied with Lu Ran. Lu Ran was too eager to replace the god in his heart, which touched his reverse scale. Don't argue. Lu Huai interrupted Feng Feng's words, slowly broke the sweet potato with his hands and took a bite. Staring at the live broadcast room on the smart brain, Feng Feng curled his lips. He also looked at the live broadcast curiously. There was nothing to see. It was just about the land reclamation. The Lord of Shenong Star didn't even have professional land reclamation tools. The snail-like progress of land reclamation was worrying. Nothing to see. Stop talking. Lu Chung elbowed Feng Feng, signaling him to look at Lu Huai's situation. At this moment, Lu Huai focused on the woman's every move in the live broadcast room, as if he was back in the command room studying Zerd data. After getting sick, he rarely immersed himself in one thing like this, as if he was ready to have no connection with this world anymore. This immersion is good news for them. At least it shows that there are still things in the secular world that can tie and attract the boss. Feng Feng said no more. He didn't want to mention Lu Ran all the time to ruin the atmosphere. Even if the Shenong Star Lord and Lu Ran were in cahoots, she could make the boss change a little bit. He would tolerate it. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Lu Huai suddenly asked, "Is the eldest prince going to help Shenong Star with infrastructure?" Feng Feng didn't react for a moment when Lu Huai spoke. He was overjoyed. This was the fourth sentence Lu Huai had said today, breaking his habit of saying no more than 3 sentences a day. At this moment, Feng Feng was really grateful for the appearance of Shenong Star. Yes, the eldest prince is going to build a spaceship port for Shenong Star, and build 3 conventional buildings for her, plus open the use rights of the royal construction team, in exchange for the opportunity to build a sanatorium on Shenong Star. Add an S-class planetary shield. Ah? Feng Feng didn't understand what the boss meant for a moment. The S-class shield the boss mentioned was not an ordinary shield. Even the nobles had very few opportunities to get in touch with it. This was the highest level shield in the interstellar space, only for the royal family to use, or to exchange for completing an S-class Zerg hunting mission. Does the boss mean to give such a precious thing to a planetary lord who has never met and doesn't know whether he is an enemy or a friend? After Lu Huai finished speaking, he stopped talking and continued to stare at the live broadcast of Shenong Star. He frowned slightly, looking unhappy. Feng Feng didn't have a chance to say his advice. He looked at the live broadcast again, trying to figure out why the boss suddenly wanted to give the Lord of Shenong Star a planetary protection shield. He seemed to understand something when he saw the chaotic pit on the intelligent brain and an illegally invading robot. But what does this have to do with the boss? Why did he suddenly become kind? Feng Feng still wanted to persuade the boss, so that he wouldn't regret it. Boss, the S-level planetary protection shield is too expensive. Yeah. Why do you have to give it to her? Feng Feng didn't understand. Was it because the Lord of Shenong Star was beautiful? No. He would never believe that his god was the same as those idiots who couldn't walk when they saw a woman. It's pleasing to the eye. Lu Huai's brief answer made Feng Feng feel mixed emotions, and his expression was distorted. Oh my god. He thought Lu Ran wanted to drive the boss to the desolate planet to murder the boss. But he didn't expect Lu Ran to use a vicious and cunning beauty trap. Too insidious. He had never guessed it. It seems that we must supervise the boss well on the deserted planet, and don't be tempted by beauty and lose our ambition. Looking at the other 2 brothers who immediately arranged a planetary protection shield for Shenong Star without questioning, Feng Feng felt that everyone was drunk, but he was sober, and the boss's reputation for the rest of his life depended on him. With a few more little orcs, the number of people in Shenong Star increased from 2 to 6, which is a big improvement. Now that they appeared in front of Unwanted again, the 4 little ones were less disguised and more real, and she slowly understood the personalities of the 4 little ones. Meow Meow is the leader of the little beasts. They listen to her arrangements. Shishi is shy but strong. Ah Huang is brave but crybaby. Wang Wang is a careless and cute dog. Yunwan arranged the jade cards for the 4 little ones to enter and leave. She planted the fields every day to watch them play and study. She felt that her life was gradually fulfilling. more lively and popular, compared with forcing herself to chat with those old-fashioned professors. She still preferred to lie in the rocking chair and bask in the sun and watch the little ones have fun. The leisurely days did not last for a day. And two things came to her. The first thing was something Unwanted had expected: that the construction team for the hotel and the laboratory had arrived. Unwanted took them to the designated location and asked about their accommodation and food. She learned that they had done their homework in advance and knew that the conditions on Shinong Star were difficult. So they brought their own dry food in tins. She did not talk much and asked them to carry out the construction task as planned. The second thing gave Unwanted a big surprise. The royal family actually took the initiative to contact her to help her with infrastructure construction. And the requirement was to open a sanatorium on the barren planet. Compared with the generous conditions offered by the royal family, she felt that even building 10 or 8 sanatoriums would not be a problem. The most valuable thing they provided was an S-class protective shield. Unwanted could also meet the other conditions by spending money. But she checked online and found that this protective shield was for the royal family only and could withstand the continuous bombardment of 10 starships for a day, which shows the strength of this protective shield. It can be said that after Shinong Star was installed with this protective shield, unless there was an interstellar explosion, no one could reach a grain of sand on Shinong Star without her permission. She was a little curious about what kind of strange sanatorium the royal family had built with such a large sum of money. But they repeatedly assured her that it was just an ordinary sanatorium. Unwanted didn't know what to say anymore. She could only attribute it to her luck and sign the contract without hesitation. Knowing that Yun Xuan was the matchmaker, she sent a few more messages to express her gratitude. These sisters really get along well. They really think of her when they have good things to do. Unwanted thought that since the other party gave her such a big gift, she had to prepare a unique gift in addition to the hot and sour noodles she'd promised before. Thinking of Yun Xuan's cold and cool look, she thought of the desert rose. The thorny rose is most suitable for this kind of queen-like beauty. Moreover, the rose is not only beautiful, but also has a faint fragrance. What girl doesn't like beautiful and fragrant flowers? Unwanted stopped procrastinating and confirmed with the system that the desert rose would not carry any pollutants. She then drove the spaceship to the polluted area and plucked some rose plants with flower buds. This time, she found that the situation in the polluted area was much better. The color of the soil had returned to normal, and the roses were growing more and more gorgeous and luxuriant, even producing a lot of seeds. The range of the plants also expanded and stretched out. No longer the sparse appearance she had planted before. Putting on protective clothing, Unwanted collected some desert rose seeds and saved 100 desert rose plants. She wanted to transplant some of them near the Lord's mansion to add a new touch of color to the green forest. The problem of the polluted area has been solved, and the desert rose, a master of purification, has also brought a new crisis. This plant has a strong reproductive capacity and a fast reproduction speed. If it is not restricted, it will become an invasive species, growing all over Shinong Star, occupying the living space of other plants, which is not conducive to the preservation of biodiversity. After the polluted area is completely purified, the management and control of the desert rose will also be put on the agenda. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Unwanted packed up the desert rose and planting tips and sent them out directly. At the same time, she also found a chef that Ji Lian recommended. The other party's surname is Wang. He opened a natural food restaurant on Tunton Star. It can't be compared with the big restaurants founded by nobles, but it is also well known for its unique craftsmanship. Tunton Star is famous for Tunton beasts. Because of this rare edible meat, it has been sought after by the food industry. Many natural delicacies choose to set up their headquarters on Tunton Star, and some old gourmets who specialize in food will often visit Tunton Star. The Lord of Tunton Star made a lot of money and became one of the top 100 planets in the interstellar. Unwanted decided to go to Tunton Star in person to see other people's success, learn from them, and become a mature lord as soon as possible. More importantly, she is going to poach people. Chapter 49. Tunton Star is a very prosperous planet. As soon as you get off the spaceship, you can see people coming and going, compared to Jinsha Star, which takes a long time to reach the main city. The main city of Tunton Star is not far from the port, and the villages and towns around the main city are also very prosperous. Tunton Star is in the middle of the interstellar map, not to mention its planetary specialty, Tunton Beast. Just the role of the transportation hub can make this planet prosperous. At this moment, Unwanted is like a jealous parent who sees other children living a rich life with fine clothes and delicious food. Thinking of the dressed, she felt so sorry for her own cub, who was in tatters. Develop. Make a lot of money. Her cub must have what other cubs have. Following the navigation of the intelligent brain, Yunwan arrived at Wang's shop smoothly. There were not many customers in the shop. Chef Wang was leisurely standing in the kitchen picking vegetables. He saw Yunwan coming into the shop out of the corner of his eye and greeted her without raising his head. What would you like to eat? The menu is on the wall. Just tell us the name of the dish after you order it. Yunwan put the paper box she brought with her on the table, looked up at the menu, and ordered a special pig beast delicacy. Generally, only outsiders or new customers would order such standard dishes. Chef Wang looked up and saw a familiar girl holding a large express box sitting by the window waiting for her meal. While he was heating the oil in the wok, he wondered where he had seen this girl before. She was indeed a new customer, but she did seem to have met him before. It was not until Chef Wang served the dishes to the table that he saw the girl smile at him. That very contagious smile reminded him of the girl's identity. Isn't this the Lord of Shenong Star? Ji Lian did tell him that the Lord of Shenong Star would come to discuss new cooperation soon. He guessed that he would cooperate with him on the hot and sour noodles that have been widely circulated on the internet recently. When the Lord arrives, you should contact me. I can pick you up at the port. The thought in his mind made Chef Wang very excited. He inexplicably believed that the food on Shenong Star would definitely not be bad. It's okay. Yunwan ate 2 pieces of pork meat. The meat was tender and had no fishy smell. It was very delicious. Your cooking skills are very good. Being able to cook such delicious food with the scarce seasonings in the interstellar space. Chef Wang's cooking skills are already extraordinary. After the meal, Yunwan directly scanned the star coins to pay the bill. But Chef Wang stopped her. Just think of it as me treating the Lord to a meal. The Lord has come from afar, so I should treat you. Yunwan waved her hand to reject Chef Wang's enthusiasm. One thing is one thing. Yunwan didn't care about these small amounts of money, and she was going to be a boss. How could she be stingy? At present, it seems that Chef Wang can pass the test in both his interpersonal relationship and cooking skills. And Yunwan really wants to cooperate with him. These days, Yunwan has also been thinking about a problem. She has recipes, a complete seasoning system, and high-quality ingredients. If she gives the food industry market to others, it will be a big loss. After thinking about it, she feels that the latest and most high-end part of the food market must be in her own hands, which requires her to open a restaurant. And the most important thing is to find a chef who is willing to develop in Shenong Star. Chefs in the Interstellar are scarce. Either they have their own small shops, or they are digested by major families. Yunwan couldn't get in touch with the chefs in the family, so she could only look for talent from the chefs in her own shop. However, it takes some effort to convince the boss to work for others. Yunwan decided to try a more tactful way of cooperation. After listening to her talk about the cooperation method, Chef Wang was puzzled. Partner? And open a shop on Shenong Star? Although he knew that Shenong Star had unlimited prospects, compared with the well-developed and familiar Tunton Star, Chef Wang was a little reluctant to develop in a new place. Chef Wang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let's take a look at the benefits that Shenong Star can provide first. Chef Wang's hesitation did not panic Yunwan at all. After all, she had not put any of her chips on the table. The first dish to appear was the spicy dried radish. As soon as the bottle was opened, the overbearing spicy and fresh fragrance came over, tempting Chef Wang to drool. He looked at Yunwan, who motioned him to taste it. Chef Wang was not polite, and directly picked up the chopsticks to start eating. He wanted to see what confidence the other party had to dare to propose such a cooperation method. As a chef, he has tasted all kinds of delicious food. Does she think that a bottle of unknown stuff can make him give up his current shop to explore new areas? What a shameless statement. However, when the chopsticks fell into his mouth, Chef Wang's firm heart wavered. This bottle of food whose raw materials could not be seen was very delicious. As soon as it entered the mouth, a stimulating fragrance spread domineeringly in the mouth, and the crisp and numb feeling was like an electric current that gave people a warm feeling. When chewing, the crunchy taste added some agility to this dish. After swallowing, its endless aftertaste gave people the illusion that they wanted to eat another 800 bottles. As a chef, what makes Chef Wang fascinated is not only the taste of this dish, but also the complex and novel seasoning. He seems to understand why the Lord must hire a chef instead of cooperating directly with the restaurant. For a chef, mastering a seasoning can create countless new dishes and become the ancestor of the food industry. For Chef Wang, what is in front of him now is a huge temptation. Once he agrees to cooperate with the Lord, he can know the secret of this dish. Otherwise, he will be locked out of the new world forever. Chef Wang was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he was reluctant to give up the foundation passed down by his ancestors. And on the other hand, he was reluctant to give up this rare opportunity to improve his cooking skills. He didn't hesitate for long. And soon Unwanted took out the hot and sour noodles. This time, Chef Wang needed to go into the kitchen to cook. Boil water in a pot. Cook the vermicelli and take it out. This process was ordinary. But after seasoning according to Unwanted's steps, pour the sauce on it, and the domineering fragrance instantly spread out, covering the entire store. The diners who were still eating in the small restaurant suddenly felt that the pork in their mouths was no longer fragrant, and put down their chopsticks and looked towards the kitchen. Chen, who is an old glutton, after retirement, his favorite thing is to go to various gourmet restaurants and eat 3 meals a day. All natural food. Unfortunately, the interstellar food culture is barren, and the dishes in major restaurants have no changes. After eating for several years, he was tired of it and could only move to various small restaurants, which could taste some new ideas. Wang's small restaurant was recommended by his friend, who is also an old glutton. He has been there several times, and the taste is okay. The ingredients are not as fresh as those in big restaurants, but the taste is novel. But today, he has a completely different view of this small restaurant. A domineering aroma came from the kitchen, instantly capturing his heart that loves food. The soul of food that had been silent due to the dullness was resurrected and ready to move. If he couldn't eat this dish today, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a week. Chen, who walked into the kitchen with a bowl in his hand. There is a small window between the kitchen and the restaurant so that diners can see the cooking process, which can not only supervise the hygiene of food preparation, but also satisfy the curiosity of diners. Chef Wang cooked the hot and sour noodles, and was about to pick up his chopsticks to taste this new dish with good color, aroma and flavor when he felt a very strong gaze staring at him. He looked up and saw a diner with green eyes holding a bowl and staring at the hot and sour noodles on the table. Being stared at like this, he was embarrassed to try the food. "Is this a new dish?" Shinhu asked. "Not yet," Chef Wang answered embarrassedly. After a while, the window was full of people. He tried his best to ignore the diner's fiery gazes and put a chopstick of hot and sour noodles into his mouth. The sour, fragrant and spicy taste was like a fire that instantly ignited his mouth. It was a little painful, but more refreshing. "We can also help taste it," the diners volunteered. After eating it, Chef Wang's eyes could shoot lasers. This new dish is absolutely delicious. Smelling the rich aroma of burnt food, the diners felt the gluttony in their stomachs dancing. It's amazing. They just had a meal, but they felt hungry instantly. The food is not Chef Wang's, so he didn't dare to make the decision at will. He looked at Yunwan and waited for her decision. "This is a taste test. You can do whatever you want with it." Yunwan was happy that more people knew about hot and sour noodles. These people are the ones who can afford to eat out, and will be the target customers of Shenxing restaurant. It is a good opportunity to promote the reputation of hot and sour noodles. Chef Wang understood, and picked up some for each diner. After a while, the bowl was empty, leaving only half a bowl of soup with red chili oil. "Chef Wang, you have finished your noodles, and the soup is useless. Why don't you give me a couple of sips?" Chin, who was the first to get the vermicelli, and he finished it in 2 bites. The smooth vermicelli went into his stomach with a light sip, leaving the remaining fragrance in his mouth that made him unable to stop. This small mouthful is not enough. He turned his eyes and set his sights on the soup base. The essence of cooking noodles is all in the soup, and this soup base looks even better than the noodles. Okay, the noodles were all scattered, and Chef Wang certainly would not be stingy with this little noodle soup. "I want some too. Give me 2 mouthfuls too." After a while, the soup base was also distributed, and this time, there was nothing left. After eating, the diners smacked their lips with satisfaction and asked, "When will the new dishes be served? What's the name of this dish? Will you cook this dish tomorrow?" "I'll come back tomorrow." Before Chef Wang could explain, a group of new customers rushed into the store and shouted loudly, "This is the store. I was eating at G's hut, and the smell made me lose my appetite. Where's the boss? Give me 10 servings of the dish you just made. This is the first time I smelled something so delicious. I dragged him here from the street. And I have to have a bite today. The diners in the restaurant couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, they were dining here in the first place. So they were close to the water and got the moon first. And they ate the delicious food early. You are late. The tasting is sold out. Chin Hu was proud and pitying. Ah? Tasting? It's over. It's over. I actually got into a dish that hasn't been officially launched yet. Where's the boss? Who is the boss? Will this dish appear on your menu in the future? Chef Wang has been a chef for so many years. But this is the first time he has been surrounded by so many enthusiastic diners, crying and shouting for him to serve a new dish. The two dishes that the Lord brought out seemed to have helped him make a decision. If he did not agree to the Lord's conditions, he would not be a qualified chef. Being sought after by diners is the highest honor that every chef dreams of. And now such an honor is within his reach. There is nothing to hesitate. Chef Wang decisively told the diners, "This dish will be new. But we may not be open on Tunton Star. If you need it, please go to Shenong Star." Chapter 50. After calming down the excited diners, Chef Wang and Yunwan sat down to discuss again. Chef Wang, what do you think? Shenong Star can also provide more food recipes, and all seasonings will be exclusively supplied to you. Chef Wang did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Lord, I have seen the effect of these two dishes, and I really don't have the determination to refuse. Can you tell me in detail what partnership means?" Of course. Yunwan knew that things were mostly done, and patiently explained, "You and I will become partners and open a Shenong Star restaurant together. The restaurant will be operated and managed by you independently. You can arrange the menu according to your wishes, and I will not interfere in all matters of the restaurant. However, if there are major problems or major changes in the restaurant, my consent is required. During the operation of the restaurant, we will share the profits according to the ratio of 4 to 6. Are these conditions acceptable to you?" Chef Wang crossed his hands to digest the information. The Lord gave him enough freedom to run the restaurant, but the share was not high. He also understood. The Lord's restaurant obviously relies on the food she provides as the main means of profit. In other words, the chef is more like a handy tool, according to the popularity shown by today's diners. Even if the profit is 40%, it is much more than what his Wang shop earns. But Chef Wang still has a lot of feelings for the shop passed down by his ancestors. Although his ancestors did not stipulate that the Wang family must be chefs for generations and pass on the cooking skills to their descendants, he still does not want the future of Wang's shop to end in his hands. I have no problem with the Lord's request, but I have a small request. When drafting the menu, if the dishes of Wang's shop are used, I hope to add the name of Wang's shop before the name of the dish. Sure, you can arrange the menu. Just make it beautiful and elegant. You are definitely more professional than me in this regard." Yunwan readily agreed. She is a person who values intellectual property rights, and it is understandable that Chef Wang asked to name his dishes. Chef Wang did not expect Yunwan to be so easy to talk to. She obviously has enough capital, but she is not arrogant at all, and she did not embarrass him. He can see that the Lord is a very principled person. For all the goods, she only wants the portion she has decided on, and does not care about other aspects, no matter how much or how little. A young girl actually has such an extraordinary mind. In the face of huge benefits, she is neither greedy nor crazy, as if everything is normal to her. In fact, Yunwan is indeed different from humans. After all, she was once a demon, and the world she has seen and the life she has experienced are much broader than what humans can see and experience. Money is really not important to her. Besides, she doesn't think she will be short of money in the future. So why make enemies because of this little profit? And she doesn't want to bear too many consequences for it. This is her future partner. If he is dissatisfied with her, she may face the backstab of her friend in the future. It is better to take precautions now, and give enough benefits to avoid many troubles in the future. Because of Yunwan's straightforwardness, Chef Wang made another decision in a rush. He quickly signed the contract and said to Yunwan, "Lord, I have a useless son. Can he cook with me?" "Sure." Yunwan is in need of a chef now, and she is so happy that she can't wait to get one free now. After arranging all matters, Yunwan did not stay long and rushed back to Shenong Star overnight. It was because the royal construction team had arrived, and she was needed to decide on the type and location of the building to be built. Soon, Chef Wang called his son back from watering outside. "Dad, Why are you looking for me? Wang Lu walked into his own shop carelessly. No one answered his question. But his father took out a few pieces of paper and slapped them in front of him, saying with full energy, "Sign!" Wang Lu did not understand why, and signed the contract reluctantly. "What did you ask me to sign?" Wang Lu picked up the contract and saw 4 big words on it: immigration application. What the hell? Immigration? Did their family become rich overnight and plan to immigrate to the capital star? After another look, no. His father planned to immigrate to Shenong Star. Where did this planet come from? I have never heard of it. His father had a fever and burned his brain? He left the best pig star and planned to retire in a place where there is no such planet. Dad, do you have a terminal illness? Besides, Wang Lu couldn't understand why his father suddenly changed his temperament. He used to be ambitious, but he wanted to live in a good place. Now he just gave up. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you curse me like that? Chef Wang slapped his son on the forehead, then hummed a little tune and packed his luggage happily. Your father is going to do something big. Wang Lu was so eager to get started that he poured water and massaged Chef Wang's legs, and finally understood what he meant by the big business. Looking at the information about Shenong Star searched on the smart brain, Wang Lu felt that his future was bleak. How could his father be so naive? This Lord of Shenong Star is not even as old as him. So how could he believe what he said? It's a pity that his father sold his house and furniture, and he was determined to go to Shenong Star even if 10 cows couldn't stop him. Wang Lu sighed, hoping that his father would not lose too much this time. At least pity him for being old and leave him some underwear. It's a pity that he is so young. Why should he go to a barren star where no one lives to spend the rest of his life? Unwanted had already determined the categories of 3 conventional buildings. Currently, Shenong Star already has hotels, laboratories and sanatoriums. Sanatoriums can be used as hospitals and can provide basic medical conditions. The buildings that Shenong Star lacks are also very clear: schools, food cities, and residential buildings. The 3 conventional buildings were selected from these 3 categories. Unwanted plans to expand a school, Shenong Star restaurant, and a standard residential building. The planning map of Shenong Planet has also been further improved. She divided Shenong Star into 4 major areas: planting area, living area, food area, and leisure area. The outer city planting area is different from the inner city planting area. The outer city planting area mainly supplies market demand, while the inner city planting area mainly supplies the Lord's personal needs. The living area includes residential buildings, schools, and other basic facilities needed for life. The food area has a variety of shops to choose from, and the Shenong Star restaurant is built here. The leisure areas are scattered throughout Shenong Star, mainly to protect the original ecological landscape of Shenong Star and create artificial parks for people to relax and entertain. After telling the royal construction team about her needs, Unwanted didn't have to worry about anything. They would provide 3 design drawings for each building for her to choose from, and then they would start the construction process. The manpower and materials required for the 3 conventional buildings and the port were prepared by the royal family. If Unwanted wanted to build other buildings later, she could prepare her own building materials and arrange for the royal construction team to build them free of charge. In general, it was equivalent to her having a special construction team to serve Shenong Star. This sanatorium was worth opening. Not only did it give Shenong Star an additional hospital, it also greatly facilitated her future infrastructure construction. Only 3 days had passed, and the hotel and laboratory construction teams were almost finished. Yunwan watched them working, and couldn't help but sigh at the convenience of interstellar labor. The construction of the house was basically done by robots, and the construction team only supervised, checked, and adjusted, which was very leisurely. The speed and quality of robot construction were far higher than that of full manual construction. I think her 3 conventional buildings should be completed and put into use soon. The subsequent construction plan should also be put on the agenda to complete the construction of Shenong Star as soon as possible. There will be many things that will bother the royal construction team in the future. In order to build a good relationship with them, Yunwan cooked a big pot of sweet potato porridge, with spicy dried radish, cold vermicelli, and pickled cabbage to make a simple meal for them to welcome them. The main dish is a small amount. The dining table was specially placed outdoors for the convenience of the construction team, and a bonfire was lit for lighting. The aroma of the food tempted the people and professors of the other 2 construction teams to linger in front of the table. Yunwan looked at them wanting to eat but being embarrassed to speak, and directly greeted them warmly. Everyone come and eat a little. There were only a dozen people from the 3 buildings plus the professors. Not too many. And she could still afford to treat each person to a bowl of porridge. Who knows? These people might become regular customers of Sheningsing restaurant in the future. She had to maintain these potential customers well. Professor Luo had eaten for free so many times that he had developed a shameless habit, and sat down happily. The Lord has spoken. So I, an old man, will not be polite. We will wash the dishes later. It was reasonable for the professors to take the initiative to take the job and sit down to eat. The Royal Construction Team would have to cooperate with Sheningsing for a long time in the future. So it was reasonable to have this meal. The other 2 construction teams hesitated. They didn't do anything and couldn't help. So how could they eat? It was an expensive natural delicacy. But I was really greedy. You guys come too. Yunwan asked them to serve the dishes and rice. And she washed her hands and went to the table. Yunwan's gentle voice was like a witch's spell. Before they could react, they were already at the table. The rice was served in front of them in an instant, and the rich rice aroma kept drilling into their noses. It was just a matter of feeding them. How could they bear this? If they continue to endure, they will no longer be human. Xiaoyu is a member of the hotel construction team. Their team is a private team. They accept commissions from the union. But this is not their main job. There are 3 members in their team. They are all ordinary people who came from poor planets. They studied in an ordinary university. Their majors are related to construction. So they pooled money to buy a few robots and set up a construction team. At the beginning, they only took the most basic orders, repaired toilets, built pet nests, and accumulated reputation bit by bit. Although there are no resources for a special construction team, many people come to them because of their steadfastness and seriousness. They also make a lot of money and reduce the burden on their families. This time, they came to Shenong Star to accept the commission. Shenong Star is very remote, and even basic food and accommodation cannot be guaranteed. Large construction teams are unwilling to come, but they are not afraid of hard work. In addition, the boss knows that the conditions on Shenong Star are not good, so the conditions are particularly generous, so they have no complaints. These days, they have been sleeping in tents and drinking nutrient solution, and the floor makes their backs and waists sore. The idea of leaving here early became stronger. They rushed to work overtime to build a hotel so that they could go back to school and rest early. But after tasting the food cooked by the Lord of Shenong Star, Xiaoyu felt that staying for 2 more days seemed good. No, not only good. Even if the Lord drove her away, she would stay here for a few more days.